Oh, good morning, everybody. But is it a good morning? Is it a good morning? That's the question we're asking. Is it a good? Well, it's a good morning. We had a good night last night. The boys went out. The boys went out and had a pop. And we hung out in San Francisco, California at the Italian Athletic Club. The glorious Italian Athletic Club. You walk in, they're offering you Prosecco's on a tray. Oh. You're on the second floor gazing out at St. Peter and Paul in Washington Square. The bar was open. They had St. Louis-style pizza and toasted ravioli. They had wine. Shout out to Bill Isetta and the wine. We had a good night. We had a couple of pops. We had a couple of laughs. But the rest of it sucked because the Giants are awful, everybody. And it's depressing. And everything that we talked about going into that game turned out to be bad, meaning Jesus Rodriguez in right field. It came out to be bad. But Marcus, as I say to you, good morning, my friend, after seeing you about 15 minutes ago at the Italian Athletic Club, you know that this season is cursed when one of the biggest complaints coming out of the game is, why did you take Adrian Hauser out so soon? It's like, that's the last thing you thought you were going to say coming out of that game. And yet, one of the many buttons that, unfortunately, our friend, who we honored last night for welcoming him to town by making him a member of the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club, we all want him to do well. Tony Vitello, he had a bad day. Yeah. Every button he pushed was wrong. Other than that, back to good morning, Marcus.
Yeah, other than that, it was a great day in the Bay Area yesterday. Beautiful weather. I was down at the ballpark. Great crowd once again on a Wednesday kind of rubber matchup against the San Diego Padres, and it was looking like the Giants had a chance to win the series. Then we get to the seventh inning, the Matt Chapman air, the Jesus Rodriguez play, and it was kind of all downhill from there. But that's really where my day kind of started because at least I was drinking beers at the ballpark, and then I got the Prosecco walking into the Italian Athletic Club. Then I got into the bourbon. Then I even got into a little vino, got into a little wine as well. So I was able to unwind as we made it through a long day yesterday in the city. But yeah, it was good seeing you and Tony V last night, despite the Giants not getting the win.
And we got Curly out last night too. And so, yeah, it was good. The boys had a little outing, and it was a classy outing. Shout out Gina, who put the whole thing on at the Italian Athletic Club. And what did you think about Tony V's chat?
I thought the sit down with you and Tony V was really good, actually. And it was kind of unfiltered Tony Vitello, not with the microphones in his face where he's talking to the media and rambling on a little bit.
We got a couple cuss words.
Yeah. I mean, Tony went up on stage with his glass of wine and said, look, we're all adults here. We need to start winning some blanking games. Yeah. And I said, cheers, Tony. I'll cheers to that. Give me another glass of red wine. I'll cheers to winning some ball games because you can kind of see on his face, even walking in yesterday, he was a little stressed out. We joked about how much better the dinner would be if the Giants won the game and how much higher the vibes would be. But I thought Tony was a pro, showed up, showed face, had a lot of support from the community. And I thought overall it went pretty well, and he looked damn good in that jacket.
Well, yeah, I have to say this, that the Italian Athletic Club has these Letterman's jackets that are just freaking glorious, man. I don't even have one. I got to get one. And Gina said, you so are not reading my newsletter. Guys, I guess they're selling them in the newsletter. I understand. I do usually read the newsletter. I guess I just didn't get that far.
Sounds like it's a lightly read newsletter.
That's very good. Or it sounds like it's a text to Marcus.
Yeah,
is what it sounds
it's
like.
A good chance. Sorry, Gina, we left you on red.
Oh, man. Poor Gina. She works so hard. She does a great job. But anyway, these are beautiful jackets. I think Tonelli has one. I think I've seen Tonelli wear his.
Oh, of course.
Got the leather sleeves, got the sort of the dark, material. It's got your name stitched on the left breast, Vitello, in cursive. And then it's got just the beautiful SF Italian Athletic Club logo on the back. I mean, it's a really, in the green, white, and red collar.
And then, dude, the inside of the jacket.
The inseam is like a highly, highly, finely detailed portrait of stitched into the lining of the Italian Athletic Club and Washington Square and an Italian flag and an American flag. I mean, it's like a work of art.
Yeah.
And there it is.
It's beautiful. It looks like something that maybe like Team Italy should have been using as our home run celebration jacket in the World Baseball Classic. Maybe the Giants can start using it as a home run celebration.
There you go.
But that leads us to the problem of the Giants not hitting a lot of home runs.
But to your point about him, letting his hair down and trying to be brave-faced about it, when he came up, because the Q&A started when we put the jacket on him, and that got a great response because he looked great in the jacket, and they made him a member. He high-fived his brother-in-law when they made him a member, like he's excited. When he put the jacket on, and as the crowd was cheering and welcoming him, I leaned over him on the stage and said, "You got to wear that. You got to wear that down to the pregame media scrum, huh?" And then he says to me, this is before the mic, he goes, "S, man, I got to wear this. I got to wear this during games. Change some S up."
That's it.
And I said, "Yo, you're saying that on mic." I grabbed the mic. I said, "Say what you just said." And I handed him the mic. And he grabbed the mic, and his opening comment was, "I'm going to wear this to the games. Change some S up." And the crowd got a huge reaction. So that was a good way to start the evening. Yes. So, yeah, other than that, I mean, the poor guy, we kept it mostly on his Italian heritage.
Yeah.
We didn't get into the X's and O's of removing Adrian Hauser. Isn't that crazy? That removing Adrian Hauser becomes a controversial decision. Most people wanted this guy off the team.
Yeah.
Much less, I need him to stay longer in the game.
Yeah,
I mean,
most people didn't want to see him on the mound yesterday.
Right.
A lot of people wanted Trevor McDonald to stick around.
Right.
He would not throw that quick after just throwing on Monday, obviously, but people were upset that he was optioned down and Adrian Hauser was even still on the roster.
so there's two things going on today's show. One, we'll go through the micro of what went wrong yesterday, and then two, the macro is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger for us all. But the micro, getting into this, so it's the seventh inning. It's a 1-1 game. They're not doing anything offensively other than, wait for it, a Rafael Devers home run.
Nice to see you, Roth.
It was just a high fly ball to left that just kept going. Hopefully he learned that if he goes to left field, it will leave the yard, and he gets a little encouraged.
Yeah, that looked like a vintage opposite field swing for Rafael Devers, where he used to pepper the Green Monster out in Fenway. That was a high fly ball, and it just kept floating and got over the fence.
I mean, good weather on a warm afternoon, warm-ish, not warm, but by San Francisco standards, a better afternoon than a night cold game, right?
Yeah, it was nice at the ballpark.
But anyway, that ties it up. I mean, meanwhile, they're just terrible at the plate, right? So it's 1-1. Maybe they're going to scrape it out. So we get to the seventh inning. Hauser's still in there. He gets the first batter, who was it? Tatis, hits a ground ball to third base, and Matt Chapman kicks it.
Just biffed it.
Just kick, and I mean, listen, errors happen, human error, as some might say. But man, oh man, when you're in a skid and you're not playing well, and your captain, your leader, your guy, your Gold Glove, your Platinum Glove kicks one, I mean, just everybody. I was watching it with my kid, big deck, and we just looked at each other like, well, here it is.
How'd that happen?
Well, and here we go.
Yeah.
Like something bad's going to happen. Here's the moment where Tony V comes out of the dugout and goes and gets Hauser. Questionable move, 74 pitches. The next few hitters were right-handed hitters. Laureano, Castellanos, and he went and got Keaton Wynn. And sure enough, Keaton Wynn got what happened the next?
Well, Keaton Wynn came in and immediately walked the first batter he saw.
Thank you. Yeah, walked. That was
a good old free 90.
Yeah,
so back-to-back free base runners for the San Diego Padres.
Then we got the slow roller to short.
Willie only has one play at first, gets the out, so that's only one out.
Then, actually, a big moment is he gets Freddie Fermin to hit a slow roller to short. Or a high pop fly to shallow left. That was a huge out.
Yeah.
Huge out. Because you figure the run's going to score. Now you got two outs, second and third. Here's where it all changes. Because due up is Song, this new shortstop for the Padres. He's a lefty. So Tony makes his move, brings in the lefty Matt Gage. Craig Stammen counter moves and pinch hits Ty France. Okay, so Stammen has sort of the advantage in this matchup. By the way, Stammen was so late calling him up, there was a pitch clock violation on the Padres. So he started with an 0-1 count. At that point, the Padres are looking bad, right? They're not going to get the run home, and they got an 0-1 count. And then Wynn works it to, a full count? I don't know, but he fouled off a few pitches, 2 strikes, and here it goes. The ball off the bat into right field. And I'm literally like, because I was in the pregame dugout scrum, and the only question I asked I asked 2 questions. One about Rodriguez hitting the homer last night, what that taught him about his oppo swing. And 2, I said, right field, huh? It's a big assignment for a kid in his first day. And he kind of didn't act like it was a big deal. He's like, yeah, you know what? He's going to have to, play the bricks, And here goes that ball to right field, Marcus. And that thing was in the air long enough that I was like, oh, no, not the kid. And then it was in the air long enough that I see him closing in on it. And for a nanosecond, I said, oh, he's going to get it. He's going to get. And there it was right there. When that ball clanked off of Rodriguez's glove, everything about the Giants season just came into focus about just every move is the wrong move. Every button is the wrong button. Every at-bat is the worst at-bat. Every strikeout is the worst strike. I mean, it's just like, if you're going good, your rookie kid catches that ball.
Yep.
And if you're going bad, it clanks off. And then you wonder, why wasn't there a defensive replacement before the inning started? Baseball traditionalists would say you don't do it unless you're ahead, not in a tie game. you could debate that because it's still a tie game and you still want to make outs. And your thoughts?
And my thoughts, first of all, on the defense replacement, it's hard to take Jesus Rodriguez out of the lineup when he had 2 of the 3 hits yesterday and had a home run the night before. So that's kind of the problem that the Giants have created for themselves because Jesus Rodriguez was called up along with Bryce Eldridge because they needed more help offensively. We spent a lot of time this offseason talking about a move, bringing in a Gold Glover like Harrison Bader and moving Jung Hoo Lee over to right field because by the metrics last year, they were the worst defensive outfield. So they had to get better defensively. And even with Drew Gilbert filling in the last couple of weeks for Harrison Bader, they have been better defensively in the outfield. But they've been so bad offensively, they made the move to put Jesus Rodriguez in right field. And Murph, the moment that the lineup came out yesterday on our show, the first question that we both had was, Jesus in right and not in left field. And obviously, it came back to bite them in the ass in that situation. That's a play that Jung Hoo Lee probably makes, or Drew Gilbert.
Ready for this, dude?
Maybe even Elliot Ramos.
Are you a believer in expected batting average? Sometimes that's a pretty instructive stat. That the computer said that had an expected batting average of 0.80.
So, yeah, they're saying it's a ball that should have been cut.
92 times out of 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that's the issue when you're so bad offensively. You're calling up your super utility guy who just spent back-to-back days down in a squat, so I'm sure his legs are not feeling that fresh. He's out in right field. And, by the way, the entire game, they were playing pretty far off the right field line, so he had to trek over a little bit. So, you add all that together, and it's another L for the Giants.
Man, oh, man. Is there Blake Sable vibes to that? Like just sticking a guy out there just because of his bat? I mean, there's a kind of a that was what we complained about with Farhan.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like Jesus at least has a bit more of a track record. Like he was playing a lot more outfield, especially when he was in the Yankees organization. I know this year in Sacramento, he's played second, he's played left field, but he hasn't played a single inning at right field at any level this season. So you talk about the different angle, that ball maybe slicing away, it's unfamiliar for him because he hasn't been out there, and it costs you in that situation.
Yeah, it's just like Tony must be like, it says, snake bit, I don't know. Or just the other problem is, that play doesn't loom large if you have 5 runs on the board. Mm-hmm. If you can actually hit the freaking ball. And the offensive skid of Matt Chapman, now 0 for his last 24, the offensive skid of Willie Adames, the offensive skid of the entire team not drawing a walk for the second consecutive game. I told these guys, Jung Hoo Lee had a 3-ball count. He had a 3-1 count. I was aroused.
Oh.
I was aroused. I had to somebody want to start the porno music.
Yeah,
dude.
I was going to say, little Jung Hoo Lee action.
Dude, 3-ball. I asked Toad Older Night Dave, I said, is the guy who does the Chiron at NBC Sports Bay Area doesn't even know if the 3 button works. They never get to 3-ball counts, dude. These are non-competitive at bats, and that's a problem, bro. I don't know if that's a hitting coach or if it's just players sucking, or Matt Chapman stood at his locker for 10 minutes after the game. None of us thought this was going to happen. We had a good spring training, on and on and on. I think one of my big macro thoughts going into this thing, though, was pulling out. I was like, this might be a lost season. I don't know. Check back on Macklin Celebrini's birthday on June 13th. We'll see how they are. But I think one of the things I'm saying, and I'm not saying this to be a kiss ass at all, I just think that I think no matter what happens, you just have to let Tony V do this thing again next year. Yeah. We can't be rotating things like this anymore. This might be a long-term project, like where eventually Tony gets the younger guys in, the Wisenhunts, the Seymours, the Johnny Levels. I don't know. It's people like that. But right now, man, Bob Melvin's saying, see? Because this skid, losing 8 of 9, is exactly the kind of skid that they were supposed to not have this year. We thought Tony would be... Yeah. I actually think there's one thing I'd say about Tony, and he was a great sport last night, is I think he's almost too restrained. I think he's still kind of tentatively feeling things out and not giving us his full-bore personality. I'd say let it rip, man. Let it rip. Hey, some might say, why don't you, twist one up, walk down the Embarcadero with Marcus.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Maybe get some of those chill Cali vibes and stop stressing out. But I'm sure Tony is stressing.
Oh, he's totally stressed.
He didn't expect to show up in San Francisco and see Rafael Devers have one of the worst OPSs in baseball among qualified hitters. Yeah. To see Willie Adames, who on the back of his baseball card hit over 30 home runs for the first time in 20 years here in a San Francisco Giants uniform. To see him putting up these type of numbers, like I'm sure he's stressing out. I'm sure Buster Posey's stressing out. I'm sure Zach Manazian, who we're going to talk to later today, is also stressing out. I mean, Murph, I've been stressing out. Yeah. I'm one of these idiots that came into the season like hyping up this lineup, saying, look, on paper, this is one of the best lineups we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years. Well, these games are not played on paper, so maybe I do need a new pack of papers, a couple packs of zigzags, and maybe I should roll one up to stop stressing out.
Hey, Tony, let's take a walk.
Yeah, let's take a walk, Tony. Let's take a walk.
All right, there you go. Jeez. All right, well, listen, we got all that. Steve Kerr was at the game last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. Did that reveal some intentions? We'll have to ask the guy who was sitting next to him, Greg Silver.
Rubbing shoulders with the Silvers.
How about that? All right, listen. Danny Dunn is in today as we continue the search for the board up, the search for the missing board up after young Tony left. So Danny Dunn is here. He'll give us the guest list. On the other side, we're all working a little after a late night last night. We were all hanging out together. Maybe that was the turning point. The hang at the SFIAC. Next on The Sports Leader.
What do you want to do with Pop? I mean, Pop can't stay here.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Pablo Sandoval stopped by our show yesterday morning, and he told us he's not concerned about the Giants' offense. But after another lackluster performance yesterday, how concerned are you about the Giants' offense? Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and Matt Chapman. 808-KNBR is the number. If you want to give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube or Twitch chat.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We'll see 3-2. Tie game, 7th inning. Gage throws, and a ball blooped to right field. Rodriguez sprinting in, and he will dive, and he doesn't catch it. It's off his glove and rolls away. Tatis scores. Laureano in to score. Heading for third, France. The relay is too late. Padres have gone ahead 3-1.
Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Now, let's live in an alternate universe where Jesus Rodriguez catches that ball. You tell me the Giants are going to score a run?
Doesn't feel like it this season.
I mean, honestly, that he just kind of hastened the inevitable, because at some point they would have not scored a run, and then the Padres would have scored a run, and we'd be sitting here bitching about something else.
Would we be sitting here bitching and complaining about Ryan Walker entering the game and allowing another home run?
Guys, I don't know what to tell you. And I don't know what to tell you. And that wild pitch?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
Yeah.
That's something you rarely... I can't think of how many times I've seen where a catcher can't find... I've seen it where a catcher couldn't find a ball. That might have been one of the longest times I've ever seen a catcher not find a ball.
I think Patrick Bailey is still looking for that ball this morning.
I honestly thought the runner could have scored. Yeah. The runner was at first base when the wild pitch happened, and he took off, and then he was going to third. They had sort of the aerial view. NBC Sports Barry did a good job of cutting to sort of the drone view of Bailey looking for it, Chapman running in from third, and home plate. And I was like, he might as well go. He might as well go.
Yeah.
You know, he might have scored, which would have just been, if he had scored from first on that wild pitch, bro. I mean, Ryan Walker, I tell you guys, he closed the Dodgers out twice 2 weeks ago.
How?
Yeah, how?
How did that happen?
How, Novak? How?
How, Walker? How?
Can I get a little Novak for you?
How, Walker? How? I mean, that's the question.
Why, Novak? Why? There we go. I don't know what you do with Ryan Walker at this point in time.
Why, Walker? Why?
Low leverage or no leverage situations.
Oh, man.
At this point in time, he's a mess, dude.
It's tough.
He's an absolute mess. So, yeah, guys, well, listen, we can get into the numbers. They're so bad. Fewest runs scored through 37 games in Giants history. 111 in 1985, 115 in 2026. If you know your Giants history, and I'm looking through the glass at a guy who produces this date in Giants history, we do very few this date in Giants histories from 1985, because that was the year the Giants lost 100 games for the only time in franchise history, and I'm talking going back to 1883 at the Polo Grounds. They have not lost 100 games but once, and that's the team that they're on pace with right now.
Wow.
That's the team they're on pace with offensively.
They can't lose 100, can they?
I remember it was my senior year of high school into my freshman year of college. So I'm in my UCLA dorm room, and my alarm goes off to like a news radio station, and it was like KNX or whatever the LA news radio station was. And dude, I literally remember just like waking up in my dorm room and the guy's like, you know, final day of Major League Baseball last night. The Dodgers did this or that, and the Angels did this or that. He goes, and an interesting note in San Francisco where the Giants lost their 100th game for the first time in franchise history. And I was like, that's a hell of a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my runny eggs now and my soggy toast in the dorm breakfast.
Yeah, that's a hell of a way to start your day.
I just have a vivid memory of that, and that's the only time. Well, guys, we're not going to go there, right? 14 and 23.
Oh, they can't be that bad.
9 games
But then
under.
again, I didn't expect them to be 14 and 23 this early in the season.
Did you know in 2017 they lost 98? They came close. And that was a Bochy team, so, what are you going to say? Everybody has a tough time. We forget Bochy's first couple years weren't good. 07, 08 were terrible.
I love baseball.
08 was really bad.
Yeah,
08 was the Brian
losses.
Bocock, bad. This team has like 08-ish vibes. By the way, while we're sort of just bitching about everything, you know who did not do anything in his 3 games really is Bryce Eldridge.
No, he
got the hat trick last night.
The Rafael Devers treatment of high heaters that he seemed a little overmatched by.
Yeah, and up and in.
Yeah.
Up and in. They found that hole in there, so he's got to either just spit on those or...
Yeah, he's produced a lot of firewood, a lot of tinder this week with a couple broken bats.
All right, other than that, happy Thursday, everybody. Let's have a great Thursday. Let's get a guest list from Danny Dunn. Dangerous Dan Dunn. The guest list is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. Danny Dunn, how you doing, buddy?
Danny.
Doing good. Speaking of this date, I might have to switch out a highlight there from 1985.
Oh, do you have one?
No.
Man. Holler would break one out. There's one or two.
There's probably a couple of good ones in there.
And I always say every time, you're getting a rarity today. You're getting one from 85. They had a couple of actually crazy comeback wins that year.
I mean, even in bad seasons, you can still have good moments. I mean, maybe in a decade, you'll be doing Patrick Bailey's 3-run home run against the Dodgers as this date in history, as we talk about the second time in franchise history they lose 100
or do
games.
the brawl game in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
The blank you game in Cincinnati.
We definitely have some bad seasons there where I'll throw a Bonds highlight in there, and Murphy will start it off with saying, 2007, not really a good year for the...
And then maybe a couple Ryan Walker saves will make this Dayton Giants history against the Dodgers.
What saves? Oh, those saves. The ones that he actually got. How does that make sense? He's able to close out ball games against the Dodgers and then just completely S's the bed
because
in any other high leverage
not
situation.
A mental giant. He comes and goes mentally. I think it's all in the ears.
King Giants.
Kruko always tells us it's mechanics, and I guess it is too. But I truly believe it's like there's a mentality there where deep down there's a doubt. Deep down there's a doubt, and every now and then he can conquer it. I know this because this is me on the golf course. This is me on the golf. Every now and then I can conquer it, but deep down there's a doubt.
Yeah,
deep down there's a doubt.
It's those damn yips.
Yeah, man. All right, kid. What do we got today?
All right, kicking it off will be Giants GM Zach Manazian at 7:30 to talk current state of the Giants.
Zach was at the event last night, and I met his lovely wife. It was awesome, but he made a gallows. He opened with some gallows humor. We won't get into it, but
he did.
He's riffing about how hard it is, but we'll try to talk to him about the answers. I mean, these are the guys who put Adames, Devers, and Chapman in the middle of their lineup, and it's not working. So 7:30.
All right, at 8:30, we got Cooler of Content featuring a little Dante Whitner, a little Draymond Green, Charles Barkley back and forth.
Okay, look forward to it.
Some good content from inside the NBA last night.
In fact, to preview that, why don't we do that on the other side so that we just don't kill ourselves with the Giants?
That's good. I need a palate cleanser.
Yeah, we do. We need a little sorbet, right?
Fair enough. And then at 8:50, we got NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko, 49ers Insider.
That's an 850.
Maddie.
850, yes.
Who was at the ballpark, I believe, twice this week to go see a couple of Giants-Padres matchups.
We'll get his hot takes on that. But 49ers rookies report this weekend. It's funny, the Deshaun Stripling is now getting, you'll hear Dante Whitner like reversing course. It'll be interesting to see. Sometimes you don't know until you see these guys in person. I always tell the story about Terrell Owens, man. That's my go-to story. In 96, they drafted this kid out of Chattanooga. It's 96. Video. There's no YouTube. So I'm not going online to watch video of Terrell Owens. We've been told that he's a good player. And they took him in the 3rd round. And he's the one player I'll always remember from a minicamp going, yo, who's that? And it was him, and he turned out to be pretty good.
Was he considered a reach when the 49ers drafted him?
I think it was kind of like Stribling in that he was sort of like a darling of some people and like a slight reach. There was a 3rd rounder. It's a good question. I want to say, because Tennessee Chattanooga, was obviously not a major program. But I do remember some people had said, this guy's got some film or something. So he turned out okay. He was a little wacky, but he turned out okay.
T.O.
And who knows? Somebody's going to go down to that field today and be different than you thought on film. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right, and then rounding things out at 9:30, former 49ers defensive end Dwayne Pee Wee Board will join the show.
Promoting the Dwight Clark event on May 20th at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. The Dwight Clark Legacy event is awesome. Plus, just talk to him about how the Niners have done on the D-line. Pee Wee's a long-time defensive line coach in the NFL, too. So, all right, so Steve Kerr was at the Warriors game last night. Draymond Green was on Inside the NBA last night. Let's get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
When it all goes wrong, they can't hold it together. Steve Kerr's a master at that. Not many coaches throw themselves under the bus. We see coaches every day point fingers. The finger never does this. Steve Kerr never does this. He only does this. Still to this day, the way you get amazed by Steph Curry's shots or the way some is amazed by my defense is how I get amazed by his coaching when all the money is on the line.
There's Draymond Green with Danny Dunn, Dangerous Dan Dunn on the Wheels of Steel back there sending subliminals. Like Marcus used to send subliminals per that caller we had.
Hey, Waterboy, stop sending subliminals.
Let's stay together. Any Reverend Al Green is always welcome, Dan. Thank you, buddy. Draymond Green doing Inside the NBA with Charles Barkley and Ernie Johnson and the crew.
I was so in love with you. No, sorry. Don't want to take a digression away from you.
Reverend Marcus Boucher.
Oh, it sounds good this
Reverend
morning.
Waterboy.
Sounds really good.
Dude, any Al Green. Bro, you dive into Al Green. Maybe Tony Vitello needs some Al Green.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he needs.
Yeah, maybe he needs a different type of green.
Well, we've been talking about that, actually. He might need to relax a little bit and just, enjoy California's finest and put on some Al Green and just come to the park in a whole new headspace. But I digress. The other Green, Draymond Green, right, did his thing last night. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Shaq was not on the on the
No, I did not see Shaq Diesel on the panel last night.
I was actually pining for a little Shaq because there were a couple of things Draymond said. I could have just heard Shaq coming in with like his, he comes in with the hammer usually, just the things he would say, don't compare yourself to me, man.
Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about, Draymond.
Exactly. So, hey, listen, I love Steph, but it's over. So it was left between Charles Barkley and Draymond Green to spar a little bit. This made news in the NBA circles. First of all, we start with Steve Kerr being at the Giants game yesterday. He was it was a high school reunion with Mike Silver. How about that? Mikey Silver.
I just love seeing Mike Silver at a baseball game.
Oh, bro, that I guarantee you, it was like he was just. I understand yesterday's game went pretty quickly. He was like, God bless. Mike hates baseball, basically. You know what I mean? Any baseball take he sends to me is like, bro, come on, man. So it was shocking. And clearly, by the way, Kerr pulled a string because they had the owner's seats.
Oh,
right?
yeah. They were down in the Larry Bear seats.
Unless that was a Mike Silver pull. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it was a Greg Silver pull.
Well, we found this out.
Shout out to our very own midday host, Greg Silver, shaking hands, kissing babies with Steve Kerr yesterday.
So I experienced this as a listener. I know some of the audio listeners get upset with us when we say, hey, look at your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, but we're trying to serve multiple masters here. So Danny and Curly, if you guys can, let me know when you guys get the video of Greg Silver at the game yesterday. That's right. That's the kind of midday juice this guy has. Mm-hmm. And he's just going to lay low. He didn't say, hey, guys, I'll be hanging with Kerr in the front row.
Well, actually, he shot Copes and I a text yesterday. And we were like, hey, Greg Silver, you were doing the show down at 58 Social yesterday. Are you hanging out? And he just texts back saying, I'm in the Steve Kerr seats today. And at first we're like, okay, he's riffing. Like he's saying he'd rather go down to Chase Center and see if Steve Kerr's showing up for a meeting instead of showing up to the Giants game. And then I said to myself, I was like, does that mean Kerr's in the building? Is he down in the owner's seats? And then as Copes and I were cracking open a couple beers down in club level, we could see. And I'm like, look, there they are.
You spotted it.
That's Greg Silver. Yeah. That's Mike Silver. That's Steve Kerr. And immediately, Cope starts recording off his phone. He's like, oh, I got to get a photo of this. And as he's taking the photo, they put him up on the scoreboard.
No.
And they blow it up on the entire stadium. And it's just Greg Silver kind of like walking through with his backpack on, shaking hands, saying what's up to everybody. I think Greg Silver might have got more airtime, more FaceTime than Steve Kerr did.
That's incredible. I wonder if that airing him out like that was sort of a Coldplay concert moment or a Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where he's like, no, you're not supposed to know that I'm getting all my secret info from Kerr in the front row. You know what I mean? So, but shout out Greg Silver and the juice of a Greg Silver. I'll be listening from 10 to 2 today.
I need that Silver scoop.
That's a tease right now. All my teases are going to tag out. Stay tuned from 10 to 2 when my Greg Silver tells you what Steve Kerr said about his thing.
The future of Steve Kerr will be decided by Greg Silver today at 10 a.m.
But I was driving into the event last night at the Italian Athletic Club with Tony V, and the boys in the afternoon were playing the video. So audio listeners, when we talk video, I feel your pain because I was like, I can't see it. I'm in my car. But again, we're serving multiple masters here. So we're urging people to go to YouTube. when I do speaking engagements now, I say I'm a YouTuber, right? Exactly. So
We're live streamers.
So anyway, the point is that Kerr was at the Giants game, which leads you to believe, oh, hey, he's in town, hanging around. They continue to meet. Now, evidence item number 2, Joe Lacob yesterday did an event with Sportico, one of these, I don't know, these business things.
Sportico.
Yeah, they do these business things. They get together and they talk about the business of sports.
Yeah.
Things we all love so much, the business of sports.
That's right. That's why I got into the business.
Exactly.
For the business of sports.
And he spoke and said that he talked about the Padre bid, by the way. He said some people have said it's an overpay, $3.9 billion that went to Jose Feliciano, not the great singer, but Jose Feliciano. He said some people said it's an overplay. It was a lot more than us, and I think we were second. But I think it will be a long run, a good investment, because I do believe in baseball, Joe Lacob said. Joe Lacob said that. He said, he went on to say, baseball and basketball are pretty much the same kind of business. I also happen to like baseball a lot. I think it's made some great changes in recent years, the pitch clock and so on, and speed the game up. I know Copes tweeted yesterday he thought the game was going too fast.
Yeah.
He said, I think it's on the rise, not the opposite, and I think baseball would have been a good fit. Having said that, it's an auction, and sometimes you get outbid in these things. I don't like that, but we did. That said, I'm so glad Lacob doesn't own the Padres. And then finally somebody said, well, what about Kerr? And his answer per Sportico was, an answer could be today, tomorrow, or in 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Today, tomorrow, or in 3 weeks.
I don't even know who's going to be alive this Sunday, Murph.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Do you have who has the Christopher Sanchez?
Oh, yeah. The laugh, the cackle. That is a Danny Dunn Z Drive special.
Well, you don't have to. What's your favorite laugh over there, buddy?
Oh, I've got some good ones. I've been using this.
Christopher Sanchez?
Let me know if you got it. I've been using this Steph Whitehouse laugh a lot.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good, because I was going to say, when Lacob says today, tomorrow, in 3 weeks, was he talking about the Kerr decision, or was he talking about a war in Iran?
Maybe he should get some advice from some latest UFC fighters.
Anyway, here's the still image. Is it on our YouTube screen right now?
Oh,
is it on our YouTube screen right now?
Is.
Dude, look at Greg's. That's going to be one of those. Look at, first of all, Kerr's just relaxed. He's wearing clearly that hat is from his last golf trip. That's like some subtle logo from one of the exclusive golf clubs he played, I'm sure. Kerr's just relaxed, man. Mikey, of course, representing the California Golden Bears.
That is the most Cal thing ever.
Oh, you know he would wear that. And then there's Greg Silver to the right, just leaning in, bro. This looks like FDR, Churchill, and Stalin at Yalta. This looks like this is an incredible power move right here.
I mean, I haven't checked Greg Silver's Twitter yet, but this needs to be his banner photo.
Yeah, it does.
This needs to be the top of his Twitter page.
It does. Anyway, so getting back to this whole point with Draymond Green, what he said yesterday on Inside the NBA. Cut A, Danny Dunn, about this is pretty good, because first he answers the question about whether Kerr will be back. And then Ernie Johnson asks him, he says, hey, man, you said Kerr hindered your career. What's going on? Check it out. This is a good exchange.
Do you have any idea what Steve's going to do?
I think and hope he's coming back. I don't know more than anyone else in the world knows outside of what I do know is that he wants to coach. Mm-hmm. And so if he wants to coach, I think he comes back.
You raised a few eyebrows when you said that you felt like he had hindered your career somewhat. In what way?
Well, I think, number one, people took a 4-minute clip of me saying how great this guy's been to my career, how much he's taught me about winning, where I wouldn't be without him, and all these things. And they took a 4-minute clip, and they took 15 seconds of it where I said, I think from an offensive standpoint, he hindered me. I stand by that. That's my truth. But I think every basketball player in the world has some gripe that they wish their coach would have done. I wish my coach would have this. I wish my coach would have done that. I'm not afraid to express my one gripe, but with me expressing my one gripe, make no mistake about it, I also said all of the incredible things, how much of a better man he's made me. I spoke on all of those things, and we take one clip, right?
Well, of course, Draymond's going to get defensive. I do think he's right. He did, in that clip, extensively praise Kerr over and over again. And I actually will agree with him on this. I know it's fashionable to kind of crack on Draymond. I can speak. I do believe that every basketball coach does have a bitch with their coach. I'm sure Curry's got I'm sure Jordan has issues with my Phil Jackson and everything. So, I mean, it is, the comments, unfortunately, look really bad in print.
Yes.
And where he looks his worst is when he tries to pretend that had he been featured in an offense, he could have been a good offensive player. I think that's where most of us break with Draymond.
Yeah.
Like, no, dude, Kerr was doing the right thing by not featuring you in an offense. I understand you're pissed about it.
Of course.
Because every player's like, oh, man, coach should be putting me in here like that. And then fans and coaches are like, no, bro, you don't need to be taking those shots. So I think two things are true here. Draymond is right. Most players do have bitches with coaches. And then two, Kerr did the right thing by not featuring Draymond's offense.
And I'll say this, Draymond Green, welcome to working in the media where you're going to get clipped out of your context. I mean, it happens all the time. It happens in our industry. It happens in our own building. And we bitch and complain about it every once in a while, despite how much we love our digital team here at KNBR. Quotes will get taken out of context.
It is true. Or when you isolate one, I mean, it's not out of context. It's a true statement.
Yeah,
but it gets isolated and retweeted and reposted. And all
exactly.
of a sudden,
To Draymond's part, he did say that Steve Kerr has hampered him offensively, but he also praised him for 4 or 5 minutes before that even happened. And look, Draymond Green can have his truth, which, by the way, is always a phrase that I've always hated, the whole my truth thing. Like, no, there's a truth, and then there's like the facts, there's opinions. Like, there's a difference between reality and what you believe in your head. And maybe in his own head, Draymond Green thinks he could have been a guy averaging 20 points per game, could have been an all-star on a different team. I don't see it playing out that way. Like, I love Draymond Green. I love what he's brought to this franchise and to this dynasty. I think he's been a perfect fit to play alongside guys like Steph Curry and even Klay Thompson. If anything, I think Steph Curry has kind of elevated him offensively when it comes to pick and rolls and being a point forward on this team when it comes to ball movement. But Draymond Green, let's not get it twisted. You've averaged 8 points throughout your entire career. Yes, maybe you had higher 3-point percentages before Kevin Durant came to town, but when you have Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry on the court, yeah, Steve Kerr is not going to be drawing up plays for you.
Right. So there's more. Barkley, of course, is going to be Barkley, and he's been down on the Warriors for a long, long, long time, and he got his chance to tell Draymond to his face, y'all, it's over. Here it is, cut B, Danny.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect.
But disrespect is. There you go.
No
disrespect. Disrespect.
It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Klay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to make – you think you're going to get healthier for next year, you're just going to get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're going to have to leave there. If Steph wants to compete, he's going to have to leave there. You're going to have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces. Why? Because they don't have no cap space.
Okay.
They don't have any cap space.
Do you believe what he's talking over here? Well, here's what I would say. We had to hug for a reason, right? Like, we're not.
Because it's over.
We're not oblivious.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, first of all, Barkley's right. I mean, every team has its run. They age out, and it's over. And I think we've been saying this in some form for the last 2 to 3 years, despite the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. And we're like, well, maybe.
Well, it's over.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a pretty good one. We've been saying this since the Chris Paul move for Jordan Poole. Like, so the answer was to get older? And then Al Horford, hey, the answer was to get older? Kristaps Porzingis, the answer was to get less healthy?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really, truly don't know what their idea is down at One Warriors Way. Like, are they trying to win a championship, or are they just trying to give Steph sort of a dignified team to finish on, like a competitive team that's not going to win a championship? I truly don't know. Like, on the Grease part, are they saying, yeah, we're going to win a championship?
Well, it's funny because one of the hottest rumors in the NBA circles right now is LeBron James to the Warriors, which would once again be getting older, which is not the greatest strategy in my opinion, but we've seen the Warriors kind of go all in, especially with the Jimmy Butler trade. And look, we thought maybe there was a possibility of them making a run last year when Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry showed what they could do together in a playoff series against the Houston Rockets. Then, of course, they get hit by injuries with Steph Curry going down. Jimmy goes down this year, and it derails the entire season. But we might not see Jimmy Butler for more than half the season next year. So there are so many question marks. And yeah, there's the pipe dreams of bringing in Giannis or maybe another superstar who could take the torch and carry it on. But as this roster is currently constructed, Charles Barkley is right.
Yeah.
This is near the end of the road. Enjoy every Steph Curry moment as we can get it.
Yeah, and finally, the one that got viral because it was personal was Draymond saying to Barkley, the goal is to not look like you in Houston. This caused a lot of reaction. Here you go, Danny.
Nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking. Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
Okay, so people are reacting because actually Barkley's first year with the Rockets, they won over 50 games and made a run in the playoffs. It was at the very end. His last 1 year was a strike-shortened season. They actually went 31-19 in that season. He must be talking about his very last year when Barkley was 36 years old. He only played in 20 games. The Rockets went 34-48. But really, his run with the Rockets wasn't that bad. So people are like, bro, you're kind of twisting it up here. In 98, they went 41-41. I mean, Barkley's stats as a Rocket, he averaged 15, 16 and 14. 1 year, he was an all-star and finished top 20 in MVP.
How many points did he average his last year in the league?
14.5.
Which is more than Draymond Green's 8.8 career average.
But Draymond tried to get a shot off.
It seemed like Draymond was just reaching for a clapback.
All right, listen. So we touched on that a little bit. We'll talk, of course, more about that as the days go on. And maybe, as Joe Lacob said, today, tomorrow, or 3 weeks. All right, after the game yesterday, Matt Chapman stood at his locker. The numbers are brutal. He's 33 years old. He's under contract for the next 4 seasons. What did he have to say about this plummeting Giants season? Next on The Sports Leader.
Water boy. Stop throwing subliminals.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, I was playing in a little bit just because, you know, they had kind of attempted a few bunts earlier in the game. So I was kind of in a semi-in position, and then he hit it hard into the ground, and my initial read was to go get the short hop, and then I kind of backpedaled because I didn't think I was going to get there, and I kind of just had my glove in the wrong spot. I thought I was going to bounce up, stayed down, and then obviously gets in the outfield and ends up costing us 2 runs. So unfortunately just a bad read, and we were kind of unable to recover after that one.
Well, dang, when Matt Chapman is out here booting fairly routine ground balls, man, that's when you know maybe time to call the season. Because if you go to his Baseball Savant page, his fielding numbers are deep red, 86th percentile in range, 85th percentile overall. I mean, he's actually usually higher than that, to tell you the truth. I wouldn't say there's a drop-off there. He still makes great plays. That was just you think there is?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a complete drop-off, but definitely the numbers have dropped off a little bit this year with his errors being higher than ever this early on in the season. And that, of course, tracks back to some of the throws across the diamond, over the head of Rafael Devers, or screaming at Casey Schmidt to catch the blanking ball.
Which we got to get into. And by the way, again, the one thing I'm going to say, the only positive hill I will die on for the Giants is that Devers is a better defensive first baseman than most casual fans say. The easy thing to say is, oh my God, he's a butcher at first. I do not think he is. And in fact, he had a great pick yesterday on a Chapman throw at a key moment. So I'm not saying he's frickin', JT Snow.
No.
But I am saying he's better than people say he is. And that's it. That's the end of the positive hills I'm dying on.
And I've seen a lot of people ask the question, why isn't Bryce playing first base?
No.
Well, from what I've seen in spring training, it's just small sample size. Devers looks like the better defensive first baseman right now, currently, than a 21-year-old Bryce Eldridge.
I mean, quietly, Devers actually has like a little hit streak going right now. Now, again, some of these are little dribblers through the
Yeah, but I'll take it. Sprayed one out yesterday.
He did. Leaves the yard. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Danny Dunn. You know when you hear 90s rejoins. And Danny Dunn is on the board there.
Early 2000s rock.
A lot of that stuff going on. And for people who want to know, our event last night went great, I think. The Italian Athletic Club was in full regalia last night. Beautiful evening in San Francisco. The honor Tony Vitello. Got to say, the Giants, for as bad as they are, 14-23. Ouch. Did I just say that? 14-23. 9 under.
Oh, it sounds worse when you say it out loud.
9 under. I'm going to digress off get me back on the event from last night, but I was listening to one of the weekend shows because I'm in the car a lot going to a youth sporting event. And I was listening to the callers, to Lasky, who I saw yesterday, by the way. Great to see Lasky.
Hey, what's up, Tree?
He's dropped a couple pounds. Says he's walking his Bernese Mountain Hounds a lot. And he said he's dropped a few. He's looking good.
What is he, training to run a marathon with young Tony?
That's right.
That's his guy.
That's right. They are guys.
Yeah, they're close.
Although Curly tells me he's quietly got a little thing with Lasky. He says they talk a lot.
Yeah, they do. But Curly ain't running half marathons.
No. If Lasky had to guess, who's more of his guy, Curly or young Tony? I don't know.
Interesting.
The way young Tony talked about Lasky in his farewell speech.
I know.
It was profound.
He praised Lasky more than he praised us.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Is Lasky working at KPIX? What's going on here?
Picks in the business.
Picks,
anyway, the point is that I remember a caller called in and goes, "It's happening right in front of our eyes, Bill." He goes, "They're 5 under." This is back when they were 5 under. He goes, "And before you know it, they're going to be 10 under. And when they're 10 under is when I'm out." And I remember thinking I was driving, and I was like, damn, that guy just brought 10 under into the play. At that point, they were 5 under. Bro, they're 9 under. So shout out the caller on Lasky from the weekend. Anyway, back to the event last night. It was a great event. The Italian Athletic Club, unbelievable location. One of the best locations in the entire city. That real estate is so freaking valuable, man. They have that big building right there on Washington Square. And I have to praise the Giants, from Larry Bear on down. They came out in full force to support Tony V. They know that this guy is up against it. His team is underperforming historically. And I mean historically. Chapman, Adames, Devers, awful. Just awful at the plate, right? And Tony V's like, yo, man, you guys told me to start these guys. How did I know that Chapman's going to go 0 for 24 or Willie Adames is going to be hitting in the 100s?
The Giants handed out all these contracts before Tony Vitello even stepped a single foot into the city of San Francisco.
So honestly, if you're looking at the pie chart of blame right now, Tony V does not get a ton of it for me. Now, I would say, he's got to get them fired up and ready to go, but right now, the blame is on those guys in the batter's box right now.
Push them up, Tony. Push them up.
Ah, very good. Very good, Mark. You know what? Give yourself some more applause there, buddy.
I'll applaud myself on that.
A little
one.
history lesson. Randy Basolo spoke extensively of the San Francisco Italian baseball connection and went all the way back to Tony Lazzari, North Beach kid from the 20s who played with Gehrig and Ruth. And he was nicknamed Push 'em Up, Poosh, Push 'em Up. My dad used to tell me this story all the time. He'd say, oh, bro, you got to talk about Push 'em Up, Tony. Because he was an Italian-American hero, and the Italian immigrants would go see him play, and they spoke in their broken English. Push him up, push him up.
Push him up, Tony.
Meaning drive in the run.
Yeah.
Drive in the run. So that was his nickname, Push him up, Tony.
It was the original station to station. Push him up, push him up.
How about the Giants are doing no pushing up there? So anyway, the event was good. Tony, we kept it off of baseball, mostly on his Italian heritage. He got a Boss at Letterman's jacket from the Italian Athletic Club. He was made a member. But the Giants came out in full force, from Ron Wotus to Zach Manazian to Bobby Evans to Dave Fleming to Larry Baer to Justin Message to on and on. I'm leaving people out.
Chase Tingler was out there.
Chase Tingler, on and on and on and on. Shane Adam, they were all there to support him. So it was a lot of support and love.
Dave Fleming was out there.
Dave Fleming. He said, Tony said, man, Southern hospitality has nothing on you guys. He goes, you guys have made me feel so welcome, man. So all that said, there was the game. And Tony did make one reference to the game at the start. He goes, I'm going to pretend that we won just for the sake of this conversation tonight. But Matt Chapman stood at his locker after that bad kick there. Because once that ball was kicked, I looked at the 18-year-old Murphy and said, here we go. And sure enough, then he makes the move to take Hauser out. Who would have thought that taking Adrian Hauser out would be one of your primary complaints of the game yesterday? Right. So, I mean, it was good to see him throw the ball well.
Yeah, that was his best outing he's had all year.
He said he made some mechanical changes.
And he looked good.
Yeah.
I mean, Gavin Sheets did tag him and put one in the bay. He
solo
squared
shots.
that up.
We'll take solo shots.
Me and Copes almost got taken out as we were standing near the right field pole because
he fouled one off right prior.
He fouled it out and almost took us out. We had to keep our head on a swivel. But yeah, outside of that, Adrian Hauser, again, one of his best outings, if not his best outing of the year.
So yesterday. Tony's pushing buttons, and when he pushes the button and gets the water in the face, it's such a tough deal.
Especially when you put in a reliever. The one thing you can't do coming out of the bullpen is walk the very first batter you face. Free 90s are going to be the death of me.
Keaton Wynn comes in, walks Laureano, and that leads eventually to the 2-out fly ball to right where Jesus Rodriguez, who should he have been playing right field in a park like this, and he makes a good effort, but it clanks off his glove, and that's everything wrong with the Giants. So Matt Chapman stands at his log. He's 0 for 24. And we got a lot going on here statistically. Between Josh Dubois and a Twitter account called Coast to Coast Baseball, we can give you any number of stats. Fewest runs scored through 37 games in Giants history, 111 in 1985, 115 in 2026. Second only to the 100 loss team. Lowest OPS for a Giants position player in the team's first 37 games. Patrick Bailey's 396, third worst in Giants history. Willie Adames, his last 20 games, hitting 146 with 32 strikeouts in 82 at-bats. Whoa. Matt Chapman, 23 strikeouts in his last 75 at-bats, hitting 187. Combined, the two of them have struck out 55 times in the last 157 at-bats. That's right. So Matt Chapman standing at his locker. Cut cue, Danny, about this offense and how surprised he is.
I definitely would not have predicted that, especially, we had a great spring training. Obviously, spring doesn't mean too much, but we had a lot of good energy. And guys were swinging the bats well. And we got off to a rough start. And obviously, it's probably worse than a rough start. Last in the major leagues in a lot of offensive categories. Did not see that coming, but besides a couple guys, nobody's really gotten it going as a collective. We really haven't got it going. So I think the good news is, there's a lot of upside in this lineup, and maybe it's going to be one of those things where we're all cold at the same time and we all get hot at the same time, and we're looking at a lot different situation in a month here. But only time will tell. But I think, like I said, there's a lot of talent in this room, and we still believe in each other, and there's a lot of fight left. So, and obviously a lot of season left. So I think we have everything it takes to turn it around. It's just a matter of how we're going to do that.
Okay, you buying what he's selling there? A lot of that was hope is a strategy. He goes, we've all been cold at the same time. Maybe we'll all get hot at the same time. I mean, now listen, I give him credit for standing there and doing it. He's trying to be the leader there. He's trying to say, we got a lot of season left. I don't know why this is happening. We think we can do it. Give us time. I mean, it's important that he says this stuff just for the locker room needs to hear it and all that stuff. But there's a lot of hope, wishing and hoping. Give me a little wishing and hoping. Who's that? Dusty Springfield, Danny? Yeah. Anyway, your thoughts to his comments?
Look, I want to sit here and nod my head and say that I agree with Matt Chapman, because we know inside the baseball world, when you play 162 games, these guys are going big picture. They're going to rely on the stats that they have on the back of their baseball cards. It's exactly what Pablo Sandoval told us yesterday about how he's not concerned about Willie Adames. He's not concerned about Matt Chapman or Rafael Devers. Well, I can tell you, nearly 40 games in, we're 37 games in, we're approaching that first quarter mark. And all the stats you just named, this is looking like one of the worst offenses in Giants history. And I agree with Matt Chapman. I'm one of these bozos that actually kind of said this would be a good lineup coming into the season. Now, I did not expect the Giants to lead the National League or Major League Baseball in home runs hit this year, but I did not expect this offense to be this pathetic with Rafael Devers, with Willie Adames, with Matt Chapman, with Jung-Hoo Lee, with Elliot Ramos, who was just an all-star a couple years ago. On paper, they should be better than their performance. But I've said this 1,000 times, it feels like this season. These games are not played on paper, and something's not working. And that's why they made the moves to bring up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. I don't know if that's enough to save this offense, but it's simple. These guys, specifically these veterans that you're tied to for the next 3, 4, 5 years down the road, have to show up and they have to perform if this Giants roster wants to have any success this season, next season, or anywhere in the near future.
So since they called those guys up, they're 1-2, 3 runs on Monday, 5 runs on Tuesday in a loss, and then 1 run yesterday. Eldridge, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Rodriguez is hitting, bro. Dude, what do you give me for Jesus Rodriguez as Dan Susak? I mean, these two guys, honestly, as one of the Giants party said to me last night at the IAC as we stood on the veranda gazing out on Washington Square, he said, we got 3 hits today, and 2 of them came from a guy who wasn't on the team 3 days ago.
Yep.
I mean, that's how bad it is right now.
And that's why he was out in right field.
Yeah, no, you got to put him somewhere. And I mean, the one thing Tony said that I'll give him, because we first guessed that right field assignment, we were like, you called it. You're like, shouldn't he be in left? And, would Ramos have caught the ball? I don't know.
Maybe.
But it's a tough. And the only thing Tony said that made sense was he said, he goes, you know what? There has to be, he goes, he's going to play, and he has to play somewhere, and there has to be a day one for everything. I'm like, well, that's mathematically true. There has to be a day one for everything.
Day one in right field at Oracle Park is not an easy assignment.
I know, but so where do we play him?
I mean, me personally, I would have put him in left and had Elliot Ramos in right. We've seen Elliot Ramos in right before, so at least he has that experience.
Yeah. I think you're right.
And as much as everybody rips Elliot Ramos defensively, I think he's a little bit more athletic than what I've seen so far from Jesus Rodriguez, so maybe he covers a little bit more ground.
Rodriguez kind of closed on that nicely. Rodriguez steals bags and just...
I mean, he had a chance to hit off his glove.
I think what you said earlier, too, they had him shaded heavy towards Triple's alley.
Yeah, he was protecting that alley, but it's because it's essentially you need another center fielder to play right field in this ballpark, and Jesus Rodriguez is not profiled as a center fielder.
I said, what about Jung-Hoo Lee in right, Ramos in center, Rodriguez in left? And somebody said, no, you don't want Ramos in center.
Yeah, we've seen that experiment before.
I mean, guys, just look at, just get to the plain facts here. Runs scored, dead last. Walks, dead last. Stolen bases, dead last. Home runs, dead last. Those are, I mean, come on, man. Runs, walks, steals, and homers, bro. Come on.
It feels like those are important stats to winning baseball games.
I just can't get over the non-competitive at-bats. I told you guys this earlier in the show. When Jung-Hoo Lee got to a 3-1 count and later in the game, dude, I was like aroused. I was excited. I couldn't believe. I said, does the Chiron operator at NBC Sports Radio even know how to hit a 3? They don't get to 3. I haven't done the numbers, but not too many guys get the 3-ball counts with these guys.
Most guys are looking for the G spot. Giant scoreboard operators looking for the 3 spot.
Oh my God. And on the very next pitch, he flew out to center field. So feel free to not swing at those high fastballs too, guys, that they all swing through. Feel free to spit on those and draw a walk. So I can't get over the non-competitive at-bats. It's insane. So again, is that Tony? Is that the new hitting coaches? Is that what Matt Chapman said, everybody being ice cold all at once? Well,
it's funny, real quick thought, because I've heard people mention the hitting coaches and bring up the lack of success this year, bringing Hunter Mintz over from the Toronto Blue Jays. Guess what? Last year, we complained about Pat the Bat.
Yes, that's
the
right.
year before, we complained about Justin Veely.
That's true.
It's been 3 straight years where we've been complaining about the hitting coaches. At some point, the hitters, the ones who are actually stepping into the box, they need to produce.
That is very true that because I remember having to say all summer last summer, Pat's a friend. We like him. It's hard to criticize him because we've gotten too close to him and all that stuff. But he was getting killed last year.
Yes, he was.
And now look.
And JV the year before that.
Yeah, man. Oh, my God. So, Matt Chapman's saying he's doing a little wishing and hoping here, guys. So we're going to talk about all this with Zach Manazian at 7:30 on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. It sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Offense is obviously the one that we're all pointing to, and rightfully so. The biggest thing for me, and I've been saying it for a while now, it feels like our guys are trying to go get everything back in one swing or one at bat. And I'm just a firm believer that you really just have to compartmentalize and try your best to chip away. And hopefully that's a place that we're going to get. And look, in all reality, we're going to need our veteran players that hit in the middle of our order to help lead us out of this. I mean, we're going to have them be productive for us to get out of this funk that we're in.
Buster Posey talking to NBC Sports Bay Area, and man, oh man, he said that on the Monday when he called up the two kids, Jesus Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge. As it turns out, Jesus is the guy who's swimming. Bryce is still struggling a little bit here. 3 strikeouts yesterday. And the Giants win on Monday night, lose the next 2. Now, big picture, they're 3-3 against the Padres this year and 6. That's pretty good because I'm looking at the Giants post-game notes. Dating back to 2022, the Giants are 23-41 against the Drays, dude. 18 under. The only team that's owning them more is the Dodgers, who they're 21 under too.
Which is crazy as we're sitting here looking at this 13-24 record. The Giants have a winning record against the NL West this year, winning series against both the Padres and the Dodgers.
Incredible. By the way, just a little note. We had asked how many guys do go from catcher to right field in back-to-back games, and the Giants produced a sport radar, according to the Giants post-game notes. Tom Haller, 1963. Are we going to be doing this date in Giants history with Tom Haller? Danny Dunn today? What do you think?
I don't know about today.
All right.
Scare some up for next week.
Future Giant GM Tom Haller, who traded for Dwayne Kuiper.
Ooh.
And that's when Kuiper tried to tell him, remember that the knee, he told the whole story about when he tried to deliberately screw up his knee.
He tried to fail the physical,
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, Devers quietly 7-game hit streak.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Start stringing them together, Ralphie.
All right. First homer in 23 games yesterday. All right. Listen, we're going to get to Zach Manazian on time, but I want to get some of the texts out there because you guys have been sending in a ton on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So what are you guys saying? 319 says, I'm an it's a long season, be patient type of guy. But when the season is going this bad, seasons get a lot shorter. If the boys don't turn this around soon, it's who's getting traded time. We need to talk about that. Matt Chapman has a full no-trade clause. I haven't looked into Adames and Devers. Now, a full no-trade clause can be waived if the player accepts it. So I don't know if the Giants have a, so the thing is you trade Chapman and you give Schmidt third base full time, But A, who's going to want him, B, and B, you're going to have to eat that money. No team's going to be like, oh, yeah, give me the rest of that contract.
Yeah.
The team's going to say, like, okay, you're eating 80% of that contract every year for the next 4 years, right?
And I hate even going down this road as we are not even 40 games into the season. The trade deadline is still quite a ways away, but it's going to be hard for me to imagine anybody who would want to acquire those contracts, to your point, of a Devers and a Adames or a Matt Chapman. I think it's more realistic if this team continues to struggle. We're talking about potentially trading away guys like Luis Ariz or even maybe Robbie Ray, as they both have expiring contracts this year.
Yeah, the guys you want, right? The guys with value.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Yeah. Now, the thing is, like, the big macro, and maybe we'll ask Manazian about this, is the decision to, take on the Devers contract, which seemed good. But by doing that, you're blocking Bryce Eldridge, right? And remember, last June, we all said, well, that's okay. We'll figure it out, right? We'll figure it. Maybe he can play outfield. Maybe he'll DH. Let's just have two really good hitters. Well, Devers' struggles now look bad. And then the other thing is when you extended Matt Chapman through 2030, quote, you're blocking Casey Schmidt. Now, until this last month or so, most people thought Casey Schmidt was not a viable Major League Baseball player. So I think most people said, yes, go get Matt Chapman because I can't trust Schmidt at third base. So right now it looks like you could go San Jose Sharks, blow it up. If you in an alternate universe, you let Bryce come up and struggle, just go through it like Matt Williams. You let Casey Schmidt come up and struggle, and you just build San Jose Sharks style. I mean, that's one way. They've just never done that. That's never been their philosophy. They've always said, we want to be competitive. And look how it's paying off, by the way, at the gate. They're still drawing well.
I just saw a stat the other day. I think I saw it yesterday on social media, on Twitter, that the Giants are still top 7 in Major League Baseball this year in tickets sold. Like I talked about the crowd out there on Tuesday night and even Wednesday for a day game. Giants fans are packing the ballpark. They just want to see some blanking wins.
Yeah.
And if they continue to lose, then they're not going to sell tickets like they're selling right now.
408 says, and this is the one here, maybe Casey Schmidt should tell Matt Chapman, hit the effing ball.
Is this karma from the baseball gods?
Oh, man. 925 with a very negative Bryce Eldridge tweet that I'm not going to read because I don't want to get that out there. 925 says, I haven't heard anybody bring up the curse of Bob Melvin. Okay, all right. 707 said, hey, at least Adames wore an orange sleeve instead of that purple crap. 281 said
it's something.
831 says it went from the beef of the lineup to a watery canned soup of the lineup. All right, there you go. 408 says fully guaranteed contracts should be out of sports. 50% of all contracts should be incentive based. These players getting paid like this to put up these performances is criminal. Well, Major League Baseball Players Union is the strongest union in the world, so you're not going to get that out. Speaking of which, lockout anyone?
Oh,
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they can't lose 81 games next year if they're locked out.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking at the clock here, guys. I think Marcus has a little Thursday harbinger for us, and then Zach Manazian.
Well, Murph, you know that Thursday is a baby Friday, and we start sniffing the weekend, and we're going to sniff the weekend with our Surfside Bay Area sports calendar because the Giants have an off day today, but they're back in your lives on Friday, taking on the Buccos. The Pittsburgh Pirates are in town Friday night, first pitch 7:15, Saturday, first pitch 6:05, and Sunday on Mother's Day, 1:05 first pitch, and that is your Bay Area sports calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants.
Giants general manager Zach Manazian, executive show next on The Sports Leader. Hey, let's talk about Provident Credit Union helping to grow your money. That sounds like a pretty good idea, doesn't it? Provident Credit Union right here in the Bay Area, local financial institution. I've had my mortgage with Provident for 15 years. They're such good people, and they also want to grow your savings. And the pick a term certificate is what you do. That's where you pick a timeline that fits you. So what if you want to grow some money for 3 months and get it back, 6 months and get it back, or a year and get it back, and earn up to 3.50% annual percentage yield while you're saving? It's flexible, it's easy, and it just makes sense. So learn more at providentcu.org. Learn about these pick-a-term certificates, or you can stop by a local community branch. Say hey, and step up your savings game. This rate is effective May 5th, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer. Start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the Orange and Black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants General Manager Zach Manazian on The Sports Leader.
It is our executive show. We rotate Buster Posey, Tony Vitello, and our next guest, General Manager Zach Manazian, on Thursdays at 7:30. It's sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. We just saw him last night on the UMA guest line. General Manager Zach Manazian. Let's start, before we start talking about all the unpleasant baseball stuff, let's start with the pleasant social evening we all had last night, Zach. It was great to see you meet your lovely wife and see the whole Giants family come out to support the little Q&A we had with Tony Vitello at the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club. Gorgeous spot. The Giants came strong to support him. I was impressed, Zach. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Zach.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Yeah, it was a great event. I've got the good quarter of me is Italian, so it's extra special for me to go to the Italian Athletic Club, and was a good event for Tony. Maybe partially therapeutic for Tony to just get such a warm welcome, and Murph did a great job, and we were happy to be there to support him. And for me, selfishly, it's about a 5-minute walk from where I live, so it was really easy to show up and have a couple adult beverages as well.
Yeah, it was good. Staying on this for just a second, what you said is kind of true about therapeutic. I mean, there's no data or analysis for this, but I think we're going to look back on this year, no matter what happens through the rest of this year, and by next spring, we're going to say, man, Tony, aren't you glad to have the first year out of the way? Because, everything's new for him. Every trip to Camden Yards, everything he's doing is new. And I wonder if, we just need, and this is, again, not the focus of the conversation, but just real quick about, getting him comfortable. Don't freak out about every single pitch. Let your hair down a little bit. Do you guys kind of want to see that happen?
Yeah, I think, look, Tony's a big boy. I don't think he necessarily needs me or Buster or anyone else tell him how to handle himself. I think it's just something special about this city that I felt that you don't really know when you're not here. And it's just how supportive people really can be. Obviously during the good times, but also during the times when things aren't going the way that you want them to go. And look, it's one of the reasons that I take all of this so personally is kind of what it's meant to me to come here. And I feel perfectly comfortable saying everything in my life got better just by coming here and how things changed. And you want to give back and do the best you can. And Tony feels that too. And I think to see, a group of people kind of stand up and clap for you and feel that type of support, I don't know if you necessarily feel like you have weight on your shoulders as much as you feel like you have weight behind you, pushing you forward. And just continuing to tell you, just keep going, keep working hard, keep pushing, doing the things you believe in. And you do things the right way, eventually wins will follow.
Yeah, Zach, that's something that stood out for me too last night. Tony Vitello talking about the support he's gotten from the city of San Francisco and from this Giants fan base, but he also talked about wanting to reward this fan base with more wins. And you can sense a bit of frustration with the lack of success early on this season. But I got to ask you, from a front office perspective, you and Buster put together this roster. How frustrating has it been for you guys to see this team underperform so far this season?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, it's early and we have time and look, some of that may be true, but it's tough. It's tough for me personally to lose a game. I all the times my mom told me don't be a sore loser. I don't know if those things rang true. So yeah, it can be frustrating. You try and look at the big picture. We try to look at trends. We try and look at things under the hood to see maybe what's not happening that should be happening that will turn. And even with us seeing some of those things, it's still that time has come where we need to start playing better baseball. So it certainly can be frustrating. You try and keep a level head. We try and do everything we can do at this point in our control to make improvements and make changes, hence the moves of Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. And once that game starts, we're a spectator.
Talking to Zach Manazian. We do it every 3 or every 4 weeks on our executive show here on the UMA guest line. Okay, so there's a lot of things to talk about. Let's talk about walks because there's a competitiveness to the at-bats that's missing. 2025, just last year, you're the GM. Giants are 6th in Major League Baseball. 30 teams. You're 6th in Major League Baseball with walks. This year, you're dead last by a mile. What changed?
Yeah, it's a good question. I wish I had the perfect answer. I think as we look now at some of our 3-ball counts, full counts, there has been decidedly more chase, than what we've seen really in any other year. And some of this may come back to Tony's talked about guys trying to do too much. And, the idea of swinging the bat to get out of a slump. I'm a big believer. I feel like every time a player is hot and you go to him and say, what is it? What have you changed? The most common answer I hear is, man, I'm just seeing the ball well. And maybe just getting back to that and just focus on seeing the ball as opposed to, I got to drive this ball in the gap. I got to hit a homer. Maybe that'll lead to some walks as well. So, I do think the aggressiveness comes from a place of maybe trying to create, and Tony's talked about it a little bit as well, just the try too hard. So, but the messaging I think is there. It's that not, I haven't heard the messaging be, hey, let's go up there, swing the bat, attack early. It's different from pitcher to pitcher. But it's something obviously we continue to talk about, and I think some of the hitters that maybe drove that walk rate last year, just with the starts that I'm sure they're not happy with, those guys haven't walked, and I think hopefully they get out of this funk and we start to see the walk rate rise with the overall offensive production.
Zach, it's starting to feel like Rafael Devers is starting to see the ball a little bit better. Had a home run yesterday and is currently on a 7-game hit streak, but he has still not lived up to that Rafael Devers standard, the back of the baseball card that we've seen from him over the last decade. So have there been any trends or maybe analytics that have stood out to you as a red flag? There's been a lot of talk on the drop of bat speed in the zone, but also vice versa, the same question. Have you seen any metrics over the last 7 games that would suggest that he is starting to turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, I think the impact, when we look at the exit velocity, the impact is still there. I mean, I think the thing, it's not particular to Rafi only. The fastball miss is something we've talked about as a group collectively. We need to get better at, and that's something that we can try to simulate as much as possible. When you're outside of those white lines, with things like whether it's drill packages or our traject machine, which basically simulates exactly what you're going to see on the field. So you keep working at it, encouraged with how the past 3, 4, 5 days have looked for him. Kind of lean on the impact there and hope that's there, and we start to see the part of Rafi that we know he can give us.
Zach Manazian is a voice you hear. Giants have a tough one yesterday. 1-1 game in the 7th inning turns. They lose 5-1. Off today. They bring the Pirates in tomorrow. They're 14-23, 9 games under. A lot of focus is on the 3 veterans in the middle of the lineup. Rafael Devers, as Marcus just mentioned, Matt Chapman, and Willie Adames. You know the numbers. I don't have to repeat them. We've said them every morning. It's really, really bad for all 3. They're all tied up to long-term contracts. Is there in the front office a sense of, well, regret wouldn't be one word, but panic or feeling trapped by these long-term contracts for these veterans who are drastically underperforming?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think something that I look to with these 3 is, look, I don't want to sit here and say players aren't allowed to struggle. We'll see where those guys are at the end of 162 games, but with those 3, I believe in the people, the work ethic. I don't think this is a situation where, and we've seen it. We know these stories of players who get long-term deals and just kind of quit on you, and they don't take care of themselves. There's a lack of care. I mean, I think all of these guys care immensely, So to see them struggle, I wouldn't make it any more than, look, we're 37 games and they haven't gone as well as they usually do. But to sit here and say, hey, we don't know what the next 5-6 years look like, I think that's premature. And the other part for the organization, regardless of who's on our major league team, and it's something I've really tried to stress, with Michael Holmes, Joe Salermo, Kyle Haynes, Randy Wynn, regardless of who's on the major league team, where we're at in the standings, what we project to be, it's very important for us to continue to build our minor league system. I don't care where we're at. It's not, we have a good team, it's okay to have a bad system. No, we need to find young players. We need to develop young players. So regardless of who's on the big league team and what the outlook is, I want us in the front office, I want our fans to be excited about there's always more players coming.
Zach, circling back to your decision to call up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, it came on the heels of the 6-game losing streak on the road trip. Some fans have viewed it as a desperation move to help save this offense. And I know we've talked to both you and Buster Posey about not wanting to put that added layer of expectation and pressure on a guy like Bryce Eldridge to be a savior of this offense. So what would you say about the timing of calling up both Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez to get those bats in the lineup?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're correct in saying it's a way to try to save the offense. There's zero doubt, zero debate. That's why these 2 were brought to try and see if we could spark the offense. Is it entirely fair to put it all on 1 or 2 guys? No, not necessarily. I talked to Jesus. I actually was flying back the day we called them up, so I haven't even seen Bryce yet, but I did see Jesus for a quick minute. I know Buster talked to him. I'm sure Buster talked to Bryce, and the message to those guys is just do what you do. And there's other players that I do think have performed relatively well offensively, and hopefully those guys keep going as well. And we can kind of scratch and crawl our way back into this thing. But yeah, those two, hopefully they just stay within themselves. Just try to have good at bats, and the results will follow, as opposed to I got to hit 2 homers today to carry the offense, because that's a heavy load for anyone to take. And look, if I were to guess, I think our big three are probably putting that on themselves, and hopefully we can kind of shrink the goals to, I got today. What's my goal today? Good at bat, hard hit ball, get on base, whatever it may be. And, because we can't get back to 500 tomorrow. We're going to have to shrink those goals, and it's cliche, but it really is going to be one day at a time, win a ball game. We wake up the next day, got to try and do the same thing.
Zach, when you guys look at this team, macro, and I know you guys, you're talking about it, you're trying to solve it. I know there were 2 blown saves in Philly. Those were brutal, and we can talk about those. We can do a whole show on those. But if I have my stats correct, as a team, you guys are just fine in terms of blown saves. You guys are like in the middle of the pack. That doesn't seem to be the pressing problem. Yeah, we can nitpick the bullpen for sure. Starters, we can talk about Logan Webb or this or that. Are you guys looking at this and seeing that it's offense, 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 and in conclusion, offense? Is that the macro picture? Because that's what it looks like to us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, look, when you're 30th in any one particular category, it's tough to overcome. Now, look, I think Matt Chapman had a great comment after the game yesterday about these are guys who have had good careers, and he's got a lot of confidence in this group, and look, we believe in these players that we've signed and we've invested in. But look, I think, micro, yeah, of course, there's all these little things, I think, away from the offense that you always want to get better. You want to get better at. So, is it completely fair for me to say, yes, it's the offense? Maybe not, but I think when we really just try and simplify things, it's at some point, I think everybody knows if we're 30th in runs scored at the end of the season, it ain't going to work. So yeah, scoring more runs, I think, would be paramount to us winning more games.
Zach, we have seen you guys get a little bit more production offensively behind home plate recently. We've seen Jesus Rodriguez 2 games earlier this week. Daniel Suzak is doing a rehab assignment in Sacramento, which leads me to my question about Patrick Bailey, because we all know what he brings to this team defensively behind home plate. But now, since Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Suzak could be in the picture, do you guys factor in the overall offensive struggles as a team when it comes to playing a defensive first catcher like Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, a little bit. I think that's kind of where we're at when we're struggling to find offense, is you try to spark it any way you can. And for someone like Patty, who's just a absolute elite defender, that does come into play. Now, we're fortunate with someone like Jesus that he can move around the field. He can play the outfield, he can play the infield, so if it's a matter of getting into his bat in the lineup, we can certainly try to do that and still have Patty's defense behind the plate. So, but it's obviously situation we'll just monitor day by day, and hopefully that offense gets sparked, and we all feel really comfortable with Patty back there handling the pitching staff, and then you have 2 other players right there who are pretty exciting young players with bright futures.
I just asked about the offense, Zach, but that said, we can talk about the bullpen, because those 2 games in Philly were devastating, and in some ways still are feeling their effects. So is it fair to criticize you guys, because this was a talking point in February and March? how are you going into the season without a closer? How are you going into the season? You guys said, hey, you gave us various answers like Ryan Walker, we believe in him, or we're going to figure it out. Are you guys now looking like, wow, we did not achieve our goal of going into the season with a lockdown closer?
Well, look, at 14-23, I think it's fair to criticize us on just about anything. I would not push back. And look, I think it's important to welcome the criticism. So I think overall, as a bullpen, they've done a really solid job. There's been some tough losses. I think as far as going into the season and being able to say on opening day, we're going to have a big name lockdown closer. We never even really stated that as a goal. I think we knew going in that we were going to have a group and kind of crossing our fingers that somebody would step up. I think we've seen that happen with other teams, with other successful teams, and felt that we could do that. And I still think it's trending to that. Now, I talked about this publicly a couple of times, is sometimes to get to that, you've got to go through some painful losses, and that's difficult. There's no way around it. But I do think that we have seen Caleb Killian, Keaton Wynn, guys like this show that they potentially are capable to do that and to step in and be closer type guys. So it's kind of always evolving. I do think and sense that Tony's in a place where he'd really like to say this is the guy, and he might be there. I don't want to speak for him, but I do believe having the defined roles is certainly helpful, and we have seen some guys pitch well, and hopefully we're at that point, or we're close to that point where everyone in that stadium, it's helpful when they know who's coming in the ninth inning. We know that, and I think we have a couple of guys that can fill that role nicely.
Few more minutes here with Zach Manazian on the UMA Guest Line on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join rcu.org. And Zach, with all this talk about what's going wrong, I did want to bring up something that's going right with you guys right now. Despite the fact that he has not been in the lineup the last couple of days, Luis Arraez is looking like one hell of a signing this offseason, what he's doing offensively, but also defensively. Now, my question would be, you guys signed him to a one-year deal this offseason. Has there been any conversations about a possible Luis Arraez contract extension?
Yeah, no, we're not there at this point. I think the focus is just on just playing better baseball. He's been great. It's just been a joy to get to know him and see how he goes about his business off the field as well. He's got leadership ability. He is a super competitor. There is no fear out there on the field. He's just been awesome. So much credit to our coaching staff working with him on his defense, but the person who deserves the most credit is Luis himself, because he's getting out there, he's working at it, he wants to get better, and it's something that he takes very seriously. I think he took it somewhat personally. People don't think I can play defense, and he can. So really happy for him. Hope he can keep it going. And because I think all of us, when we looked at the end of the season, if we had Luis Arraez playing this well with the expectation of what the rest of our group could do, it actually would be a pretty productive offense. So hopefully we get there. But Luis has been great.
This is sort of a tough one for you, Zach, but this is, the price of doing business here, and that is your third base coach is under heavy scrutiny from the fans. Fans are among the many things that they are mad at. It's Hector Borg, and there's been a couple of high-profile things in Philadelphia. Just what can you tell the fans about, why you guys put him there? He didn't have any experience. How long you plan on going with him? And, I don't know if that was Tony and Buster's decision or yours or whatever. Just what can you tell us about that and his rough start?
Yeah, well, it's a group decision, and with Hector in particular, some of the coaching staff and you can review it and see the staff that came from our minor league system are obviously people that we're going to be much more familiar with than Tony, but collective decision and for Borgie in particular, he's coached plenty of third base. He hadn't done it at the major league level, which I understand is a different animal, but I wouldn't say that he doesn't have experience. Super energetic, super hard worker, preparation before the game, all the different things you look at, those things are all there. But that spot is a pressure cooker, and it's almost like a field goal kicker or a driver. You tend to only notice the ones who struggle, and it can get really loud when they do. And so I understand that it has gotten to that point where it is loud because of a couple plays here or there, and Borgie continue to work, and I'll sit with him periodically and ask questions. We sat together, I don't know, 10, 12 days ago and just had lunch and talked about coaching third. So, we're fortunate to have Ron Wotus around and Wo can help him. Wash is coach third. Wash can help him, but it's like everything else. We monitor these things and there's going to be adjustments in season as far as, okay, like, hey, I think you should adjust here. You should adjust here. Things we need to improve upon. So trying to evaluate everything. But I would say this is someone who he's been a lifelong Giant. He played in the system. He coached in the system. He's held a lot of different roles. He's very well experienced. And it is the type of person, you want on your side. So, we'll continue to go through it, but yeah, I mean, that role in and of itself it's just a difficult role that's going to draw a lot of attention. So, and some of it you got to drown out and keep pushing forward, and other things, you look at hardly with him and, hey, what do we got here? How do we change this? And try and keep pushing forward.
Appreciate all the time, Zach. After all this, do you want to go back and have a big glass of red wine at the club now? You want
No, trust me. This is this part. I don't know about it. It's just tough. When the ninth inning ends and we're behind. That's the tough part, and hopefully that changes
tomorrow
for all of us Giants fans, especially.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Yeah,
that's it. Win the first inning. See what happens from there. I mean, man, oh man. So tomorrow night, the Pirates come into town. Zach Manazian will be watching the first inning and see what happens. So I know it's no fun. Nobody wants to be 9 under. So we don't want it. You don't want it, and we appreciate you spending time with us. And again, like I said, don't be afraid to have that wine it's 8 a.m. All right, Zach. So, and hey, say hello to your lovely wife and child, and we appreciate you coming on. Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
I'll do that. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Zach Manazian, long extended conversation. We can react next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
That was Giants GM Zach Manazian talking about the early season struggles for this Giants lineup. But it sounds like he still has hope that this team can turn it around. 808 KNBR Giants fans, how are you feeling about this lineup? Are you feeling hopeful after seeing Rafael Devers leave the ballpark yesterday? 808 KNBR, or shoot us a text, or check in on YouTube or on Twitch.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back. Yes, I was looking at Danny Dunn there. Sorry, guys. Good morning, everybody. The Murph and Marcus Show. It is, of course, we are coming off the big, long conversation with Zach Manazian. We're kind of reacting to that out in the hallway. We reacted with you guys at 808 KNBR. You, of course, are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Listen, we saw Zach last night at the event at the Italian Athletic Club, which was great. And as we said, maybe Tony let his hair down a little bit and got welcomed warmly.
Yeah.
There was no heckling. This was not a Philadelphia, yo, man, you lost today. You suck. San Francisco was very welcoming to him last night.
Nobody was throwing tomatoes at the stage.
No, we were having tomatoes with our squid ink pasta. Is what we were having.
That was some great squid ink pasta.
And with the shrimp, too. Yeah. Anyway, so we had a nice night, and then Zach, it's funny, you socialize with a guy one night, then you got to grill him the next morning. It's kind of it's kind of the deal here. But I mean, listen, your reaction to Zach, a lot of people saying that he sounded maybe less energetic than usual. Of course, he didn't want to come on and blow sunshine. A lot of people are upset because they say, they keep saying, well, we're thinking the guys are going to turn it around, that there's no real concrete plan. But the fact of the matter is, and I asked him about these long-term contracts, these are the guys, Devers, Adames, and Chapman. And they don't even have to be great. We're not asking them to have MVP seasons. We're just asking them not to be among the worst players in all of baseball.
I'm just asking them to be the numbers that are on the back of their baseball cards.
Yeah.
Just be the standard, because that's the reason why the Giants rewarded these guys with contracts. And they are not living up to the standard right now, which is why the offense is so bad 1 through 9. Really, the focus is on those big three that Zach Manazian was talking about. And I get it. From his perspective, there's got to be a lot of hope. There's got to be a lot of finger crossing that these guys will eventually turn it around. Because if you're not, you're screwed and your season's over, because you need those guys to produce. And so far, in the first 37 games of the season, they're not producing like they should be.
I'm just trying to think about how it changes tomorrow. It starts with, and I asked him this question about the walks, and he said, we get to 3-ball counts. And dude, I know we moved on to the next question. While we were sitting there, I don't know if you saw me on my phone, bro, I went through every single at-bat yesterday. Marcus, the Waterboy, Boucher, Danny, Dangerous Dan Dunn. Do you know how many 3-ball counts the Giants had in yesterday's game? I'll answer it. 1.
Yes.
1 hitter.
Jung Hoo 3.
I told you guys I got aroused when he got to a 3-1 count. And I didn't know until I went through. Dude, go do yourself a favor. Go to the MLB. Well, actually, don't. Thank you. I was aroused. Don't do yourself a favor. Go to the MLB Game Day app and go through every at-bat. Bro, they were over quick. It was quick and dirty.
Bro.
Very few competitive at-bat. Very few. And that, like, how, what? Yo, dig into the box. I told you, Marty Lurie, man. I'm on the frickin' A's beat in 99, 2000. And Marty sits next to me in the box. He goes, you go to spring training. They do it. Then you get to the regular season. Every at-bat is a Pac-10 football game. That's how long ago it was the Pac-10. It wasn't the Pac-12. He goes, I said, what? I was like confused by that. And he's like, it's a war. And I was like, sorry, Marty, I didn't pick up on that. But, dude, every at-bat, when you get in the box, bro, and you get in the box, and if you're a regular player, you get in the box 500 times, 600 times, you got to go to war 500 times, 600 times when you're a starting pitcher. That's why they only pitch every 5 days, because they have 100 pitches, and every pitch is a freaking war.
Yep.
The Giants are not going to war when they're getting in the box.
And they are consistently losing battles every time they step in the box. And they lost the war yesterday to a dude named Matt Waldron, who had an ERA that was nearly in the 10s. You can't step on the mound with a 9.8 ERA and strike out the Giants 7 times and absolutely shove it down their throats.
That's a factor we haven't even gotten into today, which was the Padres were giving them the bottom of the barrel. The starter, and I mean, an opener And then Waldron, who's their worst.
Waldron.
And
Where's Waldo? Where's Waldron? Where the hell is the offense in this lineup?
Mowed them down, too.
Dude.
408 says, hey, if you can't hit a four-seam fastball, you ain't getting 3 balls. So we are in a situation where every staff in baseball knows I don't have to nibble with these guys. Mm-mm. I can attack these guys.
Yeah, and they should.
And they're executing on those game plans.
Uh-huh.
I still see, it's a fair text, 408. I agree with you to a point. I still see them sometimes consistently swinging at fastballs high in the zone that are going to be balls. Jung Hoo Lee was up the other day, and he's the only guy who got to a 3-ball count, and I was yelling at the TV. My kids were mad at me. They're like, he's not the problem. I'm like, he just swung at a pitch that was not Ted Williams told you, get a good pitch to hit. Rogers Hornsby told Ted Williams. Ted Williams put it in a book, The Science of Hitting. The number one rule of hitting is get a good pitch to hit. He has his little heat chart, right? You've all seen it, right? And if you're swinging at pitches that aren't good pitches to hit, you're not going to get a hit. Now, the answer, the cynic would say, well, the Giants are swinging at those hot red zones and missing.
Yeah.
So what is it? I mean, are they just not hitting the good pitches, or are they not getting a good pitch to hit, or are they not competing, or a combination of all of the above?
I was going to say, at this point, it feels like D, all the above. Everything and anything is going wrong in the box right now for the Giants.
My God. So to me, non-competitive at bats is a huge problem. There's no grind. They're not spoiling pitches. They're not. So they're going to show up tomorrow and wave a wand and all of a sudden be competitive in the box?
No, and I don't think so. And look, if you're a team that's not going to live and die by the long ball, then you do have to work the count. Then you do have to find a way to manufacture runs. I mean, look at the Tampa Bay Rays who just swept the Giants this past weekend, laying down bunts, drawing walks, stealing bags. Like, that's the style of baseball that maybe you should be playing, but right now the Giants are not playing any good style of baseball. Their style of baseball right now is just bad baseball, and it starts going downhill when you have the offensive struggles. Then you have your platinum glover over at third base making errors. Jesus Rodriguez probably should have caught that ball in right field. Adrian Hauser has his best start of the year, but none of that matters because nothing is adding up right now for this Giants team.
All right, here's the deal. 808 KMBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. There's a ton of texts to get to. You guys can call and vent at 808 KMBR. The Giants are off today. We'll all enjoy the Giants being off today. They bring in the Pirates tomorrow night. I haven't even looked at the pitching matchups. Have you? They're not getting Skeens. How about that, by the way?
They are able to avoid Paul Skeens.
And at this point, though, you can't hit Matt Waldron. Bring on Paul Skeens, dude.
I was joking about it at the game yesterday. I was like, damn, if this offense is going to struggle, at least struggle against Paul Skeens. At least give me a Paul Skeens appearance at the ballpark for me to enjoy just as a pitcher and a lover of baseball. But no, they're able to avoid Paul Skeens. They're not going to get Bubba Chandler, their top pitching prospect, too. So, I don't know, a bit of a soft landing, but the Giants lineup looks like a soft landing for any pitcher right now.
Right now, it's MLB app has nobody. The Fangraphs, which I don't know.
Oh, I bet you nobody's going to have a good outing against the Giants.
Fangraphs has Bubba Chandler going Sunday.
So, interesting. Yeah, he threw on Tuesday, so I guess he's got a chance to throw on Mother's Day.
How good is he?
My bad. I put my foot in the mouth. I mean, he's kind of like their mini Skeens. He sits 98, 99 miles per hour. So if you're struggling with high fastballs, get ready for a Mother's Day mouthful.
According to Fangraphs, Giants are going Robbie Ray Friday night in the orange. Right? What do they wear on Friday?
Yeah,
orange?
It's an Orange Friday. Shout out Young Tony.
Why don't you just wear your freaking uniforms? Which I mentioned to Larry Bear last night in front of the crowd.
Yeah, you did get a riffing.
I think Larry was a little miffed.
Yeah.
Saturday, Landon Roop.
There it is.
Saturday they'll be wearing the Gigantes, right? And then Sunday, the back in the unis, Tyler Malley. The Pirates, Carmen Manazian? Carmen Manazian?
Don't have a book.
Carmen Manazian. Is that the guy who's lived upstairs from Laverne and Shirley? Carmen Manazian? Saturday, Braxton Ashcraft.
He's having a pretty good season also.
What a name, by the way.
They've got some
Did they
pitching
steal
out
this guy
in
from a
Pittsburgh.
high school lacrosse all-star team, dude?
Ashcraft.
Braxton Ashcraft?
Oh.
And then Bubba Chandler on Sunday. You go from Braxton Ashcraft to Bubba Chandler.
Bubba.
You go from a freaking croquet match to a NASCAR race.
I need more Bubbas in my life.
Hey, we had one as president for 8 years. He's the guy who used to jog to McDonald's.
That's right. That's my guy.
Yeah, there he is.
I have the same workout routine.
All right. 808 KMBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627. We can get into some of the stuff Zach Manazian had to say. Cooler at Content's got some Draymond Green and some Dante Whitner walking back. Some comments, perhaps. And then Matt Mayoko at 8:50 to take our mind off the woeful Giants as the Niners report, the rookies report. So we'll get into all that on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Pablo Sandoval, the Panda, joined our show yesterday morning and told us straight to our face that he's not concerned about this Giants lineup. He still believes in Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman. But what says you, Giants fans? 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in on the current state of the Giants offense.
Hey, let's talk about Amici's Detroit-style pizzas. You know, it's funny, we've been doing these reads this week, and the more I do them, the more I really want a Detroit-style pizza. I like the pepperoni one. I don't know what it is. It's just something about that rectangle and the square slice and the crust and the pepperoni. It works for me, man. I could do one right freaking now. Here we go. It's going to be a Detroit-style pizza at all 10 of their Bay Area locations, of course. Of course, if you want the thin crust New York, that's cool. But we really want to feature these Detroit-style pizzas. Remember when Peter brought them in? They're so good. Thicker crust, still light and airy in the middle. The best part is the outside of the dough is coated with that layer of provolone and Parmesan that caramelizes against the high-sided pans during cookie, creates that crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. There are some specialty options on the menu, but you can build your own. Like I said, I'd just go straight pepperoni. Your own favorite toppings, if you wish. So, of course, you can get it on the app. Download the Amici's app. You can order at Amicis.com, AMICIS.com. Dine in, takeout, delivery, all that going on. Order the Detroit-style pizzas. Do yourself a favor. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers. Hey, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz is on the line. He's our good friend and, of course, the founder of Moskowitz LLP. Always helping out the people. Steve, good morning to you on a Thursday. There's people out there, Steve, that can't pay their taxes. That's a tough, tough deal. Steve, how can you help them?
Big help. You know, it's such an awful feeling. You can't pay the taxes, and then you're worried, what's the IRS going to do to you? What's going to happen to your business, your family, your job, the whole works? Folks, it doesn't have to be. Not being able to pay your taxes is a common problem. It's fixable. There's all kinds of deals. You might not even owe the taxes, or the statute of limitations may have run. Or maybe we can make a deal where you just pay part, or maybe you qualify for a penalty abatement. There's so much there. Or maybe we can do a deal where you make monthly payments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is this. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. We know you have the kids to feed and the bills to pay. And then we go to the IRS for you. You don't talk to them. That's our job. We want to cut you a great deal. And the only thing you have to do is give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's what you do. You give him a call. Call him up at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Once again, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, hi, everybody. The Giants lost. Good morning. It's Murph and Marcus. I don't know. I was just trying a new approach here.
I was going to say, what day is it?
Just trying a new approach. We did have fun last night. We do want to mention the Italian Athletic Club event we went to, and I want to thank Curly and Boucher for getting out of their comfort zone and coming, because, you'd rather be hanging out, drinking at a bar and not hanging out with all these, people.
Well, especially after a Giants day game, Murph, I like to get after it with a long list of beers going down my gullet. But I switched it up a little bit. Went with the Prosecco, went with a little vino, a little wine last night. I had to class up the joint. Yeah, of course I had some bourbon. But I had to class it up with a little wine.
It was a great event. And shout out Gina and the crowd at the SFIAC. Larry Nibby had the idea to make Tony Vitello a member of the club and give him a warm welcome. He was kind of blown away, like, man, we're 14-23 and y'all are giving me this? He's like, this is pretty cool. And I don't know, maybe it was the turning point.
Yeah.
Him getting that cool Italian Athletic Club Letterman's jacket that he was wearing. He actually grabbed the mic and said, he goes, I might wear this to the dugout, change some S up.
Yeah.
Got a big laugh.
He's got a members-only jacket now.
Yes, exactly. So he also had a great line when he sat down for the Q&A. He said, so if I wear this around town, it means I won't get whacked? Yeah, it was a pretty good line. I was like, we need to see more of that.
Yes,
TV.
exactly.
I'm wondering, and again, this is just one of many thoughts I have on the Giants. I said this earlier today, and I wanted to get this out there. I was thinking, this whole thing is so gigantically weird, you can't make him a short-termer. You can't. Like, if you're committing to Tony Vitello, in fact, we have some Joe Madden, I think it's in the Cooler of Content, where Joe Madden, our buddy, spoke about it, and his comment, just to preview it, was like, hey, listen, he's got to stick with who he is and what got him here. Because, again, it's still 37 games. Yeah, it's an awful 37 games, but one of my controlling thoughts as we enter into May, and they're still losing ball games here on May 7th, is they have to commit to this thing for a few years. And, I mean, Bochy, 07, 08, listen, Bochy had been to a World Series in 98. He's a proven guy, so I'm not comparing him to Boch, but I am saying some guys do start slow. 07, 08 were not good years. Those were Bochy's first 2 years. He was not a popular guy. So, I mean, guys have bad years. And you know what I mean? Do you feel what I'm saying? Or are you already looking to make the change?
No, definitely not. I'm not looking at Kurt Casale hanging out in the dugout next to Buster Posey in spring training thinking that he's going to be the next manager. I'm looking at the long leash that I would assume they're giving Tony Vitello from the minute they decided to steal him away from Tennessee. Like, we've seen this ball club be pretty mediocre the last 4 or 5 years. A lot of 500 ball. We saw 81 and 81 with Gabe Kapler. The new age, advanced analytics, Farhan special, that's his guy. Didn't work out. We saw 81 and 81 with Bob Melvin, the old school hum baby style of baseball. It didn't work out.
They didn't play that, though.
So they went to an out-of-the-box type of hire, bringing Tony Vitello over from the college ranks. That's a guy that was able to change the culture and turn Tennessee into one of the best programs in the country. A little bit different when he doesn't have the entire nation to recruit from and get some of those studs to come and play for him. But I think this is going to be a long journey for a guy like Tony Vitello. And as we sit here and talk about the 40-game mark, the first quarter of the season, and how hard it is to even judge a player at the big league level through 40 games, it's even harder for me to try to judge Tony Vitello 40 games in as a manager, because if we're looking at the list of problems for the Giants, it's A, the players not producing, B, the front office maybe not putting together the best roster for Tony Vitello. Then we get down to Tony V and some of these coaching decisions.
I do this. This is one of my things. I'm a misery loves company guy. Giants are 14 and 23, and it seems like the end of the world. I looked at the Major League Baseball standings this morning. Here are teams that are living in our ghetto neighborhood. Here, I go by losses, okay, because everybody's played different types of games. Giants have 23 losses. Our neighbors here, Miami, 21 losses. Toronto Blue Jays, who were in the World Series last year, 21 losses. Boston Red Sox, who traded the Giants' Rafael Devers, 21 losses.
Who just fired their manager.
And the sort of faceless Minnesota Twins, 21 losses. Let's move to somebody who's closer to our neighborhood, the New York Mets, 22 losses. 22 losses. And then let's talk about the houses on either side of us in this ghetto, in this barrio. The Angels, 23 losses. The Astros, 23 losses. So there's two teams with as many losses as the Giants in this bad neighborhood. And then you got the Mets with 22 and Miami, Toronto, Boston, and Minnesota with 21. If that makes you feel any better, to be honest, it honestly gives me like 0.01% feeling better.
Wow.
I'm not saying it heals all my wounds. All I'm saying is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams who have 21 or more losses.
Yes,
so,
which means there are 7 other fan bases that are feeling the same way Giants fans are feeling this morning.
It's something. But then again, Danny, as we know, sometimes Tim Ryan also has truth.
We're just not that good, man.
And sometimes Charles Barkley has truth.
Bad team, man. Bad team.
Oh, the timeless.
Yeah, it's a bad team. But they should be better than what they're playing right now.
Okay, the cooler of content has some good stuff. Dante Whitner, it has Joe Madden. It'll be fun. It'll be good to talk to Matt Mayoko on the other side at 8:50 to get away from this Giants talk. 49ers rookies are showing up at camp, and we'll see if, Deshaun Stripling looks great. If Kalon Black is as amazing as everybody thought he was, and if Carver Willis is going to step in and be the next Randy Cross. These are the questions we'll have for you when we come back on The Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. We have Matt Mayoko coming up in just a few minutes. Niners rookies arriving. Hey, now. Deshaun Stribling and Kalon Black and the guy nobody's talking about is Romello Height. Nobody's talking about that guy because it seemed like that was a sound pick by most people's expectations.
Yeah, a second-round draft pick spent on a pass rusher, which is a huge need for a team that was dead last in sacks last year. So, yeah, this guy looks like he can come in and contribute right away easily on third down.
And Eric Branch has been emptying his notebook and writing a bunch of stories in the Chronicle. Yes, I still read the newspaper, everybody, sfchronicle.com. And he's been emptying his notebook. He wrote a piece about Carver Willis the other day that I didn't, he kind of shined a light on. There's a connection between the Washington Huskies coaching staff, and the 49ers. Jed Fish, the head coach at Washington, has been very close with Chris Furster through the years. So they have a connection. Even though Willis played a lot of years at Kansas State. I think he played like 4 years at Kansas State before he transferred to Washington. But Washington is where Furster and Fish started talking about this guy. So there's hope that this guy could be a player.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's going to get an opportunity to slide inside and maybe get a shot to be your opening day, or should I say week one starter down in Australia.
Now, shout out Ben Bolch and Spencer Burford, who were Connor Colby. These are all draft picks.
Yeah, those are all guys where, the tacos never came.
Tacos didn't come.
Dang it. It was the play inside the 10-yard line, the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, it was.
Tacos didn't come.
Chris Jones was there.
Yeah, well, Purdy snapped the ball. Next thing you know, Chris Jones was in his job.
Chris Jones got his tacos.
Oh, man.
I got more than that.
Did you see ESPN had some weird projections the other day? It was one of these stats projections that Brock Purdy will lead the NFL in passing yards next year.
I did not see that.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I don't know. Projections. I'll never forget the moment I learned about projections. It was Vegas Joe Hughes. Dangerous Dan. You remember Vegas Joe? Did you work with Vegas Joe?
I never worked with him. I heard of him.
Oh, you never worked? Did you work with Vegas Joe?
No, never.
Oh,
Me and Danny did not join the leader until 2018.
Do you guys remember hearing the name Vegas Joe Hughes?
Well, I've heard you drop it a bunch, yeah.
Well, do you remember hearing? Well, you weren't listening because you were doing something else.
Yeah.
Well, I remember legendarily when Hughes would do the Gary show.
Yeah.
Gary would call him Broadway Joe.
Broadway Joe. See, yeah, that's the Gary Radnich touch there. Vegas Joe named himself Vegas Joe, and it was quite a handle because it got legs too. But anyway, he's the guy. One time we were having an argument. He was 2 rooms away from us in the Kate Scott room, and he was talking about projections. And what do you mean? It was like 2009 or something. He's like, well, the projections is. What do you mean projections? He's like, you don't follow Zips projections. I'm like, no, what is that? He's like,
who the hell Zips?
Well, he's like, you're an idiot. You don't know baseball. I was like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're telling me what's going to happen before it happens? He's like, yeah. You got to get on board. I'm like, no, I'm going to watch the game. And we were yelling at each other. So, yeah, I mean, we live in this world of projections now.
Now, with all that being said, how should our listeners feel anytime you do a road trip projection for the Giants?
Not good.
Yeah, not good.
Remember I said 4-2 for this homestand.
Ugh.
Yeah, 4-2. Those aren't projections. Those are what I need.
Yeah, that's what you need. I got you.
Yeah, you got what I need.
The Giants don't
The Giants, they say they're just a friend.
Oh.
They say they're just a friend. Yo, baby. I'll stop. They can,
baby.
By the way, they still can get to 4-2 if they sweep the Pirates.
Murph's playing. Murph's playing.
They can.
They can win them, but they won't.
Speaking of which, UCLA recruiting, which is just out of control right now. Bob Chesney, bro, is just crushing it down in Westwood. And we are landing big recruit after big recruit. And the guy we got yesterday, his first name is God's Choice.
God's Choice?
Yeah, Gods.
Is that a real name?
Yeah, that's his name.
On his birth certificate?
And I sent out the yes, that's his real name.
God's Choice.
I sent out the God's Plan gift to my crew.
Of course, he's the chosen one, dude.
Dude, God's Choice. His last name is I'll get it to you right
That's
here, buddy.
A hell of a name.
Yeah, it's his true name.
Yeah.
God's Choice. He's a 4-star. God's Choice. He's of African descent. His parents immigrated from Africa. Ibo Bowden. God's Choice, Eva Bowden.
All right.
So there you go. Anyway, let's get to the cooler content. So we were just talking about the rookies showing up, and what are they going to look like? Well, here's a crazy one. Dante Whitner was very critical of Deshaun Stribling. He said, man, He went through his game logs. Remember that? He's like, held to 50 yards, held to 40 yards, held to 30 yards. He goes, LSU didn't get off the bus. He was strapped. 2 catches for 24 yards, remember?
Do you want to play the sound right now?
Okay. Well, how long is it?
I think it sets it up nicely to compare the...
Okay, let's do it then. Let's do it. Here you go.
Here it is, Danny Dunn.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks to me like the 49ers got it wrong again.
What you talking about, Dante?
I know we've seen all the explosive highlights of Design dribbling, short catch, beating corners, running away from the defense, but we must remember that these are highlights. Design dribbling got that David Blaine kind of game. Disappears in the smoke of cloud for weeks, then randomly reappears with a big trick, meaning most of the season, he was virtually invisible. The 49ers reached that 33. 20-25 breakdown, 13-game season, 15 if we're including the playoffs. Games under 65 yards receiving, 10 games. Games under 35 yards receiving, 6 games. Games under 15 yards receiving, 3 games. You only had one 100-yard game on the season, and that came in a college football playoff versus Georgia. So in a full season, you had 1 true takeover performance. Now let's go head-to-head. We're going to go head-to-head with a top 6 pick, Mansour Delaney out of LSU. And when I say Stribling didn't get off the bus, I mean that. In that game, he got strapped. 2 catches, 14 yards. The real question is this. On what planet does this production, or lack thereof, warrant a damn near first-round draft pick and a number 33 pick overall? What makes the 49ers think that he's suddenly going to produce takeover performances consistently at the NFL level? Hopefully I'm wrong, but this feels like another draft pick that could come back to bite and haunt the 49ers.
Man, I mean, that was a comprehensive takedown of Deshaun Stribling.
That was a strong
He came with
take
receipts.
by Dante.
Well, guess what happened yesterday on the Grit Code, Dante Whitner's podcast? He walked it back. Here we go.
Part of personal growth, and for me and on my journey, is admitting sometimes when you're wrong. I can admit that I was wrong about this kid. Kyle Shanahan's offenses in the past, and having guys like Julio Jones, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, a lot of these guys primarily was a one-trick pony. Deebo Samuel, yards after the catch. Brandon Ayuk, downfield throws. Julio Jones, downfield. He never really had a guy that was a triple threat. I meant a guy that can run past you, catch the deep ball, right? Catch the ball, yards after catch, give you a move, take it to the house, and then a guy that could catch it, put a move on you, lower hit the fucking boom on you, truck stick, and run you the over. He's never really had that. The extra credit part of it is, have you seen his blocking tape? If this translates to the NFL, he's going to fucking give defensive backs hell. When he can come off the ball, set you up with a move, get your feet settled and get you relaxed, and then have the upper body strength to put his helmet on your helmet and knock you on your ass and humiliate you. That's what's going to get under the skin of defensive backs. So if you think Jawan Jennings had a mad ride, he going to make them madder. You know he's going to come to work every day. You know he's going to play the game the right way and he can stay healthy. This might be something that the NFL hasn't seen from a Kyle Shanahan wide receiver / halfback, however they choose to use him.
That is a bonkers 180, man.
Dude.
That is a bonkers. That's the old in radio, not wrong for long. You're like, hey, man, I gave a take on Tuesday. I'll change my take on Wednesday. You know, listen, I don't know if he started watching film or if somebody got to him or he just, I don't know. He completely changed his tune.
I can admit that I was wrong about this kid.
Yeah, and I get it. Look, Dante is a DB, so he's used to backpedaling a little bit. But what has changed in the past week? Like, did Dante just start to dive into the film? Like,
somebody got to him from the front office. Somebody, I don't know.
I mean, we haven't even seen this guy step on the field down in Santa Clara. I mean, I like that Dante's diving deeper on the film, but you're right. That's a complete 180 from his take that he just gave a week ago.
I don't know what to make of it. All I know is he speaks in an entertaining fashion.
It was definitely entertaining, I'll tell you that.
My God.
Yeah.
So, 49ers fans, you can either go with Dante Whitner take A or take B on Deshaun Stribling, and one of them will be right.
Yes, Dante's going to be right regardless.
How about Joe Madden, our buddy? We made national news when he came on our show, thanks to Curly booking him.
It's insulting.
He said it was insulting that Tony Vitello got hired over the... then he went on to say, I wish the guy well and all that, but that got traction. Shout out Draymond Green in context.
Yeah.
But he was on foul territory again, and they asked him to circle back on Tony V. You called it insulting, and now he's 14-23. So, Joe Madden, you going to tap dance here on his grave? What are you going to do here?
He speaks well. He's been very successful. I like him from a distance. I'd love to sit down and have dinner with him just to hear the whole thing. But the next I talked about this too recently. He needs to be true to himself. And whatever got him there, whatever that is about him, that needs to be maintained. That he's going to hear a lot of stuff from different people that are going to want him to change, or that he has to change, whether it's his high school coach or somebody in that front office. He's hearing a lot of different things right now, I believe. I know for one thing, man, that's why I'm so happy I didn't get it till I was that later, meaning a manager's job. I knew what I thought. I knew what I knew. And of course, I continue to build upon that. But if you've never been in this situation, you guys know that, man. It's 90 feet, 60 feet, 6 inches. The fences are the same distance, but the game cannot be more different.
All right, so he's just, he's saying it's tough, and you've never been in the situation, but he's just got to stay with who he is. Shout out Daddy Dunn Polonius from Hamlet, right? This above all, to thine own self be true, Marcus.
That's a hell of a poll, Murph.
Well, that's kind of an easy Shakespeare one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody?
I don't know. I know Hamlet. I'm not dropping that line, though.
Wait, what was that there, buddy?
I knew what I knew.
There it is.
I knew what I knew.
That's what Shakespeare tried to say. Yeah.
Well, what does Tony V know? That's the question.
Oof.
Yeah.
He would be, if the Giants were 23-14, it would be a whole different deal of him easing into this thing, but he's 14-3. But he said he's got to stay with who he is.
And I think that's good kind of encouraging words from a guy that's been in that dugout a lot longer than Tony V has, for a guy that has rode the bus, for the guy that has gone through the ups and downs. Tony Vitello does need to stay true to himself. The problem is, the true self we're seeing right now is a losing ball club. I think we're really not going to see the full version of Tony Vitello until they are a winning ball club.
Yeah,
which we've seen like kind of short stints of some of that red ass that we talked about and that energy and the vibe that he had down in Tennessee. But it's hard to have those vibes when you're losing ball games.
Yeah, man. Oh, wow. Okay, squeeze in a couple more before we get to Matt Mayoko at 8:50. The Charles Barkley, Draymond Green stuff. Draymond went on Inside the NBA last night. Oh, here we go. So Draymond, and he clapped at Barkley, or Ernie Johnson asked him about his comments about Steve Kerr hindering his career. Do we have that one? I know it's not on this sheet, but we have that one. Okay, so start with that. And Draymond tries to explain himself. You guys, are you buying what Draymond's selling here?
Do you have any idea what Steve's going to do?
I think and hope he's coming back. I don't know more than anyone else in the world knows outside of what I do know is that he wants to coach. Mm-hmm. And so if he wants to coach, I think he comes back.
You raised a few eyebrows when you said that you felt like he had hindered your career somewhat. In what way?
Well, I think, number one, people took a 4-minute clip of me saying how great this guy's been to my career, how much he's taught me about winning, where I wouldn't be without him, and all these things. And they took a 4-minute clip, and they took 15 seconds of it where I said, I think from an offensive standpoint, he hindered me. I stand by that. That's my truth. But I think every basketball player in the world has some gripe that they wish their coach would have done. I wish my coach would have this. I wish my coach would have done that. I'm not afraid to express my one gripe, but with me expressing my one gripe, make no mistake about it, I also said all of the incredible things, how much of a better man he's made me. I spoke on all of those things, and we take one clip, right?
Okay, so you took me out of context, as you pointed out, Marcus. This is what we say to our digital guys when they cut us up here. Now that said, it is true. Draymond did praise him over and over and over again, and I do buy what Draymond's saying about he has a bitch with, you should have featured me more. I believe that's true. I also believe it's true that it's good that Steve Kerr didn't feature him more, right?
Yeah.
Every guy, dude, I talk about my high school basketball. Dude, you should have played me more. You should have done this or that.
Everybody's got those arguments, but I think a big reason why they won 4 championships is because they did not feature Draymond Green offensively, at least from a scoring perspective. Like, I praise Draymond Green for his ability to move the ball in this offense as a point forward. The pick and roll that he has with Steph Curry is one of the best pick and roll combinations in the game, but still, he's not a guy that's going out dropping double digits every single night. We know that he's been ridiculed throughout his career for the single doubles and the double doubles and all the numbers that he's not putting up, but he's a defensive first player, and he's a basketball IQ player, and his basketball IQ should tell him that he's not on the court to score points. He's on the court to do everything else.
Austin Rivers said as much this week in his rant towards him. So now Charles Barkley, of course, is going to be very Charles Barkley-ish, and he just tells Draymond, yeah, dude, it's over. Check it out. This was yesterday on Inside the NBA.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect.
But disrespect is. There you go.
No
disrespect. Disrespect.
It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not gonna make. You think you're gonna get healthier for next year? You're just gonna get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're gonna have to leave there. If Steph wants to compete, he's gonna have to leave there. You're gonna have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces.
Why?
Because they don't have no cap space.
Okay.
They don't have any cap space.
Do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe what he's talking over here? Well, here's what I would say. We had to hug for a reason, right? Like we're not
because it's over.
We're not oblivious.
Yeah.
All right. There's a lot going on here, and it is stuff we can get into as the lottery comes up this Sunday and the Steve Kerr decision becomes more clear, which looks more and more like Marcus Thompson told us 2 weeks ago that Steve's coming back.
Yeah.
He was at the Giants game yesterday hanging out with Greg Silver. I'm not even kidding. He was hanging out with Greg. He's like, hey, Greg, let me tell you what's going on.
Yeah, stay tuned for the inside scoop on Steve Kerr today at 10 a.m.
But he is true. What are they going to do? Like, this has been gnawing at me for the last 2-3 years. Like, what is the goal? Is it just to give Steph a dignified exit of like, we'll be competitive, but nobody's beating OKC or San Antonio, right? And so just we're going to, or, I mean, what he said, Barkley said, you got to go somewhere else. I've said many years on this airwaves, is there a scenario where Steph finishes in Charlotte?
I don't want to see it.
Just to go have a tribute to his, one final run.
The only time I've even entertained that, Murph, is when we started to get to these talks about maybe Steve Kerr not being there. Because I've always had the pipe dream of the fairy tale ending where Draymond, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson ride off into the sunset. They all get on Klay's boat and they take off towards the Golden Gate Bridge and we never see him again. Well, guess what? They got rid of Klay Thompson, which means they can get rid of anybody. There's been talks about Draymond Green's future. I know there's been talks about Steph Curry's contract extension this summer. We're still waiting on the Steve Kerr news. But if Steve Kerr does not come back, I think that does maybe open the possibility to Steph leaving, as crazy as that even sounds. But if you are going to blow it all up and move on to the next coach, wouldn't you want to restart by getting as much possible for the current assets you have on your team? And that would mean trading Steph Curry, as wild as a thought as that even sounds like.
That's a different coach, you're saying.
Yeah, if they move on to a different coach in a different era, then Steph's here.
I know, and then what are they going to do? Go 45-37?
They're going to tread water until Jimmy Butler comes back, because I think they go back to the playoff series from last year where they beat the Houston Rockets and looked like they had a chance even in Minnesota until Steph Curry went down early on in that series. But these guys are not getting any younger.
And they're going to make some kind of move. They do have, Barkley was wrong because they have the Porzingis expiring contract. They do have some cap space to work with. So, all right, well, there you go. That's the cooler content today. We'll get into more of that later, obviously, as we hear. And by the way, Joe Lacob was at a sport business conference, Sportico, and said, the Kerr decision can come today, tomorrow, or in 3 weeks.
Can't wait.
He narrowed it down. All right, Matt Mayoko, those rookies are arriving. The controversial draft class comes to Santa Clara. Let's talk to Matt Mayoko about it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Giants baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate or one way to forget yesterday's loss, and that's with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. It's smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside is a perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories, it's got 0 bubbles, and it goes down nice and easy. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, and they are a proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside, and please drink responsibly.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, blessedly, a non-Giants segment here. 49ers, we got optimism, we got youth, we got rookies, and we have the veteran to talk about it. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area's own, and of course, our 49ers insider for the Sports Leader. You're listening to KBR AM and KBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. You can see this handsome guy on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And by that, I mean Marcus Boucher. I'm Matt Mayoko. Good morning, Matty. How are you, buddy? How are you?
Hey, Matty, looking good.
My morning just took a terrible turn after that.
Well, you're a handsome man. As I was just saying to my friend Heath Schuler, Matty, but that's an inside joke. That's an inside joke. All right,
was
buddy.
a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. Okay, well, you guys get to talk to 49ers players and coaches today, I believe. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I think Raheem Morris is the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. He was hired on February 1st, and we haven't seen him since then. But today, apparently, he's going to be coming out and into the light and have a little press conference and a little gaggle with reporters, and also the other coordinators, Brant Boyer and Kubiak, Clay will be there as well. So we'll get to see some of the coordinators today, as well as some of the rookies who are coming in. The rookies report, so all the 8 draft picks should be here, the 8 undrafted rookies who they signed, a lot of tryout guys as well. I think players without an accrued season who are on the roster can attend this rookie minicamp. But I would imagine some of the top draft picks we'll get a chance to talk to today, and then they'll be out on the field Friday. So that'll be the first opportunity to see some of these guys in 49ers colors running around. At what speed, we don't know. Don't know exactly the tempo level of these practices, non-padded, of course. But I know kind of the trend around the NFL has been in recent years, because these guys have been on the banquet circuit and traveling around and visiting teams. Maybe they aren't in the greatest shape, certainly not football shape. So to avoid injuries, they typically kind of take it slow for this rookie camp.
Matt, starting with Raheem Morris, like you said, he's scheduled to speak today to the 49ers media. What do you want to ask him? What do you expect to see this year from Raheem Morris? How different do you think it's going to be from what we saw last year with Robert Saleh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to know what he's been doing, for 3 months. How much has he kind of sunk into getting to know the personnel with the 49ers and how that might impact how he calls a defense, what he asks of them. And certainly, finding out kind of the rookie class and seeing how those guys fit into what he envisions. By most specifically, Romello Hyde, the 49ers used their pick at number 70, the 49ers' second pick in this draft. I know the scouting department views him as a designated pass rusher, but just kind of how he's kind of worked that as far as learning the 49ers personnel, how he can use his tenets as a defensive mind to put those guys in the best position, and then also just incorporating the rookie class and kind of what he was looking for from the rookie class.
Matt, obviously, 2 of the biggest rookies who will come under scrutiny are the first pick, Deshaun Stripling, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, that a lot of people thought the Niners reached for. Some praised the pick. And then Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana, that's caused a lot of stir because of A, how early he went, and B, was it really a position of need when they've been getting killed at the line of scrimmage? So is there any hope to get anything useful out of this weekend from either of those guys?
I mean, probably not as far as seeing them on the field. I mean, I think, I think these are obviously 2 guys the 49ers liked a lot. Stribling, I think once the pads go on, even though he has that 4.36 speed, but I think, he's going to be somebody that, the true skills really show up when he's asked to block an opponent, when people are trying to tackle him and he's not going down easily. And I guess kind of the same could be said for Kalen Black, the running back that you referenced there. I think one of the things that kind of stood out to me, and all this is after the fact, because, I cannot sit here and lie to you and tell you that Dejon Stribling was on my radar as a potential first pick for the 49ers. I can't tell you that Kalon Black was on my radar, but when you go back and look at it, Kalon Black only caught 8 passes in 2 seasons at Indiana after having, a reasonable amount of success as a pass catcher at James Madison. But you go back and you look at what he did at the Senior Bowl just in those one-on-one drills. And I guess the best way to describe this, Kyle Shanahan's favorite route, usually from slot receivers or backs out of the backfield, is the choice route, which is basically just think of a point guard coming up the court and kind of breaking down the defender, juking him and taking whichever angle or route to the basket he sees, that is where the opening is. That's basically what a choice route is it's the route runner kind of breaks down that defender and can cut out or in, and then it's up to the quarterback just to kind of read his running back and make that quick throw once he makes the break. Kalon Black, watching the video of the Senior Bowl, was exceptional in that, something he never showed at Indiana. And I kind of sense that in addition to all the other stuff, he doesn't fumble, he's a tough runner. He was very much under the radar, obviously, from the draft media people coming into the 2026 NFL draft. But I think all those things, in addition to the speed that he showed, very reasonable, good speed for a running back, I think all of those things were probably what tilted the field in his favor.
Matt, just in general, when it comes to rookie minicamps, are you able to gather more information from seeing these guys on the field for the first time, or through your conversations you're able to have with them down at the facilities?
Probably the conversations. I think you do, even if it is a short period of time. You get more out of one-on-one conversations. But there have been times, when they've brought guys in, and you just walk away going, oh man, I don't know about that guy. I don't know if he's going to be I don't know if he's as good as the 49ers think he is. You get a sense for these guys. And there's other times like, 5th or 6th round pick will come in and you'll go like, oh man, that guy, I can see it. That guy is, he has something more, it's obviously it's so much about talent, but it's also how the guy is wired. It's the personality, the character, and more than anything, the passion for the game. And I do think that for a lot of these guys, you can kind of sense that from the beginning, what a guy is made out of and how important the game of football is to him.
For sure. That's the huge, I've talked to Marcus about that a lot. Being in the NFL locker room, it's like the talent's one thing. It's about drive, desire. How much do they love the game, the pain, the violence, the suffering. It's not for everyone. And we see any number of talented players not want it. And you've seen any number of guys who are less talented want it more.
Yeah, I got to tell you a story. It just reminds me when you're saying that. There was a guy who's an undrafted rookie. This was a long, long time ago. Undrafted rookie offensive lineman who was kind of seen as like, oh my gosh, this guy, 49ers got a bargain with this guy. He might be a really good player. And one day, about probably 3 or 4 weeks into training camp, I saw the guy in the parking lot. I was like, hey, did you get cut? And he goes, no. He goes, I just, this isn't for me. I'm just, I'm going to basically retire at the age of 22. And I was like, whoa, that's kind of shocking. And then I talked to Bob McKittrick, and I said this was the same day. I said, hey, Bob, are you disappointed that this guy just up and retired? I know you liked him, from what he could do. And Bob said, in Bob's voice, not at all. He goes, football's a tough game. It's not for everybody. And the sooner that someone can figure out it's not for them, more power to them. And I was like, okay. Yeah. It's absolutely right.
Yeah. Any Bob McKittrick story is welcome on these airways, by the way. I love a pretty good McKittrick there too. No. I wish the young man well. Yeah. Okay. Kyle went on Rich Eisen, and it was pretty good. Rich Eisen did a good job of asking him the questions like, yo, dude, what's going on? And they got into the Kalon Black pick and how they had him as the second ranked running back. And there's a quote at the end where he said, we're okay with everyone. We'll be all right with everyone hating on us and judging us. I just wondered if you heard anything Kyle say. You guys interviewed him after the draft, but this was sort of a more relaxed one-on-one conversation. Did you draw anything from what he said on Rich Eisen about the draft that was something you put in the notebook?
I mean, not really. I think all that stuff is, stuff that, we've known for a while. They don't, I guess people want them to be groupthink. Hey, let's change the board because Mel Kiper has this guy as a 5th round pick. But they put together their draft board based on what the 49ers see and what the 49ers want. And it's not just one person saying, oh, I know that on our board he's a 6th round pick, and John Lynch says, but I want to take him in the 3rd round. No, that's not how it works. It's very much a group effort. And I guess the issue is, or one of the things where maybe the 49ers don't get the benefit of the doubt, maybe especially at that position, is that they haven't hit on these guys. They haven't nailed those mid-round 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. What's interesting though, and I don't know that they have an opportunity this year because they didn't sign an undrafted rookie, but it seems like every year they tried to take a running back, or they took a running back in the draft, they ended up getting someone else better later on. And that's kind of been an interesting thing. I mean, I look back and it's like, in 2017, they took Joe Williams and as a 4th round pick, and it turned out Matt Breida, undrafted, was much better. The next time was like a Trey Sermon, and they took Elijah Mitchell, who led the team in rushing as a rookie, had the injuries, but Elijah Mitchell was a good player. And then it's, they take Ty Davis Price, but somewhere along the line, they get Jordan Mason, who was a good player as an undrafted guy. So it's kind of funny how every year they've actually hit on a running back for where they got him, but the player they took earlier was a complete swing and a miss. So that's why I guess the confidence of the fan base is not as great because of just the track record.
Matt, the 49ers handed out the jersey numbers for the rookie draft class earlier this week, and it's looking like Dejon Stribling will wear number 15, which, of course, was worn last year by Juwan Jennings. And I know there's kind of been a feeling around the building that Juwan Jennings was not planning on coming back to Santa Clara, but is this kind of the final nail of the coffin, giving away his jersey number to a rookie, saying that Juwan Jennings will not be back in red and gold next year?
I think that was a fait accompli once Mike Evans was signed. The 49ers weren't, they had their offer a year ago. And so, they, from what I understand, the offer was somewhere in the neighborhood of $17 million per season for the 49ers to sign Juwan Jennings to a multi-year extension before last year. And I think Jennings was looking for far north of $20 million. And he figured, well, you know what, I'll bet on myself. I'll go out, have a good season. And in free agency, I'll get that contract. Well, the 49ers, I guess in essence, saved $17 million that they then invested into Mike Evans and also Christian Kirk. So I think once Mike Evans was signed, that eliminated the possibility of the 49ers paying anywhere near what Juwan Jennings was looking for. And then obviously you add a rookie, 33rd overall pick, coming back with Ricky Pearsall as well. Jordan Watkins a holdover, and Demarcus Robinson still on the roster. So I think that was pretty much a done deal once Evans signed with the 49ers. And as for Juwan Jennings, I do know that he visited the Vikings, I believe it was late last week, and nothing happened there either. And the Vikings are a team that could definitely use a veteran wide receiver. It just seems to me at this point, and things can change, but it certainly seems at this point that whatever Juwan Jennings is asking for, teams haven't come through with that number. So there's a disconnect right now as far as, and has been, since the opening of free agency in mid-March. Any veteran who isn't signed at this point, there's a reason for it, or maybe many reasons for it. But, for Jennings, whatever he's asking for and he's demanding, he hasn't found a team out there that's willing to pay him that.
Poor Juwan, man. Come on. He was a freaking gritty Niner. I can't believe he's
Absolutely.
unemployed at this point in time. I really can't. Last one, Matt, is the undrafted free agents. Sometimes they get guys, as you pointed out with the running backs. I'm looking at D linemen: Bryson Eason from Tennessee, Mikhail Kamara from Indiana, James Thompson from Illinois. There's a safety, Jalen Stroman from Notre Dame. Just looking at the defensive players. Is there any buzz on any of these guys?
Yeah, I think the defensive lineman, there's going to be an opportunity there for one of those undrafted guys to step in. Last year they had Sebastian Valdez, who, created some buzz early in training camp. And after the first preseason game, he ended up on the practice squad the whole year. But I think at least a couple of those guys, at the very least, will be on the practice squad. I haven't seen all the contracts yet, but I think it was Thompson who got like $270,000 guaranteed, which means that basically there are offsets there. So even if he doesn't make the 53-man, it virtually guarantees that he'll be on the practice squad. That's roughly the number that a practice squad player would make through the course of the season. But I think there's an opportunity there. I mean, Stroman's kind of interesting, as the 49ers really don't have a whole lot of depth at safety, beyond what I would consider their top four guys there, including three guys. Malik Mustafa is going to be a starter, and then Jair Brown and Marquis Siegel will be competing for that next job. But I mean, I think it's going to be tough because the roster is pretty well set right now. I don't see a whole lot of wiggle room, but there's always an opportunity with some injuries and whatnot for guys just stepping up and looking better than a guy who's been on the roster in the past. So there's always the opportunity for one of those young guys to step in. And the one guy you didn't mention, Bomeister. Is it Jack Bomeister? The punter from Texas.
Yeah.
An Australian guy, big leg, and Corliss Waitman, who punted the last two seasons with the Steelers. They signed him as a free agent to take over for Thomas Morstead. I could see there being some competition there as well.
Wow. All right. There you go. Hey, by the way, I lied. One last one. It's my duty to feed the internet trolls and say, are the Niners going to sign Joey Bosa?
I wouldn't think so. Because I don't think, even though the 49ers have a lot of salary cap space, and last I checked after the, some kind of contract restructures and the new deal for Trent Williams, they do have more salary cap space than any team in the league. But I don't think that just because they have that space, they're going to raise what they've budgeted for the prospect of signing Joey Bosa. Now, until he's signed with somebody else, I mean, it's probably something similar to a Juwan Jennings situation, although I would definitely say there's no chance that Jennings is back. There's at least a sliver of hope for those who want to see a Bosa defensive lineup for the 49ers. But I still don't think it's probably doable. I think he's a little bit above what the 49ers have budgeted for that spot. But I would say this, until the doors close, there's still a sliver, a chance that could happen.
Perhaps Raheem Morris will give you a clue today. Perhaps.
There we go.
There you go.
He will.
Go to work, Matty. Grab your notebook,
All right,
buddy.
gentlemen.
Off you go. Thanks for the time,
Okay.
bud. We'll look forward to your reports.
All right, see you
Thanks,
guys.
Matt.
Matt Mayoko on The Sports Leader.
He has a huge leg.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants general manager Zach Manazian joined us earlier this morning to talk about the Giants' 14-23 start. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com or wherever you get your KNBR podcast.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes, the Boz Skaggs ticket giveaway. Yesterday we played Lido. And today we're getting the beautiful sounds of Lowdown, right, my friend? Ooh. Yeah. Oh, man. Dude, listen, Boz Skaggs, bro. My man brought the heat. And we're giving you 2 tickets to see the legend Wednesday, September 23rd at the Masonic. Great. You ever been to the Masonic up there?
I have.
Who'd you see up there?
The Masonic's great. I think I saw a reggae show up there.
Really?
I believe it was Revolution.
I like it.
Yeah.
Dangerous Dan Dunn, you been to the Masonic up there on Nob Hill, buddy?
Ooh, yeah, I have, but not for a concert. I went for, I think it was Daniel Tosh comedy.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Nice. What about you? What's your experience
I've seen
at the
any
Masonic?
number of them, but my favorite story is there's a jazz chanteuse. That's right, I said it. Chanteuse. Diana Krall. Anybody know Diana Krall? She's kind of sings the standards, kind of the sultry piano gal who sings the Great American Songbook. And the late, great Ron Bergman, who covered the Mustache Gang A's in 72, 73, 74, brought me and his gal and me and Candace to see Diana Krall. It was a very adult evening to go see like the Great American Songbook up there in Masonic, dude. Who was in the lobby, bro? Keep that playing. Don't fade that out. Are you kidding me? You know who was in the lobby watching the great Diana Krall sing the Great American Songbook? Barry Zito.
Really?
I said, dude. And this is like 99 when I was covering the A's, and he was like, I'm like, bro. He's like, yo, dude, what's up? I'm like, dude, Diana Krall? He's like, yeah, man, I love music.
Just catching some tunes,
yeah,
dude.
Which was very like kind of ball player thing to do, to go see Diana Krall sing Gershwin, you know? But that's the kind of guy Barry Zito was. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the Masonic's a great venue. I've seen Van Morrison up there, B.B. King, Conan O'Brien doing his tour up there. Saw any number of events up there. So go see Boz Skaggs. Take one winner right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Boz Skaggs at the Masonic, September 23rd. I'd like to go. Prize is furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at thesportsleader.com. If you want to buy them because you didn't win them, they're on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster.com. Friday, May 8th, 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. Do you know this one?
No. Okay. I don't, but
now
keep playing more. Keep playing more. I might call for these tickets by the end of the week.
Danny Dan, Dangerous Dan, are you down with the songbook? Either one, Lowdown or Lido?
I was not familiar with the songs, but sounding good, though.
What are you going to play tomorrow? Georgia, Moonlight Through the Pond? You got any number of them. Any number of them, my friend. So
Sounds
anyway,
like you got the quarter at the jukebox.
Well, that's all started with my older brother, passed it on to my sister, passed it on to me.
Nice.
My sister, Katie, checked in. She wants to win these tickets. So can we fix it for Katie Murphy? Can we? All right.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Well, there used to be a guy who worked here.
Yeah, and his name is Conco Jurley.
No, I was going to say there used to be a guy who worked here when there were tickets. He might have fixed the contest.
Hey now. We would never.
But he doesn't work here anymore, so we can say that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Thank you, Dan.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. By the way, we wish Lee well. He had a little back injury. He's going to get better back on his feet. Back out at the
shout
Olympic
out the
Club doing
great
his
Lee
thing.
Hammer.
Okay, listen, I'll look up the clock here. We have like a short segment here. Dwayne Board's going to join us on the inside. P, we were talking about 49er football, the Dwight Clark event, and what it's like to play D-line in the NFL and how the Niners are hurting at that position. What would Pee Wee do? A former coach, of course. He knows how to coach it up. He's a great dude. We had Manazian on. Let's talk about that for just a quick second here, buddy. And poor Zach, we had him on for like a half hour. And to tell the 9 o'clock crowd, we all were at the Italian Athletic Club yesterday for the Tony Vitello Club. This is an event that was organized in January. So they didn't know how the team was going to be on May, whatever.
No.
And unfortunately, they were 14-23, and they lost, and all the things that went into that game. So, Tony was a good sport, although, he didn't want to act like he was happy with anything, but he was glad to get the warm welcome from the Italian Athletic Club. Zach was there last night, too. In fact, the Giants came very strong. If anything, Tony had to be heartened by the fact that from Larry Bear on down to Dave Fleming to Shane Adom to Bobby Evans to Ron Wotus to Justin Message to any number of who am I forgetting? I mean,
Dave Fleming, Jace Tingler.
Jace Tingler.
I mean, the list went on and on and on.
So anyway, he had to feel good, but Manazian, he knew that it was not an ideal situation, but had to come on and answer the question. So why don't we get one of these in here about the big time contract guys, about Adames, Devers, and Chapman. And listen, this is honestly, those are reasons 1, 2, and 3 right now why this season's not working, because it's the offense. It's 100% the offense.
No question.
We can, Tony V's pressed some wrong buttons. He's also pressed some right buttons. The bullpen's had some bad games. They've also had some very good games. Starting rotation has had a couple of blips, but they've had a lot of good outings. Bottom line is, it's the freaking offense. They're dead last in everything, and it centers on those 3 big contract guys, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. So we asked Manazian, what do you do when you're trapped in these long contracts and these guys are not performing? Cut D, Danny.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think something that I look to with these 3 is, look, I don't want to sit here and say players aren't allowed to struggle. We'll see where those guys are at the end of 162 games, but with those 3, it's I believe in the people, the work ethic. I don't think this is a situation where, and we've seen it. We know these stories of players who get long-term deals and just kind of quit on you, and they don't take care of themselves. There's a lack of care. I mean, I think all of these guys care immensely. So to see them struggle, I wouldn't make it any more than, look, we're 37 games and they haven't gone as well as they usually do. But to sit here and say, hey, we don't know what the next 5-6 years look like, I think that's premature.
Okay. I mean, the next 5-6 years, bro. 27, 28, 29, 30. That's Adames and Chapman, right? At least the next 4.
Yeah.
And then Devers goes through 33.
Devers is even longer.
He says he believes in the people, but is it as simple as this, dude? That guys are throwing too hard for their bat speed? Is that it? And if that's it, we got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like the answer right now. You can look at some of the data and you see that Rafael Devers, his swing speed is lower than it's been over the last couple of years, and you can see it with your eyes. I don't even need the analytics. He's getting 93, 94, 95 mile per hour fastballs blown by him. And I've seen this guy square up 99, 100 miles per hour before. So there's definitely a drop-off here, but I don't know. I really don't have a complete answer for the drop-off of all 3 of these players happening at the same time, when these are the 3 players that you built your team around because you believed in the back of their baseball card. You believed in their baseball reference page. And even as we're sitting here 37 games in, that's kind of the same takeaway I got from that Zach Manazian answer is we're going to wait and see where the numbers are at the end of the year. But it's hard to try to explain that to a fan base that has been sitting here and watching this offense struggle all season long. And even with some different pieces, it's kind of felt like the same product over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep, for sure. Now, if you go into bat speed, Baseball Savant, Matt Chapman, 75.7, pretty good. Willie Adames, 72.2. All right. Rafael Devers, 71.2. But you can blow the whole stat up. Luis Arraez, 62.5.
Yes.
So there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Well, yeah, we've gotten to these conversations of why Luis Arraez was even available this offseason. The number one answer is because people did not believe he could play second base defensively. He's kind of proven those people wrong. But there's also the people who knocked him because of his slow bat speed or his low exit velocity. This guy's just a pure hitter. Right now, I'd take 9 Luis Arraez in the lineup right now, the way that he's swinging it. But that is kind of the difference between the stylistic approach of what you want your offense to be if you're going to play for the long ball or play a little bit of small ball. The problem is the Giants are not choosing either of those options. They're not hitting home runs, but they're also not going station to station because they're not tying anything together offensively.
All right, we'll end it this way because we got Dwayne Board talking 49ers in the Dwight Clark event on the other side. Danny, I may need some help here, but 559 says Buster did say he wanted to be in the memory-making business, and in his defense, he never said they'd be good memories. I just need to hear that. Thank you very much, buddy.
Ryan Walker has made a lot of memories this year.
Pee Wee, Dwayne Board, Super Bowl champ, part of the Dwight Clark event, talking 49ers and D-line next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, let's talk great 49ers, man. Let's talk Super Bowl champs. Let's talk with Dwayne Pee Wee Board, of course, part of the Super Bowl 16 goal line stand. And then, of course, 2 more Super Bowl champs and went on to a great coaching career, too. And he's also now part of the Dwight Clark Legacy event, which is going on May 20th down at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. And, of course, Dwayne's that kind of guy, man. Pee Wee's there to show up and show out for his teammate Dwight Clark and the legacy. There's going to be a great event down there. They're going to give out the Dwight Clark Award to Kyle Juszczyk. That'll be fun. And there's an O-line, D-line seminar. Derek Deese, Randy Cross, and Harris Barton on the O-line. The D-line, Bryant Young, Brenson Buckner, and our next guest, Dwayne Board on the UMA guest line. So, Pee Wee, great to have you on with Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing this morning?
Hey, morning, Dwayne.
I'm doing great. It's great being on the show with you guys.
No, I'm glad to have you, man. And, dude, let's start by talking about Dwight. Just, this was your teammate. This was your brother in arms. I know you were defense, he was offense, but you guys climbed the mountaintop together and a chance to honor his legacy. I like that we're keeping this memory alive, man. What does it mean to you?
Hey, you look at Dwight. Dwight is more than a legacy, man. Dwight's a legend, and legends are people who only come around so often, and that's the way you have to look at him and the kind of guy he was. He was a great teammate, too. You couldn't have a nicer teammate than Dwight.
Dwayne, how would you describe the overall legacy of Dwight Clark?
Well, Dwight turned the page to San Francisco, made San Francisco a champion, and the catch will always be there. It will always be shown because that's where the first Super Bowl came, and he was the one who started it all.
I'll tell you what, man.
He wasn't really a showman either. He was just a regular guy. But the only time he was a showman was when we went to Detroit and he showed up wearing a white meat coat.
He could pull it off, man. He was charming. He had a charm to him, right?
I know it, yeah. They coming from the South, breaking out something like that.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
way ahead of everyone's time.
Oh, so good. Pee Wee board. Now, Dwayne, you've been around the 49ers for a long time. You joined the team in 79 when they were bad. You won those Super Bowls through the 80s. Then you wound up coaching with the Niners all through the 90s, win another Super Bowl in 94. I guess it's a long way of saying, great defenses to find. We talk Joe and Dwight all we want, but you guys had to have great defenses, and you were part of them as a player and as a coach. The 49ers last year had a bad defense, so they're trying to fix it. Now, it could be as simple as this. Fred Warner was hurt. Nick Bosa was hurt. Maybe it was that. I don't know. Dwayne, they're trying to fix their D-line. What do you see when you see that 49ers defensive line? Do they just need to get Bosa back? Is that it? Or do they need even more dogs to add to that line?
Well, in my coaching career, my playing career, we always had dogs. We never went into a game with less than 9 to 10 defensive linemen. And the nice thing about it was almost like each defensive lineman had a role that he played. And the role that Fred Dean had was he didn't play every down. Fred Dean came in only on passing downs. And you have to have that. You have to have that pass rush. Because if you don't have a pass rush, you don't get nowhere in the league today. And also those guys on the back end, we had Ryan Lott, Eric Wright, Dwight Hicks, and that was a part of the team too. Those guys, and Carlton Williamson, they covered for us on the back end, and we wouldn't get pressure. You heard about it.
Dwayne, the 49ers have had a lot of consistency offensively with Kyle Shanahan calling plays, but we've seen the 49ers defensive coordinator spot change around a few times over the last couple of years. How does that affect a defensive lineman to change between coordinators? And what do you think about the 49ers hiring a guy like Raheem Morris this offseason?
Well, I think it was a good call on getting Raheem. He's always had great defenses, and the change it's not that big of a deal because every team plays pretty much a little bit of everybody's defense, really, if you look at it. And over the years, a lot of people lived off the 49er defense. And because when I left San Francisco and went with Pete Carroll, he was running the same defense we ran when George Seifert put it in 1980, 80, 81. George come, 79 to 81. So it's not that's not complicated, especially when you get veterans. They pick it up really fast.
Yeah, we're talking to Dwayne Pee Wee Board, of course, 3-time Super Bowl champ coach. He's part of the Dwight Clark Legacy Series that we're going to do May 20th down at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. It all benefits, of course, the Golden Heart Fund and helps out with some scholarships, too, and it just keeps Dwight's legacy alive. DwightClarkAward.com. Get your tickets. DwightClarkAward.com. Great auctions, surprise guests. It's just a great vibe for sure. It's funny, Dwayne, you're talking about that. It's like we cover all the sports here, right? And so all these sports have been affected by analytics. Like now you got to get a computer degree to coach a basketball team or manage a baseball team or run an NFL offense. Is D-line the last place where you don't need analytics? You just frickin' go? Like, has anything changed or evolved in how to play D-line in the decades you've been in the game?
Well, the only change that I know is when you line up as a defensive lineman, you're only 3 inches away from the line of scrimmage, okay? And if I had to go to analytics and figure out how I'm going to beat this guy in front of me, I got less than a half a second to put it in and get it processed. But I can't see how analytics plays a big part in being a defensive lineman.
It's the last non-analytic thing.
Although the 49ers and Chris Kasarik will use the GTFO analytic, that's get off the F in line analytic.
Get the F off. You heard that one, Dwayne?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I heard that one.
And that one I think you can see with the naked eye, right? You don't need a computer, right?
No, you don't need a computer. You know, only thing you can use a computer for is recording your stats, okay? And how quick the quarterback got rid of the ball. That's one thing that always bugged me too. When defensive linemen get criticized for not able to get to a quarterback, okay? Because we play guys like Dan Marino who had a quick release, and same thing with Tom Brady. When offensive linemen can read the defense and get rid of the ball fast, you don't need those offensive linemen in front. If that ball is getting out in less than a half a second, you can't get there.
Yeah, that's so frustrating, right, as a D lineman. And then the only thing you can do then is block the ball. That's kind of an underrated skill, isn't it? Getting those hands up to block passes, to tip passes or to block them. And that's something you guys, I imagine you coach that skill very, very, that's probably as important as get off, huh?
It is.
Yeah.
And it is hard blocking. It's even hard to tip a pass. If you got to get off and get your hands up quick enough before you even get the ball out, it's hard. Unless it's a short quarterback who hit guys in the back of the head. But it's not. It's really hard to block a pass if the ball's coming out quick.
Pretty satisfying when you knock one down, though, huh? That's almost as good as a sack, huh?
Yeah, you tip one and defense gets an interception or something like that. It's better than a sack. Anytime you can get a turnover in the league, you're winning.
Oh, man, it's fun talking to Dwayne Board here. He's going to be part of the Dwight Clark Legacy event on May 20th at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. It's a great event. Lots of 49ers show up, former 49ers, as we mentioned. O-line, D-line seminar. By the way, Harris Barton and Randy Cross and that crew's going to, and Derek Deese, do you have any smack talk for those guys to say how you would have beat them?
Derek Deese, I tell him all the time. I said, Deese, if I would have been playing, I would have got you cut the first day of practice.
That's the guy to say it to, too, because he'd get all upset. You get in his, you'd be in his head.
Yeah, I know. You get in his head really quick.
Well, did you go against Randy in practice? Because I know you usually go against the scout team, but maybe there's times you went against the ones. Did you go against Randy Cross?
Yeah, we always. The thing that we always did in training camp and almost every day at the end of practice, Bill Walsh always had a 2-minute drill. Okay. So we always went against our offensive line. It was like offense against defense. So.
And Bob McKittrick had all those undersized guys up there. You were thinking, ooh, it's time to eat, huh?
Yeah, it was. We competed well, and that's what made us great, because the way we competed and made each other better.
Oh man, well obviously the iron sharpened iron there with those Super Bowl champs. It was fantastic, man. So, all right, Pee Wee, we'll see you down there May 20th at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. DwightClarkAward.com. It's so great that you stay in touch with the team and honor your teammate, because I mean you guys and Dwight did that together, and that's forever, man. So have a great day. Thanks for hopping on the show.
Yeah, thanks, Dwayne.
Okay, we know what Dwight meant to a lot of people in the area too. So
yeah, beautiful.
His personality and the kind of guy he was.
Yep, beautiful, man. Every time we talk about it, good stuff. Dwayne Board, thanks for joining us on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the Sports Leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-2. Tie game, 7th inning. Gage throws, and a ball blooped to right field. Rodriguez sprinting in, and he will dive, and he doesn't catch it. It's off his glove and rolls away. Tatis scores. Laureano in to score. Heading for third, France. The relay is too late. Padres have gone ahead 3-1.
Damn, that was a tough moment, man. We said it around this time yesterday. We got the lineup, and we said, oh, Jesus Rodriguez is playing right field. Now, listen, we all like this kid. He got 2 more knocks yesterday. God, what's he hitting right now? What's he hitting, like 650 or something like that? He's like Dan Susak's like, damn, I'm jealous. Give me that bat. But we were like, where's he going to play? And we went, ooh, right field. That's a big, cavernous, gigantic, bricky, archy place to play for a rookie, right?
Yeah, I mean, you essentially have to be a second center fielder to play right field at Oracle Park.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mike Yastrzemski, for as great as he was out in right field.
Hunter Pence, all those guys, Randy Wynn.
Yes.
All these guys who did it well in right field. That's correct. And, dude, it was a tough ask. I made it to the pregame dugout scrum to talk to Tony. That was my only question I asked him to. I said once about the Oppo homer to right. And his answer to me was, I don't want to get too coachy on you. He goes, I actually liked his single more than his homer because of how ready he was in a situation. He goes, we knew he had that kind of oppo power. I was like, oh, okay, all right. But then I said, playing right field, and we were thinking about the bricks.
Yes.
And his answer was like, you've all played racquetball or pickleball. You just turn around and play the bricks. And I thought it was a little bit cavalier. But it wasn't the bricks that got him. It was the space.
Yes, because it's not just the bricks that are a trick to play out in right field. It's because of Triples Alley, and there's so much ground to cover. And it felt like the entire game, they were playing Jesus Rodriguez pretty far off that right field line.
So I couldn't believe that was one of our things when we left the show yesterday was, I hope it's going to go okay in right field. Man, what do they say, dude? The ball is going to find you, right?
Yes, as a Little League coach, you know that better than anybody else.
In fairness, 3 balls had found him prior, and he looked okay.
Yeah, he was able to track him down.
Like, I don't think he's a disaster in right field at all.
No.
Like he didn't look like a butcher. It was just a play that required something that the Giants have won on in years past, which is emphasizing defense.
Yes.
Which is why we used to get upset at Farhan for like the Blake Sables of the world, who we knew could hit, but he wasn't a good defensive player. And we were like, dude, you got it. And so I'm not saying Jesus Rodriguez is a bad defender at all. And in fact, it's just he's not an optimal right fielder in that situation. And it winds up, of course, burning. That ball was going to right. And I had enough time to be thinking, oh, no, not the kid. Not the kid.
No.
But he
not
made
the kids. Not the kids.
He actually, totally. It's like that. He actually, I thought, made a pretty darn good effort.
Yeah.
And then it just hit off his glove.
Yeah, and look, that's asking a lot for Jesus Rodriguez to go out there on a day game after catching back-to-back night games. I'm sure his legs were not 100%. That's not an excuse, but I think a decent excuse is this guy hasn't played a single inning in right field this season.
Yes.
Like, even when he was in Sacramento this year, he did play some left field, but didn't play a single inning out in right field. And there is a difference with the way that balls will slice away from right to left. So he hasn't seen that all season long. And in the 7th inning, after Matt Chapman made that error, it came back to bite them in the ass.
Right, it did. It was unbelievable. Error. Again, not to put this all on Jesus Rodriguez, or not to put it on Tony V, who put him in right field with his coaching staff. I mean, there's a lot of guys in that dugout. They're supposed to be smart, and they all made that decision. Let's say that to take those guys off the hook, it started with a freaking error and a walk.
Yeah.
It started with an error and a walk, which are the two. And when you're sucking, and when you're 14-22 in a tie game, you can't be going E5 walk. You cannot, because that's how the run winds up scoring.
You can't hand out free 90s. And once again, it's the worst thing you can do, especially as a bullpen pitcher. As a reliever, your job is to throw strikes. And you come into the game, and it's an immediate walk. Look, Keaton Wynn has been really good this year for this Giants team, but it's been a big problem with the Giants overall and some of these relievers getting themselves into some trouble because they are walking guys and not competing in the strike zone, which seems like every other pitcher is able to do against the Giants offense because they can't draw a damn walk.
By the way, Elliot Ramos made a nice play, a sliding catch on a sinking ball that could have changed the game, too.
Yeah, he did. So who knows what would have happened in that situation if it was Jesus in left in that inning and Elliot Ramos in right. To me, it just made more sense because at least we've seen Elliot Ramos in right field at Oracle Park make a couple decent plays off the bricks. And yeah, like I said, I don't care if it's the bricks right now. You can change a couple of those letters, and they're more of the SH finishing with the rest of that word.
Well, and then also let's talk about the fact they got 3 freaking hits.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And no freaking walks.
And 2 of them came from the guy who didn't make the play in right field.
And 1 hitter got into a 3-ball count. 1. Jung-Hoo Lee, I wasn't even kidding. I was watching the game, and I saw he was in a 3-1 count, and I was like, oh, I felt a tingle.
Murph started to chant, Jung-Hoo 3, Jung-Hoo 3.
I was like, this is vaguely erotic that he had a 3-ball. Yeah, he did.
I mean, that's why he was a GQ model out in South Korea.
Dude, and he wound up swinging at the next pitch and flying out. They just don't grind at bats. So we are given a reprieve from the Giants today. They're back at it tomorrow night against the Pittsburgh Pirates on a Friday night, 7:15. All right, it is that time. By the way, before we do the what one of us learned today, I do want to remind everybody that we have 2 more days on the KMBR and Giants Community Fund Auction. You know me, I'm on the board. Giants Community Fund Auction is live now through Sunday. Being on that board allows me to needle Larry Bear in public like I did at the Italian Athletic Club last night.
Yes, you did.
Because anytime he comes at me like, yo, bro, you stepped the line, I'd be like, oh, really? Do you want all my volunteer hours back from the Giants Community Fund board? Because,
Murph was out here working for free last night, but he still made sure to riff on the City Connects.
In other words, I don't do it to help the kids. I do it to riff on Larry.
That's exactly why Murph shows up.
Right. So the Giants
for
Community
the riffs.
Giants Community Fund Board. We are proud to offer with KMBR the auction live now through Sunday, and this is where you're going to help the kids. All proceeds support the Junior Giants, and you can bid on hanging out with Sergio Romo at a ball game. That's cool.
Let's get that Cholo mentality back.
You can deliver the game ball. People like doing that. You can throw out the first pitch. We talked about that yesterday. Or you can be, this one's very popular, be a ball dude or dudette. That's like, sometimes it's hard to get those, so this is a way to do it. And you can support the Junior Giants. How do you do it? You visit sfgiants.com/GCF, like Giants Community Fund, GCF, to place your bid by May 10th. All right, Danny Dunn, Dangerous Dan, before a Reggae Friday tomorrow, what do we got here?
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah, we gotta get a new one, man. That one's not good. This was it. A guy came up to me. His name was Rich at the Italian Athletic Club event last night for Tony Vitello. I really had been there like a minute. And the guy walks right up. He goes, "Hey, Murph, it's Rich. We've met before." I was like, "Okay, cool." He goes, "I'm the same age as you. I graduated high school in 85. I'm like, "Cool." He goes, "Did you hear the 85 stat?" I'm like, "No." And then Curly printed it out today.
The 85 stat.
In first 37 games in Giants history, the fewest runs scored. 2 teams stand alone. 1985, they scored 111 runs. 2026, 115 runs. This is what I learned, that we are now in the era of comping this team to the only 100-loss team in Giants history. Ouch!
We're just not that good, man.
Oh. No. Or?
Bad team, man. Bad team.
Thank you, Dangerous Dan. A little Charles Barkley and
Bad
Tim Ryan for you.
team, bad blanking stats.
I did not know we were getting into the 85 territory, but we are. Shout out the cover band The 85s with my buddies Monroe Grisman and Adam Berkowitz, Bagel, who play all the hits from the 80s. That's a better 85s than being comped to the poor Jimmy Davenport managed that team. That's a case where Jim Davenport was the most beloved Giants of all time. He got stuck a roster that Logan Webb would use his favorite word.
Yeah. Dog-ass.
Kruk was on that team.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike.
So like Mike's on the same team, then the 2 years later, they win the West.
And now,
right?
he's got to watch this crap.
Oh, boy. So poor Tony. Anyway, that's what I learned today, is that we are now entering 1985
we're time
territory
traveling.
here. Just to wrap it up here on the Golden State Lumber and text line, 510 says, the play in right field is not that big a deal, not when you only score 1 run.
True.
310 says, the combination of a diehard fan base, some with a lot of expendable income, makes this situation with the Giants tough because the fans need to make a stand and stop supporting this team financially, or there will be no change. What are we going to boycott here? 4 and 5 says, Rodriguez, yes, it was a tough play, but you can't win with run, and at least he hit 3 balls hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. he's in the lineup defensively because you're so bad offensively. The reason why they signed Harrison Bader and called up Drew Gilbert and moved Jung Hoo Lee over to right field is because they were the worst defensive outfield in baseball last year, but they're so bad offensively that now they're plugging in a guy like Jesus Rodriguez, and in that situation, you would have preferred to have a Jung Hoo Lee or a Drew Gilbert out there in right field.
All right, buddy. We are blissfully relieved of Giants duty tonight. You got a couple NBA games. Cavs Pistons. Are you that high on the Cavs Pistons, sir?
Not too high.
I mean, I'm rooting for Dave's Pistons. And Lakers Thunder, I'm looking for more demolition of the Lakers.
Yeah,
for more
I want to see LeBron lose.
Bro, they are 15.5-point dogs.
Ooh.
15.5-point dogs.
That's a lot of points.
And for a playoff game, you're getting into kind of like 49ers, Chargers, Super Bowl 29 territory there. All right, guys. Way to go, Dangerous Dan. Good job today, buddy. You did a nice job. What's this guy knows how to run a board? Huh?
Yeah, he does.
A little bit? All right.
That he does.
And thanks to you guys for coming out last night, Boucher and Curly.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for sneaking in a Portuguese and an Irish guy into the Italian Athletic Club.
Didn't somebody accuse you of being Italian?
Yeah, I mean, Portugal's not that far away from Italy. I've been accused of being Italian a lot throughout my life.
Well, that's a compliment.
Yeah, it is.
It means you're a handsome and sexy man.
Italian by association.
All right. That all learning stuff about 85 was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Papa and Silver is next. Who is it, JD again? JD's getting all those starts. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Part of personal growth, and for me and on my journey, is admitting sometimes when you're wrong. I can admit that I was wrong about this kid.
Well, it's over.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
2-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball into left field, going way back. Laureano at the wall. He leaps. Adios, pelota. Rafi Devers with an opposite field home run for the Giants' first run of the game. It is 1-1, third home run of the year for Devers.
See 3-2. Tie game, 7th inning. Gage throws, and a ball blooped to right field. Rodriguez sprinting in, and he will dive, and he doesn't catch it. It's off his glove and rolls away. Tatis scores. Laureano in to score. Heading for third, France. The relay is too late. Padres have gone ahead 3-1.
McCullers was on the mound. Here's a shot by Bogarts. Down the left field line, hooking, and gone. A sinker that he launched. Spectacular home run down the left field line. And then he jumps on one to make it 5-1 Padres. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. A hard slider in the dirt outside. Dug out of the dirt by Fermin, who then reaches over to tag Schmidt out. And the game is over. And that makes a total of 13 strikeouts of Giants hitters by Padres pitching here today.
I thought Matt Waldron was supposed to have an ERA of like 9.88 or something like that. Doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. All right. They lost the series, and I see you, Danny Dunn. We're back in dire straits. Nicely done on the board today. We're going to make the most of the next 4 hours no matter what, because that's what we do. But the Giants hit a new low point in terms of their record. They didn't hit a whole lot else yesterday. Devers was finally able to go yard, but it didn't matter if you can only score one. JD, it was great with you at the patio yesterday. We had a wonderful time. We knew that regardless of win or lose, this team was still going to have a lot of work to do moving forward. But just kind of like we say about bad and mediocre teams, when a couple of things go right that you aren't necessarily expecting, like Adrian Hauser putting together his best start, like Rafael Devers hitting his first home run in nearly a month, well, you got enough other things that are going to get in the way, and for the first time, they lose a series within their division.
Yeah, and now 3-3 against the Padres, and the good vibes of Monday night, and maybe the potential for a turnaround are not there now as we look at things today and even going into the weekend. So we'll see what happens ultimately against the Pirates this weekend. Can that be the start of the turn? But the turn is going to have to begin from 9 under now as opposed to 8, as you alluded to. The new low point with the series loss to the Padres. And, yeah, I mean, it is what bad teams do. They get unexpected, good things happen, and then other things counteract it, like Matt Chapman committing an error, in an inning when he's been terrific defensively. And we've talked about how the defense overall for the Giants has been a bright spot. Well, right up until the point in which an error puts you in a really tough spot in an inning, in a game where you have a chance to win in the final innings. And then, the big thing for me, and the Giants are so desperate right now for offense that they've started to sacrifice the defense in some ways by getting Jesus Rodriguez out there in right field. And then it winds up biting them in the rear end because Rodriguez on a tough play, but a play that should be made. Not putting the blame on him, but that ball needs to be caught. He's playing that position specifically because the Giants are so deficient in areas offensively, so you kind of have to throw him out there. And he hits the ball hard, as the guys were talking about at the end of the morning show, and that's true. But the areas in which he is less than adequate at this point defensively in the outfield wind up being a big part of the reason why you lose the game.
It was a tough one, and I was thinking about this when Rodriguez did nearly make the play. And again, it was one of those that, like you said, it could have been made. It was a tough play to be made, but also one that you're thinking.
I think it should have been.
I think it probably should have been made, right? And you're thinking, hey, would have been nice to have Jung-Hoo Lee there in that situation. Now, let's look at the other side of that, though. Let's just say Jesus Rodriguez is out of the lineup yesterday. How many hits would the Giants have had by people not named Jesus Rodriguez? It was the other one I just mentioned, the one of Rafael Devers finally going oppo for the home run against a guy with Matt Waldron, like I said, 9.88 ERA, not having a good start to the season. But I guess the cure for anybody is go and pitch against this Giants lineup because it's offense, and everything lack thereof.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point who the opposing pitcher is. It feels like the results are a different version of the same on most days. But then as we were having the conversation yesterday out on the patio, the couple of times the Giants offense has, at least for them, showed up here in the last week to the tune of 5 runs. They've lost both of those games for different reasons. So they're not even cashing in that. And look, I'm not starting the show here this morning by being critical of the decision to have Rodriguez in right field. We all understand the reason why. They need to get the offense going, and he, in his first 3 games in the big leagues, has shown that he can hit a little bit. So I think, keeping him in the lineup in some form or fashion, regardless of where he's going to wind up playing the field, I do think is the right thing to be doing here. So again, it's not but if you do it, you're going to have to potentially reap the benefit of some of the areas where his game is less refined, basically sacrificing some of the offense or sacrificing some of the defense to get more offense into the lineup. And then, Devers goes deep. And, of course, Devers goes deep, and it ends up being a solo shot in a game that you wind up losing 5-1.
And against all likelihood, we had the pitcher's duel game yesterday where Adrian Hauser was looking sharp and Matt Waldron was looking sharp after the opener that they put out there with Rodriguez.
Hauser pitched better than Webb. Again. It is maddening when you start to get in, and it's tough to go down those rabbit holes.
Yep.
But it is maddening when you go, well, damn, if Hauser had pitched the game on Tuesday that he pitched on Wednesday, the Giants would have won. But that was Webb, your ace, who hasn't pitched like an ace. It's maddening to go down all the ifs and buts because there's a lot of if one thing had gone a certain way on a Tuesday, then maybe you would have won a game on a Wednesday, but the game that they played on a Wednesday loses you that game. It's enough to drive you crazy, but it all adds up to 9 under 500. And I don't know if you checked the standings. I was watching the Mets and the Rockies play last night. I think that was the final game standing. The Giants now tied for the worst record in the major leagues with the Colorado Rockies, who are having a rough week at the hands of the Braves and the Mets at home here. 14-23, 9 under. There are a few teams pretty close to them, so it could shuffle with a win here or there. But the Giants right now tied with the Colorado Rockies for the worst record in the majors.
Well, it makes me think of the Hauser and if he had pitched that game and just kind of like putting all the puzzle pieces together and what would have been ideal. It really reminds me of how we talked about lesser additions of Warriors teams, either pre-Jimmy Butler trade or post-Jimmy Butler injury, where it's like, if they were able to shoot the way they did on Tuesday against a team that only won with 98 points on Thursday, then it would have been better that way. And Steph picked the wrong night to be cold, right? And it's just like, you also think about the 49ers and everything that went wrong with them this year in terms of the injuries and the adversity. Yeah, you can say what you want about the last place schedule, blah, 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 blah. Good teams find ways to not have excuses be part of the equation. Mediocre and bad teams don't. It's that simple.
No question. And look, I hear people. I saw Copes. He's over Ryan Walker, that's sort of the one thing among my initial list of things from yesterday's game. I don't want to make today about Ryan Walker. I'm just going to say that point blank. Yeah. He was in the game as he's in the game as one of the relievers that are, not your ahead relievers. So I think they have knocked him down a peg or two in the bullpen rotation, let's say, but he still is one of your better relievers, and he's in because they had to use Keaton Winn and Gage to get out of the seventh inning there, and they would have gotten out of the seventh inning had Rodriguez been able to make that catch. And so you go to your better guys in Winn and Gage to survive that inning, and then when you don't survive that inning and you have to get to the next inning, now you're going to your relievers that you put in the game when you're behind. And at this point, Walker's become one of those guys that you put in the game when you're behind. And obviously he didn't have his best outing either, but the game at that point was already lost for all of the other reasons that we've mentioned.
So the existential question I've got is, Danny, you went dire straits on us today. I got another one for you. Sweet Child of Mine, when it gets to kind of the bridge and it's like, where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do you go? You already pressed the panic button. You did it for a series. I understand 3 games is not enough to push the panic button again. You got to continue riding this out, but you made some shakeups. We learned that for some parts of the shakeups, hey, it went well. Jesus Rodriguez can hit. Other parts of it, Jesus Rodriguez, in order to be someone that can hit, I guess we're going to play him in right field. That played a big impact as well. So where in the world does this baseball team go? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We got the phones. We got the text line. We got the YouTube chat. Derek Papa freaking harassing me yesterday. And as we talk about all the bad contracts with the Giants, we're learning, will there be another contract from Steve Kerr? We'll talk to Gary St. Jean at 11:50. They get a little bit of
You're
Warriors
going to break
sound
the
in.
news on that after hanging out with Steve yesterday. That's what I was told is going to happen. You're actually going to break the Steve Kerr news at some point here between now and 2 o'clock because you were, maybe having a few pops with him yesterday.
The camera shot did me no favors in terms of Walter, D-Pop, Copes, the scoreboard, the television. One of my college friends was hitting me up in the 3rd inning. He's like, oh, dude, nice seats at the Giants game. The only basketball I did talk about with Steve Kerr was related to Arizona. So bad news for Murph, bad news for Jack Loader and Austin Scott, our Arizona State Sun Devils. But I will say he does seem like he's in a good headspace for whatever it's worth. So if we get a decision on walking away, I think he's going to be at peace with that. If he gets a decision on coming back for a 13th season, he seems like he's in a pretty good headspace and motivated to do that as well. So we'll talk all about that during this 4-hour program. It is Papa and Silver with John Dickinson off and running on a Thursday on the Sports Leader. Jesus!
right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, where do the Giants go from here? Because they made the shakeup. They hit the panic button. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Padres. When one thing goes right, another goes wrong, and it's just not clicking. You can go down the stats. You can go down the trends. Not a lot of reason for optimism here on May 7th. Now, there still is a long way to go. We want to hear from you. 415-808-5627. You know the number. Just tap in and join the conversation.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
McCullers was on the mound. Here's a shot by Bogaerts. Down the left field line, hooking, and gone. A sinker that he launched. Spectacular home run down the left field line. He just got into the game defensively in the last of the seventh, and then he jumps on one to make it 5-1 Padres.
Where do we go? The theme of today, the Giants lose a series to the Padres. They are off today. I think everyone takes a little bit of relief in that. And then the Pirates come into town. They're not going to face Paul Skeens, but maybe it would be better if they had 13 strikeouts against the Paul Skeens rather than an opener and then Matt Waldron with a 9.88 ERA. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to be overly negative. I just got to be real with what it is. You look at the stats, you look at the record, you look at the reality of the situation with the contracts that they handed out, and I don't think anybody expected it to be 9 games below 500 sitting here on May 7th. And as JD told us in the opening segment, tied for the worst record in Major League Baseball. So 831 hits us on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as we welcome everybody in on this Thursday morning. It says, do we have to talk about the Giants? They have a day off. I think we should have a day off from them as well. Well, hey, we don't get days off as far as doing the show, but the larger message I'm taking from that is it's May 7th, JD, and we've already had fans hitting a bit of a wall and frustration. And in the case of some people, a little bit of detachment with how rough it's been out there.
Yeah, and I think with them not playing today, tomorrow is probably the show where there'll be less discussion, still a game to react to. And again, the first series since the shakeup is definitely something worth getting into. Is it looked like maybe it had the potential to flip things, at least in a small way, back in the other direction, but it winds up not. And now the question is, of course, at least for today, where do the Giants now go from here? I think the answer to that question, Greg, and I'll be short with it. Also, by the way, Greg Silver is going to break the Steve Kerr news between now and 2 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Again, here on the Sports Leader and Papa and Silver, I want to make sure I throw that in. Where do the Giants go from here? To me, it's they have to keep doing what they've tried to do in this series against the Padres that they just lost. I mean, it's keep trying to mix Jesus Rodriguez in. It's keep giving Bryce Eldridge opportunities. It's keep mixing and matching in terms of the guys that they're maybe giving nights off. It's get a rise back, hopefully, tomorrow. Obviously, he was missed in the last 2 games of this series after scoring a couple of runs and having a couple of doubles on Monday. But it's a long climb, but there really isn't anything the Giants can do now. They went through, what was it, the first, 30-plus games up until, they come home from the road trip. And they, 13-21, so what 34 games. And they go through that, and they make the changes, and now you got to go another 30, I think, or 20 to 30 with the group that you currently have. And you can make changes here and there if there's a back-end rotation pitcher that you want to sub out. If he underperforms, you now have an option in Trevor McDonald to come back up and take a start. If you need to give Logan Webb a stint on the injured list, you can do the same thing with Trevor McDonald there. But to me, it's – you hit the panic button or whatever and made some changes. Well, it's only been 3 games of those changes. And let's just compare it to the first 3 games of the season, right? The first 3 games of the season, the Giants went 0-3. So if you want to lower the standard, they went 1-2 in the first 3 games of what I think in some ways they tried to deem as their new season. Mm-hmm. So they're stuck. That's the bottom line. They're stuck right now with the guys that they have. Can they change out some of the outfield parts a little bit more? Maybe, rotate guys in there. But I think for the most part, at least for the next 20 games or so, this is the team, and they have to just keep trying to do what they were trying to do here against San Diego.
And how long can they hold up the intentions they had to set out for this season, which is trying to compete and win games? And they, the part of doing the shakeup was, let's see what we got in Eldridge and Rodriguez, and this is not working with the way it's been so far, but it was also in large part to try to give a shot in the arm to Devers, Chapman, and Adames, the guys that we continue to bring up as not living up to their contracts and not being carriers. I saw this stat yesterday. The Giants are 14-23. There have been 141 teams in MLB history to start the season with that record. Only 7 of them, so about 5%, have gone on to win at least 85 games. That is a tough reality in the sense of, yeah, things can turn. It is a long season. We get that. But of the old cliche of, yeah, well, you can't win your division in March and April, but you certainly can lose it. The Giants already feel at a point where it's like, man, what even is the ceiling of this team? And what's the goal going to be in terms of who is playing, who's on the roster, where the focal point turns to? Because this week was all about shaking things up. I think Devers is slowly showing better appearances at the plate, as we've noted throughout the week. But Adames, Chapman, it has not turned around for those guys, and it continues to be anybody but the players making more than $10 million, save for Luis Ariz or Robbie Ray, to continue showing up in this early stage in the year.
Yeah, and that's what makes it all the more difficult. I mean, the playoff conversation, I think, should be tabled completely at this point until they get back to 500. And I think the startling realization is there's a decent chance at 9 under, given the note that you just had there, that's not going to be realistically attainable. And I'm sure there are people out there. 500, JD, 500. They look like they're going to lose 100 games right now. And you've got Murph talking about 1985 and you know what happened 2 years later than 85 when they actually were a good team at 86 and then won the division in 87. Like, it's the old, you're 2 years away from being 2 years away kind of a thing. Like, you ain't getting by in 26 talking about what the 28 team might do. Like, let's, we'll talk some Sharks before we'll do that. I think, as they get their lottery luck of a couple of nights ago. But, I mean, I still don't think it's that bad in terms of the 100 losses, although they are obviously on that level of pace at this point. But I think the postseason conversation, and look, I don't think anybody in the fan base is thinking that. I think the fan base is more aligned with they look like they're going to lose 100 games. And the correct answer probably still lies somewhere in between. But I think that's the first step. The first step is just completely wipe away any thought of that until you can get back to 500 and make that the first goal to try to get back to 500 at a point where there's enough season left that then you can realistically assess who's doing well, where maybe you need to add or subtract. What point on the calendar are you when you get back to 500? Do you do it faster than anybody thinks by, at some point in June? Does it take you all the way to August? And if it does, then you're going to have the trade deadline, in between there where you're probably going to have to sell because you wouldn't reach that point. So to me, it's sort of simplifying some of the goals, which I think is difficult. And I think starting to shift more, at least in the short term, because the younger players are the guys that are performing in large scale at the greatest. So to me, you have to continue to look to mix in some of those younger guys as much as possible and then make the veteran players get another crack as you deal with injuries or as you deal with maybe some of the younger players after they get a lengthy run starting to struggle a little bit themselves.
415-808-5627. That's the number to join the conversation. Gary St. Jean going to join us today at 11:50. So a lot we can get into on the future of the Golden State Warriors offseason. Maybe get some mini camp in there at some point in the 1 o'clock hour. Hey, who knows? We got some rookies out there, and Raheem Morris is finally going to talk to the media today, which I don't think we've heard from him much since he got hired, just all by word of mouth through John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So the great personality of Raheem Morris out there at 4949. But we're all sitting in it. I think we're all frustrated. I think we all are a little bit stunned by it looking this bad this early. I do have the return of a football season staple coming up at 10:50. Walter, what was the score of yesterday's game? It was 5-1, Padres. That's right. We don't have 5 winners and 5 losers, but we do have 5 rather nightmare scenarios that we're going to revisit and what they all symbolized. I don't know if you've seen the internet trend out there, but people are saying, like, these are my top 5 horror movies of all time, and it will just be sports fans reliving their past trauma. So if you're an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, you might put on that list They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it, et cetera, et cetera. That's coming up in about 20 minutes, and we will continue to read your messages and get into something. You know, there's an old cliche. We talk about cliches on the show and how there's a little bit of truth behind it. Well, there's one cliche that I've always pushed back on in sports when it comes to baseball specifically. I think in the case of the Giants, though, it still applies. I'll tell you why next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, good to be with you. It is Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Icabalsetta with you on a Thursday. We've got our 5-1 coming back. That's right, a little baseball season edition given the score of the game yesterday as the Padres take the series. We've got a couple of calls coming in as well, so we'll get out to that shortly. JD, I told you that a lot of cliches get thrown around, and one that was thrown out there by the famous Denny Green in the sport of football, I always felt didn't apply quite so much to baseball. Denny Green was the they are who we thought they were. I was going to say the Bill Parcells. You are what your record says you are. And in baseball, that was always one where I was like, all right, well, you know what? In football, that makes sense because there's so few games that everything is so fragile. In basketball, I think there's a little bit of a middle ground. And when you look at baseball, you might not always be what your record says you are, especially early in the season when you think about a lot of luck and weirdness and not about who you play, but when you play them. There's a lot of variables that can shift over the longer sample size of 6 months. But for the Giants right now, what's really tough about the 14-23 reality is that they very much are what their record says they are. And if you just look at the offense alone, it's last in home runs, it's last in walks, it's last in total runs, it's last in stolen bases, last in on-base percentage, and 29th in OPS as a team. I could go down the list even further, and there was this one great account, Coast to Coast Baseball, that did a deep dive into not just Giants stats, but also some of the individuals we've been pointing out over and over, like Chapman and Adames, and the way they've continued to struggle. I'm not going to torture you all by doing that because we all get it and we all see the eye test. What really stinks right now is that the cliche about you are what your record says you are, I think the Giants, that applies to wholeheartedly. I think it's fair. And as far as signs of it maybe getting better, well, we'll see what the contributions of some of the newer faces can be. But aside from Devers slightly turning it around a little bit in the recent week or so, we're not getting signs that this thing is going to suddenly flip because they're just getting a series of bad luck. They are not playing good baseball, plain and simple.
Well, we talk about them having the worst record in the major leagues, tied with Colorado. The Giants also have the worst run differential now in the major leagues as well at -42. And I'm not the biggest run differential guy in terms of it being a tell-all as to what kind of team you are. For others, it's like the holy grail, at least in terms of a starting point. But you have the expected one loss as well that they put in the expanded MLB.com standings based on basically the run differential. And the expected the Giants are actually one better in terms of their real record as opposed to their expected record. Their expected record says they should be 13-24, which would be the worst record of the majors when you look at the expected record. So I think the you are what your record says you are is definitely applicable in this situation. I think the Denny Green, Greg, is even, they are who we thought they were in some ways, although I don't think many would have believed that it would have been necessarily in this manner with Devers and Adames and Chapman being so dreadful and Logan Webb being mid at best, mediocre in reality to this point, and that may be a little kind as it relates to Logan Webb and the numbers that he's had. So we all knew the bullpen was going to be an issue, and again, statistically, maybe it's overperformed, and there have been a couple of individual bright spots. I think Caleb Killian right there at the top of the list, but there's been enough iffiness in the bullpen led by Ryan Walker to where it's cost him some games that might otherwise have people feeling a little bit better. But what are we really talking about? We're talking about the difference between 14-23 and maybe 16-21. And the truth is, if this team was 16-21, nobody should feel dramatically better about where they are than anyone feels at 14-23. That's just being real about it.
No, you're 100% right on that. Let's get out to the phone. Sam is in Arizona. Kind of to echo how we came into the segment, says the Giants are worse than it looks. It's bad, but it can get even worse. All right, Sam, we're here for you. Talk to us. What's on your mind?
Well, so here's the thought, and I've been following him for many years, but we're not losing. Our offense is so bad. This is not Paul Skeens we faced yesterday. This is a guy who didn't even get a start. There was a starter in his place because he's been getting beat up by the league. It happened on the road. Anytime I see a pitcher facing the Giants that's starting and he has an ERA over 6, I know we're going to get shut down. He gets well against us. And I'll point to another thing. So Ryan Schwarber, he tore us up in that series. And I know that the Phillies are better since Mattingly's their manager, blah, blah, blah. The game after the Giants played, he went down to Miami in a series and was 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. We're not able to beat the dreads of the league when they're on the mound. And we're not able to pitch with any real good consistency with our starters. And so when we think about, is this a 100 loss, is this a team that could lose 100? I hate to be so pessimistic. I do not see much in the way of optimism. And I heard a lot of discussion yesterday about accountability. I don't know why Adames continues to play every game at short. I'm looking forward to seeing Christian Koss out there. Put Schmidt at short. If you're willing to sacrifice a little defense for some offense, he has earned a seat on the bench. It's sunk cost. You've already paid him the money. You owe him the money. He needs to sit for a while. I don't know why he continues to play every single game. So that's my take on what I think is happening. I mean, we're not getting shut down by Skeens and other guys. We're getting shut down by pitchers who really the rest of the league tears up.
No, you're right, Sam, and we appreciate the call at 415-808-5627. On the Adames front alone, I am surprised he's continued to play short. Now, how much of this is related to a rise in the thumb and just sitting out a couple of days? Maybe as soon as tomorrow, it's a little bit different, JD. But back to what do good teams do in the game of baseball? Well, I had that whole list when the Giants were starting to compile things on the opposite end of it. When they were going to play the Phillies and set for that matchup, yes, the Phillies did their own shakeup. They did get the spark out of Mattingly, and that continued even after the Giants series when they swept them, and we all know about the doubleheader, blah, blah, blah. But good teams take advantage of favorable matchups, and they take advantage of when another team is ripe for a beating. The Phillies were 9-19. It was a disaster. They were having very similar conversations about their baseball team with the starting pitching and the bullpen and the disappointment of the offense. That was all going on the East Coast in the city of brotherly love. And then they turned it around against the Giants because they couldn't take advantage of a team that was reeling. Giants couldn't take advantage of Adrian Hauser looking his best and going against a guy with a 9.88 ERA. It just all glues to the puzzle.
The Phillies have won 8 of 9 since they made the managerial change to Don Mattingly. And the first game for Mattingly was against the Giants. Obviously, we all know the story, sweeping that series. They have won 8 of 9. The Giants have lost 8 of 9 since they faced off against each other. And that was, 9 days ago? I mean, it was a week. Yeah, it was last week. As far as Adames, I do think Adames' time on the bench would have been coming had it not been for the Arise injury. And I'm also going to say this, and I'll be short, and I don't mean this to be mean. Christian Koss is batting .077. Yeah. Like, I'm done hearing about Christian Koss needing to be in the lineup. Like, Christian Koss is 1 for 13. And so, like there's this, mythology that Christian Koss is this awesome hitter and player. It's like the dude is a backup utility infielder for fringe major leaguer, and I understand Adames has been struggling and all that. Like let's stop talking about Christian Koss. All right, that is not going to turn a 14-23 Giants team into a potential contender.
No, you're right, and I think the conversation when Arise gets healthy is let's see Casey Schmidt at shortstop.
Yeah, no, I think that's and I think that's exactly what it's. Look, could Christian Koss play once a week? Sure. But this notion that you're missing out on this 300 hitter, that's wasting away on your bench. We're talking about a guy was made his big league debut at 27. Good, cool story. But this dude's a fringe major leaguer, and he's 1 for 13. And part of maybe why he's 1 for 13 is because he hasn't gotten a lot of playing time. In fairness, but let's just slow the roll on that a little bit.
Well, I think
I'm done hearing about that. I'm drawing a line in the sand on that. That's a pet peeve. I'm done hearing about Christian Koss.
I think we had a call after the Yankees series, very, very early in the season, or maybe it wasn't right then, but it was sometime in the first 5 to 10 games. And the caller made the point, which we both agreed with, which is look, you could talk about the bench and this and that. The conversation isn't, though, how do you get Christian Koss involved? It's how do you get the most out of Matt Chapman, Willy Adames, Rafael it has been the same headliner from the jump, and it's only continued to go downhill. The guys who are continuing to show you that bright spot, because it hasn't all been miserable with this team, but when you look at the best parts of it, it's Casey Schmidt, it's Luis Arise as a great signing, and who knows what happens after a one-year deal if this thing continues to slide, and we're a ways away from even having that conversation, but all the moments of positivity have been through guys that are not making a lot of money and you hope to be part of the future, but Landon Roop is not going to be your ace in the year of 2026 for a team that makes the playoffs. Doesn't mean he couldn't be a top 2 guy in the rotation as this team starts to find its next chapter, but they haven't committed to the next chapter because they've been so invested in older players who are showing a decline and an inability to turn it around regardless of how you shuffle the deck.
And, of course, now because I said that in the manner by which I did, Christian Koss will probably go 4 for 5 on Friday with 3 doubles.
as it would go in the 2026 season. Let's go to Danny in San Bruno, who wants to share some thoughts on the Giants hitting, or I guess I should say lack thereof. The only thing they hit this week was a new low point. What's up, Danny?
What's up? I just have a quick question. Do you think, because you guys were talking about the lack of bat speed, do you think that could be due to, like, our approach at the plate? Because there's times where you're watching the game, and, for example, Adames is just taking the first pitch right down the middle, and then he's swinging at that outside slider that's in the other batter's box. Do you think it could just be our approach? And then my other question is for Patrick Bailey, like, what do you do with that guy if Suzak comes back and he just, how he left off, just hitting the ball solid behind the plate, and then you have Rodriguez, who's a good platoon guy. Like, what do you do with Bailey at that point? Because I don't know if you could necessarily have 3 catchers on a roster. I mean, you could, but it's just hard.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Danny. And the reason they do is because they're searching for answers offensively in a desperate way. And as well as Patrick Bailey can play behind the plate, a 2-time Gold Glover, he gives you nowhere near the offense that the other 2 guys have given, even in a small sample size. As far as the bat speed, like, I can't speak on the specifics of that alone contributing to the larger hitting issues. Devers' declining bat speed is a problem. Bailey's never had a fast bat speed, but I heard this from Murph and Marcus earlier. I think what they said was the only guy to get to a 3-1 count yesterday was one time, and it was Jung-Hoo Lee. So they're not working pitchers deep into counts. Yes, they are striking out less. That was part of the Blue Jays' philosophy. They poached Hunter Mentz. But if you're also not walking, you're not hitting for power, you're not hitting in general, and you can't win a game when your opponent out-hits you, as we now learned that they are 0-16 in said scenario, then it's going to be a lot more just about working pitchers deeper into games. Starters, we're finding, whether it's Matt Waldron or whether it's Tyler Glasnow, they're not approaching the 100-pitch mark until we're talking like into the 7th inning sometimes, or maybe even later when they just come out, say, with 80 pitches.
Well, a couple of things there.
Sorry,
ahead.
Danny. I thought we had lost Danny. Well, what's on your mind, Danny? We'll let you finish.
Sorry, guys. I just feel like you guys are right. Like, when you watch, like, for example, like Jung-Hoo Lee and Schmidt taking that bat, like, they're sitting there, they're grinding, fouling balls off. Like, I don't know. I just feel like those 2 guys compared to the guys that are supposed to be – because, like, I mean, I know we signed Lee to a big contract. He has a big role on our team, but Devers – he's starting to come around, but Adames and Chapman, it's just like they have a hole in their bat, and they're just like, I don't know. I feel like if they just start play Pepper. Like, if you get 2 strike counts, start playing Pepper. Start fouling the ball off. Just get into a good count instead of swinging out that ball in the other batter's box, you know?
Yeah, no, I hear you, Danny, and we appreciate the call. And look, the other part of it, too, as we've seen, JD, is in terms of the amount of strikes that the Giants are facing this year, there's not a lot of fear coming from pitchers anywhere in the lineup 1 through 9.
Yeah, a couple of things. I've said this. I do think they're caught in between philosophically, and I mentioned it to Andy Baggerly last week on Friday, and he kind of disagreed. But I think they are caught a little bit between trying to work counts but also trying to reduce the strikeouts. And I think because so much of the focus has been on trying to reduce the strikeouts that they're not working counts, and they're not walking as much, and they're not getting into those 3-ball hitter advantage type of account. And so I think that's been a part of the problem there. As far as the 3 you can carry 3 catchers. I mean, that's not like you could easily, if Susak was healthy tomorrow, you could send Haas down.
Yeah.
And because Rodriguez is going to he's going to move around. Yesterday's inability to catch that ball in right field would not prevent me from putting him back out in right field. Now, the question is, is it more advantageous to have him behind the plate and take Bailey's bat out of the lineup and then have somebody else in right field, obviously? And it's, Jung-Hoo Lee is still the starter at that spot. But you can have 3 catchers when one guy isn't necessarily a true catcher, and I think that can be Bailey, Susac, and Rodriguez, and basically it could become a scenario where Susac and Rodriguez maybe are in the lineup every day, or as time goes on, whenever Susac's healthy, and maybe Bailey becomes just kind of a defensive replacement. In terms of what they're going to do, though, and I know we're holding off on the buy or sell conversation because it's so early, but I do think Patrick Bailey is somebody, not that you would get a lot for him because he struggled so mightily at the plate, but Patrick Bailey, I could see a team that needs a quality defensive catcher that needs, that has a lineup that can withstand Patrick Bailey basically batting ninth, to where he'd be, Martin Maldonado over the last decade, right? Where he's just bats ninth and every once in a while might run into one. But you've got a lineup so good, Maldonado predominantly, obviously, with the Astros during that time, because they've had some pretty potent lineups. So I do think there would, believe it or not, be a market for Patrick Bailey if you decide at some point that you want to go Rodriguez as your everyday catcher. But again, we're a long way away from that.
Well, and as we've talked about with Bailey before, that would still be somebody that has a good amount of value to a team that can accept having a hitter that's not going to even get you to 200, right? Like, say, just hypothetically, a team like the Dodgers, they can live with a Patrick Bailey in their lineup, right? Because they got so much freaking talent that they're like, yeah, we'll take a Gold Glover behind the plate with this pitching staff. Are you kidding me?
Now, they have two catchers better than Bailey now, though, in Rushing and obviously Will Smith. But yes, they are the kind of team, and there aren't a lot of those teams, but there are teams that you could find a team that really has a lot of offense that maybe would want them. Again, you're not going to get a lot for them, but I do think if this continues, hell, even if the Giants are, I mean, this is the unfortunate part of the predicament that they're in right now, Greg, is the Giants could play 500 ball for the next 2 months, and it's not going to feel like it's even better because they're going to still be 9 under, and you're going to deal with that every day, the fact that you're 9 under and you're out of the race. So I think that in some ways is the most disappointing part of this, is like the Giants could play, like playing 500 ball for, let's say, the next 2 months. That would be a significant improvement over what they've been to this point. You're still going to be 9 under and not in the race at that point. So you're still going to have to look to make some moves at the deadline once it push comes to shove on the calendar.
Well, and that's why I brought up that stat from earlier about how only 7 of 141 teams to have the start of 14 and 23 have gone on to win 85 or more games. We're talking about a 1 in 20 level likelihood of what we've seen in history to have the Giants be back into a point where you're getting a little bit excited and all of a sudden, like, kind of perking your eyebrows up of like, oh, wait, hey, maybe there is something here, because even if they play better baseball, let's call it they play 3 over for the next 2 months. All right, well, they're still, 6 under? Not even close to being in the race at that point. That's what feels deflating for everybody. And there's nothing to show for in the recent play outside of maybe your Schmitz and your Jesus Rodriguez's and younger guys that you can't expect to carry a lineup to a bunch of wins against better teams. You can't have the expectation of all of a sudden, like, Schmidt and Rodriguez and Roop, that's going to be enough to get you back to close to 500 when we're talking about the middle of the summer.
Yeah, and you just look at that third wild card currently, and it has leveled off, although it is early. It's funny, that third wild card, I know I talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
19 and 16, right? 19 and 16 right now, the Brewers. The thing that I do think people forget, and here's the question as you start to, if you are somebody that's going to keep that in mind, and look, it's not only the Brewers that are 3 over, but the Pirates are 3 over, the Reds are 3 over. The Reds are like 9 or 10 over a while ago. They've lost 6 in a row, including a sweep at the hands of the Cubs. So there's 3 teams basically that are at that 3 over spot, tied for the final wild card currently. But that is an 87 win pace. Like, people forget sometimes 19 and 16, if you repeat it over 162, turns into an 87 win pace. The question is, does the pace remain among that final spot 87? Because if the pace is going to remain 87, the Giants have got almost no shot. What they and others are going to have to hope is that it's not the pace that remains 87, but we look up end of May, and it's still a team that's 3 over. End of June, it's still a team that's 3 over. End of July, it's still a team that's 3 over, which obviously as you progress through the season, that becomes lower, and that becomes an 85 win pace, and then an 84 win pace, and then maybe an 83 win pace. And that's the pace that but again, it's silly to even consider or discuss the prospect of being a playoff team given how badly the Giants have played to this point.
Michael in the south of Gilroy, I see you. We are overdue for a timeout, so we'll go ahead, get that done, and we'll continue taking your calls. We don't have to 5-1 at next segment. We want to keep hearing from you, and then we'll 5-1 in the 11 o'clock hour before Gary St. Jean joins us. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you as we get into the second hour. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Icabal-Seta with you here on this Thursday. Where do the Giants go from here? That was our little Guns N' Roses act. And Danny Dunn, who was working the morning show, said we're back in dire straits, opened us up with a little walk of life. Let's continue with the calls. Michael is in the south of Gilroy. I appreciate you waiting with us, Michael. And speaking of Gilroy, probably the best part of my day yesterday was getting to saute some garlic. Otherwise, the baseball was tough, and then I got the wrong box of diabetes supplies, so love that. What's up, Michael? You're on the Sports Leader.
Papa Silver, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you guys. I listen to your show quite often. Was at the yard yesterday, beautiful day at the yard. I want to talk about Patrick Bailey, one of my pet peeves. I know you were just recently talking about maybe a possible trade. No, let's keep Patrick Bailey. I consider him one of the best catchers, defensive catchers. He's not hitting the ball. We know Patrick has power, but Patrick, I believe, is not a power hitter. Maybe if he gets a lighter bat and becomes a slap hitter, singles, doubles, keep the line moving, maybe work with Luis Ariz.
Hey, Michael, let me ask you a question, Greg, because I think I understand why we're bringing up the notion of trade versus no trade, but I think that even on May 7th, with as bad as it's been, we're probably a little bit a ways away from definitively having those conversations. What do you think about having the three catchers on the roster and what you've seen out of guys like Susak when he was healthy and now Rodriguez coming up and playing 3 days in a row?
I like it. So what I'm thinking is we put Patrick in for defense, and when he comes up to bat, if there's a situation where we need a pinch hitter, why can't we pinch hit for the catcher position 3 times a game? We got Rodriguez that has shown he can hit the ball. Susak was hitting the ball. Maybe that's an option we use every game.
And they may have to if they're just continuing to find answers. So thanks for the call, Michael, and glad you got to hang out at the yard yesterday because it was a very, very nice day. We did see a lot of people by the Willie Mays statue, but yeah, JD, I mean, I think my larger takeaway is the fact that we're even having these conversations about what do you do with certain guys and who you might be looking to trade. That's all part of the larger equation of the Giants couldn't necessarily pick a lane. We know the lane they were intending to pick of winning games right now. Then it was looking iffy, and Walter hit us with the unintentional 2 timelines, and now it's gotten so rough at 14 and 23 that we're wondering, is there going to be a point where we're watching a lot of June, July, August, September baseball, looking at guys that are going to be part of the next core, which I know is not the focus of a conversation today, but the fact that we're having it just tells you everything you need to know about the way it's gone the first 6 weeks.
Well, I would also caution in this sense, we've seen Jesus Rodriguez come up, we've seen Eldridge come up. Obviously, those guys would stay up and play roles, but who else is there at this point? I know there's some pitchers maybe, but the main prospects that the Giants have are guys in low A and guys that are still a couple of years, at least the end of 27, if not at some point in 28 away. So it's not like the Giants are really set up at this point to just, play a lineup full of young guys. And oh, by the way, as you've noted a few different times, they've got all these guys making major money, huge cash for a number of years to come. So it's not like you can just completely move off of one, let alone 2 or 3 guys that maybe you would find yourself in that position again. So I think, maybe it's lesser playing time for some of these guys. Maybe it's moving, other players that are currently on the roster into some greater roles. But I just don't foresee, at least in 2026, a scenario where the Giants could even have a lineup full of young guys at this point that are looking to cut their teeth and grow their game at the major league level.
I mean, Karma Scramble in the YouTube chat, I think, said it well, where he's like, San Francisco can't just DFA, trade, fire their way out of this. It's not that simple.
It's not at all. And so I think that's, again, what they're going to have to reckon with. And it's why, in the immediate, when you ask the question, where do the Giants go from here? I do think it starts with lessening the expectations and continuing to keep mixing in the guys that they mixed in a similar way that they mixed them in this San Diego series, and just try to hope that you can start stringing some series wins together and then go from there. And if you don't, then maybe we're having a whole different conversation. But I think that's really the only course of action. They've already hit one of the panic button markers in terms of the moves that they went and made over the weekend and on Monday.
I mean, the bottom line is you also got to reward the players who are performing the best. When it's going as poorly as it is and you're 9 under, think about the players that are giving you the most in the short term, and that's what they've done for the most part. I know we brought up Adames continuing to play. His time on the bench is probably coming, but yeah, it's as dire as it is, and you're just trying to glue the pieces of the puzzle together. The conversation of today is not about, why did you have Jesus Rodriguez in right field? We know why they had Jesus Rodriguez in right field. Like, this is not us coming to the table and saying, man, Tony Vitello really boofed that game. Okay, well, guess what? You take him out of the lineup, you would have had one hit yesterday. You would have been looking at the other side of why it was bad relative to, it was actually him being in right field and not making a play that could have been made, albeit a tough one. But, yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee, you expect to make that play. Okay, well, is it even a 1-1 ball game? Is it even that close? Is it even going to matter in the end? I don't know.
No, I'm not. I mean, look, having Rodriguez in right field burned him. But if you've watched the way the Giants have hit throughout the beginning of this season, you completely understand why Rodriguez was in right field. And so you can't, you can't look at that like it was some, major mistake or anything like that. It's just, it's the Giants being so desperate for offense that they are having to sacrifice defense and chose to do that. I think rightfully so, but when you choose to sacrifice defense in certain areas for offense, then the fact that you don't have defense at those positions could bite you in the rear end. And right now the Giants are in a spot where, as we've laid out a ton, even areas that have been praised with this team are hurting them on individual days.
808 KNBR, a couple of more continue to roll in, and you're right about areas they've been praised that do hurt them, and sometimes they hurt them in the worst of ways. The bullpen, statistically, we understood where they stuck out, and you actually had the comment that aged pretty well, which was part critical, part just precautionary of like, okay, look, let me see the bullpen when it's a 1-run lead in the 9th inning. Let me see it when they don't have margin for error. And then we saw what happened on the road trip with 3 of the 6 games being walk-offs where they couldn't get it done. You're going to look at the bullpen wildly differently at that point because, again, right, you said if it was they're 14-23. Let's say it was 16-21. Would we be looking at it a lot differently in the larger picture? Not necessarily, but you can also say, hey, there is a path of getting back to 500 a lot easier when you're 5 under versus now when you're 9 under. You could play really good baseball for the next month and still be behind the 8 ball, where as if you're 5 under, it's like, yeah, okay, it might take a lot less to get back to a point where you're having a different conversation and evaluating this team more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're a sicko, 16-21, but you're 4 out, you're in it. That kind of nonsense. Like you could perpetuate that sort of fraudulent discussion if you really wanted to, and I think people probably would be. So I do think in some ways that's the difference, right? You can sort of sell the notion of a team being in it that really has no business being discussed as if they're in it, at least at this point in time, until they prove that they can be a better baseball team. So that to me is the only difference. It's the cosmetics of being able to sell the notion that a truly mediocre baseball team has some semblance of a shot at this mythical third wild card if they can get back to 500, and if the third wild card can be an 83 win pace by the time that it's all said and done. Like, miss me with all of that. Like, that doesn't get me going at all. Again, maybe we get to the point where it does, but May 7th, to me, it's about prove that you're a good baseball team, and then we'll see where you are in the standings. and whether or not you're close to a playoff spot at that point in time, and then we can start to examine some of the areas where you can add or subtract.
Let's go to Jim in Vallejo. Take one more here, and it actually, if he gives us what he thinks it will, it gives me a larger point I wanted to have about Buster Posey. He says the long-term contracts are issue number one. Jim, talk to us. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, when they signed Chapman and Adonis, you take a look at the back of their baseball cards. These guys are lifetime 240 hitters, and sometimes they don't even bat 240. And, Buster Posey is my second all-time favorite Giant behind Tim Lincecum. But he may not be cut out to be in higher-level management if he's making these kind of decisions about giving long-term contracts to 240 hitters. I also would just like to comment on Pat Bailey. How long are we going to say, well, he's a great defensive catcher? I don't give a damn how good he is on defense. If he can't hit his body weight for average, he shouldn't be playing in the major leagues.
I would agree with that, or shouldn't be your everyday starting catcher, or your 2 out of every 3 starting catchers, certainly. So appreciate the call, Jim. The reason I like him bringing up the Buster Posey part is really the only way we can evaluate Buster in the short term is the big contracts that he handed out and the big trade to acquire Rafael Devers. As far as this season, that is the way we can evaluate Buster Posey, along with hiring Tony Vitello as his handpicked manager. Maybe the Buster Posey, Zach Manazian front office regime will ultimately be more so defined by the next crop of players, the guys they got in those trades they made at the deadline last summer. Maybe it's some of the draft picks. Maybe it's who is ultimately here in 2028, and maybe there's a real path of development forward. But we're a ways away from having that talk. Not just a ways away in terms of May 7th of this season. We're at least a year or two away from having that talk. So right now, the only way we can honestly evaluate Buster Posey in this front office is the moves he has made to try to win now, which are clearly not working out in the slightest.
Right now, as we sit here on May 7th, the Rafael Devers trade's a failure.
Yes.
The signing of Willy Adames is a failure. The signing of Matt Chapman to the longer-term contract is a failure. And the Tony Vitello hire is a failure. All of those things. And that's not to say anything especially bad, but as I've said a million times, Vitello was brought here to help whatever version of this team you thought they were be a little bit better on the margins. And he has not done that. And so if you look at those 4 big moves, that all 4 of them right now look like a failure. All 4 of them. And not just a little failure, like a massive failure. So, again, still time. We'll see. I personally feel I actually feel sorry for Vitello, but again, not so sorry for him that he's void of any accountability in this. And that's the one thing that I bet we're going to start to hear as well. It's like, this team's so bad. Like, this team's so bad. Like, what can he even do? Like, you don't get that level of benefit of the doubt. Not when you're brought in to basically make an 81-win team, an 86-win team. Like, you don't get that level of the benefit of the doubt of like, well, this team's so bad. Like, he gets a complete wash, free pass. I feel bad for him. This is probably not what he thought he was signing up for to some extent. But again, he was a guy who Buster Posey thought was going to help this team, whether it was energy or attitude or the ability to prevent long losing streaks, right? Like, that was a big part of why, Melvin just couldn't get him out of the funk when they got in a funk. Well, this team's been in a funk since March 25th that they haven't been able to get out of, aside from basically one little 7 out of 10 stretch. That's been the aberration at this point. And everything else, the 6-20 in the other 26 games has been, closer to the reality. So I feel for Vitello, but again, I don't. He's not void as somebody that was one of those big 4 Buster Posey moves that's completely void of any accountability in this thing.
No, and I think that Vitello, as far as the 9 games under, he probably bears a pretty small slice of the blame of pie that's in there. but it doesn't mean that he's completely devoid of it either. And it ultimately is going to reflect on the man who made that out-of-the-box hire. That's Buster Posey. And I'll go back to what you said March 25th before any baseball was played. When you do something unconventional, as Buster Posey did to bring in someone like Vitello, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt in the way that you would with other types of decisions.
There's also and I'll be short on this because I know we're up against it. There's also the just because it may not completely be your fault doesn't mean you continue to get extra opportunities to do the job. It's like it may not be. We may say, yeah, Vitello's 10th on a list of things that are the problem with this Giants team. And again, I'm just picking an arbitrary number there. But if it's like I've said, if this team wins 70 games, he should be gone. And he should be held accountable for that. If he wins 75 games after they've won 81 and 83 and whatever, with what I think some people would deem to be more talent, he gets held accountable for that, regardless. We're not going to do the thing where we nitpick, well, how much of it really is him? And because of this and this and this, he actually, no, you're accountable for your record, especially when you're brought in to, improve things on the margins, which obviously has not been done in any form or fashion to this point.
All right, so here's the deal. We got a lot of good calls to get to, so this whole 5-1 business in the horror movies, we're just going to kick that down the road to later in the show. We want to make sure. Yeah, that's a 12:50 segment right there.
1:15.
There we go. Exactly. That's the beauty of it all. We're just going to kick that later. We know we got it. We got some fun video for you, courtesy of a great content creator and fake Pat Spencer, that, as you may know him, Henry Markin, sent me a video yesterday. And so we're going to implement that into the show, talk about the 5 worst horror movies. But we're going to do that a little bit later because the priority is you. Matt, Joby, Norm, hang tight on the phone lines. I see ya. Gary St. Jean joins us at 11:50. And one quick announcement, by the way. Netflix will have the Week 1 game between the Rams and the 49ers. Correlation is not causation on the streaming service leader. We'll be back with more on Papa and Silver. Oh, my goodness. Not Netflix. Walter, just hit the break. I'm disgusted.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, the question of our day, where do the Giants go from here? They shuffle the deck, they hit the panic button, whatever analogy you want to use. They made some big changes, and then they lost the series against the Padres. It's just not clicking together. Even when one thing goes right, something else goes wrong. So as Axl Rose said in Sweet Child of Mine, where do we go now? Steve Moskowitz here to help you out with all your tax issues on a Thursday. Steve, plain and simple, if you can't pay your taxes, how can you help out the people in the Bay Area and beyond?
We have a lot of help for you. And it's an awful feeling. And I don't want your listeners to suffer like that. There's so many good ways out. And a lot of people think if they don't have the money, that's it. There's nothing they can do. And they're just waiting for some IRS agent to do something horrible to them. Wrong, folks. There's a lot that can be done. All kinds of deals. Maybe you don't know the amount. Maybe you don't know as much as the government says. That's common, especially when you don't file returns, because the government makes up returns. Or we can make a deal if you qualify, you just pay part and they forgive the rest. Or if we get the penalties for even sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or. We have a comprehensive free consultation. We talk to you. We listen to you. We know you got kids to feed and mortgages to pay and all kinds of expenses. And then if you want us to, we'll go to the IRS for you. We'll do everything for you. You don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the horn and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Look at that. After you dial 808-KNBR and talk to us, go and get your finances in order at 1-888-TAX-DEAL and call Steve Moskowitz. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also do it online at moskowitzllp.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
JD in for Papa indeed on a Thursday. Been great to have him hang out with us all week. What's been a little tougher is trying to pick up the pieces of a new Giants adventure, which hits us with something a little different every day. They lose it 5-1 yesterday, dropped the series against the Padres, and then they got a much-needed off day before the Pirates come into Oracle Park for the weekend. It's been all about hearing from you on a Thursday, and we're getting all sorts of emotions, opinions, thoughts, and feelings from fans out there, so let's keep it going. Matt in El Dorado Hills wants to talk about the Giants lacking leadership on different levels. Matt, you're on The Sports Leader. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear, my friend.
Yeah, my point about leadership is, and this is not a knock on Vitello, he's probably a really nice man. This is the show. He's never had a taste of the show. He's never been in a major league locker room. He's never fought hard in the minor leagues. He doesn't have the capacity or the ability to sit down with a Chapman or a Damas or a Devers
and say, and when they ask him the question, what did you do? How did you address it when you were going through a tough time? He is a college manager. He doesn't belong in a major league dugout. It's not an experiment. It's one of the most prestigious jobs in professional sports to manage one of the San Francisco Giants or the New York Yankees or any team. And when somebody sits down and recognizes maybe he could be a consultant in the dugout about something, but he hasn't walked through the shoes. He's never coached third base. He's never done any of these. He's not been in these roles. And I don't understand why the organization hired him. I understand energy. This is not about energy. Some of the greatest managers we've ever had said 3 words. You just see what Don Mattingly did in Philadelphia. He brings credibility to the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Carroll Shelby said it. You don't manage a race team by committee.
Well, Matt, we appreciate your thought. Yeah, go ahead.
So my point to Buster would be, hey, people make mistakes in organizations, large corporations. In your company, you've been exposed to great leaders. These folks aren't looking at Tony Vitello for answers because he doesn't have the answers. He's not been there. So I appreciate your time. Last time I called in was when Gary was there and Terrell Owens went off on the sidelines about somebody many years ago. So I love KNBR. My son is a great Giants fan, and I hate to see his Giants go through any more of this with somebody who really is over his head. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Matt. You're being a good parent, as you should, right? Taking your child's anguish personally. I love that. And thank you for breaking the drought. Don't make this your last call here on Papa and Silver. It's funny. What it all comes back to for me as far as the Vitello and how we want to get into the weeds of where he bears the blame versus maybe other parts of not. It's just, again, we've said this a lot, but I keep coming back to it as the team spins out of control. This is not the typical managerial hire you would make for a team that has the expectations of being a playoff team. Typically, you would want to bring him in if he had never had experience at the major league level as, hey, this is a guy with great energy. He might be able to bond with younger players. The gap between college and pros is shrinking in the way that it used to. Now, NIL's a thing. I can understand all that philosophy. But when you do that and you have the expectation of also being a team that's fighting for a playoff spot, then it also puts more on the plate of the veterans. Your Devers, your Adames, your Chapmans, those type of personalities in a different era that Vitello hasn't really dealt with that close in the day-to-day level. And then all of a sudden, your veterans aren't performing up to speed. Now Vitello's trying to navigate this. Everybody's losing. Losing brings out the worst in everybody. So regardless of what you would want to say about how much blame he deserves or whatever, it does go back to Buster Posey's decision to go so unconventional with a hire. Typically not something you do when you have the expectations of winning and you have a lot of money devoted to players in their 30s.
And I've said this a couple of different times. I think either the Giants misread his personality type or the ability for his college persona to translate to the big leagues. Because it just feels like, and look, maybe it was in the packaging, maybe it was in kind of the way that Vitello was sold to us, is that he was going to be kind of this fire and brimstone, light everybody up, hold everybody up, hold everybody accountable, kind of a guy, and he just hasn't been that, and I think it's not that. I think he's been his true self, but I think, as I've said a bunch of different times, I think his true self is a lot more thoughtful and calm. I mean, go back to the postgame quote even from yesterday about, get away and come back with that, little league, type of mentality on Friday to open the series against the Pirates. I'm paraphrasing, but and you know what? That's like what a Bruce Bochy would say. That's what a Bob Melvin might say. Like it's like I feel like he was brought in because there was this thought, or at least the Giants front office was trying to sell the fan base on the thought that when times get tough, he's going to be lighting a fire under everybody, and he's going to be lighting everybody up, and he's going to be yelling at guys, and he's going to be ripping them out of the lineup, and he's going to be like, and the truth is, that's not a knock, by the way, on Vitello that he hasn't done that. The truth is that he was never going to do that because this is the major freaking leagues, and I think Vitello, in being true to himself, understands the fact that he's in a different spot in terms of his lack of experience in trying to come in and manage major league players to where he has to kind of garner their respect first.
Yeah.
And the problem is in this process of trying to garner their respect and give them a bunch of leeway, they've gotten off to this horrendous start. So now it's like, all right, well, how do you change into something different now that things are bad? And if you do change to something different now that things are bad in terms of your personality, you're probably only going to make it worse, or at least there's a fear that you're going to make it worse.
And if you shift now, really is it perceived as phony, which is the worst thing he could do?
Exactly right. Exactly right. So he's in an incredibly difficult spot. But again, I don't think it's necessarily his fault as much as it is those who hired him put him in a position that's just unable, just where he is unable to deliver in the manner that I think they thought. And so I tend to look at more, as I've said a bunch, Buster Posey on that. Again, if it's so bad, you lose your job no matter what, or you move on no matter what. So I'm not like it's two things can be equally true. We can sit here and say, hey, I don't think a lot of this is on Vitello, which I actually don't. But if this team wins in the 60s, like he's going back to the SEC, like probably of his own volition, and rightfully so at that point. But you would blame Buster Posey for that, for this guy being his guy if that's the way it comes to fruition. In addition to the blaming the players and the moves that were made in terms of the players that were signed by Posey. So he's in a really difficult spot. Like I said, I feel for him, but I don't feel so sorry for him that he's going to be void of any accountability if this team continues down the path that they've been on, since March the 25th.
A good text to get to from 408 says, funny how people complain about Farhan's one-year contract. Now they're complaining about the contracts that are too long. I mean, think about it. Like Buster Posey did what a lot of the fans were looking for. Everyday players, a lineup you could resonate with. But again, if the results aren't there, then that's going to hold the greatest weight of all. Like the contracts being long itself wasn't a terrible thing, but handing out the long money to veterans who are declining, and if Chapman, Devers, Adames are playing at this level, yeah, that's going to look pretty damn bad too.
No doubt. And look, it's not, it's funny because a lot of even Vitello in relating this, I feel like was sort of selling the fan base on something. Like the name players and the long-term contracts were equally that, right? Trying to sell a different way of going about it than the prior regime, which immediately was not in, Giants fans, especially the Giants fans spending the money to go to the Yard, were not feeling the way that they were getting the once that way of doing business became 500 after the one fluke year, they were not feeling it. And so I think, you're trying you're trying to build a good baseball team, but you're also trying to, do it in a manner that you sell to the people that are buying your tickets. And so I think Vitello was kind of an extension of that, in that he's going to bring energy. He's going to kind of bridge, as a 47-year-old guy, he's going to bridge, new wave relatability to the young guys with some different coaching strategies in terms of the drill work and things they're going to do to prepare for the season. But he's going to bridge that with kind of being an old soul in some ways, and this old school fiery guy. And it just like, so it was it and he's been none of it. And again, it's not his fault that Devers is stunk and Adames has been close behind and Chapman's been close behind there. But there's also this like, well, what can he even do at this point to fix it? And so I think, again, it all relates back to him him being in an incredibly difficult position.
Walt in my ear just now was like, it's what we asked for. That's why we don't run teams and talk on the radio instead. Well, good point there. Good point there, Walt. You know, as you've become a father, you've become a lot wiser, and I respect you for that. 808 KNBR.
I did not ask for Vitello, though. I'm gonna go on that.
I hear you. I hear you. The larger goals with the fan base of everyday players and big contracts and making a big trade. Hey, look, at the time, I was with it too, and it's just not working with the way they're performing. Joby, Norm, JT will get to you coming up in a bit, and then Gary St. Jean will join us before the end of the hour. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you here on a Thursday. After everything that's transpired with the Giants in the first 6 weeks of the season, I just decided today, when they're off, we need some joy. So who else but Gary St. Jean to go to coming up in our next segment? But we've been all about the Giants losing the series to the Padres. We got our 5-1 horror movies edition coming for you later in the show. 12:50, 1:15, something like that. When I'm talking horror movies, I'm not talking actual films. I'm talking horror movies of the 2026 Giants season already. I can list out 5 of them. It's been that kind of start. Let's get right back out to the phones. Norm is in Los Altos and wants to talk about the front office. Norm, you're on the Sports Leader. Sound off. What you got?
Yeah, hi there. How you doing? Yeah, I think a lot about who's to blame for this mess we're in and how do we fix it. And, I've been going to the park since 1986, been paying good money to go. Last year I was complaining about having a 500 team. I would love to have a 500 team this year. That would be fantastic if we could just get to that point. But, an earlier caller mentioned these long-term contracts. And, we had Farhan in there, and we had, we had Farhan with Kepler, and people were complaining about both of them. Farhan tried not to sign these long-term deals. He did sign Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo's performing, decently, but he stayed away from these really long-term commitments on these aging veterans. And people complained like mad about that at the time. So Buster goes out and makes these huge moves, and they're just not working out. These long-term guaranteed contracts for these declining veteran players. So, I don't know. Should we be managing this team like the A's manage theirs, where you just bring people up through their own farm system? When they get to free agency, you let them go. You don't sign these long-term contracts because it's miserable right now. And, I'm committed to the team, but these are not fun games to watch. Anyway, what are your thoughts?
Appreciate the call, Norman. It's funny on the A's front. I think we had a texter earlier also talk about that, where it's like, no, I'd like to draft and develop like the A's. Don't get me wrong. Just don't do the money ball strategy and trade everybody right when they're getting good and can carry you to a higher level of the postseason, because I suffered a lot of those in my teenage years as well. So it's funny, right? It's the other thing we asked for, Walt. No more 500 ball. The problem is you're 9 under in the month of May, the day after Willie Mays' birthday. That wasn't exactly part of the blueprint either, JD.
No, and there is still a lot of season left. But this team has shown, very little to make you believe here that a significant turnaround would be coming. Again, as I've said a million times, I don't think it's this bad, 100 loss bad, but they could be 500 or even slightly over 500 for the next 3 months, and you're still not going to be, anything necessarily close to a postseason participant at that particular point. So it is on Buster Posey, I think, above everyone, and the players, of course, the players that Buster Posey has signed to perform better, because there aren't, as we've talked about here in the last 2 hours, a ton of moves more that can be made because of the contracts and because of the guys that are already up from the minor leagues to the majors. And I know we got off on a little bit of a Tony Vitello tangent in the last segment. I mean, he's not going anywhere either right now. Like, again, whether he does or doesn't or whatever is an off-season discussion based solely on how the entirety of this season shakes out. And I don't think he would be fired after 1 year. Now, could he look to maybe want to go back to college after 1 year? I think that's something that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. But we have to see how this whole thing shakes out. I don't think the story is written on May 7th one way or the other as to even whether or not Tony Vitello is a capable major league manager or not. So I don't want to get carried away on that. And he certainly is down the list of problems. And I can only cite, a handful of things, good or bad, to where he's really impacted, anything significantly to this point. So it does go back to the players. It does go back to Buster Posey. But again, the one thing that I would continue to keep in mind is ultimately your final record and where things sit and how it plays out, leads to your examination of everything when it's all said and done, come October.
It's funny. On the patio yesterday when we were getting ready to wrap up the show, back on the Vitello thing, I told you I was excited about the shakeup and how we weren't sure what the lineups were going to look like, and this whole musical chairs short-term solution that maybe turns into long-term if it's too inconsistent. I just thought that with Vitello so far, right, the story is so far from written on how we evaluate him as a major league manager. I completely agree with that statement. I'm glad now that there's going to be more Vitello fingerprints on the day-to-day of the Giants because of the optionality. Now, here's the caveat, though. You have to understand the hand he was dealt, because as much as we said, okay, they put Jesus Rodriguez in right field yesterday, we also were pretty clear in that first hour that today is not about, oh, man, Tony Vitello effed up by putting Jesus Rodriguez in right field. Guess what? He's the only guy that can hit outside of the Devers homer yesterday. He had 2 of your 3 hits as a team.
Well, the interesting thing is, and I agree with that wholeheartedly, and you're not hearing me come on and say that was some kind of screw up. You're not hearing me come on and say that it was, even going to Ryan Walker, which I know others have complained about, in the situation they did after the game had largely been decided, and then he gives up a couple of runs. Like I'm not even complaining about that. That made, I think, logical sense given the current roles. But I do think the moves that were made on Monday in terms of the roster shakeup, those moves are actually set up to make Vitello look better. Like they actually are giving him an opportunity to look better because of exactly what you're talking about, the sort of permission and almost the expectation because of having, so many starting spots versus guys who are going to want to play, to where it's actually set up to get some new guys in there. And if he makes the right move and this team starts playing even a little bit better, it's going to be a positive reflection on him. So I think there's an underlying, in the list of 5-6 different things you're looking for, a spark, more production, energy shift, whatever it is, this actually gives Vitello an opportunity, if he can pick the right guys in the right spots, and this team can win even a little bit more than they have, even that 500 or a little bit, above 500 level, you can almost start to shape a narrative where he's doing a pretty good job considering the circumstances, which at some point, which at least would salvage, one aspect of what was kind of a controversial offseason in terms of the moves that Buster Posey made.
The downside of it, and we touched on it earlier, though, is he's put in a pretty terrible position where he was committed to the guys that were his guys, as he would say, or the Giants guys, Buster's guys. And now, because of how much they've underperformed and having some of this optionality, well, this whole time he's been trying to command the respect of older players like Devers, Chapman, Adames. And now he's got to confront the harsh reality that he might be sitting them a little bit more than they would want to be, because what choice does he have when you're 14-23?
No, and I know, Chapman has said the right things in terms of being that first guy. I think we'll see what Adames says if he winds up. He hasn't had to be one of those guys because of the Arise injury, and so you're right. It does put Vitello in a tricky predicament. But I think these guys are professional enough to know that they've been granted a big time benefit of the doubt to this point, given how. Much they've struggled overall. You look at the numbers, but yeah, I do think though, given the moves, as I've said a few times, there's a permission being granted to Vitello to make some of these moves with the backing of the front office, which I think is important, because otherwise maybe it wouldn't necessarily, be something that would be the most comfortable for him to have to do in terms of sitting these guys down and saying, hey, we're going to make this change.
We'll continue to dive into some of these Giants topics on the back end of the show. Gary St. Jean is going to join us when we come on back, and we also have some sound from Draymond Green from inside the NBA. He says he thinks Steve Kerr is coming back to coach. We don't have an official word on anything, and also taking a shot at Charles Barkley from his Rockets days. We'll get into all of that in the noon hour. It's Papa and Silver with the Saintly One next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you, and we will take it out to the UMA guest line for the first time today. Again, with the Giants just struggling the way that they are, we need a little bit of joy. We need a little bit of light in our life. So I was thinking about what is going to be going on a Thursday. Well, Gary St. Jean is never a wrong answer, and that's exactly who joins us right now. Saint, it's been a bit since we had you on. Always good to welcome you back on The Sports Leader. How are you, my friend?
I'm darn good. How are you fellas?
Oh, we're doing great, and even better now that we get to get some insight from one of our favorites. And so, I mean, look, what a year it's been on the basketball front alone, because a year ago to the day, we were reeling with the effects of Steph Curry's hamstring injury in Minnesota and them being in the second round of the playoffs. We saw how quickly it turned with the Jimmy Butler trade, and then this season, we saw how quickly it turned for the wrong reasons with Butler's ACL, Curry and the runner's knee. We had the great moment of the play-in matchup in LA against the Clippers, and then reality hit them hard on Friday a couple days later when they went to Phoenix and everybody just ran out of gas. So looking at the way this season went, and particularly how it ended, I mean, what did you evaluate about this Warriors roster? And I know that a lot hinges on Kerr's decision, which hopefully we get real soon, but this was a team that we saw what it was like when everybody was healthy and things were good. I think it's also clear that with the age and the injury history, they just weren't built for the full grind of 82.
Well, fellas, I tend to be a little optimistic, but I really think if they had stayed healthy, I think they could have been in the 5th or 6th spot. I think at the end of the day, in my mind, Houston was there. That's a team I think they were better than. Minnesota was there. Would you have a better record than? Not sure, but injuries just bit them. And guys, it happens. I've been around teams that it just happens, and it just takes the whole wind out of your sail. And if you grade your season, it's just a darn incomplete. And there's not a lot you can do, but just try to think about how you're going to rebuild. And the toughness about this rebuild is that two guys you mentioned. I don't know. What are we going to think about? They're going to somewhere in that ball be a little bit later than that. So it's tough deck of cards that the Warriors have been dealt. But you're going to have the draft soon, and maybe you get luck there, and maybe you rebuild the roster in some key spots, and you can battle again. The West is brutal, but you can get in there because you do have that guy named Steph Curry.
Well, and Saint, I want to ask you to get into Steve Kerr's mind a little bit as he goes through the process of making this decision. I mean, the Warriors are in a very unique spot in terms of where Steph still is as a player, and then the guys that got hurt that are going to miss, significant amount of next year with Jimmy and obviously Moses Moody. What do you think is, in Steve Kerr's mind as the number one or number two things he would want to get locked down in a discussion, say with ownership and the front office, that would make him feel real good about coming back and giving this thing another go for a couple of years?
John, so much of this has been made public about the discussions with Steve and the front office and the management. I've been on both sides in both seats, and sometimes it can get comfortable, sometimes it can go really easy. And I've told you guys before, I'm going to take the simple journey and say I'm the president of the Steve Kerr fan club, maybe vice president. I just think the world of the guy. I just can't give him enough praise. I don't know of many better people in the whole NBA, and I mean that. I've been around this for over 40 years, and I knew him when he was a player with the Bulls, with Michael Jordan, guys. And so I've known him a long time, and he's got to be great to play for, and he helps people as men, and just the way he carries himself. He's a competitive guy on that bench, but when you get him off the bench, he's a caring, quality guy, and I think the Warriors are fortunate to have him. And I think this thing comes down to just talking through some stuff, talking about how he envisions the roster and how the team does, and talking about the cap, and talking about maybe some thoughts that that they're concerned about. Yeah, my big thing in my bracket now, over 45 years in this, these darn analytics, they didn't exist when I was a young guy. And all of a sudden, they got all these analytics, and people think they're real smart and they got the answers. And you use them as a tool, but not for the answers. That's crazy to me. Now, if somebody said to me, "Hey, Steve, you guys are taking a lot of first side threes. We've got that in the analytics log here." Okay, I can agree with that. But tell me who is going to dribble into the paint that has a great feel to penetrate, contract the defense, and then kick it out for more open threes versus first side threes. Would you like to change sides and then get your threes? Sure. And so, there might be some stuff that you want to go through, but at the end of the day, I'll tell you, if he decided to retire, and I wish him all the best in the world, I don't know where the heck you're going to find a guy. You might find some young guy, and, they got him out of the broadcasting booth. Where are you going to find a guy like that to coach Steph Curry and Draymond Green? That's not an easy find for me.
No question. And we're talking to Gary St. Jean here, who was kind enough to join us on Papa and Silver today. So I know Steve Kerr coming back versus not, that's a big difference between how we're going to evaluate the construction of this roster. But either way, they're going to have a decision to make with Kristaps Porzingis. And the early returns on that trade were disastrous because he couldn't see the floor. But then all of a sudden, he put together some pretty nice stretches and then was valuable for the Warriors in the play-in game when they beat the Clippers. And we also saw him hobbling around on basically one ankle in the game in Phoenix. So my question to you, Saint, is do you think bringing Porzingis back would have more benefits than drawbacks for a player that obviously has the talent and ability, but has continuously struggled to stay on the floor consistently in his career?
I'll make you guys laugh. I'm going to give you an NBA coach's answer. If the numbers are right, then we'd love to have him back. And what I mean by that is a one-year deal at a team happy level. And he doesn't have a lot of leverage because I feel bad for the guy. I knew him when he was, playing for Dallas when my son Greg was coaching down there. He's a wonderful guy. I think he really, really enjoyed his year here. But the reality is that at this point, he's not able to hold up. So it's got to be a number that's comfortable for the Warriors.
Saint, as you look at what this team needs, in terms of looking to improve, I do think the conversation relates back to the one I asked you about a couple of minutes ago and sort of the difference maybe of opinion in terms of what ownership and maybe the front office thinks of certain players versus, the coaching staff's willingness to play those kinds of players. So, I mean, what do you think this team needs? And does Steve have to be a little bit more open-minded in terms of the types of players that he could welcome in and or maybe adjust his system a little bit for? Because those might be the kinds of guys that can get you through a regular season where you're dealing with some injuries and you're not looking up at maybe being the 10 seed when it's all said and done.
John, you posed that question beautifully. I'll tell you, you go back and forth, and again, I've been in both chairs, talking about being the GM and the coach, and you're talking about, talking roster and build and who's available and who can we get. It's not an easy experience, and by and large, with a guy like Mike Dunleavy, who's been around a long time, how old is he? I drafted him a long time ago. And he's a bright guy, terrific guy to work with. And I think he and Steve really get along well. And then you have to tie in the ownership and, what their feelings are. You don't have tremendous flexibility, so you got to be creative. There was one, and I'm old, so I got time to read the papers. And there was one thing today, how they're going to make a big, huge deal and all this kind of thing. I'm sitting there saying, okay, put that on the table for me and let me digest that. It's going to be hard, but yeah, look at the roster. They develop Santos. They bring in Melton. Guys like that you're really happy about, and the growth of Porzingis and the center position. What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe Al Horford would come back if Steve comes back. Maybe he's going to retire. So you need some bigs. And now with both Moody and Butler out, the wing position becomes more important to you, so maybe another guard in the backcourt there. You got a lot of pieces to fill in, but I got to tell you, it's what a lot of teams are going through right now.
How often would you have, thoughts as you're trying to put together a roster, let's say as a general manager, of I really like this guy, but is my coach going to play him? I mean, is that like how real is that? I know it's a unique situation because Steve has been so successful a certain way, and now maybe they're transitioning in some form to a different era in terms of new players and a rebuild and all of that. But how often does that happen? And can it is it an easy thing maybe to overcome? I guess between a coach that's been as successful as Steve and maybe a front office, including ownership, who fancies themselves as basketball minds themselves and maybe a direction they want to go.
Well, I'll just speak to the GM and the coach dynamics. And I've been there and I've been told that saying we got to play this guy. Let's give him a run now. We got to fit him in. And then on the other side of the coin, I sat there as the GM and saying, gosh darn it, why the heck aren't we playing this guy? That kind of thing. And so it happens. It's not all sweet music. It is a lot of dialogue, but it's a discussion you try to have beforehand before you sign a guy. You'd like to think that all the guys agree to say, hey, this guy really could be a nice backup for us, that kind of talk. And is there a trade out there? And what can we do, with the lottery? Let's see what happens there. But, guys, I'm telling you, style of play. It's a copycat league. And Steve Kerr's style of moving the ball and moving people and having a lot of nights with 30 assists and maybe 12, 14 turnovers has become an in vogue thing. The other in vogue thing would be to have a player like Draymond that runs a point forward, and you can run this action with Steph where you pass and pick or you dribble handoff or he just runs a straight pick and roll with you. And all those, when you have great players make systems great. And we can't forget that because, you're like a mad scientist and you got your pad, you're drawing the plays and all that kind of. Then you got to remember, okay, what can we run that's terrific for Steph? Well, you can run just about anything. And now you get into talking about all your other guys. And how are they growing? Are they getting better? For example, I really thought Santos and Porzingis had a great season. And I thought Gary Payton was durable and efficient. And I love his energy. So you got pieces there that you're going to work with Steph. And, with Draymond's situation, do they pick up the year? There's a lot to talk about. There isn't any doubt about it. And Steve has earned the right, the privilege to take a step back, talk to his family, think about what he wants to do. Now, all these rumors about him going to ESPN, I got a lot of friends that have worked there. That's not fun. Bristol, Connecticut is near where I grew up in Massachusetts, near Springfield. So is it easy to get there? There's no direct flight to Hartford. And then you got another 40-minute drive, and they work you. It's not like, oh, here we are. Let's go, guys. We're on the air in 3 minutes. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So that may look like a lot of fun, but I know a lot of guys that stopped doing it because it wasn't a lot of fun.
Couple more minutes here with Gary St. Jean on the UMA guest line. Always great to get his insight on multiple sides of the NBA world. Just as I watch the NBA playoffs, and I don't know how closely you've been watching these series.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, right, it seems to be a young man's game more continuously. I'm talking about Shea, Wemby, Ant, Cade Cunningham. Even the best player in the world right now is 31-year-old Nikola Jokic, and he is at home getting ready to watch his horses or whatever he's doing in the offseason. So my question to you is, how competitive can a team be with a 38-year-old number one option? I know Steph Curry's not just any 38-year-old, but just watching the playoffs, I'm seeing a lot of vulnerabilities from teams, and I'm also seeing a little bit more of a changing of the guard than I would have thought in the past couple of years.
Very, very fair question. And, yeah, we do have a changing of the guard. Now, you guys know my son Greg's coaching with the Lakers. So there's this 41-year-old guy down there who's doing miracles.
Mm-hmm.
If they had Luka and a healthy Reeves, could they win a couple games against OKC? Yeah, maybe. That's a great team they're playing against. But you're right that the older guys, a lot of them have seen their day, and
getting down to the 18th hole or the last 3 minutes of the game. These great young players are a joy to watch. Guys, I had back surgery 5 weeks ago, so I have not missed one playoff game. My wife says, "Are you going to watch every single game?" And I said, "Well, I'm not doing jumping jacks, and I'm not running around the block. So this is what I'm doing now. So if you need a breakdown anytime in the next few weeks, I'm watching every single game. And I find them all interesting. I love what the Knicks are doing, and I'm scared about this Anunoby thing with his hamstring. I think they're going to take care of Philly. The Embiid thing drives me crazy, but I love their young backcourt. You look at Detroit and Cleveland. Guys, that's going to be a great series. Can Cleveland score enough? That's the biggest thing here. Lack of perimeter shooting. Detroit. I love Cunningham, and I think they're doing a great job there. And then we come out here, I mentioned the Lakers. And you know what, guys? I just think Wemby and his crew are going to win. I think that's going to be a good series with Minnesota, with Edwards and those guys. Maybe he's going to be healthy. So if you need a more in-depth breakdown, again, as I said, I'm not sprinting around out here in Danville, so I am available.
Well, we appreciate it, Saint. And I'm intrigued as to just how Minnesota can continue to hang as they go back home 1-1. They are an impressive.
Yeah, John.
Go ahead.
Can they win? Can they split at home?
I think they can. I think they can. I think part of Edwards' willingness to push to come back was the belief that they thought they could win the series if he could even play some of the time. Not even the full go. And I think they showed a little bit of that, obviously in game one. But I mean, they are. I just continue to be impressed. They have some. I don't want to say disappointing regular seasons, maybe a little bit because they win in the 40s. It feels like every year.
Fair. Yeah,
but. I mean, they are a well-coached group. I just look at Finch, and I know I just think he's terrific in terms of the edge that they play with, which I think comes from him. And they find a way to fit different pieces in. That was good. That would be my one general NBA question is, what do you think of Minnesota's shot to be able to really make it a series? Because I think they've got a little bit of action here. And we've seen them do it before.
Sure, and John, I'd love to sit down and have a beer with you and show you the adjustments that Finch makes in the game. He's one of the best in the NBA at in-game adjustments, matchups, getting players to certain areas where they can succeed. And I'll admit something to you guys. I didn't know this guy McDaniel was this good. Now, I wish he'd keep his mouth shut. He doesn't need to be mouthing off because he's a heck of a player. And Rudy, I'm not a huge fan of his, but he has bothered Wemby. There's no doubt in my mind. And Wemby looks like a very, very young player. He doesn't look like the dominant player that maybe we saw at times during the season. I love Castle. That's a heck of a team for the future, Harper. And don't forget about that guy that's driving the bus up there in Mike Conley. You cut him because of cap reasons. You bring him back. He's starting in the playoffs. And I credit Edwards coming back. You're right, John. They got a legit shot going home here to get one. I believe it. I think you're right.
Saint, always good to have you on. I'm glad that your back surgery went all right. And we probably will hit you up for a little bit more breakdowns, especially if we do get some finality on the Kerr front, because either it's going to be everything's on the table, not named Steph Curry, or Kerr's going to come back and we're going to have a general sense of what this roster might be. Obviously looking to win more than 37 games in 2026, 2027. You're the best, my friend, and appreciate you coming on as always.
Anytime, guys. Really appreciate being with you. Take
Gary,
care.
Saint,
if you're recovering, man, if you need me to grab a 12er and we can have the beer that way rather than you meeting up somewhere, we can.
John,
we can work. I can bring it by the house there, Saint.
Hey, John, you're making me laugh. Because 1 or 2 gets it done now, not 12.
All right, a 6er then. We'll call it. We'll call it 6.
God. You guys made my day. Take care.
Thank you, Saint. He's the best, man. Hey, if it's funny though, like you think about the 1 or 2 getting it done. So between watching a little bit of Survivor lately and seeing when they'll get offered beer with whatever prize they compete for, I'm like, dude, half a beer, like, probably does a lot for those guys. Like, you know, out there with no food and just in the sun all the time and doing all these physically demanding challenges. And then I celebrated my mom's birthday, day before Walter's, on Saturday. And my parents decided to do an April where they went no alcohol, no sweets. Great job being healthy, guys. My dad says the sweets part was 100 times worse, which I think I would get, like, after a month. It was like, you know, only a certain amount of days of a month or a week. You're like, yeah, sure, I'll have one or whatever. But then we were in Napa, so we went to a winery, and he's like, all right, well, I got to have something the night before just so I can kind of condition myself for, like, 2 samples of wine is just going to end me. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's probably fair. That's probably fair.
Well, at least it was May. So you got through April.
Exactly. Gary St. Jean on the Yuma guest line. Always good to have him. And if you want to catch any of that interview and you missed it, we'll have it podcast for you a little bit later. All right, so we're still waiting an official word on the head coach of the Golden State Warriors and his future, but Draymond Green was on Inside the NBA yesterday. Had some funny back and forth with Charles Barkley. He's got all sorts of beef with Austin Rivers. And he also spoke about Steve Kerr says he thinks it's leaning more toward trending to a return. So let's get into that next and what it could all mean. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, Papa and Silver. We got JD hanging out with us. We got another hour and 40 or so, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Rough one for the Giants yesterday. They dropped the series to the San Diego Padres. But we got our spirits lifted with the great Gary St. Jean, and even on the recovery from back surgery, we got the JD delivery service for the beer up and running. So, hey, everyone needs a good side hustle for us. Draymond Green and his side quest for the offseason, and probably eventually more of a full-time thing when he's done playing, is being a broadcaster. He was on Inside the NBA, which is now on ESPN, and had a few good quotes. Want to revisit the beefiest one, the lengthiest one, and the most important topic, what's going to happen with this head coach? Draymond's starting to believe it might be trending in the direction of a return. Here's what he had to say on ESPN last night.
Do you have any idea what Steve's going to do?
I think and hope he's coming back. I don't know more than anyone else in the world knows outside of what I do know is that he wants to coach. Mm-hmm. And so if he wants to coach, I think he comes back.
You raised a few eyebrows when you said that you felt like he had hindered your career somewhat. In what way?
Well, I think, number one, people took a 4-minute clip of me saying how great this guy's been to my career, how much he's taught me about winning, where I wouldn't be without him, and all these things. And they took a 4-minute clip, and they took 15 seconds of it where I said, I think from an offensive standpoint, he hindered me. I stand by that. That's my truth. But I think every basketball player in the world has some gripe that they wish their coach would have done. I wish my coach would have this. I wish my coach would have done that. I'm not afraid to express my one gripe, but with me expressing my one gripe, make no mistake about it, I also said all of the incredible things, how much of a better man he's made me. I spoke on all of those things, and we take one clip, right?
So Draymond also talking about the misconstrued clip that was taken where he's like, my career was hindered, and we talked about it where in 2016, he was a 38.8% three-point shooter. And then when you got KD coming over, you still have Clay, you still have Steph. Well, somebody's going to have to sacrifice, and it was the guy who was your defensive anchor. He was your point forward. He made it all happen. I think it all worked out okay for everybody. It's funny. I'm Team Draymond on that with the clip that got taken out of context because it's like the things that we blame our digital team for. You're like, wait. That was a good 20 seconds. Here was my larger 4-minute point on the segment we were doing. Let's be very clear about this. Draymond and Steph do not want a different coach going into next season. Neither does Jimmy Butler, neither does Guy Santos, neither does Pat Spencer, for that matter. I think there was probably one guy on the roster going into last season that probably would have preferred somebody else, and now he's in Atlanta, and they're out of the playoffs too. So
Yeah, I mean a lot to chew on there. I mean, where are you in terms of the percentage now? Because I think it's interesting as we relate it back to Steve, because we did talk about Draymond and the last part of that that he addressed with the Inside the NBA crew. Because I think it's interesting because the fact that it's taking so long, and we've kind of gone through the, I thought Steve was coming back up until the night in Phoenix, and then it was like, whoa, like he is legitimately considering not coming back, or to the point where it makes you think it's more likely than not that he's not. And then even in that first week after the fact, you're thinking, man, this thing is leading toward a potential eventual meeting where, the day of the meeting, it comes out that the two sides are basically parting ways. So it kind of felt like that those first 7 to 10 days. And then once you got the report a week and a half ago, that they had met and they were going to continue to meet and that there was no rush, I've sort of shifted, as I think you have, toward the likelihood, and it sounds like Draymond as well, that he's going to be coming back. But now it's almost as if, and I said as much, that because it's gone on longer, that's more likely that he does return. There are those now that believe that because it isn't done completely announced that he's coming back, that maybe it leads to, well, what could they still possibly be working out at this point? I don't necessarily feel it that way. Where are you on all of that? In addition to, of course, the time you spent discussing it with Steve yesterday at the Giants game.
Well, hey, we talked a lot of Arizona basketball. I said, hey, what do you think about Koa Pete and Braden Burries? No, and you got to hear a lot of ridiculous stories as well. But mostly, I was just trying to dig up dirt on Tom Tolbert, right? You have like a limited amount of time in this situation, so I thought, where do I get the most value out of this? And I chose wisely. But no, look, I agree with what Draymond had said originally on his podcast shortly after the season, that it felt like goodbye in Phoenix. It really did have that kind of feel where he brought them together, said, I don't know what's going to happen next, but he was free to stay. He was free to leave. And look, if he was done, I think we would have known by now. The longer this has gone on, the more I'm to believe that he is willing to give this another shot and come back, because I've always kind of been in the camp, and this is why throughout the season, I was never so sure that it was going to be him coming back. He just looked fatigued by the whole thing. Maybe it was a disconnect with some of the ownership and maybe front office at times and the roster that he dealt with, and just also the brutal circumstances of Jimmy's injury, Steph being out, Moses Moody's injury. Like, it has been a hard grind with nothing but championship level standards in terms of what they're chasing. So I don't think this was ever about money. I don't think it was about coaching elsewhere, even at a different level next year. I think this was about Steve deciding if he wanted to continue do this and being committed to the grind. He wasn't going to walk away from Steph and Draymond to go and coach in college or be a general manager in college now that those things exist, or certainly to coach another NBA team. That said, we've also had decisions now. Orlando has let their coach go. Billy Donovan had his chance to walk away, and he took it. So if Steve is to not come back, I would expect a decision very, very soon. But the longer this goes on, and the fact that there's been multiple meetings without anything getting out there, it certainly has the feel of something that is trending toward a return. And I think that bodes well for guys like Steph, Draymond, and certainly Jimmy Butler, and everybody else not named Steph who would have had their future in doubt.
Yeah, I'm not buying into the fact that because it isn't completed yet and officially and formally announced or leaked or whatever, that means that maybe it's taken a turn back toward him not, maybe wanting to return. Look, there are still things that need to get ironed out, and that's the one part where I think it surprises me the least once it got beyond the point where you get through the initial meeting and decide to continue to talk and sort of plan as if you are coming back as opposed to maybe you're not. Because I still think at that point, once it feels like there are things that can be worked through. And let's just be honest. I mean, and maybe you disagree with me on this, so feel free to jump in. The bulk of the decisions at this point, to me, are all in some form or fashion about the relationship between Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob. Like, to me, it's not about, as you've said, burnout. It's not about money. It's not about, any of that stuff. It's more about the relationship specifically between Joe Lacob's goals and expectations and Steve Kerr's goals and expectations?
I think burnout is a big part of it, and that's where I would disagree. But I think a big chunk of that equation has to do with the relationship and strain of working with somebody like Joe Lacob. So I kind of agree and disagree in that regard, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Why do you disagree?
Because you said you're not thinking it's that much to do with burnout. And I think that had a bigger part of the equation going into the offseason than – yeah.
But I think if it was burnout, it would already be over.
And that's why I do agree.
Yeah.
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 Which is why the longer it's gone on, I'm thinking, okay, maybe burnout isn't as much of a part of this as I originally thought on that night in Phoenix.
Yeah, if you are at that point, where you're pushing through, you're burned out, you get to the play-in, you win a game, you lose a game, you go out, you're feeling like it very well could be the end at that point if you're Steve. And then you take that to me is the importance of taking the week, at minimum. And it sounds like it was closer to 10 days before they met. If you just look at what was reported in the meeting from last Monday, I guess, which would have been the 28th. So about 10 days ago now, 11. So to me, you take the week if you're Steve, and if you're feeling like it's burnout, once you get through that week, then you kind of know the answer to that question, right? Like you may get through those 10 days and be like, okay, it's not burnout. You know what? It's not. Like I've got the energy for this. And then at that point, you sort of check that box off, and then you have discussions about some of the other stuff. So I do think now if you get through the 10 days and you're like, damn, I'm still maybe where I was at the end of the season in terms of the fatigue and all that, then maybe you'll walk into the office and say, hey, I don't think it's, this is going to be the best thing for me, and I'm going to be moving on out the door.
Yeah, I mean, the whole method and the whole way it's been advertised is no drama. It's going to be ethical. There was the quotes about how it's too important for this not to end well, regardless of the decision. So it's now getting to a point where I'm thinking, all right, this can only drag out for so long if you are going to decide to walk away, because if that's the decision you're going to come to, well, then sooner or later, like your organization has to know that. And that's why I think that as there's been multiple meetings still with no decision, initially I was thinking, yeah, it's much more likely he's going to walk away. I'm starting to think completely otherwise. If he still feels like he has the headspace to do this, and maybe there's some certain things that need to be worked out in terms of the deal or an extra meeting or two with what he and Lacob need to do to get on the same page, you're not having those conversations if you're not leaning toward coming back.
Well, I also think there's another very logical, and we can get into it in the next segment. There's also a very logical reason along those lines why he could be leaning toward coming back and having it not be official yet, which I'll tell you coming up next.
Let's do exactly that. It is Papa and Silver with JD. Draymond Green sounding off. Got a couple more clips we can pepper in throughout the rest of the show, but before we can even focus on what this offseason is going to be, well, the first big domino needs to fall, and it feels like we're getting awfully close to Steve Kerr giving us an answer. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues on your Thursday. We got JD hanging out with us. Get a little Larry Krueger tomorrow, and I think he's going to be out in Santa Clara for the 49ers rookie minicamp camp. So we got to get the full scouting report on your Kalon Blacks and Dejon Striblings and everybody who's going to be gracing the field for the first time for Kyle Shanahan, with a long way to go before we're worrying about training camp, the preseason, and eventually the 2026 season. Also a long way to go before the Warriors will be playing meaningful basketball again. And of course, meaningful basketball is the one thing that they've been seeking out that they didn't get a lot of this year because Jimmy Butler went down, Moses Moody went down, and of course, Steph Curry missed 27 consecutive games between the end of January and Easter Sunday with a runner's knee issue. So, JD, while we await a decision on Steve Kerr, I know you had one more layer you wanted to peel back on this. Hit me with it.
Well, it's not anything, too significant, but it's the fact of, you go back, you get in, you have your conversations as Steve and Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy would, and you get to a point where, it's trending toward basically running it back again, at least as far as him being the head coach. And then you got to work out a contract. That is not, something that you can just do in a day. You know what I mean? So it's also something that can be largely viewed as a formality, but can still take some time in terms of, like, even if you get through the discussion about, what you would want, maybe what Lacob would want more from Steve, what Steve would want more from the organization, all of those different things, then it comes down to, like, all right, well, what are you paying me? And while I don't think that's ever been the number one component in this, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. At some point, you do have to decide, is it going to be, 1 year? Is it going to be 2 years? How much of a raise are we talking about? Because I know it has been speculated upon that, Joe maybe wouldn't necessarily want to pay the highest going rate among any, coach in the NBA and give that coach a raise if, this team's going to be going into this sort of middle ground where they're not going to be contending for a title, but they're going to be kind of rebuilding, but Steph Curry's still going to be here and maybe Draymond and Jimmy Butler as well. So I do think once you get past maybe some of the things that have caused friction over the last couple of years, you do still have to get down to the brass tacks of, all right, have the agent meet with the team and figure out the number and the language and all that stuff, which can, that at a minimum can take a few days that can make everything extra before it's officially official.
Well, and I know we've said this on the show, but you could sign a multi-year deal and then he could always just retire after the next year and give the money back. It's not like he literally can't do this. It's not like you're either committing to multiple years where you have to be the coach or you're walking away right now. 1 year actually makes a lot of sense. That aligns with Jimmy Butler's timeline. That aligns with Draymond Green's timeline unless he does some kind of restructure in the offseason, which I know that he and Tim Kawakami talked about. So that could be another layer to this. But the whole, the elephant in the room with this whole riding into the sunset together is, well, number one, Klay Thompson left. And number two, nobody was on the same timeline. Steve's timeline, Jimmy Butler's timeline, Draymond's and Steph's. It didn't exactly line up. So maybe by doing this for one more year, you don't have to have the pomp and circumstance and the publicity of a last dance kind of tour, but maybe in your heart and maybe internally within the organization, you might see what you can get with this core. And then if it doesn't work or say you can't make some kind of last gasp run at it, maybe you decide that next year this time is when you go in a different direction.
I know there was the reports about, the front office or ownership wanting a commitment, wanting a certain level of commitment from Steve. I think it actually benefits both sides to that point to go year to year because you don't know. Like, I think everybody could agree whether Steve decides to come back or not. He's the right guy for the job this coming year. Like, I think everybody could, but it's also, I think, very clear that it's a year-to-year proposition for the Warriors overall. Maybe they don't feel like they're in a full rebuild, tear it down to the studs right now scenario, but they very easily could be where a year from now that's a no-brainer conversation.
Sure,
and at that point, do you want to be, let's say, committed to Steve Kerr for another year, guaranteed, just from a financial standpoint? And maybe he walks away. And maybe you amicably part and work through the fact that, he wouldn't get paid in that scenario, I suppose. But it's just, I think the year-to-year benefits both sides more than maybe meets the eye. The other interesting thing is there is going to be the lottery. And we're going to be talking about that on Monday, just kind of fast forwarding because the lottery is coming up, I believe, at noon on Sunday afternoon. And so we're going to find out where exactly the Warriors are picking, with the extreme likelihood of number 11 overall being the number, but they do have the potential to move up into the top four. They do 4 draws in the NBA lottery as opposed to the 2 you saw where the Sharks hit on the second one in the NHL lottery, and obviously a small percentage that the Warriors could move lower than, worse than 11 to 12 or 13 or 14 if somebody beneath them moves up and even more fortunate than them in terms of their lottery odds. But I know it was joked about a couple of days ago on this show. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard joked about it on social media. Since we did, you waiting around to see what the ping pong balls say before you come to a final decision between Steve and the organization?
Yeah, that might alter a couple of the clauses within the contract, Not saying it's going to affect the entire decision, but it's like, all right, let's wait for a couple of tweaks and put in pen to paper to see if we're talking about pick number 11 or pick number 3 that we got to deal with here. And I kid.
Yeah, no, and I'm kidding as well. But I do think at the root of the Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob issues, it is, and others have sort of stated this, it's, Jonathan Kuminga is gone, but I don't think either side wants to find themselves in a Jonathan Kuminga 2.0 type situation with another, young player that's drafted, whether it's 1 through 4 or at 11 or with another selection once we find out how the lottery ultimately shakes out coming up on Sunday. So I think there is a question and conversation as it relates to direction and expectations. And I think this is where we can, maybe pick up the conversation at some point, is it's not necessarily the direction of one off season, although I think that's part of it, but it's more the conversation about expectations for next year, expectations for the next 2 or 3 years. Because when you hear Steve Kerr in his own words say, I love coaching. I want to continue to coach Steph. All those kinds of things. I think we've equally heard Steve appreciate development of guys like Brandon Pajemski and Guy Santos and others, Moses Moody. I think Steve is not completely unwilling to go down a path of where the focus may come more on player development over the next year or two. But the one thing that I think has to be part of that equation is you can't equally be saying that you're demanding it can't be a championship level expectation on top of that. And that's where I think that's another area where, as I look at what are the things between Steve and Joe Lacob that have to be hammered out, it's don't tell me on the one hand that you want me to develop these players in a certain way, but then on the other hand say, hey, the goal is to compete for titles or the second round of the playoffs or the conference finals. Maybe you have to almost tamp the expectations down, maybe not publicly, but privately, to a point where you're not trying to do two things at the same time that feel mutually exclusive.
That's exactly a good place to take this in terms of direction and expectations. And then we have a couple more Draymond Green cuts that I want to play when we come on back, as it ties into all of that. In the 1 o'clock hour, we'll give you our horror movies, the 5-1. The football season special returns here on a disastrous Giants Thursday. They are off today, and the Pirates are coming into town. And that actually prompts me to tell you all about our Bay Area sports calendar. That's right. Bay Area Sports Calendar is here to give you all the directions in terms of where you can go this weekend, and the Giants are at home. So I know we got different feelings and emotions out there about heading out to the ballpark, but look, it still is the most beautiful place to go and watch a baseball game. So you got the, It's a 7:15 tomorrow. And then you've got the 6:05 Saturday evening.
6:05, 105.
There you go. 7:15, 6:05, and a 105. It's the Saturday evening that threw me off. So, hey, go celebrate a little Mother's Day. Go take your mom out to get, doggy diner or a crab sandwich or whatever you got to do. Or maybe you just enjoy watching the game at home as you go and be with your loved ones. And that is the Bay Area Sports Calendar, brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's a Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. We'll be back with a couple more clips and then our 5-1 in the 1 o'clock hour on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, we're waiting on a Steve Kerr decision, but the longer this ticks on, the more I'm inclined to believe he would be coming back for a 13th season. So if that's the case, what needs to change following a 37-45 campaign in terms of the direction, in terms of the expectations? We'll talk all about that coming up. Nobody.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you for another hour and 5 or so, and we've had a lot of Giants talk to get us going. We spent the last hour with Gary St. Jean and some sound from Draymond Green, and shocker, when Draymond's going to be on Inside the NBA, well, guess what? He and Charles Barkley are going to go ahead and have some back and forth. So as we push the discussion into direction and expectations of Steve Kerr is to come back for a 13th season, we know a lot structurally would be the same. But what about where there would be some of those compromises? What about the expectations being tamped down, as Steph Curry himself admitted after the loss in Phoenix when the Warriors did not get into the postseason? Well, here's Charles Barkley in the most Barkley way saying, hey, Draymond, your run is over. Here's what Draymond had to say back about that, and we'll kind of guide the discussion as we move into 1 o'clock. This is it.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect.
But disrespect is. There you go.
No
disrespect. Disrespect.
It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not gonna make. You think you're gonna get healthier for next year? You're just gonna get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're gonna have to leave there. If Steph wants to compete, he's gonna have to leave there. You're gonna have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces. Why? Because they don't have no cap space.
Okay.
They don't have any cap space.
Do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe what he's talking over here? Well, here's what I would say. We had to hug for a reason, right? Like we're not.
Because it's over.
We're not oblivious.
Yeah.
So Charles Barkley, of course, always been saying it's over, whether it really is or isn't. But I do think there's a lot of truth to what he laid out there in that cut. And hearing that exchange kind of brought me to ask Saint about these playoffs and seeing a more true and visible changing of the guard. Jokic, Giannis, Steph, KD, Tatum, Brown, they're all home right now. Shea, Wemby, Ant, Cade Cunningham, I guess Jalen Brunson, kind of the exception of more of the middle age that is leading his team that could win the East with the Knicks. But the one exception to all of that would be LeBron, who was a number one option in that series against the Rockets because Reeves is banged up because Luka didn't play at all. He plays game 2 tonight against Oklahoma City. It does make you wonder, how far can Steph at the age of 38, will be 39? We saw that he's not immune to any kind of old man injuries. How far can he take a team in today's NBA, which we all know how much they love the big moments, but you still have to play 82 before you can worry about that situation?
Well, how much talent can they bring in? I mean, that is the answer, because I don't think it's entirely dependent on Steph, and I think that's where Chuck is going to. Chuck is saying that they're just are not going to be able to bring enough talent in to be a contender. But I think as it relates back to the conversation we were having about Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob and whether Steve comes back and what can reasonably be done, I do think it gets back into the discussion about what are reasonable expectations for this team next year and maybe the next 2 years, although I feel like even 2 years is maybe a bit far down the road. I do truly think, as I've said a lot, that the Warriors are kind of in a year-to-year proposition right now. And look, they're not going to trade Steph Curry, so they're not going to do the full tear down to the studs. At least they're not going to do that this offseason. And I relate that back to Steve and basically saying the only way it would be the right call in my mind for Steve Kerr to not be the head coach of the Warriors this coming season would be if they were doing that full-blown, everybody's got to go, including Steph, we're completely starting over type of a move, which, again, they're not doing. So I think for next year, at a minimum, Steve is the right guy for the job because Steph is going to be on the roster and still is playing when he's healthy and available at an extremely high level still. That being said, though, I think the expectations have to come down a little bit, and I think the rigidity toward certain types of players and toward a specific style of play does have to be compromised on a little bit here moving forward. And I don't think that Steve is against that necessarily, but again, it has to be tied to, don't tell me it's these 2, 3, 5 things need to change, and then equally tell me that the expectations are going to be what the standard has been here over the last decade.
Well, to take it back to your point about, it depends on how much talent they could surround Steph with. If Steve Kerr comes back, yeah. I think we know what a lot of the roster is going to be. They seem pretty committed to Jimmy Butler, and we know they wouldn't trade that contract unless they could go and get someone in the pipe dream category like a Giannis. And by the way, I think collectively as a fan base, we all got to let go of the Giannis thing, right? Like, I just don't see it happening with the fact that it couldn't get done at the trade deadline. And, you never know, but it did feel like it was trade deadline or not. Other teams' packages have theoretically gotten better. The Warriors have looked like a less and less desirable place for free agents or trade acquisitions. Doesn't mean it can't happen. I'm just kind of off the Giannis train with this one. So they're committed to Butler. They're committed to Moses Moody, who are both going to miss a handful of time. And in the case of Moody, might be the whole season. They'll probably commit to Brandon Podziemski at some point this offseason. They got the extension done with Guy Santos, and we know how much money that Butler, Curry, Green are all making, even if Draymond redoes the contract. So Barkley was kind of right in that, they don't really have a lot of flexibility to go and bring in extra talent. We have a general sense of what this roster is going to be if Steve Kerr comes back to coach again.
Well, I agree with you on the Giannis thing back in February. I even agreed in April, let's say a few weeks ago. But the lottery is Sunday afternoon, and Giannis is one meeting and turn down of a Milwaukee Bucks contract extension away from reducing his trade value for the Bucks significantly in the summer. And so I do think that has the potential to change things. And then the other thing that I touched on is the lottery is this Sunday. And I know we joke about the impact of the lottery on Steve Kerr's decision and the discussions that maybe need to be had internally if the Warriors end up with a top 4 pick versus say the 11 pick. But we truly don't know what the assets are going to be for the Warriors until that we go through what's coming up here in 3 days, which is that Sunday afternoon lottery. We find out where the Warriors are, because if the Warriors get the number 3 pick, could the number 3 pick be in a deal for Jan? What if it's the number 3 pick and one other pick, whereas we had assumed it was going to be, 4 first-round picks, but now you know the value of one of those picks, and it's enhanced, and maybe Giannis has cratered his value a little bit in terms of the discussions he has with the Bucks. So I think a lot of those things still have to flesh out. It's not the most hopeful type scenario, but I do think, and even Giannis aside, the assumption that the Warriors would just keep the pick if it winds up being in the top 4 is not necessarily something that I think people should believe is a foregone conclusion. And I do think, as much as we joke about the level at which what pick they get could impact Steve Kerr's decision, I'm not saying it's about that, but being on the same page and sort of going through those scenarios, if you're Steve and if you're Joe Lacob, hey, if we get the number 2 pick, like how much input am I going to have on who we take? If we get the top 4, are we going to at least explore the option of trading it versus keeping it? If you are going to demand as a front office that we think that we're going to get a player so good that he's going to truly be that future franchise building block beyond Steph Curry, then how does that work in terms of what the goals and expectations are going to be in the next year or 2 or 3 that Steph's going to be on the roster? Like, how does that transition get organized? And so I do think there are a lot of these sort of hypothetical situations that do need to be fleshed out to where you're comfortable and everybody's on the same page, depending upon what different road the Warriors find themselves on, in part based on the number 1 thing is obviously Steve's decision, but now we're coming up rapid fire here on the calendar to the number 2 thing, at least that starts to determine, maybe what the Warriors offseason is going to look like. And it is, do they get lucky and to what extent in the lottery, even if it is a long shot that it would happen.
If we come back on Monday and it's a top 4 pick, 100% that changes the dynamics of a conversation. But just going back to the specific example of a Giannis, I just think about, and I don't have everybody's assets list right in front of me, but off the top of my head, I think about Atlanta, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, the Knicks, and the Timberwolves all having the flexibility and better on paper offers to give Milwaukee if they chose to make that kind of a move. Now, maybe if you're San Antonio, for example, you get to the finals this year, you probably don't want to try to cut the corners and blow up this young core. If you're the Knicks and you don't get to the finals, I mean, come on, they might not even have the same head coach in Mike Brown. Like, they could be quick trigger to make different decisions. So I just see it as if Giannis had any shot at coming to the Bay Area, he would have to be a little bit more vocal and public about trying to direct his way to playing alongside Steph Curry and making that his preference. And that has not been his brand whatsoever. In fact, he doesn't even know how to demand a trade, for all things considered. And maybe that changes, but with the information we've gotten so far, Giannis seems like the kind of guy that's not going to make a big noise about it, make his preference. He's not doing the James Harden in terms of demanding trades. He's just being very, very passive about the situation. And unless he voices very clearly and publicly that Golden State is his preferred destination, I just don't see a very realistic path forward there.
I would agree with that if the Warriors stay, let's say, at 11, because I don't think the Warriors are in a position right now where they're going to be willing, obviously, to give up, 4 picks plus whatever else to do it. And again, you wouldn't be willing to do that if you weren't going to be guaranteed that Giannis was obviously going to be signing an extension with you. I do think, though, if they wind a top 4, it does change the conversation, at least in the short term. It doesn't mean it's likely that something like that would happen, but it's much more on the table to where it would have to be, as I've said, fleshed out in terms of just looking at all the options, because the Warriors are going to have to look at every single potential option. They're going to have to uncover every rock, and they're going to have to figure out the biggest, name ways they can get better, but they're also going to have to figure out a bunch of lesser ways that they can potentially get better, including just keeping the pick, whether it ends up at 11, which is most likely, or whether it ends up in the top 4. And again, what would that exactly look like in terms of, the players that could have the potential to be acquired and how they would be sort of brought along in the Steph Curry universe, while also having an eye toward the future and the potential for, if it's a Debonsa or if it's a Darren Peterson, those two guys specifically, you get in the mix to where you could get one of those two. I mean, those two do project to be future franchise players. So then the game changes completely. Again, maybe that's all snuffed out by 12-10 on Sunday because they run through 14, 13, 12, 11, and there's the Warriors logo when they start to open up the envelopes and align the places on the stage there on the wall. But there is still the possibility until there isn't that something else could be in play.
You know what's funny? As the Giants game from yesterday is replaying in the studio right now, I don't want to be partway through the season and say the first third next year. I don't want to look at the Warriors and think, hey, they kind of did what the Giants did, where it's just hoping that a lot of things that were fairly predictable to go wrong ends up not all clicking at the same time. And that's where I worry about the roster construction part of it, where it's like, if we're talking about a team where it's like, Steph isn't playing a bunch of games and Porzingis isn't really doing back-to-backs and still away is till Butler comes back. And, Draymond's going to have his big moments that he gets up for and his matchups. But on a night-to-night basis, it's a very different story. I don't want to go into the season thinking, this is what it could look like if everything's lining up perfectly. Because over the course of 82, when you got older players, and I guess in the example of someone like a Draymond or Steph, they're going to be more into the adrenaline type of games in prime time where there's something on the line, a lot less or so than a Tuesday night in Atlanta. So that's kind of what I think about in terms of the roster construction. And back to it all, though, you're right. They're going to have to weigh so many different options. And that's why Sunday's lottery has a good amount of significance, because if it's the likely story where they get 11 or 12 or 13, okay, that's probably what we expected. If it's a top 4 pick, that changes things in a dramatic way.
It changes things in a big way. And again, not likely to happen, but we have seen, and I think part of the reason why we're continuing to talk about the possibility is because there have been so many teams that have, really in all sports, but in the NBA specifically, the ability to move up. But we saw, we've talked about the Sharks a couple times. They had a 5% chance and moved up from 9 into the 2 spot. The Giants moved up last year. Again, all these lotteries are a little bit different with their rules and odds, but even Atlanta and Dallas in the NBA here in the last couple of years have moved up from areas pretty close to where the Warriors are going to be in terms of a percentage chance. So it changes the calculus, I think, somewhat as it relates to Steve in terms of, hey, if we do get one of these picks, are you going to play this guy? And can you develop this guy to be a future star while also having Steph Curry and maybe Jimmy Butler and the like on the roster, and try to blend the two together? I dare I say 2 timelines. I'm not saying 2 timelines, but I'm not questioning Steve's willingness even to do it, but you can't do it under the guise of still, foolishly believing that you can be a championship contender.
Correct.
That would be the one caveat. And again, the writing's on the wall as it relates to that. Charles Barkley ain't wrong in terms of just specifically saying, hey, y'all are kind of done. Not kind of, y'all are done in terms of championships, because that's what he's truly saying.
And he's not wrong about that. And by the way, that was the problem with Wiseman and Kuminga and even Moody before he got his way into the rotation, where the expectation's been nothing but championship, except for maybe the 1 year when it was COVID and Jordan Poole got to jack up 1,000 shots along with Eric Paschall, Michael Mulder, and guys that aren't on the team anymore.
Well, and prior drafts aside, the Warriors, I think even if they pick at 11, are going to, because when you look at this draft, I think the Warriors are going to have an opportunity, when you look at how deep this draft is, to get a better player at 11 than Jonathan Kuminga ever has been or Moses Moody ever has been. That is very much on the table even at 11 because of this draft. It's just a matter of making the right pick and then, again, being able to integrate him into the system, which I think is more likely to be able to be done if, to go back to our word of the hour here, certain expectations are altered a little bit.
Well, and we visited the other day, right? Look at 11 guys around that ballpark that have been picked turned into number 1 options for their team. Devin Booker, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis. And I know that those guys didn't become who they are right away. But like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was a pretty damn good rookie, even if he wasn't the Finals MVP of the league that we're seeing in Oklahoma City right now.
He gave the Warriors hell in that 2019 first round series. So no, he's a good player and was a good player even then. So the options are going to be there for the Warriors, but I do think it's not so much what you hear a lot, which is Steve Kerr can't develop guys. It's the notion that you have to fit these square pegs and round holes with unrealistic expectations that I think was a big part of the reason why this thing, really proved that it couldn't be done. In addition to the players themselves just weren't that good.
So the Sharks moved up from the 9th odds to the number 2 pick. Was that correct?
Yep, they were the 9th slot and a 5% chance though. So they had a better slot but a lesser chance. So again, the hockey rules are a little bit different.
I've just been seeing all these messages online the last couple of days that are like, Adam Silver, you know what to do, man. If it happened to the Sharks, make it happen for the Warriors. So we'll get some finality on that on Sunday. You
know what, though? I've heard a lot of that. And again, the Warriors have had lottery luck. Like they did move, they did get to 2, although I guess did they really have lottery luck because they were the number 1 worst team and then they ended up with the 2 pick. I don't know, but like they have had their share of lotto picks. And they haven't hit on them.
No, totally. It's all look. Nobody loves draft picks more than when it's a number and the draft is around the corner.
Exactly. So,
yeah, Adam Silver, you know what to do. Hey, we'll see what happens on Sunday. Just don't put the freaking season opener on Netflix. All right, we already got that news with the Niners Rams. No NBA opener on Netflix. No Warriors opener on Netflix. God. That's the one thing that's going to drive me off a freaking wall. Going back to driving off a wall, it's the horror movies. It's the 5-1. We were going to do this in the 10 o'clock hour. We had so much great engagement that I thought, you know what? This is a problem for later in the show. Henry Markin, our buddy, great content creator, had a funny video yesterday and it inspired me to hop on the trend. 5 worst horror movies of the 2026 Giants season. Wait, I'm doing this on May 7th? Yeah, it's been that kind of year so far. And I'll tell you about it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Thanks for spending some of your Thursday with us on The Sports Leader. Got about 40 minutes left, and we'll get it over to the boys for an afternoon edition of Dirty Work. All right, we were going to do this earlier, and then it just kept getting pushed back, which is great because now we got some content for you in the 1 o'clock hour. The trend online with all the Gen Zers or, I don't know, just sports fans in general, talking about their top 5 horror movies of all time, and it ends up being just a list of the most traumatizing sports memories. So I got 5 horror movies to define the 2026 Giants season. I cannot believe I am already saying this here on May the 10th. And this is actually inspired by a good buddy in the Bay Area's very own, Henry Markin. Here was his video from yesterday on the torture. And no, not the kind of torture of 2010, the legit torture of 2026, watching what's going down.
Good afternoon. Is someone having fun? Hey, do you want to watch some more Giants baseball? Giants baseball? It'll be fun. Come on, it's only May. We've got so much more to go.
So if you're catching us on the stream, you can see the video. He's tied to a chair. His mouth is wrapped in a cloth, and he's got a Giants hat on. Says he's had enough in the month of May. Let's get right to it. It's 5-1 in honor of yesterday's score. Baseball season edition. All right. Here we go at number 5 with Walter's Halloween music going to carry the way. May 6th. That was yesterday. That was Willie Mays' birthday. Why could I have a horror movie on Willie Mays' birthday? Well, that's how we started the show today. It just doesn't matter what goes right for the Giants because there's too many flaws to rationally believe that it's all going to come together in a meaningful way for a consistent stretch that's going to get this team, hell, forget about a playoff race, just back to the ballpark of 500 where we've all been stuck. Didn't know what we had until it was gone, I guess. Adrian Hauser has his best outing in a rubber match. Good for him. Rafael Devers hits his first home run in nearly a month. That's great. But the team totaled 3 hits, and Jesus Rodriguez had 2, but he wasn't the ideal guy to have in right field in a tie game in the 7th inning. So it's just, you can't push the right buttons no matter what. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And I mean, the panic button was already pushed. Where do you go from here? Walter, here's the sound to encapsulate horror movie number 5. Okay, we're on a quick standby right there. We do have clips of sound to encapsulate each horror movie. You know, maybe the suspense of this actually makes it all the better. I see that was maybe by design. Willie Mays' birthday, May 6th. Doesn't matter who's playing in the field. Doesn't matter who's hitting. They just can't click the combination. Here's a snippet from yesterday. You heard it on the open package.
Gage throws, and a ball blooped to right field. Rodriguez sprinting in, and he will dive, and he doesn't catch it. It's off his glove and rolls away. Tatis scores. Laureano in to score. Heading for third, France. The relay is too late. Padres have gone ahead 3-1.
Yep, Dave Fleming on the call. And again, JD, that's coming in as our horror movie number 5. They hit a new low point. They didn't hit a whole lot else, as with the headline in Andy Baggerly's column for The Athletic yesterday.
Well, and of course, it's one of the guys that's brought some semblance of a little bit of joy over the last 3 days with the way that he's been able to hit the ball and even play behind the plate in Jesus Rodriguez. But it definitely has felt like that type of a horrific season where anytime the Giants try to get away with one little thing, it feels like that one little thing bites him. And that was the case with Rodriguez being the guy who happened to be in the field as that ball was hit that should have been caught.
Yeah, and guess what? If you put him behind the plate or you didn't put him in the lineup at all, then maybe there's some other issue that ends up arising. So even when Hauser goes right and Devers goes right, there's going to be something else that ends up burning you, and that's why that one felt a little bit horrific after the panic button had already been pushed on Sunday into Monday. All right, horror movie number 4. Yeah, we're staying in the month of May. In fact, this wasn't that long ago at all. This was May the 1st, last Friday. They lost 3-0 in Tampa Bay. Rather insignificant game if you think about the 37 that have been played so far, but they were shut out, the Giants, for the 7th time in 32 games. Their most through 32 games in 50 years. They also failed to draw a walk for the 4th time this season, so stop me if you've heard that issue before. And I'm calling this one a horror movie because when you see those numbers, and I have this whole bit with Josh Dubow of the AP, when you see anything that predates 1960 to illustrate how the Giants season's going so far, as a point of reference, that's not good. And that was the point where I realized it wasn't just a rough patch to start the year. They were putting up historically bad stats and not necessarily a lot of signs of positive regression to come, JD.
No, it's been brutal in a lot of different ways, as we've talked about, a lot of different areas.
All right, Walter, May the 1st, here's the piece of sound.
The 1-2, Arise swings, pulls a ground ball right to first. Vilade has it, he'll take it himself, and the game is over. The Giants are shut out for the 7th time this season, the 2nd time on this road trip. The Tampa Bay Rays take the opener of this series, a final score of 3-0.
Even Luis Arise and the bright spot he's been couldn't save the game in that regard, and they did get shut out, and you could just hear the tone in Joe Rizzo's voice. That was a long 9 innings, even though the game times have shrunk with the new rules the past couple of years. Doesn't always feel that way when you're living it in real time, does it?
All right, this is the first time where I'm kind of wondering where this thing is going, because I think that I don't even know, and I think maybe some Giants fans would agree, I don't even know if that's the most horrific moment from that trip, although I know it signifies the 7 shutouts and all of that. But, oh, man, there were some more. And certainly, even from Tampa, I'm sorry, that series, I said that trip. I know you're getting this stuff from Philly, but there's that. I don't even think that was the most horrific moment from the time in Tampa.
Nope.
Getting shut out for a 7th time. And that's saying something.
And you're absolutely right. Let's go to Walter's birthday, May 3rd. Dude, it's May 7th, and all my horror movies so far have been in the month of May. That's just kind of the timeline we're living in right now. Walter, I'm sorry, your birthday present was not what you asked for once you saw Ryan Walker trot out to the mound. The end of the series in Tampa was a nightmare because of how predictable it became in the late innings. So while there wasn't a ton of memory and maybe the theme of haunting to the last one of getting shut out for the 7th time, this one was losing the 1-run lead. You can't score the ghost runner. Chandler Simpson is theirs, and guess what? He's fast. And turns out that the nightmare was just going to be turning out the lights. May 3rd, happy birthday, Walter. 1 run. Shockingly, not enough.
As Vilade shows bunt, gets the bunt down first base side. Devers with a bare hand, throws home, not in time. Caminero in with a head-first dive, beat the Devers flip, and the game is tied at 1.
And there's a little flare, shallow right field, it's going to drop. Simpson comes in to score, and the Rays have done it again to the Giants.
So you're right, it wasn't the worst moment of the road trip. It wasn't the worst moment of the series when I talked about the Friday shutout. But this one makes the list for the obvious reasons that it prompted the panic button to be pushed just 34 games into the year. And by the way, say what you want about the catwalk, but the box score says 0 home runs on that entire road trip. Yikes.
Absolutely brutal. And I mean, on the heels of the 7th shutout and on the heels of the two losses in Philadelphia even. I mean, my goodness, it's incredible how quickly this thing turned from potentially viewing it as if it was going the other direction when they left to go to Philadelphia 2 games under 500.
Yeah, so all of this has been recent when they had the little spark and then it went into the opposite direction, but this is going to be the earliest in the timeline of our horror movies. Number 2, we got to go back to Jackie Robinson Day, April the 15th at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Sal Stewart couldn't be stopped. Tyler Mahle had a miserable, and I mean miserable, outing there. At the time, 6-12 was the season's low point with a 4th straight loss on the road trip. Well, we know all about the emotion and Eric Miller and pointing saying F you, F you, F you, which turned things around momentarily, but that was coming on April 16th. April 15th, they wanted that one to just simulate to the end if you were playing a video game. Sal Stewart did it again and again and again and again. I got to my car from Glen Park Station. It went from 3-0 to 4-0 to 7-0. I couldn't even keep up. Here's the sound.
Here's the 2-2. Stewart swings, drives a fly ball deep right center. This a good ride. It's heading way back. It is gone. And the Reds' rookie first baseman has done it again. Now here comes Sal Stewart, not the guy you want to see up there with a couple of runners on. Stewart homered in his first at-bat, swings and drives another one deep to right. It's trouble. Lee is back. It's gone. He did it again. Sal Stewart.
Yep, 2 3-run homers in that one, JD, and so they lost the series. The previous day, they lost to a Red team that had just 3 hits, and it had a lot of questions about the offseason additions as well. Now, Tyler Mahle has had a couple of good outings since that point forward, but that time, Tyler Mahle wearing number 42, not a sight they needed to see again.
No, definitely not. Brutal. And, reached a point in which the Giants finally tried to, I think, show a little bit of fight. Maybe a little of what could have been a turning point. But as we look at the way everything else has played out, not the case.
So there you go. And I think we all know what number 1 is going to be. That's going to be April 30th. Can you believe that was a week ago today? Feels like a good 2 or 3 right there.
Well, yeah, no doubt. Feels like 5, 6 a month.
Not 1, but 2 walk-offs for the Phillies, who were in even worse shape than the Giants. A miserable 8.5-hour day with the reminder that you don't have a closer, and you knew that all offseason. Hector Borg, why are you putting your hands up? And Ryan Walker, it's not the solution in a high-leverage situation. Here it is.
Hits that one hard and off the glove into center field. Gilbert somehow got the stop sign and doesn't score. Oh, my goodness. Hector Borg, I think, didn't see that it got deflected and rolled away from Stott.
Gage delivers. It's hit high in the air. Gilbert backs up in center field, and this is going to win it for the Phillies. Gilbert has it. He fires it back in. Garcia races home, and the Phillies have stunned the Giants in the daytime and now in the evening as they win it in the bottom of the 10th inning by a final score of 6-5.
Yeah, that's a clear number 1, and I don't think I have to explain much why. We all lived it 7 days ago. Maybe to some of you it feels like yesterday. Maybe to some of you it feels like, 6 months ago at this rate with the way it's going.
Yeah, brutal. And the first moment at which, unfortunately and horrifically, we were forced to grapple with the realization that maybe the Giants have a less than Major League coaching staff on their hands.
Yeah, so there you have it with the 5-1s. Yesterday on Willie Mays' birthday, Friday getting shut out for the 7th time. May 3rd, Ryan Walker delivering a birthday present to Walter that he wanted to send back. Sal Stewart hitting multiple 3-run homers and the game being over shortly after it started, and then 2 walk-offs in one day for the Phillies. When they found their spark, it's all been downhill since then. We'll be back with more, and then we'll hand it to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. It's Pop It and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver, on The Sports Leader. JD hanging out with us, and we relived some of the bad moments. I know some of the listeners took it very, very personally, and that's okay. 650, though, said, hello, on the subject of the Giants. I probably have to say the most egregious thing that the team has been doing is playing boring baseball, and it's unwatchable. Lifelong fan, barely can do it anymore. And as far as the question of the day, in terms of where do the Giants even go from here, I think that's another layer that people continue to bring up as this team isn't able to find offense, as you look for different solutions of what could be next. Is it Eldridge? Is it Jesus Rodriguez? Is it Landon Root maybe coming into his own? Well, by and large, the team has played a brand of baseball that has been really difficult to watch. And yes, losing and results are going to tell the tale of it all. But I think there was a real hope and a real excitement that, going back to the Vitello part of this, JD, he was supposed to come in, and the vision was he would bring a kind of energy that they didn't have when they were so bad in their home stretch last year, late in the summer, that Bob Melvin had something that was, it wasn't going to be good enough. So we'll bring in this new energy, and then that's going to be able to help us on the margins where we are going to win games. The team feels disjointed. I don't understand the roster construction, and people aren't loving the product that they have to watch on a night-to-night basis anyway. It just feels directionless right now.
Yeah, and when you don't hit, you look flat and you look boring. I mean, flat out. And then when you do hit and you find other ways to lose, rather than being able to celebrate the fact that you finally hit in the second game out of 6 or whatever that is, one time a week, it feels like the Giants are really hitting. Maybe 2. There've been a couple weeks where it's been 2. And then you lose those games. So yeah, I'm with you. I think there was supposed to be this edge and swagger by which they were going to play that hasn't been there. And I think a big part of the reason why is obviously the fact that they haven't hit.
No question. 808 KNBR. Sorry, had a bit of a mic snafu there at that point. But just in terms of looking at this off day and the upcoming series in Pittsburgh, I mean, we're kind of at a point now where, say they take 2 out of 3 over the weekend, right? There's still going to be 8 games below 500. It's not going to change a whole lot about the narrative when we reconvene after the weekend. So what do you look at in terms of what's coming up on the schedule? You're facing a lot of games, a lot of teams within your division to where, all right, like, see where you are. You got to take it day by day. But they're now at a point where they're just looking to go with one little step at a time, one little game at a time, series by series by series. And you're not going to get it all back in one weekend. You're not going to get it all back in 1 week. But when you reshuffle the deck like that, I think the hope is that, yes, the goal is to spark the veterans, spark the highest paid players, but it might get to a point where Willy Adames, Matt Chapman, and I know Devers has been better as of late, but guys might have to sit for longer stretches than we would have expected coming into the year.
Yeah, and that also has to coincide with younger players being options. Like we are, I mean, so that I am, it is on the big money guys to start coming through if they are going to turn it around even to a small extent. But if they're not, the guys that have been brought up have to continue to perform. And that's the other, I mean, we think of, rock bottom and being 9 under and that being a new low, even as we sit here today versus where things were coming off of the weekend at 8 under, and they shuffle the deck and they try to mix it up, and they bring up Eldridge and Rodriguez specifically has brought, he's hit and he caught 2 good games. So like Rodriguez has held up his end of the bargain despite the drop in the late innings yesterday that in right field. But it's those guys' ability to continue to perform. Otherwise, we talk about, again, it won't be rock bottom, because if the vets continue to not produce and the young players go into slumps, or Casey Schmidt starts to go in a slump, or, heaven forbid, Arise comes back and has a 2 for 10 instead of a 4 for 12, this team actually could, in some ways, be in a worse spot here quickly. So there's nothing really, honestly, like there's nothing, even if they sweep this weekend, there's honestly, I don't think much that you're necessarily going to look at and say, okay, they fixed it. Like it's something that's going to happen over a much lengthier, and that would be a 4-2 week. At that point from a 1-2 week. So, you would almost get credit for having 2 series wins, even though it would technically only be 1. But even at that and 6 under, there wouldn't be a whole heck of a lot at that point that would necessarily change the grand scheme of things for me. They got to go prove it and prove it and prove it and prove it again.
Does it matter who proves it to you? If it continues to be young guys stepping up while the veterans don't, does that change how you're going to view it if they get from 9 under, really, say to 500? Because that's where I'm at too with this.
Not really, honestly. Like I don't like whatever this team winds up being. And there's so many different, like whatever this team winds up being, they're going to be like, I'm not going to give them extra credit if it winds up being a team that's predominantly led by young players and they still win 75 games. Right now, maybe you're better off for the future because of that experience level. But as far as this season is evaluated in a vacuum, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
808 KNBR, if you want to sneak a call in, it is Papa and Silver with JD. We've had Walter hanging out with us, and I'm kind of with you there, right? If it's let the kids play and that's where the season ends up trending, then yes, I will be optimistic about what could be for the future, but it's not going to change my outlook on the 2026 season by any means. And we got to be real about it too. Like, this is a team that in this whole run of being more or less 500, when they've had moments where the lights are a little bit brighter, people are paying more attention, they've underperformed almost always on the offensive side of it. And then when they're kind of out of the picture, forgotten about a little bit, we've seen them get hot, but at that point, it doesn't really matter quite in the same way.
And I think that is the one thing, and this is going to sound pretty cynical, but that is the one thing that, believe it or not, would give me hope above everything, is the fact that I don't think they're this bad, and I do think as time goes on here, they're going to become much less of a focal point. I don't know if that starts tomorrow with the series against the Padres, because they still do play the Dodgers and the A's, and I feel like there's maybe another 10 days or so where, and I think because it's so bad right now, the free fall, that people are paying attention to it. Like, is it truly going to bottom out right now? It can't continue to get worse, right? And then, we sort of see how things go through the week. So I don't feel like they're quite to the point where it's like, all right, I'm on to my summer and I'm on to some other things. And, catch me if they get within 5 of 500. Catch me if they get back to 500. Like, I don't think we're quite to that point yet. But I do think the one thing, and again, it's cynical as it may sound, that would give me some hope is that this team not only maybe this year a little bit when it got to that early low point, then they played better. I think even the last few years, they've kind of been a team that when they're sort of left for dead and everybody stops paying attention, that's when they've played their best baseball. And so not that that's a space that any team or franchise wants to live in. It might be the one thing that kind of has to happen for it to even get turned around a little bit at this point.
Well, we knew too before the end of this last weekend that if there needed to be a shakeup, if there needed to be a button pressed, we knew that Bryce Eldridge was out there in AAA, and he had some moments of having really strong stretches and great at bats. And yes, he was striking out, but the walk rate was up and the power was there and all the things that we already knew, right? If it goes another 10 days and they continue to slide this way and Eldridge isn't hitting well and the pitching is still a big question mark, I don't really know what the next shakeup could be. I don't know what the next big move could be. And even if we get to that point later in the season where we're talking about trades and selling pieces off, like, it's not as easy as just the DFA trade fire people, as our YouTuber commented out earlier in the show.
It's really not, because, again, like, Vitello isn't going anywhere in season. And again, he probably isn't going anywhere at the end of this season unless he wants to, or unless it gets really, 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 really bad. And, Buster Posey, I mean, we're not having that conversation right now. So it truly, could you make a trade? Could you make a shockwave type of a trade potentially? But we're still, removed by a couple of months toward the whole buy or sell thing. And obviously right now they would be sellers, but I still think there's enough time between now and that point to where you wouldn't want, if you're Buster Posey, to have to be a seller, right? You're hoping you can get to a point where you can look to add as opposed to subtract in a number of different ways. But it could be the your bad contract for my bad contract type of a move. And look, I haven't even looked at other salaries to even think about that kind of thing, but you can always look to make a trade like that, the change of scenery type trade, where you look at somebody that's owed a similar amount in another area, maybe at another position, and you say, hey, you take our problem, we'll take your problem, and see if it works out better for you guys, and it works out better for us with player X or player Y. So that is one thing. But again, those trades are easier talked about on sports radio or YouTube or a podcast than they are actually completed in real life.
All right, we'll do one final segment when we come on back. We could still take a couple of calls because I think I see some still coming in here. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Perhaps we'll get Draymond Green's one shot taken at Charles Barkley in a Rockets jersey. And was it fair or was it foul? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, with the Giants being stuck in the mud and the Warriors awaiting their draft lottery, all questions turn to who is their head coach going to be. We're kind of hitting that slow stretch here in May where we're looking for answers. Oh, and by the way, rookie minicamp happening out there at 4949, so we'll get Krug's thoughts on all of that tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
All right, final few minutes here, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Thursday. JD will enjoy a little bit of a day off tomorrow because we'll get Krug in, and we'll talk a little Niners with the rookie minicamp as well. So final few minutes, we'll get to the last piece of Draymond sound that we had set aside, and it caused a lot of debate in the online world because, hey, Charles Barkley on the Rockets wasn't so bad for a former MVP and everything. But here was Draymond's point about wanting to wear one jersey for the rest of his career and not wanting to look like, well, Charles Barkley in a Houston Rockets uniform. Here it is.
Nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I didn't want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it.
All right, so then, of course, everyone went to go and literally dig up the stats. And Barkley, as a Houston Rocket, not that bad of a player, all things considered, JD. But, was it fair? Was it foul? I think the bigger point is Draymond Green has his intentions set. He wants to be a Golden State Warrior. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to see him in another uniform. I think a Houston Rockets uniform, given the little rivalry they've had over the years of his playing career, that one would probably sting more than others. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think it would, to be sure, if you're speaking of it in the literal form. I mean, I think this is where going back to Steve Kerr. I mean, if he isn't somehow the head coach here in the next handful of days, I do think it's going to be interesting to see just the levels at which it impacts everybody else and the prospect for Draymond. But, yeah, Draymond, a little out of pocket there. Considering, yes, Charles Barkley was not the player that he had been in Phoenix or in the early days in Philadelphia during his time with the Rockets, but was still pretty darn good and still pretty darn productive.
Yeah, a couple of Hall of Famers and, well, one future Hall of Famer just kind of going at it with each other. And by the way, Draymond Green's also not the same player that he was at earlier stages in his career, and that goes back to the comments about Steve hindering him in his offensive development, right?
Yeah, but let's also, I mean, and I know, look, those guys, they joke around a lot on that show, and I think Draymond's trying to fit in a little bit with the, ability to talk trash. But, I mean, make no mistake, like, I think Charles sometimes, I will say, and I've kind of gone back, because he was one of my favorite players growing up, and I think at times because he didn't win a ring, and because of the persona on the Inside the NBA show, I think people, the younger audience that isn't in the know, like go watch some Charles Barkley. Like Charles Barkley was a superstar, and I was sort of thinking about it last night. Like Barkley, if you're just looking at like guys currently in the league right now, I think Barkley was a better player than everybody currently in the league, except for LeBron, Steph, and maybe Jokic. Like he was a damn good. He was a. I think he's a better player than Harden. He's a better player. Like pick any other guy. Like he was a damn good player. But again, because he didn't get the ring, and because of the way they kind of throw things around on that show, I think those that didn't see him at all and haven't gone back and watched, like he was a freaking monster of a player. He was a superstar.
The round mound of rebound, one of the great nicknames in all of basketball.
Yeah, and scoring in the post and getting out in transition and later on hitting the three a little bit. Like he was a damn good player. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, it is funny to see those two jot each other. Obviously, a lot of respect. And by the way, Barkley didn't have a ring like a lot of other great players of that generation because a guy named Michael Jordan kind of prevented that from happening for a good decade.
And I think, again, I know it's all jokes and it's all like Houston Barkley, as the people that went and dug up the numbers found out, Houston Barkley was a better player than Draymond Green has ever been. in his NBA career. So that is, again, I'm all for the back and forth and the talking and it's all fun and games, but let's put a little respect on Charles Barkley's name as a player.
Sometimes you just need a little drama when you're out there on television, and so you can entertain guys like Gary St. Jean, who was on with us today and watching a whole bunch of NBA playoffs as he recovers from surgery. JD, appreciate you filling in all throughout this week, man. It's been great having you, and I will catch up with you on Monday.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you to Walter. Thank you to Gary St. Jean, and it is time to get it over to Dirty Work with Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb. As you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work, take it away.
Are we getting any news today, Greg? Please. I need something. I need some Steve Kerr news. Anything.
I'll send you good thoughts.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, too.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
On a Thursday afternoon, Adam Copeland, Depop. We'll have Tim, too, as soon as Walt gets his ass out of the way.
Get out here, Walt.
I'll be looking at Walt's mug. We got a full show for you today. 707 checks in immediately, all caps, full show.
You bet your ass.
Full board. You're going to be sick of us by next Thursday after we rip off. After next Thursday, for the filth and you dirty workers out there who love dirty work, the greatest show in America.
You love it more than me.
Monday to... I love a dirty work short show, you and me. But I like a front-end short show.
I like a show with a lot of news. We talked about the Giants yesterday. I was hoping Steve Kerr would make a decision today, and I get it. He's figuring out his life. It's just for me, Steve. Think about me. You're turning into Aaron Rodgers. Make a decision.
Dude, I'm watching. This is one of my favorite things. By the way, what I was saying, though, real quick, is next week we got 4 long shows.
Oh, you bet your ass
4
we do.
long ones. Monday to Thursday, we go Dodgers Stadium. And when I say long, I mean it's going to be a long week, everybody.
Yeah.
Giants, Dodgers.
The Giants are playing the Dodgers on top of
at
that.
Dodger Stadium, and they're all at 7:10. So you'll get us till 6:10 every day next week, but we're with you until 6 today. No Giants baseball. Kind of nice. Yeah. Nice to get a day off. I know there's no news, but like...
Get a little breather.
What, do we want to go doom and gloom again?
No doom and gloom. Just, react to something else. Let's deviate a little bit because...
Let's deviate. Let's have some fun today.
You and I went through it yesterday. We know this team is not performing well right now. And we know the 3 guys to point the finger at: Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames. And we'll hear from Zach Manazian. But honestly, there's not, what else can you do? I brought up rebuild with you yesterday. There's not a whole hell of a lot they could do right now. So it's just, let's hope they get out of it. Let's hope they bring up some guys and maybe take playing time away from these guys in particular. But there's not a lot they can do right now.
I think Giants fans in general would agree with me. And by the way, it does feel nice. I've said this. It is kind of nice that all of us Giants fans, you guys with me? We've all kind of come together. You know what I mean? What I said a couple weeks ago was if the Giants fans, we've all been so split because things have been so bad. And I feel there's a divisive nature in it at times because we're like, no, you got to get rid of this guy. You got to bring this guy up. You got to do
There's
X, Y,
that in
and Z.
any fan base.
Well, there is. But when things are going bad, everybody has their own reason and way to fix it, right? So we all we've turned on each other at times.
You could be real and say this team is in for it right now, or you could be Papa C and say they're going to make the playoffs and World Series next year.
And I don't think it's happening, Papa C, but you're the C'er, not me. The interesting thing is now the team's going so poorly. And everybody, there's a reason they're bad. They don't hit. They don't walk.
No.
And we know what the reason is. It's a specific group of guys who are making X amount of money and more than anybody else. And so you want to see some of the younger guys. So much so when you're – this is what I mean is when the fan base is so tired of what's gone on that everybody is – not everybody, but there's a big contingency going, dude, tear it down and start over. That's when you're like, man, everybody's so fed up that they're willing to just get it right one more time or try to get it right by starting from scratch and building from the ground up. I think the point I was going to make, though, was like we didn't know how to view Tony Vitello. We still don't really know how to view Buster as a president of baseball ops, but I don't have a problem saying he right now is not operating as the best or second best or third best head of his team's development and organization in the Bay. You know what I mean? It's tough to say Mike Dunleavy's operated in a worse way. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say that. Mike Greer's landed number 2 picks hand over fist.
Mike Greer is done amazing.
And he's not
He's
happy
also
about
lucked
it.
into with a lot of the draft picks.
Yeah, well, that's part of it.
But you got to hit on it.
That's part of it.
Yes, of course.
Giants got the number 4 pick coming up. What are you going to do with it? You know what I mean? How that's where we're like, you'll be judged by that. It's kind of like I say, because really that's what it's about. Buster was trying to maintain it's sort of the Bobby Evans strategy after 2016, where the core of the players was aging.
Yeah.
They were still around that World Series window. It's probably going into 16 is what I'm thinking, 15, 16.
Mm-hmm.
Where Bobby Evans goes and he tried to land a handful of pitchers. I think he tried to get Lester, didn't get him. Ended up getting Johnny Cueto, which is fine. I think Cueto was a good Giant.
Cueto was solid.
And he was a nice addition.
Samardzija,
$90 million, not great. You know, it's the pivot where the Giants have really effed up in the last few off seasons or several off seasons, where they don't get the guy they want and they pivot, and the guy they get is not a viable player to replace.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the Bobby Evans strategy was add all of these free agents or big time talent or big names even, right? They traded for McCutchen. Or they get McCutchen, they trade him away, but they traded for Longoria. I didn't think that was a good move when it happened, but neither here nor there. The bigger point I'm making is that he still was able to draft Elliot Ramos, who became an all-star left fielder, right? He left Tyler Rogers here. He left a handful of players that still we couldn't gauge his success in talent or young talent evaluation or whether or not he was good at it until those guys got to the majors and he was already gone because his free agents didn't work. Now, I don't think Buster is going to just be gone in the same way. Right? But he's still going to have to develop and bring up players in the next 2 or 3 years that he was in charge of acquiring. Now, Jesus Rodriguez is a good one that I look at. Where I go, he was ranked like the number 5 or 6 catcher in the Yankee organization because they were stacked at catcher.
Yeah.
Giants didn't really have a bunch of depth at that position. They needed more offense. If you were going to trade Doval, you wanted a more controllable piece or a better prospect. If that's a guy that ends up working out, that's one where you go, Buster saw that guy and said, I want that guy. I'm intrigued by that. I'm not as intrigued by the big-time contracts or how he lands the free agents, especially when they don't work out. Because that's more of something you want to do when you've got your core. Then you can add Emmanuel Sanders and say, we needed that piece. We could add a defensive end. We needed that. It's what John Lynch has done. It's what the Dodgers have done. It's what Sabian did, right? But when your core doesn't succeed, then you're like, okay, well, where else can we find help? And right now, they're kind of cornered into a spot. What's interesting to me is I'm sure there are some fans who feel this way.
Well, where are you going to go?
I don't, but if you told me at the start of the season that 37 games in, what are they, 14 and 23?
23, yep.
It's only the exact opposite record as the Dodgers. 23 and 14.
When you look at it like that, yeah.
I would have been like, man, what's going on with Vitello? I don't know the Giants fans. I don't view this as an absolute indictment on Vitello. Like, I don't think any of us are looking at this going, he's the guy to blame for why they're. Now, he hasn't been great. Don't get me wrong. There's been mistakes.
But he's not the reason why they're losing.
He's not the reason they're losing. The same as we would say Bob Melvin wasn't the reason they were losing last year, but he had to be responsible for it. Now, when Vitello's in his first year and they're losing worse, sure, maybe there's a drop-off there, but also he's not the common denominator here.
No,
now
not
we've
at
seen
all.
it. You know what I mean? Like, he's not the one. So would things be better if you had a different manager? I don't really think so.
No, not at all.
Right? Like, who's the best manager? Take Dave Roberts, back-to-back World Series champion. Are the Giants just better because of Roberts? Probably not.
No. It's
maybe a couple of wins, maybe
it has
a little.
nothing to do with the manager right now. It is 85% on the Giants players. It's really on the 3 guys we've been talking about. No, the reason why they are 9 games below 500, it's because the big money guys are not performing. Now, nothing to do with Tony Vitello. Yes, he did not have success in the Phillies series. There's been moments where you realize the inexperience. But for the most part, it's been this roster. It's kind of what we expected going into the season where, not the offense, but we knew the bullpen wasn't spectacular. The starting rotation after Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and Lander Roop's not fantastic. We knew all that stuff. The biggest surprise is the offense. And that's where I said yesterday, it's not, when Buster gets credit for me, yes, the Rafael Devers move, impressive. But that kind of fell into his lap. The Willie Adames
It's also
move,
not Buster's fault. He's not working.
No, it's not.
And again, I still think of the guys who I have confidence in turning it around. He's still one. He's still a guy I would take in this lineup over the next 5 or 6 years like they plan to, because I don't believe that he's just broken now forever after a 10-year career where he was one of the better hitters.
I'm not saying that, but it's not like a good move right now.
No,
but no, I'd still make that move. I'd still make the Willie Adames move. I'd still make the Matt Chapman contract.
I liked him when they happened. I think a lot of us did.
No mames.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you, Georgia Frisco.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did. And it's okay to feel like, I was wrong too.
But right now is where the real dirty work happens for Buster Posey. How does he find guys to call up? How does he find guys in the farm system? That's where he's going to prove his weight as a president of baseball operation. And maybe that's more Zach Manazian's role. Maybe that is. But Buster is the face, much like John Lynch is the face, where he's got to answer these questions when he comes on Murph and Marcus or when he does these press conferences. So that's where Buster needs to show that he's actually in this thing. And I don't doubt that he is, or isn't, I should say. But this is where Buster has to prove, okay, I know this team is not, doing well right now. We're not going to trade these guys away because no one's going to take on their contracts. What else can we do?
Has either, and this just came to mind, has either Manazian ever overseen a winning team?
Remind me the last time the Angels made the postseason.
Zach Manazian. Oh, dude, the Angels haven't made it since like the Jose Arredondo, Raul Ibanez era. You know what I mean? Like Teixeira might have been the last time the Angels, Greinke and Teixeira were hanging out last time the Angels made the playoffs. I feel like the last time they made the playoffs, I think, was actually Mike Trout's rookie year.
Yeah, that's what I say.
And they got swept in the division series.
2015?
Because I think that's the thing is Trout was like he might have had a couple of hits in the series. I think he has as many MVPs as like playoff hits.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It might have been his first year or second, somewhere in there. So 2012 was his rookie year.
Okay.
Because he was in the All-Star game, and I went to that All-Star game in Kansas City. It was he and Harper's rookie year was 2012.
Rookie year 2011.
2011 is when he came up probably, and then 12 was his first full year.
Yeah, also
right?
what the Angels were. Yeah, Angels were 89 and 73 that year.
So I just don't know what Perry Manazian's record, or when he took over. Well, his overall record as GM as of May 2026, he's 358 and 452. Perry Manazian. And it's only been 2 years of Zach, or a year and 37 games of Zach.
I'm not going to lump the Manazians together, though. That's a whole different thing.
I don't know why we shouldn't. They're both losing games and not making the playoffs.
I know, but
it wasn't lumping them together. I was just more asking. I'm not saying he is his brother.
It's not a whole lot of success with that family when it comes to baseball.
That's all I'm saying. You don't get to this role without having some background and some. Yeah, like again, just because you are hired in that role doesn't mean that you. Not all these roles are the same now. First of all, GM and president of baseball didn't used to exist for the Giants, right? Sabian was the president of baseball effectively before. And then that job didn't exist, and he was just GM. That was just the title.
Right.
Then they gave it to Farhan, created that role, and then underneath, kind of like how they had the CEO is Larry Baer, and then the chairman is
Greg Johnson.
Is Greg Johnson?
Yeah.
That job, all that stuff kind of bounces around. Right. I mean, they kind of like reconfigure, kind of like we have here at the Leader. Adam Copeland, we call it a restructure. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We are going to talk some Giants baseball because Zach Manazian was on with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. We also were going to get into some basketball, the Steve Kerr situation. Raheem Morris met with the media for the first time as Niners defensive coordinator, and Krug got a question. And,
oh, yes, he did.
Raheem, I've been waiting to talk to you.
Let's talk pool parties.
So I was talking pool parties.
He did, seriously.
Dude, we can talk hantavirus, whatever you guys want to get into.
I heard about that today. Good
Lord.
Hear
about this?
Yeah. Our friend over at Bonneville, Elena Matzorkas, was telling me all about it. I was like, Jesus, what the hell's going on here?
Hantavirus, dude.
Hanta?
Yeah.
With rats?
I was like, I don't know if I'll catch that one unless I've been to a North Beach bar, in which case, that's par for San Francisco.
Yeah, that's you.
You got stuff around. Maybe I've built up an immunity to it already.
Yeah. Well.
You nervous?
Oh, you know me. Yeah, of course.
Hanta?
No, when it becomes a thing.
Don't you wanna, Hunter? You look sweaty and been coughing.
Yeah, I know.
Hantavirus.
You been around any rats lately? Been on any cruises?
Anyway, CMBR, do you have hantavirus?
Yeah, let us know all the symptoms, please.
No, I read the symptoms. Not good.
No, not good at all.
Yeah. Did you ever get corona?
Yeah, later on.
Did you ever get corona?
The corona?
You ever catch that?
No, the first time I got COVID was actually when I started here. It was a couple months into the job. I think the first week of the NFL season. and I call out sick. And that's the first time I got it. I think the only time I got it. Knock on wood.
808 KNBR Manazian on the morning show. Hantavirus. It's making waves, dude. It's getting big. It's blowing up. I don't know.
It's making waves.
They're close to making a nuke. They're five minutes from a nuke, I heard, Hantavirus. We'll talk more about Manazian on the morning show. The Giants are off. Can't lose today. We'll talk more about that. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. Talking about the worst team in the NL West on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. We do have a guest list for you.
Do we now?
Should get that to you, huh? Sam Amick of The Athletic. The Athletic did that thing. I love when they do these, the polls of players.
Yes.
They asked them a series of questions.
Not just players, Copes. Also coaches.
No, they polled players.
You're right.
I'm saying they polled players on a number of topics.
Yes, you're right.
Best coach, most impressive coach, most overrated coach, or unimpressive. They asked them about is the NBA integrity? How do you feel about the NBA's integrity?
Yep.
How do you feel about tanking? Things like that. They also asked
Integrity League.
They also asked him. I saw if you were commissioner for a day with ultimate power and you could just push anything through, what kind of things would you do? And there was, there's a percentage of players you put like. I would add a 4-point line, shave the number of games, like Steve Kerr said, from 82 to 72.
Yeah.
No back-to-backs was overwhelmingly the number one. But one of the ones that somebody suggested, it didn't hit the poll, but they wrote in the article, one player cited, I would add he said, I would bring back Magic City Night. I was like, hell yeah. What would you change? I'd bring back Magic City Night.
That was an overwhelming popular decision for NBA players.
One player was like, I'd like them to change the immigration things to make them simpler when you're going in and out of Canada. And they were like, Adam Silver has no control over that. It's not a commissioner thing,
That's
bro.
Ridiculous.
Anyway, Sam Amick will join us talking Steve Kerr and some NBA playoffs.
Magic City. And then Luke Kennard's the only one being like, nay?
350, 450 Rich Aurelia for his weekly conversation. Plus, we had some fun stuff to get into a little bit later. Some dirty work, dirty laundry. We got a sound soiree for you and a crap section a little bit later this evening. So, Zach Manazian had to be rough for him to wake up and be like, dude, that's today. I got to do that, huh?
Yeah, after that stretch, you got to talk to Murph and Marcus.
I call KNBR today. You think he's on a group chat with because they rotate those. It's like Manazian, Larry Bear, and
Vitello.
Is it Vitello or is it Buster?
And I think it's all four of them.
You think there's a group chat with the four and they're like, sucker?
It's your day today, man.
He texts in and goes, hey, whose day is it today? I'm like, it's yours, Holmes.
How many times does Buster text Manazian being like, it's your day today? It's like, no, actually, it was mine last week. No, it's yours again.
I tell us, like, I had to sit with Murph at the Italian Club last night. You can do his show.
I'm not talking to him again.
Yeah. They must have talked about that.
Murph brought it up today.
I know Curly and Marcus went too.
Yeah, Murph brought it up a little bit today where he was like, we wanted to be fun of the Italian Athletic Club, but I had to address the elephant in the room, and you could tell Vitello was unhappy, but it is what it is.
I'll meet you at the boathouse.
You got to keep it light. What's your favorite color, huh? What'd you go, chicken or fish? Just basic questions.
And then after a while, like some of the Giants fans, like, we're talking Italians? Come on, get to the baseball here. We're terrible.
Zach Manazian joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed the struggles of the team and what the future holds for the three big money hitters, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. Like I said, that line from Major League, thought you said we didn't have any high-priced talent because he's only high-priced. Talking Roger Dorn. Here's what Manazian had to say on the big-time contracts to those players, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, not performing, and asked, does it make the next few years uncertain? Here's what Manazian said.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think something that I look to with these three is, look, I don't want to sit here and say players aren't allowed to struggle. We'll see where those guys are at the end of 162 games. But with those three, it's I believe in the people, the work ethic. I don't think I don't think this is a situation where, and we've seen it. We know these stories of players who get long-term deals and just kind of quit on you, and they don't take care of themselves. There's a lack of care. I mean, I think all of these guys care immensely. So to see them struggle, I wouldn't make it any more than, look, we're 37 games and they haven't gone as well as they usually do. But to sit here and say, hey, we don't know what the next 5-6 years look like, I think that's premature.
Yeah, because basically they're saying like we're going to be in with these contracts right now if these guys could be around, but no one's questioning the hard work ethic of Rafael Devers, Willy Adames, and Matt Chapman. And no one's questioning if they don't take accountability. Like you saw Matt Chapman yesterday talk to the media. I'm sure Willy Adames feels the same way. Rafael Devers, I know he has to talk to the media, but they're all pissed. They're all trying to work hard. No one's questioning that, but it's not about that, really, Zach. It's not about their work ethic. It's about, can they perform on the baseball field right now? And none of them are doing that. So yesterday we talked a ton about accountability, and that's just,
Well, I think that is the question, because there are fans who keep saying, they need some accountability, blah, blah, blah. And that's what I keep asking is, what does that mean to you? Well, and Zach Manazian, I think, has almost responded to that and saying, I believe in their ability to be accountable because of the work ethic these guys put into it. They obviously care. They do want to win. I do not think this is a situation where guys got paid and are resting on their laurels. They're not hitting what their baseball card says it should hit or what we're used to. Now, I actually don't even disagree with Manazian because the Giants do have to think about this differently than fans do, right? They are planning for the future. They are looking at draft selections and which players are coming through the system and monitoring promotions and how they map out what best case scenario is and who they're going after. They understand this in a different way than we do, and they should think about it in a different way than we do. We think about it in terms of, I watched the first 37, and it's terrible to the point where it feels like even writers. Bag said to us yesterday, I can't believe it's only been 37. He's like, it feels like, or he said, I can't believe we got 4 more months.
Thinking about working for ZipRecruiter.
He's like, well, using it to get a new gig.
Yeah,
And he's joking. He said, of course, he loves what he does. But we're like, man, this has been a drudge through the first 37 games. So, like, I'm with him when I hear him say, like, they're not playing the way they need to play or that they have played. And saying, well, the next 6 years or 5 years or 4 years of these contracts mean that this, what we've seen now, is going to be who they are for the remainder. They can't jump to that conclusion. That said, they can't just run these guys out there every day, continue to lose when they're not performing. So we have to think, we as fans think about it differently. We want instant gratification, which is win, win, win. And because it's not even instant, it's been 5 years of this, 6 years of this, 10 since the 2016 year, the end of that last generation of greatness. There's a different level of frustration. So it's definitely not the answer fans want. But what he's also saying is some teardown you think with these players is not happening right now.
No, and it's not going to. Like, I was talking about that the other day, but it's just not realistic with the contract situation. They don't want to do that right now. This organization doesn't do rebuilds. Could you tolerate one if Buster Posey's leading the charge? Maybe, but they're not doing that. So I really don't know what Manazian's supposed to say, really. Like, he's in a bad situation where he's asked that question. It's not a bad question by any means, but it's just, does this mean that the future's uncertain for these players? And what is he going to say? Like, no? Or actually, yes, like they're not going to be on the roster? No. So I don't know. I think that the best thing he can say is you hope things are turned around and maybe you look at other options. Maybe guys are going to sit. Maybe we do need to, rest a little bit more with Willy Adames and Rafael Devers. Matt Chapman had his turn on Monday. So we'll go from there. But yes, you're not going to change a whole hell of a lot. I know it's early in the season right now, but fans are fed up. I don't really know what you expect to hear from when it comes to Buster Posey, Zach Manazian, or Tony Vitello.
4 and 5 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, I'm questioning Devers' work ethic.
Why?
He says he's clearly not putting in the work to fix his swing. He's just assuming it'll fix itself. I don't know how you in good conscience can say he's clearly doing this and not this.
Yeah, I don't know if we can make that assumption.
What do you mean fix his swing? Like, when things are going poorly for a guy, it's easy to be like, look at how he's swinging. He's obviously not been where he needs to be or wants to be. He's also hit safely in 7 straight games. The other text right after that, the very next text, 707 said, feels like Devers might be turning a corner. I think so, too. I think to say clearly they're not putting in the work to change the swing, like,
no,
maybe the work
he's
putting in
isn't.
How do you know the work he's putting in isn't working? Dude, I was terrible at, like, geometry in high school. Terrible. It's like awful. Yeah, I wasn't good at algebra, too. I wasn't good at most math beyond, like, things that I needed practically, right? Yeah. I went to tutoring twice a week for years. Mama Susie made me go. Shout out Dr. Fisher, dude, over in Castro Valley. And it was like the only way I could do. Like my parents would let me play sports if I didn't do that. I couldn't play baseball. Couldn't do so. I had to get that grade up. Fine history, fine spell, like things like literature, English, all stuff like that. I was good. I went to tutoring every week for years, for twice a week. I was so bad at math and hated it so much they were like, "Why don't you go do more of it?" For 2 years.
Same here.
I didn't get any better at math. So just because you're doing the work doesn't mean, like, I maybe understood stuff better for a test. I got enough to pass, but, like, you have to be showing or putting in the work. To say Devers isn't seeing the results immediately, so he's not putting in the work, is irrelevant. We already know he's great at this. We already know he's been one of the best at this. He's been paid as such. He's not a 36-year-old who's like, maybe this is just it. Maybe the game is, maybe he's getting, it's not that. He's been in a funk. He's the guy I have the most confidence in. Because we saw Adames do this last year. And even when Adames started to hit last year, it wasn't like, I know he hit 30 bombs. I'm not going to like ignore that. But it wasn't like he was the best hitter on the team at any point, seemingly, for a month-long period.
No.
You know, Chapman in his career has been far better than what he's done to this point. I think he's got one home run.
Does he
I
have
think
one?
he has one home run on the season.
I don't know if he has any, Coach.
He has one. I think he does. I'm pretty positive he's got one. We'd be talking more about his zero if it was a donut. I think he's got one. And it was in like the first week of the season. Matt Chapman. So my point is like,
Yeah, one.
Career averages mean something. To say they're not working is, you don't know. You see them for 3 hours a night. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are putting in the work. It's just not resulting in positive results for the team. So they're not going anywhere, is basically what Manazian's telling you. This isn't a teardown, but does it make it difficult moving forward, like for the next couple of years? He's saying it's too early to tell. And after a big chunk where there's reason to believe this guy can't regain form, that's when you make a decision.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that with Devers.
They're not going to.
No, you got to see how this plays out a little bit longer. And I'm hopeful that Rafael Devers could turn it around. We've seen that, his body of work with the Red Sox. It is what it is with Willie Adames. It is what it is with Matt Chapman at this point. It's just, yes, I do want to see more tinkering with the lineup. I do want to see those guys sit a little bit more when they're not performing. And, yeah, we'll go from there.
It's 8-3-1. And this is kind of ridiculous. I think this is something the Giants could do to help change the view of their work ethic, would be to have players do pre- and post-game workouts and have media. Like, we don't know.
No. That's
Stop.
insane.
You want to see them actually? I need to see you practice. This is like your boss coming to you and
I'm
being
paying
like,
hard for these Giants tickets. I want to see these guys work out in front of me.
Dude,
they don't owe you anything in that regard.
No,
That's a ridiculous text.
No, they don't. It's outrageous. And how do you feel, by the way, when your boss is like, well, show me. I'm going to sit here and watch you work for a day. How are you going to feel about that?
I hate that crap.
Dude, nobody wants.
Show your work.
No.
Back to your tutoring analogy. I hated that crap.
831, I appreciate the text. Bad idea. Bad take. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627.
You want to see these guys work out in front of you?
Some people might. 808
Sweat
KMBR.
for me, Devers. I want to see how much work you're putting in.
Sweat for me, Devers. We'll get back to some more Giants talk next. Which Giant currently has the most pressure on them? Is it Devers? Is it Webb? Or is it Buster Posey? I think it's got to be Posey, right? Off the top, we'll get into some of the depth of this.
Come on.
You throw in the obvious one, you know? Who are we going to pick? Who's to blame? Who has the most pressure? Devers, Webb, Posey, or Hantavirus? We'll get into that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday on the Hantavirus Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. Giants baseball off today. They're back in action tomorrow. 3 games against the Pirates, starting at 7:15 tomorrow night. We are going to today catch up a little bit later. I mentioned Sam Amick at 3:50, Rich Aurelia at 4:50. More on the Giants, though. We were asking the question at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The number to call and text. Which Giant currently has the most pressure on them to turn things around, Devers, Webb, or Posey? I'll let you start, Derek, because I said Posey before the break. But
Yeah, it's Posey.
How about on the field?
On the field, I would say it has to be Rafael Devers, because you and I were talking about before the season started where the Giants' success is predicated by Rafael Devers. He's got to be their Barry Bonds in a way. He's got to be a guy that gets you 30-plus home runs. We have not seen that. I know that he's on, a 7-hit streak right now. Yes, that's part of his game, but also you want to see the long ball a little bit more. You want to see the Rafael Devers we saw in Boston. So that's the pressure that's put on him, is to be the leader on the field. He doesn't need to be the guy that's vocal, that, we don't know behind what goes on behind closed doors, but just because he's not talking to the media or he doesn't look in shape to the fans doesn't mean he's not working hard. So he needs to lead by example with the way that he plays, the way that he's done it before. Logan Webb needs to be that too, and he takes accountability. We saw the other night. He said he's pitching like dog s right now.
I don't know, dude. I need to see him sweat before I know he's putting in the work.
I don't question the accountability with any of these players. I don't. And again, I could be naive, but
does anybody out there look like Jock Peterson?
Yeah, seriously.
I don't know what he did behind the scenes, but if I were going to say any Giant I can remember that I was like, that guy just doesn't seem like he cares about anything, it's Jock Peterson. That's the one guy. None of these players carry themselves like that.
No, I don't think so at all. So the whole discussion about accountability yesterday, we heard it over and over yesterday. I think all these guys take accountability. We heard Matt Chapman blame himself. We heard Logan Webb blame himself. All these guys blame themselves right now. Does it need to be where we see actual accountability in the dugout where Willie Adames or somebody's yelling at other players? I don't know about that. Maybe that needs to be more of Tony Vitello's job, but really the pressure is on Buster Posey to get this thing right because he is the boss now. And, we all love Buster for what he accomplished in the past, but now it's a different game. He's president of baseball operations. He needs to win games. And I don't blame him for any of the moves he's made, but so far you have to question them because they have not panned out. So who gets the pressure? It's clearly Buster Posey right now.
Yeah, it's got to be Buster number one because he's in charge of it. He puts the guys on the field. They have to execute. But in terms of turning it around this year, is it on Buster to turn it around this year?
Yeah, by making maybe more moves need to be made. I'm not talking about doing a whole rebuild here or, selling at the deadline, but who else could be called up? Does it need to be Victor Barracoto in a couple of weeks? Or, what do you do with the lineup? It's not all just Tony Vitello. Yes, you can blame Vitello for the start this year, but I don't blame him for the play on the field. As far as what you do next, it's a collaborative effort between Tony Vitello, Buster Posey, and Zach Manazian. So they all have pressure on them. But really it is Buster. He handpicked Tony Vitello. He's the guy that, took this job from Farhan. He came in and said, I want to be in the memory-making business. It's on Buster, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and they're hanging more notes to make them. I mean, they've been one of the worst teams in all of baseball. There was a note I saw this morning from Josh Dubow of the AP, where he said the note is that through 37 games, the Giants have, I forget the number of homers, it's 74 total walks and 29 homers or 30 homers, something like that.
Yeah.
The point of this is no team has posted that. Here's the note. The Giants have 72 walks and 23 homers through 37 games. The only teams in the live ball era since 1920 with that few of each stat since 1920 are the 1920 Phillies and the 1930 White Sox.
Well, we know those teams well.
Well, as I said, I tweeted it earlier. I said, if you want to go to administration stuff.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Again, anything pre-Jackie is always funny to me, too.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, only white guys were playing on the East Coast. Like St. Louis, we're going to the West Coast. St. Louis, play on the Cardinals here. You want to see the Cubbies on baseball's West Coast. Catch the train. Here's the 1920 Phillies. That takes you back to the Woodrow Wilson administration.
Oh, of course.
1930 would have been Herbert Hoover.
I was just thinking about the fan that texted in saying, I want to see Rafael Devers work out in front of us. It goes back to your line of Branch Rickey, where it's he has that classic line of, I want a player that's not afraid to sweat in front of the fans.
I want a player that's out there swinging and sweating for the fans. Yeah, I remember when he said that to Jack, and Jackie was like, I'm not
doing that. That's weird.
He's like, I'm accountable. You just got to know I'm doing the work.
And what's a camera? What the hell are you talking about?
Here's more from the Giants here. Here's Logan Webb. He was asked about his struggles and if he's having some knee discomfort. I know you've asked a couple of writers, is there something going on with him?
Well, just yesterday, because Tony Vitello said that in the press conference after the loss, and I asked Bags about it, and he may have brought that up as an excuse because Logan's not having the best season, but Logan made it sure that it's the way he's pitching right now. That's it. It's not anything else. No excuses.
Here's Logan Webb on his struggles and the knee discomfort.
Sometimes when you have a bad one, you like to stay out there and try to soak up a couple more innings. You have to be talked out of coming out after 62 pitches? Or?
I mean, I probably shouldn't have been in the game to begin with. I wasn't very good today, so thank you.
Do you mean you shouldn't have been in there because you couldn't
go?
That was dog.
Okay.
And that's the second time in the last few years I've heard Logan Webb use the dog S line. That was when he was referring to the team, and now he's referring to himself about it. So that's accountability. That's Logan Webb taking accountability about the way he's played this season, and I appreciate that from him. We know what he's capable of. We know what Rafael Devers is capable of. Willy Adames, I mean, we've seen it with other teams, but for the most part, it's been a disappointment as a San Francisco Giant. So that's accountability that I'm looking for. It's not that anybody, no one doesn't care. That's insane. All these guys, the season already sucks. We're 37 games into it, and it's like, well, we're not playing well. So I can't imagine what the clubhouse feels like. It's not about chewing each other out or who's accountable for what. You need to play better. It's not even questioning, when Zach Manazian comes on and he's like, I don't question the work ethic of any of these guys. It's not about that. It's just about playing well. We've seen this the last 5 years now.
And accountability doesn't solve anything.
It doesn't.
You know what I mean? Again, Logan Webb just took accountability and you're like, nice. But if he goes out and gives up 6 in 3 innings, you're like, come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Accountability is great. That's fine. I don't know what else people want to see. Seeing them work out, that's hilarious, but also, again, doesn't fix anything. I don't care that Jamarcus Russell could throw it 80 yards from a knee or whatever the hell it was. You know what I mean?
That's really impressive, though, Coach.
That's, even though he's down, he could still really whip it,
That's one of the more craziest things.
That's what I mean. It's like, who cares how good they are in practice?
Yeah. You're right.
There's great practice players. There's guys who are awesome at that. Then there's guys who don't perform in games. The problem is these guys have performed in games throughout their career and are not. Somebody checked in also saying Devers is hitting .316 with a .943 OPS in May to this point, which is a good note. They've played every day in May until now. That's 7 games or 6 games that he's played. And while they've lost 5 of them, he does have a hit in 7 consecutive.
Right.
So I really do think he's a guy who's going to figure it out. He's the guy I have the most confidence in because he's the most likely all-star based on what we've seen from him in his career.
By the way, the same guy that texted in the 831 saying that Rafael Devers should work out in front of everybody, he says, see, I did the dirty work. I gave you guys the material to work with now. Thank you, 831. Thank you.
831 says, nobody's going on. You guys keep going on and on about them not caring. Nobody said they don't care. But is it a plan with the S? I don't know what that means. But
no, we're referring to yesterday.
I'm referring to Manazian saying these guys do care. It's not that they don't care. I'm not saying anything about them not caring. I'm talking about the specificity of the word accountability that listeners and fans, and I've seen it all over social media. We had several people call yesterday and say that. And one person I asked, what does that mean? And he didn't have an answer either. So I'm like, I'm not saying they don't care. I'm saying they do. People are saying they need to be accountable. Well, what does that mean? Does it mean sit them down? Does it mean bench them? Because that means you're going to get a lot of costs. You know what I mean? I don't know what accountability means.
I thought JD nailed this earlier today where he was like, let's not act like Christian Koss is going to come in and save the day here.
That's not a rebuild situation. So what do you like? Y'all want to see these guys play and play well. You want to reap the benefits of your money. I'm not going to sit here and say it's early. It's 37 games. And they're on the ropes.
Yeah.
I mean, it could get way worse.
It could.
By the way, I was giving you that note about the 1920 Phillies.
Yes.
Excuse me, the 1920 White Sox and 1930 White Sox, 1920 Phillies. The 1930 White Sox, who had 71 walks and only 22 homers, one fewer than the Giants through 37 games, they finished 62-92. The Phillies, 62-91.
We're on that track
There's
right
only
now.
3 teams since 1920 to do it, and that's where the Giants are pacing right now.
Which would be a sharp decline from last year. And we thought last year was bad, but they finished 500.
Somebody said you need to give Bomel the Manager of the Year award for last year. We also had a caller say, dude, last year, you say this team's the same as last year. It's not.
No.
This team's worse.
Yeah. Rock bottom happened a lot sooner than last year.
Again,
rock bottom a year ago was
I'm not ready
June.
to say that. You keep saying that, dude. I'm not saying rock bottom. It might. That's
No,
what it is.
but I'm saying like there might be multiple rock bottoms in one season for the Giants.
That defeats rock bottom, then.
I know, but like that's what we
rock bottom is the absolute low point that you can't go any lower.
But how many low points did we have last year where they had 17 consecutive games without scoring 5 runs
but that's
or more?
that wasn't the low point, I don't.
We thought it was.
I don't I don't. I think that when there's this much time left or there's this much season left, I say it's the low point to this point, but that means it's not rock bottom if you get worse. That means when I look back, I go, well, that wasn't even the low point.
Yeah.
They got worse.
Well, we thought it was bad when the season started. And they're turning around a little bit, and then things have gotten worse since the Dodgers series. So, yeah, things will get a whole hell of a lot worse with the Giants.
510 says, Coach, if D-Pop struggled in his performance with dirty work, how would you handle it? Well, I'm a teammate. You know what I mean? I'm over here next to him. I have no say in that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if I'm struggling, like we got to keep going. I just got to keep swinging the bat and hoping there's dudes on base. Right. Same as if I'm struggling, you got to do like everybody else is working. It's the case.
We
of
all
Schmidt
pick
thing.
Each other up. Yeah.
Like that's a GM decision. If the and like again, there's not the same. They're not going to call up Kyle Haar to do the. They're like, hey, Derek. It's just going to happen. We're going to mix and match now periodically. Some days Copes will be off. It'll be Haar. Why should Haar have to be again? Because everybody else is because.
Well, who's saying that's not a possibility here at the Sports Leader?
It basically already happened. Happen again. The issue is that we cut guys. We TFA dudes out of town.
Exactly.
So, 808 KBR is the number to call and the number to text. My point is you don't know rock bottom until hindsight. You might feel it, but it's like
in the moment it feels like rock bottom, but things could go get worse real quickly here.
I don't know. It felt like that doubleheader in Philly was the worst we'd seen, and then they lost 3 more.
Yeah,
and they were blowing them.
And
away,
then even this series, like let's not act like everything was fixed. Like Monday night, good little win. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, back to being an S show.
So it sounds like fun little win.
Yeah.
Do it for a month and
short-lived.
Do it for a month and then talk to me. Dirty work with you on a Thursday afternoon. Let's get into some
2020.
Let's get into some NBA, dude. Let's get off of this Giants mess because they're not playing today. They don't deserve much more of us. Till we talk to Rich Aurelia,
of course,
later in the show. How about this? Draymond. Here's a good way to set the segment up, Derek. Was Draymond out of line or not? We're going to run through some things Draymond said, and you tell us, was Draymond out of line? I don't even know what the statements were, but I'm going to say yes. And we'll get into those comments next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Another Bay Area team is starting their season on Netflix. According to The Athletic, the 49ers will face the Los Angeles Rams in Australia live on Netflix. It's the future, people. You better get used to it. But of course, you can listen to that game right here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. Full show for you with you until 6 o'clock tonight. Should remind everybody that the KNBR and Giants Community Fund auction is going on now through Sunday. You can bid on experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo at a ball game. How about that?
That'd be nice.
It'd be fun, dude.
Yeah.
It would be fun.
It would be.
You can also deliver the game ball or throw out the first pitch. Many more things to bid on. And the auction is going on now through May 10th. All proceeds support the Junior Giants,
nice.
Which is an awesome program. We got to hang out with, was it Christian?
It was Christian and his mom, Candy.
Yeah, and he was a Junior Giants player and now a junior coach with the team, getting ready to graduate high school. But
how old was he, 17, already a coach?
As Steve Young would say, it's people helping people.
Yeah.
We love to help people. People helping people.
I told you before I used to coach Little League flag football, right?
Well, one sec. We're going to come back to that. Visit sfgiants.com/GCF to place your bid by May 10th. Hold on. You used to coach what?
Little League flag football.
Little League. So how old?
Kids that were probably in first grade.
And this was court ordered or?
Kinda.
Yeah.
So I was in high school my freshman year. My stepbrother was living with us at the time, and he was going to.
you gotta coach the kids or spend 90 days.
Yeah, it was a Mighty Ducks situation. Emilio,
yeah, dude, it was a Keanu Reeves situation where
in hardball.
In hardball, dude. Yeah.
So my stepbrother was supposed to do it, and he was going to community college at the time, coaching my little brother and all of his friends, and things got in the way. He never showed up, so I became the interim coach of the games.
Wait, your brother was supposed to be the coach?
My older stepbrother.
Your older stepbrother? You have an older stepbrother?
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Okay, dude. All this,
different families. I know.
Okay, all right. We'll get into that off the air, and I'll decide what's appropriate. Yeah. I did not. I didn't. Sorry.
So my
this was the whole thing with working with Derek is every once in a while he'll drop something on you, and you're like,
I told the story before. I'm pretty sure.
Tim, do you know about Derek being a coach?
It's almost like we have a sounder for it.
It's time for Growing Up Papa.
Yeah, dude.
Well, my dad's not involved in this one.
No, but he taught you all the. Oh
no. All the
orbit motions.
No. John Gruden taught me everything.
All the orbit. You didn't run the orbit. Then,
so I implemented that into the Little League flag football games.
You implemented what?
All of John Gruden's teachings.
So real quick, rewinding. So it was supposed to be your brother was going to be the head coach of this flag football team. Of how old were they again? They were in first grade or kindergarten. So
whatever
they're like 5 and 6 years old. And how old were you at this time?
I was my freshman year in high school.
So you're 14.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a kid.
Young, yeah.
You're a kid. So you were supposed to be his assistant. Was he like in high school or
I was supposed to be the top assistant. No, my stepbrother is
top assistant.
I'm the top assistant,
They're
man.
6. Yeah,
come on, man.
you were there.
I'm Raheem Morris.
You were there to help him tie shoes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, okay,
that's a big job.
So Derek, of course, at 14 is obsessed with football and is like, I'll do this. Would love to have my own team.
So then my stepbrother, things got in the way sometimes, whether it was college or other things, going back home. He was going back and forth between Colorado and Texas. So sometimes I had to step in, and then after a while, the parents were like, hey, Derek, why don't you just coach the team? And you're always here. So I did, and went to the playoffs. Pretty cool.
So you took him. Does everybody make the playoffs?
They might have, but I took pride in that.
They kept score?
Yeah, definitely.
Because I remember I wouldn't even call myself a coach. I helped out on my brother's CYO basketball team when he was in like second and third grade. Because I was, same thing. I was like 14 or whatever. And I was like, what am I doing? That would be fun. Spend weekends hanging with my brother and all of his friends who are now adults and who I know and have drank with and hung with. Like, it's cool to have known them for that long. But there were two other dads who were the coaches. I was there to rebound and
one of the dads helped me out. He was an assistant coach. He helped me out. But for the most part, it was just me in high school, my long, ridiculous hair when I had hair. And I was just quoting John Gruden stuff to these 5-year-olds being like, hey, guys, you want to live in a big, beautiful mansion?
You were saying that stuff. So wait, you guys had actual plays?
Yeah.
You had a playbook?
Yeah, I had a playbook. Really and
wait, you spent time outside of the games and practices?
Yes, making plays.
Working on stuff?
I did, yeah. And they would have to be stuff the kids would remember. So I'm like, hey, okay, guys, we're going to run Batman here. We're going to run Spider-Man here. So everything they could remember. So yeah, it was simple stuff. It was just handoffs. There's no passing plays. But the parents, man, and
all you did was run the veer, huh?
Yeah, basically. but the parents were always like, there was one group of parents in particular that they thought their parents was the next Barry Sanders. So they were just like, he needs to get the ball every play. And I was like, all right, I'll figure it out. Calm down.
Dude,
yeah.
that's incredible.
Yeah.
Dude, Coach Derek, dude.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
14-year-old Derek. So
I
had
the record?
no idea.
You remember the record?
No, I didn't keep record of that now.
But you went to the playoffs.
We went to the playoffs.
I remember
yes.
my brother's like CYO second grade team. They would play, but they would erase the score every quarter.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
I don't know. They played on those hoops where it was like a connected hoop that hung down, so they could shoot, and it was like, but they'd play, and then they didn't really blow the whistle or anything.
Okay.
It was, I think it might have even at second grade, it might have even been like coach ref.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, winning matters, kids.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Winning matters.
Yeah, winning matters. That's an old Vince Lombardi quote where he was like, winning matters, otherwise we wouldn't keep score. And I would tell that to the 5-year-olds.
Exactly. It's kind of like, you see that quote from Joe Mazzulla when the Celtics got eliminated?
Oh, dude, I want to get to this a little later because
they were up 3-1, and he basically was like, and they get eliminated.
Yes.
And, by the Sixers. And he, last weekend, maybe, last Friday, Saturday, something like that.
Yep.
And he says something like, this guy's a maniac. Maybe nobody cares about just the process of basketball more than Joe Mazzulla.
Dude, he is weird. I remember when he stepped in for Ime Udoka, and he was like, oh, I'm ingratiating myself with Boston. I watch The Town every day. And I'm like, stop it. The Town?
Yeah, well, here's
the
the
Ben
thing.
Affleck movie? Come on.
I'm not sure this guy watches much of anything besides basketball because they lose the game. They asked him how he felt or something. He said, I feel no different than when we won a couple of years ago.
I feel the same emptiness that I feel right now and last year than I did when we won the championship.
And I think because he's a guy who, that's the end goal. But it's that line that the Joker has, Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight, and he goes, I'm like a dog chasing a car. If I wouldn't know what to do if I actually caught it.
Exactly.
He caught it, and he's like, now the process starts again. Like, are you ever fulfilled? If that's if his mentality is about growing and developing and the process, like it's maybe to him it even feels like, man, or maybe even sooner than I thought. You know what I mean? Like there's still more of a process and things I don't know that it's the coaching and the process that he loves more than I think he loves the feeling of the victory, which is why it's an emptiness. He's like, yeah, we won, but now what? I do it again. Now what? I got to do it again.
Yeah, actually, we do have the sound. Let's play it real quick. It was going to be the soiree, but we'll eliminate that. Let's listen to Joe Mazzulla back on Sunday saying he feels the same emptiness losing this series that he did winning the championship a couple years ago.
You know, the year we won, I felt just as empty as we did when we lost. And the duality of going after something bigger than yourself with a group of people is you're always going to have, there's two sides to every coin, and you have to, when you go after greatness, you have to accept the other side of that. And too many times, it's all about winning, but you have to surrender to the idea of when you're going after that, you're going to fail. And, we've failed by not winning, but process of being able to do that. But I think that's just kind of the duality of how things work. It's not an either or thing. It's both and you feel both of those things, you know?
So when I heard that on Sunday, I was like, wow, that's pretty deep and
this
sad.
guy's a maniac. Yeah.
Yeah, it also goes back to the Giannis quote from a couple years ago when he was asked, is this season a failure? And he was like, it's not a failure. Everything we go through, all the process, the grind and everything, it might be a failure to you guys because we didn't fulfill expectations, but no, to us, it's another great season. Even though we didn't win a championship, we'll remember this because we're never going to be like this again. When I hear Joe Mazzulla say that, that shouldn't be something you say in a post-game press conference because that's going to be, analyzed by sports talk media the next day, especially with, all the Boston fans. That's something you say like when you do a sit-down for like a 30 for 30 and you're like, yeah, I didn't feel fulfilled. Like, we feel differently about Brett Favre today, but I remember the America's game with the 1996 Packers. And he's talking about how he saw Reggie White win. And he was like, oh, Reggie White won for the first time in his life. And Mike Holmgren, so many times being an assistant with the 49ers, now he did it on his own as a head coach. And he was saying, we won the championship, and I was like, this is it? This is all I feel right now? And I'm sure that's something that a lot of athletes and coaches go through where it's like everything that I had to do to get to this point, it didn't make me feel fulfilled in the end, which is kind of sad. But I think guys go through that.
Dude, it's a very human emotion that I felt that I relate to. Anybody who's ever set a goal, and here's with sports, it's interesting because if your dream, and it's a great example you gave with Brett Favre, like his dream, probably from the time he could play football or was aware of what it was.
Yeah.
Once he knew this was his path, whether it was high school or college, whatever it was, the dream is to play in the NFL, and the ultimate dream is to win a Super Bowl, right? So when you're a kid and you set that goal or that dream, and it becomes first it's a dream. Then it starts to become, it forms into a reality that you're actually playing. And think about how many guys actually play in the NFL and never even get to the playoffs or get to win a playoff game or go to a Super. I mean, Jim Kelly went to 4 in a row and never got one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like just to get to that point is a pipe dream. And to make it happen, and you've thought about it your whole life, I don't know what you think the expectation is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but when you set a long time, like, dude, it was my goal to be a radio host for a long time. Like once, and to do it here. And I was fortunate that I didn't have to move away and start somewhere else. And I was able to do it here. But even when I got the first, like when I was on with Murph and Mac, like that was incredible. And that was a dream of mine forever. That felt amazing. And then getting to work with Tom feels amazing. But there is a feeling of like, if this is the end of it, then what's next?
Exactly.
If this is the top of my goal and I've reached my goal, what's the next goal? And really it's about goal setting. It's about what else do you want to do and achieve? It's different for a coach or a player because every year that is the same goal. Right. Whereas in life, you can set a goal beyond that. But I really did relate to that. It was like, the emptiness is not something that I related to.
Emptiness sounds dark.
I feel as empty as I did.
Yeah.
Like, I never felt that. That's never something I would die to. But the thought of like, okay, this is the mountaintop. What else is there beyond this?
Right.
You can keep reaching it, then you go to the Hall of Fame, but that's a beyond that. You know what I mean? That's a way down the road. That's a different thing.
Well, I feel like that's something we could talk about with even with Steve Kerr right now, where it's like, what is life post basketball? Like when you think about it, Steve Kerr's whole life.
You know, it came here. What is life?
What is life? Yeah. But like post basketball for Steve Kerr, that's got to be scary a little bit because yes, maybe he's looking forward to life after basketball, but most of his life has been involved around basketball.
Oh, bro. And from coach to broadcaster, from player to broadcaster to GM to coach. To maybe broadcaster again after coach, or I mean, who knows? I don't think Steve's a guy who's ever going to not be tied to basketball.
No, in some way, whether it's broadcasting or a front office job or a consultant.
Well, I mean, at what point in when Steve Kerr, over under years before Steve Kerr, after he retires from the Warriors or whenever this ends, let's say he does coach for like 2 more years or 3 more years. Okay, let's call it like 2029.
Yeah.
How many years after he stops being head coach of the Warriors or coaching in the NBA in general? Like, because maybe he comes back with somebody else. I mean, how long before the Spurs want him, dude?
But that's the thing. Like,
how long before
Steve,
Pop calls him and he's like, "Hey, we're ready."
But some guys can't let go in that way. I think Steve's capable of that.
I'm thinking how long before he's the Arizona basketball GM. That seems like a job. Like, I don't know. I just wonder. Like, Steve Kerr's a guy who I think can do any role he wants.
He can
at any level,
and he'll have that power. But also with Steve, I think it's where he's been in this for so long. He's kind of felt like a coach for his entire career, where he's been a 6-man coming off the bench, playing for Phil Jackson, playing for Greg Popovich. And I'm sure when he, says I want to go away from the Warriors, he'll maybe go back into broadcasting. But I think he really is interested in something else in life. I think he just wants to let go because this is all he's done. It's not anything like minuscule by any means, but the fact that he's done this for 40 years of his life, I'm sure he wants to get away. There's some coaches though that's like, once you retire, it's like, well, what's next? Where's the competition? And even players feel that way, where sadly some people feel this, where I have my friends, I have my family, but that's not going to fulfill the need I have every day to compete. So I don't think Steve's that guy, but I think Steve will want to be associated with basketball in some way. But I think when Steve does walk away, he's like, I've been fulfilled. I've won 4 championships as a coach. I've won multiple championships as a player. I don't need this anymore.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and text. I'm with you. I hear you on that. And that's why I think like if he were to come back and coach another NBA team, it's not a team that he's building from the ground up. It's a team that's like, it's a situation where they go, hey, Phil Jackson, can you come back for these Kobe years? Can you know what I mean? We want you to be the guy like we saw you do with the Warriors, take the Spurs finally over the top, over OKC. Something like that. You know what I mean? That wouldn't surprise me if that were a couple of years down the road or any other role. But I don't know if he's a guy who's like, I'm sick of this. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
Right.
Like, that doesn't feel like that's where he is, considering he's still saying, I still want to coach. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808-KMBR. 415-808-5627. Somebody's talking about, people are checking in on Derek being a
coach,
a flag football coach for a 5- and 6-year-old team, kindergarten, first graders. Back in, this would have been what, like 2005?
This would have been, 2005.
You were a freshman?
Yeah.
I was 03, so yeah.
My own version of My Little Giants,
I think it's just Little Giants.
Yeah, well, either way.
Yeah. You didn't have an ice box, though.
No, didn't have an ice box.
Didn't have an ice box, dude. Or annexation of Puerto Rico.
No, did not that play.
916 checks in and says, dude, at that age, he wasn't the top coach or top assistant. At that age of football, Papa's the top cat herder.
Yeah, basically.
650 checks in and says, dude, Derek was out there scouting the MILFs of Harris County, Texas.
Probably.
Let's be real.
Close.
Even at a young age, D-Pop was pimping it.
Fort Bend County, but close.
Fort Bend. Fort Bend?
Fort Bend.
Oh, Fort Bend.
Fort Bend.
I was like, Fort Bend, huh? Gotta check out that county. 415 checks in. It's our guy George in Frisco. He says, dude, John Curley's brother, Pat, coached my 6th grade CYO basketball team, and we won a championship.
Nice.
Legendary season, even if him and his boys would show up at practice after a session at the Grove.
Mames. No mames.
Oh, that's my guy, George in Frisco. I love that dude, man. 916 says, dudes, at 5 years old, kids can't even spell flag.
I know. There's a lot of work for them.
831 says, dude, this is a bunch of BS, but he didn't say BS. You win a championship, you feel great. You lose a championship, you feel like ass. You don't win a championship, you feel the same as you do when you lose a championship. It's a effing BS joke.
Well, with what Joe Mazzulla said, I don't know about that. I think it's different for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's different. And it's how you goal set. And how you, I mean, it's kind of like Buster Posey showed up his rookie year. They won the World Series. And there's that story of Mike Kirko being in the elevator with him in Texas.
Yeah.
And he said to him after the game, you know, this doesn't happen every year.
Right.
Mike Kirko never did it. And Buster said, I don't see why not. Just keep some of that same energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like to feel that again. And that's kind of where I'm like, this has to piss off Buster.
Of course it does.
Because there's a difference in being like an all-time great and a guy who does everything right and a guy also who does all that and is a winner. And
Yes.
Buster Posey is a winner. He's not been as a president. His hands aren't on the bat. But there is a different thing where you go, that like Patrick Mahomes, dude, that guy's a winner.
Oh, yeah.
That guy wins. He knows what he's got to do to win games.
But even that way, even those guys, like Buster Posey, Kobe Bryant, Derek Jeter,
They chase the
Patrick
win.
Mahomes.
Tom Brady, all he cared
But they're
about was
never,
winning.
in their way, they're never fulfilled either. There's always the next championship, the next championship.
And that was Tom Brady. Tom Brady
Yes.
never felt good unless he won. If I don't have one in my pocket now to go get the next one, I don't feel good.
So it's a different thing. Like they don't feel like empty after winning championship, but it's like what's next? Where some athletes are like, all right, what's next? Because this doesn't fulfill me enough. Like one championship, yes, but it's also everything I had to do to get here at this point. So I understand what people are saying with Joe Mazzulla. Like that's weird to say. In that setting, absolutely it's weird. But when you think about it, really, it's just a human emotion.
408 checks in and says, did any of Derek's players make it to the league?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
High school football even?
I didn't check in with them after that.
Did they play the next year? Did you have any pipeline kids into the next season?
I mean, like it was Pee-wee, so like guys weren't in like pads or anything. So I'm sorry, I didn't keep track of all of my.
I love that
my
if
players.
Derek goes out there the next season. He's ready to run a combine, dude.
Oh yeah,
Derek's got him doing cone drills.
I was taking it seriously.
Were you?
You bet your ass.
Did you
I
have a
was.
clipboard?
Yeah, clipboard and everything.
Somebody asked how you dressed. Did you wear a visor?
I wore
like Gruden.
Yeah, I wore like shorts and a plain T-shirt and a hat. Yeah. I was basically trying to be Gruden out there.
Yeah, okay. I got you. 916 says, it's our guy CHP Joe says, Derek brought up some great memories. He says, I was president of Folsom Junior Bulldogs football and cheer. Hell yeah, CHP
Nice.
Joe. I also coached for 6 years. I had the greatest pleasure of coaching 3 individuals who are currently in the NFL.
Oh,
Joe,
nice.
who's in the league that you coach? We'd love to hear that story,
Drop some
bro.
names, Joe.
This is one of our texters every day. We love our guy CHP Joe, dude. He says, great fun. That's awesome, dude. We'd love to know who you put in the league. The CHP Joe pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got a stronger tree than it sounds like Derek did.
Yeah, I know. My guys didn't pay it out.
Did you have any other coaches, or was it just you?
No, it was me. One of the dads helped me out, and then the next
Did you
year,
coach the defense or the special teams? Did you?
I coached it all. Like there wasn't like special teams or anything. The defense was like just stop the guy, pull the flag. It really was just all offense.
Whole game is special teams. I mean, come on.
Derek's like, we won the title. What was your strategy? Well, just
pull the
get
flag.
the flags,
Just
dude.
pull the flag. It's
like
simple.
It's like when you set up Madden and you do like a franchise mode. You can choose like which offensive playbook to run with.
Yeah.
Which defensive set you want to run with.
Yeah.
The D Papa one just says, just pull the flag, dude.
That was the defense.
And the offense says, I want to see Devers sweat. 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. We got to get into what we were talking about with Draymond Green.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll play you some comments and you decide, was Draymond out of line or not? We'll do it next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. It's the greatest show in America with the greatest flag football coach of 2005.
You bet your ass.
In Fort Bend, Texas on the Sports Leader.
Who is this guy?
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. About 3:50 in a half hour, we'll catch up with Sam Amick of The Athletic. He covers the NBA. We got some dirty laundry to air out later today, as well as some sound soiree in the crap section. Also, Rich Aurelia joins us at 4:50. Quick check of the we had somebody checking in. I want to get to this caller just because he's been waiting, and then we'll get into this Draymond stuff. But yeah, Tim is up in Woodland. He's been waiting a while. He wants to talk briefly about the Giants here, as we were talking about who the pressure was on. Was it on Buster, Devers, Logan Webb? I do think Devers is turning a corner a bit, but Tim is in Woodland, I believe home of Dustin Pedroia. What's up, Tim? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up? What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro. Tim.
Yeah, I actually coached Dustin Pedroia in ninth grade.
Oh, nice.
So that's my claim to fame as a youth coach. And Tony Torquato is a friend of mine.
Hell yeah, dude.
I coached against him. Remember Tony?
Dude, please tell Tony Torquato that I'm a huge fan. 02 Giants. He comes up number 14, dude. Barry went down, and I want to say it was in June or July, and they called him up, and he was a fun one, dude. I like Tony Torquato a lot.
I will. I'll message him in just a little bit. Hey, just real quick, I love you guys. I'm a huge Rams fan. I've called you before. And,
much love, Tim.
I listen to you guys because I can't listen to anybody else up here. They don't talk about the Rams. But I enjoy all your interviews, and you guys are really good together. But, hey, real quick, I always hear about different people, the gentleman you guys interviewed earlier, and saying, hey, they're going to get their numbers. They're going to get their numbers at the end of the year. But, that's kind of like a Little League mentality, like a daddy ball coach. Of course your kid had 30 hits. He got 4 at-bats a game, you know what I mean? And these guys are going to get all the opportunities, and at the end of the year they're going to get their numbers. But, in August, when everybody knows the Giants suck, they don't play hard against the Giants. They don't pitch their best players, and I don't know. It just kind of sounds weird that, they're going to get their numbers, but we want them to play hard and good right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think what you're talking about, and I hear you on this completely, because I think what you're saying is, and by the way, the quote you're referencing, I think is from Zach Manazian, who was on the morning show today, and what he said was, he said, like, we're only 37 in, and he said, at the end of the year, you want to see what they did. Was it a body of work thing? But to your point, like, do you hit all those homers when you're out of it? I make that statement, or I said it to Derek a couple days ago. I said, A-Rod was hitting 45 a year. And don't get me wrong, he was a Hall of Fame talent. He won one with the Yankees, but he was getting pitched to. I always thought he was going to be the guy who could break Barry's record. He got that big suspension, but I'm like, he doesn't get walked like Barry because Barry was playing on competitive teams in games that were closer, whereas A-Rod was down 7-2 in the 7th inning with nobody on. They're throwing to him. They're like, why not? Barry would have gotten more to hit, too, if the Giants were down 5 or 6 more often in the way the Rangers were back then. I hear you on that. What I would say also, Tim, is like, it's not just they'll get their numbers by the end of the year. It's like Devers hasn't been good since he showed up with the Giants, right? It's not just the start of this year. He's played 127 games. His OPS is 109 points lower than it was in Boston. And he's hitting 232 compared to his 279 average for his career when the Giants got him. So he's like 50 points off of his average and 100 points off of his OPS. So I hear that too. Like, he's not performing in the way that he had performed prior to coming here. And I can't put that all on ballpark factor. So I'm with you. That stuff kind of annoys me too, because if you told me, Adames is going to hit 30 homers, I'd say great. But then when you see how it happened, you're like, it didn't feel like it was that effective relative to the season the team had.
Hey, real quick, if I have time, I'll let you guys go. Yeah. I was kind of laughing. Remember when Chappie, and I love everybody in a Giants uniform if they're in our uniform. I loved when Chappie told Schmidt to catch the effing ball.
Yeah.
I'd like to see his batting average since he told him that compared to Schmidt's batting average. And I'd like to see Schmidt go over to Chappie and say, hit the effing ball.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And get him going.
I appreciate the call, Tim. I appreciate the call, dude. Thanks so much.
We all feel the same way right now.
Call anytime, Tim. Yeah, dude, somebody ran those numbers yesterday. Somebody said since Chapman said that, like, I think Schmidt's over 300. He's got a 900 plus OPS, and Chappie has no homers and has an OPS in the 5s or something like that. So that has been stated, but I don't think even that's who Casey Schmidt is. I don't think that's the kind of player he is.
No, maybe not.
And we talk about being accountable or holding people accountable. That seemed like that was some accountability on the Chappie part.
Right.
Also, throw the ball better. You know what I mean? He made a couple of tough throws. All right, we teased this a couple of times. I do want to get into this. Was Draymond out of line or not?
Okay. Usually he is.
It's funny to ask that and then not even say, like, he answer everybody in their car's like, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he usually is.
He's out of line. So we'll play a game where we listen to some Draymond Green, see if he was out of line with some of the comments he's made in the last couple of weeks. Warriors haven't played a game in like 3 weeks, and we're asking, is Draymond out of line now?
A lot of Draymond.
You know
Doing his
what I mean?
podcast, filling in for Shaq last night on Inside the NBA.
Yeah, dude, right. They got Draymond in for Shaq. Let's start with what Draymond had to say about Austin Rivers, son of Doc Rivers, former champion with Duke.
Yeah, so Austin Rivers went on the Dan Patrick show, and he reacted to what you and I reacted to, where Draymond said Steve Kerr hindered his career as an offensive player.
He said, I haven't had since Kevin Durant got here in whatever year it was, 16.
Yeah.
He said, I haven't had a play in the playbook drawn up for me.
Yeah, so Austin Rivers said he was bewildered by those comments and said, like, Draymond's not an offensive player.
Yeah.
So then Draymond had to clap back.
Well, least surprising news I'd heard that they didn't have a play drawn up for Draymond. I was like, that's okay with me. Anyway, so Austin Rivers said, I was bewildered that he blamed Steve Kerr, said he hindered his career offensively. Here's Draymond's response. You might have heard it on the Draymond Green podcast.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1, he goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years. The guy received the biggest bailout in U.S. history prior to President Trump bailing out the airlines when his dad gave him $42 million. And I tip my hat to Doc. I pray that I can give DJ $200 million or give Deuce $250 million. I pray that I can do that one day. I love how people just go take the 15 seconds that they want to take and make it a headline. But I really enjoyed watching Austin Rivers be bewildered.
Okay, Draymond keeps going back to the 15 seconds he had in that clip that his company, his podcast, posted themselves. It's not anything that was aggregated. It was part of the clip where Draymond does talk about what Steve Kerr meant to him as a coach, but also says that he hindered his career. And that's fine, whatever he thinks, but we're going to react to that because I disagree with that. But Draymond, he's in this whole new media mentality where he has to go after people. And he says he hates the back and forth. He loves the back and forth. He did this a couple years ago with Dylan Brooks. And Dylan Brooks...
I was like, hold on. When he says, I don't like to get in the back and forth, I was like, since when?
Yeah, but Dylan Brooks is also kind of an a-hole in that regard. But Austin Rivers was just appearing on a show.
As a guest and was asked a question.
This is Austin Rivers, not the basketball player. Austin Rivers, the ESPN analyst, or whatever he is now. I'm not sure if he's working for ESPN, but the guy that's breaking down your comments. He was asked about this by Dan Patrick. Is Draymond going to go after Dan Patrick for bringing this up? Just because Austin Rivers was an accomplished NBA player doesn't give him the right to be like, well, you sucked. The highlight of your career is playing in high school.
Yeah, dude, I didn't really, that's when you lose an argument, right? Yeah. When you start, you get personal. And he did nothing, he said nothing personal about Draymond. He said he was surprised and bewildered by those comments because Draymond's not a scorer and an offensive player. And Draymond took offense to that and then tried to tear apart Austin Rivers' career. And yeah, good on and getting money from his dad. But I don't know what that really has to do with anything. He's like, you failed as a player, you're on your second act and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, but it doesn't change the fact that nobody, I don't think a player in the league would say, yeah, Draymond's an offensive guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think don't get me wrong, we've all been like, what happened to Draymond's offense? And I'm sure everything you said stat-wise about high school, he was a better scorer early in his career. Now, does that change because of the way Steve operated the team? Maybe. But, were you going to be a guy who was hanging 16 or 18 a game at this point in your career? No. I don't think anybody thought that.
No.
Anytime you have an argument and the argument is about something over here, which is just body of work, and you want to pick it, so nobody's allowed to ever say anything. It wasn't even critical. Nobody's allowed to say anything about your career unless they had a better NBA career than you.
Well, it's not even that. Draymond likes to go after players that call him out. He likes to go after media members that call him out. It's just,
it wasn't even called out there. That's the thing.
I know. And Draymond takes it as an insult. And I'm like, Draymond, that's the game, man. Like, if you're going to be in the media, which he's good at, and eventually he will be a guy that's on TV, probably on Inside the NBA, take over for one of the guys. You can't take everything so personal. Like we saw, we'll play the clip, but he gets a little critical of Charles Barkley too.
We'll get into this, but first, was Draymond out of line there?
A little, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was out of line. He's also got to fill a podcast quota.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Of course, that's two Nepo babies defending Austin Rivers, but what do we know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really defending Austin Rivers. I'm more saying, like, I didn't really get what the point of Draymond's response was. I don't like to get into this, but let me rip this guy apart personally.
Yeah.
Because he said I'm not a scorer. And I was like, how many points you hang? How come they have to keep going to find other guys that score?
Yeah.
Why aren't they drawing plays up for you? Because Steve just wants to hinder you? If he thought you were going to help the team more on that category, doesn't even logically make sense.
No, he should have just not even gone back with this because it wasn't a back and forth. It was just Austin Rivers answering honestly about Draymond.
I would counter what he said too. He's like, I'm on my first team still. Blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, but there's very few guys that are.
You don't need to go tit for tat though, man.
Yeah, and here's the other thing I would say is, isn't Steve Kerr a key reason why you've been on one team?
No, it's Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the key reason. I know,
but isn't Steve Kerr part of that's what I mean? It's that trio. But I'm like, then isn't Steve Kerr and his choice to use you in the way that he did early on and how he changed the offense and how he decided to manage a game, wasn't that conducive? Your style of play was conducive to him in that system? Is that why you're here?
To Austin Rivers' point where he says later on, you think I got bailed out by my dad? You got bailed out by Steve Kerr and Steph Curry keeping it around for so long. That's fair to say, too, if you're going to come after me like that.
He hindered my career offensively, yeah, but he kept you in the organization, which kind of changed the outlook on your career. The road to Rasheed Wallace is paved with tons of players with that kind of a resume in terms of how much trouble they get into on the court. More here from Draymond. Should we throw to Austin Rivers?
No. I mean, like
Austin Rivers fired back.
He did. And
should we play it or no?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Here's Austin Rivers.
It's a little long, but yeah.
Here's Austin Rivers firing at Draymond.
The NBA, hey man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right, you got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherethal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with the Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps a top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up, it's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you.
Yeah, the backpack jump shooter. That's the I want to say that's the Jordan Poole line that got him punched.
He's warranted, I think, in that comeback because of what Draymond said. He's out
100%.
Also, Draymond was drafted to Jackson, wasn't he?
Was
Draymond drafted under Mark Jackson?
Yes.
Yeah.
In 2012, yes.
No, they did hire a coach around him. Yeah, they get sold and they get everything he's saying is true. But also Draymond's a part of that. To say he's the luckiest, sure. Steph Curry's lucky they got Steve Kerr in there too. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's all situational. That said, it became personal because Draymond made it personal when he was giving an evaluation of his game. And I don't think there's any basketball analyst, player, current or former or future, that would say otherwise about Draymond's game. And that's not a knock. You're one of the best defensive players of all time, and you're going to the Hall of Fame probably for it.
Yes,
but to
absolutely.
say Steve Kerr hindered you offensively, I'd hinder you offensively 8 days a week if Kevin Durant walked in the door.
Of course.
Adam Copeland, Depop with you. We got more from Draymond, and we got to talk about this next topic as it relates to Steve Kerr, who, based on a poll by NBA players, is one of the least impressive current coaches in the NBA. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. Sam Amick in about 20 minutes at 3:50 on the Sports Leader. Hey, San Francisco, it's Adam Copeland from KNBR and a proud San Francisco resident. You know, I love to debate all things sports, but one thing that is not up for debate is how crucial your vote is in shaping the future of our city. You know, contests on the ballot this year will directly impact you and our community. Together, we can make a difference. So register to vote now at sfelections.gov/register. That's sfelections.gov/register, or call the Department of Elections at 415-558-6100. Let's do this, San Francisco.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Sam Amick of The Athletic joins us in about 15 minutes at 3:50 talking about the Steve Kerr situation. Let's get into a little bit more Draymond here, then we'll get into that poll about Steve Kerr. Here's we're asking, is Draymond out of line or not? So you heard the back and forth with he and Austin Rivers. Still perplexed by him opening that statement by saying,
you know me.
You know me, dude. I don't like to get into these back and forths.
Yes, you do. What are you talking
Your
about?
chief export is back and forths. You export, you import. You go back and forth. That's what you do. That's all you're doing, Draymond. Here's more from Draymond. Here's another topic here. So last night he's on Inside the NBA.
Yep.
And I caught a good portion of this. He was in for Shaq. I can't do it, Draymond. Can you do it for me? So Shaq's off on Inside the NBA. Chuck is there, and Chuck shared his pessimism. Because remember last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago when they acquired Jimmy and Draymond guaranteed a championship?
Yeah, I remember well, yeah.
I remember it. He wasn't right.
No.
Charles Barkley shared pessimism that the Warriors would not win. He says, you guys are an old team. I don't think you guys can win a title with your age. Here's what Chuck said.
Well, it's over for the Warriors.
There you go.
I mean, no disrespect. But disrespect is
there you go.
No disrespect.
Disrespect.
It ends for every old team. You have your run. You get old. Y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever. If you think you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to make. You think you're going to get healthier for next year? You're just going to get older. That's no disrespect. You guys had one of the greatest runs of all time. If you want to compete, you're going to have to leave there. If Steph wants to compete, he's going to have to leave there. You're going to have to make that decision.
What if they bring the right pieces in?
They can't bring the right pieces. Why? Because they don't have no cap space.
Okay.
They don't have any cap space.
Do you believe this? Do you believe what he's talking over here?
Well, here's what I would say. We had to hug for a reason, right? Like, we're not.
Because it's over.
We're not oblivious.
Yeah.
That's a fair thing from Chuck.
We had to what for a reason? What did Draymond say?
We had to hunt for a reason.
What is he? Oh, we had to hunt for, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Hunt for other talent or fight a little bit harder. Like, yes, like right now Draymond Green is 36 years old. That's the age that Charles Barkley retired at. So we'll get to that in a little bit here when he has his comeback. But when it comes to what Charles Barkley just said, I agree with him 100%. I've been saying that. I think that it's fun to still see Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. It's a nostalgia thing. But do I expect a championship? No. And I think that it's, Charles says some outlandish stuff on that show sometimes, but he's reasonable here. He's not trying to be disrespectful in any way to Draymond Green. He's just saying it's not going to happen, which I think most of us would agree with him on.
Yeah, and part of that, too, is Draymond gives him a little bit more respect, being that it's Chuck.
Yeah.
That Chuck is a Hall of Famer. Chuck has played. Chuck was an undersized player like he was. I mean, he was, and he went ring hunting at the end.
He did.
With Houston. So here's Draymond's response, right? So Draymond responds to saying the Warriors can't win because they're an old team. Was Draymond out of line? Here's what he said.
I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it. I mean, so, we we're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a, $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard level. Whether we win a championship or not, I think as you get older, you have to redefine what's success, right? Still the most sellouts in the NBA. Still the most national TV games in the NBA. And you just want to give yourself a chance. Success may not be for us at this point a championship, right? Oof. That's the way it goes. And so I think understanding what is success at this point is key for us, knowing and understanding that it may not be realistic to win a championship, but can we continue to build to that so that once we leave this organization, it's still in a great space of where they have that pedigree and they can try to build on that like the Spurs. Exactly.
I think Draymond proved Charles Barkley point for him.
He literally proved his point.
Yeah.
He said, you're too old to win a championship. He's like, well, first of all, Draymond takes a personal shot at Chuck. That's how he opened that statement.
Yeah, saying that he was not a good player with the Rockets.
The goal is to not look like you on the Rockets. And then Kenny said, what's that look like? He said, well, I saw, whatever. Like,
no, Charles was a good player with the Rockets.
By the way, if Draymond were doing what Chuck did with the Rockets, we'd probably all feel better about where the Warriors are headed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chuck with the Rockets.
No, the only criticism you could give Chuck for that was whenever he said, like, oh, they had to do a super team. Chuck did a super team with the Houston Rockets. It was, who else was on that team? Scottie Pippen. Just a lot of guys joined the Rockets at that time. I can't remember. And I think it was 1999.
Mutombo was on the team.
Yeah, Mutombo. But
well, real quick, just Draymond in the last 2 years, for 4 years, you could go 8 points per game, 8.5, 8.6, 9, and 8.4. Chuck in his final 4 years at the same ages, 19.2, 15.2, 16.1, 14.5, and he averaged a double-double. He was pulling down 10.5 rebounds at 36 years old in his final season. Now, he only played 20 games the year before in 98, 99, 42 games. And maybe that's what Draymond's talking about, but he was still putting up numbers. I'm not saying he was super productive for that team. The first 2 years were his best in Houston, but Draymond, I don't know. Like, I also, is he out of line in saying that? Did he just tell us that he agrees he doesn't think they can win a championship? And
he basically is saying
and
that.
he's redefining success.
Success is sellouts.
He's defining success by sellouts and by nationally televised. That's really great that you guys did the most, so I can watch you guys win 37 games multiple times a year in front of everybody.
Now, Draymond
what the hell
knows.
Are you talking about?
Draymond knows that's not the degree of success that they're looking for. Like, it's to win championships.
That kind of pissed me off.
Yeah,
It kind of made me irritated. How can you sit here and say that the goal? We have to redefine success. You can say those things are successful as well, but the success for the player must always be winning. Winning matters, as you said.
Yeah.
It matters. Well, I don't understand.
Well, I'll say this.
You
that
want to leave us in a better
Draymond's-
position than let's trade your ass away and pay for somebody else.
I will say
You know
that
what I mean?
Draymond is at least realistic, and he rebounded off of that bad insult to Chuck. And by the way, we're thinking of Akeem Olajuwon was with
I said Mutombo and Hakeem. Sorry, I was trying to look up the numbers here.
Yeah, but like I think Draymond's being reasonable too, but he's proving Charles' point for him where they're too old to compete. And Draymond's reasonable too, saying like we're not going to have Jimmy for a good deal of the season. We're not going to have Moses Moody for a good deal of the season. So our standard for success is we're hoping everybody comes back, but also we're hoping that we have sellouts and we're the same show for everybody in the Bay Area. And by the way, earlier in the show, I said Draymond said they're still trying to hunt. He's saying that's why we hugged at the end of that game.
That's what I was trying to say. Was he saying hug or hunt? Okay, so you're talking about the hug with Steve and
with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr.
That was what I was trying to differentiate. I was like, did he say hunt? I couldn't understand.
No,
so that's why we hug.
Yes,
I got you. Anyway, that's where we are with Draymond. Yeah, I think he was out of line there.
Yeah.
I also didn't want to hear that as a fan.
He usually is. I mean, Draymond, he has to learn that if he's going to do the media game, it's not don't take everything so personal. And then, yes, in the past, you could totally get that way with the way Charles Barkley is. When Charles told him...
He wasn't trying to insult you.
No, he wasn't. He was being reasonable.
Speaking from experience.
Like back in the day when, they were in the playoffs and Charles Barkley was saying, like, Draymond Green's the type of player I just want to punch in the face.
I want to punch him in the face.
And even that, I think, was like the biggest thing in the world, but multiple people told Charles, you need to apologize for that. So he did. That's something you can like clap back at Charles for. This is just like he's analyzing your team. He is an analyst. You're not Draymond, the basketball player. When you're on inside the NBA, you're Draymond, the analyst.
I didn't think Chuck should have had to apologize for that.
Yeah.
He wasn't actually punching him in the face.
That's just Chuck being comical.
It was TV. People were like, you can't say that. It was like,
but he's not actually going to go out and punch him in the face.
Whereas Draymond might actually go step on your junk. You know what I mean, he might step on your beans. He might kick you in the beans. He might throw you down by your neck.
He might choke you out if you're Rudy Gobert.
He might stomp on your chest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What he's not going to do is he's not going to provide for you. It's a brief one, Tim. I know. So what? We don't do it?
No, we'll do it.
What he's not going to provide for you is the KNBR Dirty Work Unsponsored Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Now we got to do these twice a week. So you're getting a light one today with just some sports. You'll get the real calendar tomorrow.
A long show tomorrow.
Long show tomorrow.
I feel like we should say the music because this is like the traditional one, the sponsor one. Well, we'll do the goofy one tomorrow.
Giants welcome the Pirate. Well, I mean, tomorrow's sponsored as well.
Either
They're
way.
both the exact same.
Either way.
Unsponsored. The Giants welcome the Pirates for a 3-game set at Oracle starting tomorrow, 7:15, 6:05 Saturday, 1:05 Sunday. No Skeens. Maybe they'll get 4 hits. And then the Valkyries, my Crees, they hit the court against Phoenix. The Mercury come to town Sunday to open the season at Chase at 5:30. I'm looking for banners. I'm looking for titles. Which player will the Warriors ship out this season that sits next to Joe Lacob on opening night at the Valkyries game? Find out at Chase, 5:30. Remember that? He was sitting next to Kuminga.
Oh, I remember.
And now Kuminga's gone.
Yep.
And also the Oakland Roots against the El Paso Locomotive. The El Paso Locomotive FC.
Okay.
That's Saturday at the Coliseum at 7 o'clock. That is your unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll talk to Sam Amick, who was part of the article that polled a bunch of NBA players.
Yes.
Why are NBA players saying that Steve Kerr is one of the least impressive coaches in the NBA? We'll ask Sam Amick next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Still waiting on Steve Kerr news. He was spotted at the Giants game yesterday, which was the only highlight of the game. There is hope he'll return, but we'll see. For any Steve Kerr updates, keep it locked to the Let's Talk Anything But the Giants leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, always here to answer our tax questions. And Steve, you tell me frequently one of the most common questions you hear is that people file their taxes, they get a bill, and they can't pay it. But there are ways you can help. What should someone with that problem do?
Call us. And what's such a shame, there's so many people think that when you owe taxes, if you don't have every penny to pay it, that's it, too bad for you, horrible things are going to happen, nothing to be done. Wrong. There's so much can be done in so many cases. I could pick up your whole show, which I'm sure you would enjoy, but maybe we won't do that. Instead of taking up your whole show on taxes, we have a comprehensive interview, a comprehensive consultation with the client. It's free. We explain all the things that apply to you, all the things we do to help. And then if you want us to, we can go ahead and do everything for you, so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We do the whole job. There's so much help. It really takes a while to explain it. What do you have to lose? Call up for our free consultations. Let us explain everything. And if you want us to, we'll go do it for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. You can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every week with Sam Amick, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, and a couple of good polls out that Sam and some other writers of The Athletic put out after they talked to a bunch of NBA players about a number of topics. We'll talk to him about all that as Sam joins us. I believe he's coming to us live from Oklahoma City. Are you on the court?
Yeah, courtside,
you
baby.
Getting up shots, Sam?
Courtside on OKC, baby. We got
Nice.
the good seat tonight.
All right, dude. Maybe if things get out of hand, you can kick a soda onto the court and get an extra timeout out of it, dude, you know?
Oh, Jason Kidd style.
We don't get these seats often. I did enjoy it in game one. Hopefully, it's loud in here. You guys got me?
Yeah, we got you.
we got you.
We're
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at my laptop as I joined you guys and noticing the powder from LeBron's patented pregame celebration still on the old laptop from game one. But yeah, we're here.
Well, that powder, do other players still use that powder?
Yeah, you mean, is it like a dedicated just for LeBron?
Well, I mean, do they bring extra for him? I mean, he just throws it up into the air. It's like part of his. Look at me, I'm 19, I'm in the NBA. You know,
it's tradition,
21,
Coach.
21. Yeah. I think it's fair. These are good questions. I'm gonna have to get an answer to that.
These didn't come up in the poll.
Yes, he did not come up in the poll. He's not overrated.
well, Sam Amick joins us from OKC. We'll start with the Steve Kerr stuff first, and then we'll move into some of the broader NBA topics. But again, we talked about it, I think, last week. Maybe you had the comment saying if he's not gone now, it kind of feels like maybe something's happening. I don't know. He was at a Giants game yesterday hanging out with Mike Silver and Greg Silver, sitting right next to the Giants dugout. Yeah. There's been no real news. Draymond says he feels more now like he's going to come back. What's the latest, and do we expect an answer at any minute in the next couple of days? Like, where are we?
It's funny because admittedly, we all get on here and try to give these updates, but this one is dragging on more than anybody anticipated. I think I said on, this station earlier in the week that if we got to the end of the week and we didn't have an answer, I would be surprised. And now kind of feels like I'm probably about to be surprised. Yeah. One thing that I don't know if it's playing a part, I do just find it interesting, is just the idea that now, you got the combine and the lottery on Sunday. So all of a sudden, the Warriors are going to have more data, more context about their offseason from a planning standpoint.
Although Michael Thompson's Michael Thompson's behind you waving a towel, dude. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, but he was doing it for a while. I was like, we got to talk to Michael Thompson.
I'm oblivious. Yeah, of course. The legend. Hopefully there's, some love in the Bay for the Thompson family.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I lost the train of thought. The combine part is interesting because, the Warriors maybe get lucky and have something to celebrate. But we'll see. It's obviously taking a long time.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. So we saw the player poll that came out today that you were a part of with The Athletic, and Steve Kerr's name came up when it came to least impressive coaches in the NBA. He was ranked 4th. And that's surprising just given what he's accomplished in his tenure as an NBA coach. But the reason from an anonymous player that said that it's because of the way he handled things with Kuminga. Is that something that's been going on in the league this year, Sam, where people have a different perception of Steve Kerr? Like, as far as, how players feel about him, like, obviously he was held in high regard as head coach of, Team USA. Has that changed in the last year with how things have gone with the Warriors?
I mean, maybe in certain pockets of the league. I don't think it's widespread, but I think it's definitely fair to say that people question the way that he handled the Kuminga situation. It's funny, I'll occasionally, visit with the group from Run It Back on the FanDuel channel and network, and like you got former players on there, right? You got Chandler Parsons and Lou Williams, and like they were pretty tough on Steve during the Kuminga time, and I think that is, whether it's former player or current player, that is for sure a sentiment where people they might not have all the details of why it went the way that it did, but they don't like seeing or feeling as if the talent is just not getting utilized. And so I think to some degree, Steve definitely takes credit for that in some people's minds.
Talking to Sam Amick here on the UMA guest line. What was fascinating to me is not only was he listed as like one of the top few coaches that was least impressive, he didn't show up on the impress list at all. You know what I mean? Like, and I know in the past he's been a guy who's frequently showed up on that list. And so, I don't know if that means anything for free agency. How many players in total do you guys talk to?
I think we got to 151.
It's a lot of. I mean, it's a good percentage of the league. It's a good chunk. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's we do try to be transparent about it, and I don't remember exactly how many players answered that question. I mean, it was probably in the hundreds. Some guys don't answer it, but it is a good sample size. I don't know what to make of the feedback. Certainly. We were not trying to enter the conversation between Steve and the Warriors about, his status in the NBA. So,
of course not.
I don't know if Joe's going to be pulling this out and telling Steve that he didn't rank high enough.
I think one of the funniest things that came out of that was the guy said, I don't know who coaches the Wizards, but whoever that is, I'm unimpressed with. Whatever
my God.
He led the way.
Guys, I ran into that personally multiple times.
Yeah.
It was really cringy. Like, and you got to at least learn the guy's name like he's an NBA coach.
Yeah, exactly. So Draymond Green's name has been brought up today with what he said to Austin Rivers, what he said to Charles Barkley last night. And this goes back to, the Austin Rivers stuff goes back to a week ago where we were reacting to what he said about Steve Kerr. And I know he's got a podcast. He has a lot of things to say about the league and what's going on with Steve Kerr. He gave a lot of praise to him and what he's meant to him in 14 years. But there is a part of that clip that he posted himself, or his podcast did, where he says Steve Kerr has hindered his career offensively. And I can see the flip side of it where I know Steve Kerr is not this defensive guru, but he did play a part in that, and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green being this great defensive player. So how do you see those comments, Sam, when it comes to Draymond Green saying that Steve Kerr hindered his ability as an offensive player?
I mean, in Draymond's defense, I'm always a sucker for context and comprehensive analysis, if you will, and he has since then, expressed frustration at how the internet's the internet. So you clip 30 seconds. It's what he said, and he's got to stand on it to some degree. But it was within the context of, all kinds of positive remarks about what they accomplished together. Not to get, like armchair sports psychologist on you, but it just feels like if you're Draymond, as you get closer to the end of your runway and you hear the conversation around you, that you talk about different pockets that have different opinions. There's definitely a crowd that looks at Draymond and kind of, nitpick the role that he played. You saw Austin's commentary about, calling him the backpack member of the group. And I think that Draymond, doesn't like that part of the narrative. He's trying to push back on it. It's just not going to land very well when you basically call into question, the approach that led to 4 championships. Like it's going to be a losing battle. His legacy is remarkable. We'll never know, if he could have been a guy who averaged 18 on a mediocre team, maybe. But I think he would take this legacy over that.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, covers the NBA for The Athletic, getting ready for Game 2 tonight. 6:30 tip, Thunder and the Lakers. Lakers trailing, looking to even that series at 1 apiece. I want to ask you about another series, Sixers and the Knicks, because the Knicks lead at 2-0. Sixers, of course, just had that huge 3-1 comeback against Boston. Are the Sixers equipped to do this again? I feel like it's not off the table that they mount this comeback.
Not right now, because Big Fella's out again.
Yeah.
With Embiid, having. I mean, the worst part is like he got hit in the knee at the end of that game one upset, and it's such a Joel Embiid experience.
I know, man.
When the injury, but the report comes out, and there's nothing about a knee. It's a hip and ankle, and like I'm sure the knee doesn't feel great either. He's always got something. I think part of it's just being such a large human being with, the way that he moves. But without him, I don't see them having a chance. And the Knicks are playing really well. Last night was tighter than I thought it was going to be. So, Philly was pushing, and I wouldn't be shocked if they get another one, but I certainly see New York advancing.
As far as some teams whose seasons are already done, so surprising exits. The Boston Celtics lost in 7 after having a 3-1 lead.
Brutal, dude.
The Denver Nuggets are done. The Houston Rockets are done. There's a lot of talk. I don't know if there's like legit reports around these players, but a lot of talk around Jaylen Brown. Does Jokic need more help? Is Kevin Durant's days with the Rockets already done? Do you see big changes with these teams, or it's just where they need to grow and learn in this offseason?
We'll see. I mean, that's a major question going into the summer. Houston, for example, you mentioned Durant. They push back on this, but you can't really argue the fact that when they got Kevin, he showed the runway. He's not a young guy. So now, do they need to double down and try to go get Giannis or something like that? We shall see. Denver, I think, is going to, I would not be surprised if one of their core guys gets moved this summer. Aaron Gordon comes to mind. They're going to accept calls on everybody. Jamal Murray, everybody other than Joker, of course. Who else did you mention, Derek? As I try to focus through the net.
Oh, the Celtics. You're good.
Yeah, I mean,
that guy was belting it out.
He was loud at the end.
That was impressive.
Yeah, that was pretty.
It was good. The Celtics, man, they I don't know. It's a weird time for them. Jaylen Brown, he had to know. Like you talk about Draymond and the stuff that he says and how you got to know how it's going to land.
Yeah.
Like Jaylen Brown had to know that when he said out loud that this is the favorite season of his career. When they exited in the first round, that's going to cause questions, and then you've got Tracy McGrady, who everybody knows is very close with Jaylen Brown, saying publicly that he thinks Jaylen has some issues with the organization.
Yeah.
I have looked into it. The Celtics are certainly taking the nothing to see here approach, but Brad Stevens, obviously, who runs their front office, seemed pretty clear yesterday in his press conference that they are going to be looking hard at the roster. He was asked a question about should leadership be questioned in terms of the players, and he agreed that it should. So, I think we could have some fireworks in Boston later in the summer.
And as far as odd comments with the Boston Celtics, people are kind of dissecting what Joe Mazzulla said after they lost, saying he felt the same emptiness that he feels right now and last year in losing when they won the championship. What's the reaction been to that? Because I kind of understand what he's saying, but I thought it was an odd setting for a post-game press conference.
A week when it comes to touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like just puzzling things coming out of their mouths. Joe, to me, though, is in a different lane, and Joe's always saying wild stuff. He's kind of cut different.
Yeah.
And he said stuff like that before. He's expressed the fact that he, for lack of a better way of putting it, that he does not experience joy coaching, basketball, which is funny. It's kind of the opposite to the Steve Kerr approach.
Yeah.
He's almost trying to avoid, just minimize emptiness as opposed to maximizing, elation, if you will. It's a weird time. I mean, as a group, it's pretty safe to say that they're all kind of having a hard time unpacking the disappointing finish.
Sam, just one more thought from you on the series you're covering tonight. Lakers are at the Thunder for Game 2, 6:30, a couple hours away. As the Thunder lead it 1-0 right now. Are the Lakers equipped? Do they have enough in this series? I mean, everything's going through OKC. How deep can they take this thing? I know the Spurs and Wemby answered the call yesterday and just kind of hammered Minnesota. I think everybody wants to see San Antonio and OKC. How big of a threat do the Lakers pose here?
I don't think much at all because, honestly, they played pretty well in Game 1.
Yeah.
And, you still end up losing by 18. LeBron played well. Austin Reeves obviously did not play well. But they did some good things defensively that, you hold Shea under 20 points, which, as we know, that never happens, and still got the regular season streak going. But to watch that level of execution from the Lakers, and then see that for the first 3 quarters, they just couldn't provide any separation. And then in the fourth quarter, you just get outclassed.
Yeah.
Was a reminder. I mean, it just really showed you, if we're being honest, that like if they let it get away from them earlier tonight, I would not be shocked to have a 30-point blowout. I mean, you've seen these Vegas lines. I don't know what it is tonight. I think it was 15.5 for game 1, and they covered that one. So, this is very likely the end of the road for the Lakers, and we'll see if the Thunder drop a game here at some point. They're still undefeated in the playoffs.
15.5 is the spread for tonight's game as well. Thunder favored by 15.5. Yeah. Game 2 gets going at 6:30, and we've just tipped, or we're about to tip in Cavs and Pistons for game 2 as well. Sam, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, gentlemen. Be good.
There you go. Sam Amick of The Athletic does a great job covering the NBA for The Athletic. And yeah, go if you're a subscriber, check out that poll. I love when they do these. I mean, the NFL's gotten rid of their report cards, which we loved.
Well, we still get the details with that because people do good reporting, and we get not the traditional NFLPA report card, but we still get the same details. This was interesting, especially the Steve Kerr angle, where he was voted the 4th, highest in this ranking, the least impressive coach in the NBA.
And the one comment they had, as Sam pointed out, because they don't tell you who, it's an anonymous poll, and not every player that they poll asks or answers every question. But that is one that got a lot of answers, and the quotes are funny on the whoever's coaching the Wizards. I don't know who it is, but that's who I'm least impressed with. Those answers were funny. But the Steve Kerr one, somebody said on the least impressive front, it was about his handling with Jonathan Kuminga. So I didn't think he handled that well. And he frequently shows up as one of the more impressive coaches or guys that they say they're impressed with, and didn't show up on the top 15 on that list at all.
No, he was low this year, but I think, I don't know. I don't think Steve Kerr should get a ton of blame for that, because it's not just Steve's role in that. It is Steph Curry's, it's Draymond Green's, it's Kuminga as well. Yes. I don't want that to be the reason why people are down on Steve Kerr, and that's why I hate this discussion where some people are over Steve Kerr because the way he handled things with Kuminga. If you want to get on him for the way they performed this year as a basketball team, that's fine. If you want to get on him because he didn't look like he was enjoying himself or not coaching with joy, that's fine too. But don't get mad at him because he was hard on Kuminga. That's ridiculous to me. Going back to the Nuggets, it baffles me that Michael Malone is not the head coach of the Nuggets anymore. And I know that he lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves 2 years ago as well, but they are a different basketball team without him. He's not around anymore because he was a hard ass. He challenged Jokic. He challenged Jamal Murray. I remember when they lost that Game 7, they were up by 20 and they lost. In the post-game press conference, he says, tomorrow we'll be back here tomorrow and watch game tape, but no one will do it because we're all lazy. He called out his team, and that's when he lost them. But I would rather have Michael Malone than some of these pushovers that are in the NFL or the NBA right now. And if Steve Kerr along the way has gotten a little more hardened as a coach, where he's lashing out at Jonathan Kuminga or Brandon Podziemski, then I'm sorry, but that just comes with the territory when you lose. And yes, maybe Steph Curry can handle that. Maybe Draymond Green can handle that. Some of these younger guys can handle that. So if it's Joe Lacob being like, you can't handle today's NBA player, well, I'm sorry, but the NBA players need to handle Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I mean, it's his style of coaching, but also if he wasn't a pick that Steve made and this was a Joe Lacob thing and he wants him here again, they did allow him to trade him. It wasn't like he totally held that up. But a lot of people think he handled it wrong, and I'm looking at Kuminga now going, it's not like he's putting up numbers elsewhere.
He's not fantastic with the Hawks, but I don't think he's has any animosity towards Kuminga. I think he was trying to make it work, and in the end, Kuminga's like, no, I don't want you to coach me. And that's when Steve Kerr's like, why would I keep doing this?
What are the chances that quote came from Jonathan Kuminga as the anonymous?
Can you imagine?
He's like, why is this Steve Kerr so you're not impressed?
I wouldn't be surprised, man. He's had other quotes go to The Athletic.
That's pretty funny. It's a funny prospect that it could have been Kuminga. So I don't like how he handled that Kuminga situation.
Yeah.
He created that problem.
Honestly, I think that's the philosophical differences that some people are talking about when it comes to Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr, where Joe Lacob wants Steve Kerr to be more of a player's coach. And he has in the past. Not like Steve Kerr's some tyrant. But I think that, he learned from Lute Olson. He learned from Phil Jackson. He learned from Greg Popovich. Sometimes you need to yell at guys. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Draymond said earlier, we played that soundbite, and he said, man, when you get older, you got to start redefining success. He's like, we still had the most nationally televised games. We had the most sellouts or whatever. And we're like, I don't care. Yeah. You could sell out no games as long as you win. I don't care. 916 checks in and says, it'd be funny if Larry Bear came out and said the Giants need to redefine success. We're talking about filling stadiums and national Netflix games. That's how we define success nowadays for the Giants. 346 checks in, says, hey, Papa, tell Copes to quit obsessing over his man crush Chalamet and Kendall Jenner courtside at Knicks games like a teen stan.
Did you ever bring that up?
I brought it up once yesterday, but what I would clarify is it was Kylie Jenner. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, you know what this has been about? It's like Draymond putting all this stuff out there. He's airing out his dirty laundry.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Which is something that we here on Dirty Work like to do.
Every now and then.
Periodically. Whenever Derek decides it's time to wash some chones, he's got to put them in the laundry.
Every other week.
We air it out every other week. Yeah. If you flip your underwear inside out, you can wear them 2 days in a row.
Gotta clean off that treadmill.
You still hanging stuff on it?
No. Oh, the treadmill? Yeah. It's still there, yeah.
You still hanging clothes on it?
Good hoodie every now and then.
Is it actually hung up or is it just draped over?
It's just draped over.
That's okay. You're not. So you never were hanging things. You were throwing crap on it like a chair.
When I come home,
I got a closed chair. I just throw. I'm not throwing. I'm not putting it away right now.
Taking off my clothes, just throw it on the treadmill.
Yeah. We'll do that next in a segment that we like to call Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry. We air it out next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Okay.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Tim Webb hanging out with you. Just spoke to Sam Amick of The Athletic, as we do every week here on Dirty Work. That's all available at thesportsleader.com. And the The Sports Leader app should also remind you that the KNBR and Giants Community Fund auction is going on right now. You can bid on experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo, delivering a game ball, throwing out the first pitch. You could even be a ball dude or dudette.
Nice.
For a game. See that ball dudette that ate it on Monday?
Yeah, I did.
It's a tough deal.
Yeah, it was.
Saw that live. Wonder if I tell her I caught saying any comments then. All proceeds support the Junior Giants. It is a great program. Visit sfgiants.com/GCF to place your bid by May the 10th. All right. We do this periodically here because, you work with people, you live with people. Sometimes tension arises, and sometimes you got to break the tension, and you got to do that by airing out some of the grievances, like at what is the at Festivus?
Yeah,
airing
Festivus.
of grievances. Instead, we like to air things out with each other to try to enlighten a day or lighten up a day.
Yeah.
Like this, where the Giants aren't playing. There's nothing good going on in Bay Area sports right now because the Sharks are off because we're in the offseason.
Well, they got a number 2 pick, though.
That's the best thing.
It's Sharks Day, June 26th.
Draft is coming up, and Short King Day on Saturday. But we'd like to do that to lighten the day with a segment we call Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
It's time for Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
So what we do here is,
hell yeah,
the way we air some of this out is we like to get into the psyche of each other here. We go through our search histories via like Google or Snap.
It's a dangerous game,
ChatGPT, whatever you do. We pull out some of the things that either I've searched for, Derek has searched for, Tim has searched for. One person is a contestant, and we try to guess which of us searched for said search, whatever it is, whatever we decided we had to look up.
So last time I was the contestant, and I had to guess between you and Tim.
So my favorite
searched this.
My favorite thing that was searched for last time was, is it Mickey Madison or Mikey Madison?
And who had that?
I think Tim searched for it. Yeah, is it Mikey Madison, Tim?
Yeah.
It was Mikey.
It was Mikey Madison.
Oscar winner.
Love that Tim did that. So today I will be the contestant. You guys will.
I'll be the host.
Derek will read things. Yeah, you be the host today. Derek will read things that either he or Tim has searched for. I've got to figure out who searched for what.
Okay, should we start off things?
Yeah. Why don't we start off? Tim, do we roll with this the whole time, or do we jump into the?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I thought we got
love
into
a little dirty laundry.
I thought we have something else. I thought we jumped into like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Is that part of it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh.
I think it was last time.
Well, either way.
Anyway, we'll start with this right now.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
So, Copes, you have to decide. I'll give you a search that was done on the internet, and you have to decide if that's me or Tim who searched this.
Okay.
All right, number 1. Is Sophie Rain into board ops?
Is Sophie Rain into board ops? Nobody searched that.
I'm kidding. That was Tim.
That's
No,
obviously Tim.
okay. Hey, first real one. Here we go.
Leave Sophie out of this.
Okay, first one, Copes. How do you take a snapshot from YouTube TV? Was that me or was that Tim?
How do you take a snapshot from YouTube TV? Well,
using your touch tone pad.
My guess would be this had to do with yesterday's Giants game. Because Greg Silver was shown on TV next to like Steve Kerr and Mike Silver at the game. So one of you, I mean, you both were here though. I think, but then I think Derek searched for this. We did put it up on the screen yesterday. Because Greg Silver was sitting with the powers that be, Mike Silver, Steve Kerr, Larry Bear, trying to figure out if Steve Kerr is coming back and why Giants hats at the stadium are $50 a pop.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Derek. I think Derek searched this.
That is correct.
You are correct, sir.
I think that was an easy one.
Your analysis was spot on. I was trying to get the clip of Greg Silver sitting with Steve Kerr yesterday to snapshot it on my phone. You cannot do with YouTube TV.
Greg Silver. Why can't you? You couldn't just screenshot on your phone?
There's a way to do it. You have to have the settings. Mr. KMBR was trying to help me out yesterday. I couldn't figure it out, but in the end, we got it up on the stream. But yes, I searched that yesterday.
You can screen record, though.
No, you can't. It shows up black.
Really? Is that what
Yes.
happens? Mr. KMBR, it shows up black? What's wrong with that?
All right.
As long as it's not meeting your dad, then, as long as I'm not meeting, I don't know.
All right.
Let's get off this.
Copes is 1 for 1. Okay,
All right,
next up. Cinco de Mayo celebrates a Mexican victory over who?
Oh, God.
Was that me or was that Tim?
Cinco de Mayo celebrates a Mexican victory over who?
Over who? You don't have to give me the answer on the question.
Who? Yeah, I know, but who?
But is it me or is it Tim?
I think Tim
that
searched.
that?
I think Tim searched. I think that's a trivia question. I think Tim had trivia on Tuesday, which was Cinco de Mayo.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
all
right, 2 for 2.
I'm good. Yeah,
All right.
I'm good on this
French,
one.
by the way.
It was the French, huh? Well done, Tim.
All right.
How'd they beat them? You know?
Well, it makes you think, why are we celebrating?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least it's wrongly called Mexican Independence Day frequently. I think that's like September 17th or something, though. That's later in the year.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right, next up. Copes is 2 for 2. What are the best John Sterling home run calls? Was that Tim or was that me?
John Sterling lost a legend. I better get a Sterling call out of this, too. What are the best John Sterling calls? I'm guessing you searched that because Tim has been compiling Sterling calls for a number of years. And Tom was a bit, yeah. So I feel like Tim wouldn't have Googled it or searched it. I think Tim would have just gone to his trove of Sterling. Do you have one at hand, Tim? Do you have a Sterling call for me?
The pitch is hit in the air to deep center. Sizemore going back, way back on the track at the wall. It's gone! Oh, Georgie Juice one. He drills a home run over the center field wall to tie the game, and the fans are on their feet at Yankee Stadium. Home run, Posada.
Georgie
boy.
I'm going with Derek. Googled it. Yeah,
3 for 3.
3 for 3.
All
Dude.
right, you nailed it so far.
I know you guys, man. I know you guys well.
All right, here we go. Next one. What kind of cheese is on a Reuben?
That's got Tim all over it. Well, I don't know. Okay, here's the thing with Tim, though, too. Tim will tell you a sandwich is made by its sauce.
Yes.
I would disagree. I would say that a sandwich is made by the compiling of ingredients and a solid ratio of said ingredients.
Well, really the meat.
Yeah, you got to have a good bread to meat ratio.
Yeah, you do.
You also, a bread that's too hard or one of those sandwiches you bite into and everything slips out of the back.
All right, enough. Copes, is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'm going with Tim.
That is correct.
4 for 4.
Dude, this is cake.
I'm a seer.
Okay, next up.
This is cake, dude.
What are the lyrics to Hook by Blues Traveler? Is that Tim or is that me?
What are the lyrics to Hook by Blues Traveler?
Do you know the song?
No, I don't even know the song.
Song's pretty good.
I think it was Derek. Then I think Derek searched it.
Could be me.
I'm wondering if he used it for something, for if it was like a bed of music that Derek used for a bit. Ooh, September 16th, by the way. 510 says Mexican Independence Day. Sounds good.
Yeah. But
is that a harmonica in there?
Yeah. Well, it's blues, Copes.
I'm going to go with Derek. Looked at these lyrics.
That is correct.
That's 5 for 5, bro.
Yeah, so I'll explain this one.
And what are the lyrics, bro? Why were you doing this?
So there's a portion of the song that goes really fast, and I've always wondered, like, what exactly is he saying? And I never knew actually what the song was about. So, I'll just scour the internet sometimes. I'm looking on YouTube. There's an old clip of Blues Traveler on Howard Stern. Good performance. And I was like, you know what? I actually never learned the meaning behind this song. The song is basically calling out people that listen to music. Like, basically the whole song is about how you're just listening to this song. You have no idea what it's about. We're just hooking you because it's a good rhythm. It's a good chorus.
A good hook, yeah.
It's literally a good hook. Those chord sequences show up in a ton of songs.
Exactly. So they're making fun of the audience for just going along with the song. So thought it was fascinating.
Yes, this had nothing to do with work of the show.
No,
right?
not at all.
Beautiful. That's where I want this to go. This is too much. This is a little bit too showtime, but I got you.
Okay.
I hear you on that. Yeah. All right. So 5 for 5. I'm feeling great.
Okay, next up on the list.
I should never be a contestant.
Okay, well, this
Cleaning
one
house.
is work-related. How do you pronounce DeJon Stribling? Was that me or was that Timothy?
Well, the other day, did I say it to you? Maybe it wasn't even to you. Maybe I said it to Marcus. I was like, I think it's DeJon because Greg Silver was talking about it. And then that makes me think I don't think Tim cares. I think Derek looked it up. Because Derek has to say it publicly frequently. So I think Derek looked it up.
That is correct.
Damn it. Yeah, you're right. I looked it up.
You guys are all a little close to home on these, dude.
All right, we'll go here next.
6 for 6? You're not going to get me on one?
Hold on. What was Charles Barkley's best season in Houston?
Derek.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer, Derek.
Mama's wrong.
Oh, why was Tim Googling that?
He was curious.
I saw the stat that he got 33 rebounds in a game, so I got curious.
His best season, was that in his best season?
It was in the playoffs in one of the final seasons that Draymond was referencing.
Did you do this at work or were you just sitting at a bar?
I was sitting last night.
You were just sitting somewhere and you were like, I'm just sitting here looking up Barkley.
I'm just sitting.
That's the point, dude. The stuff that I find that I go through. Wow, like that time I was Googling Mars.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, you know how much you guys weigh on Mars?
All right, so what is it? You're 6 for 7 right now?
6 for 7.
Okay,
yeah.
Next up.
No Giant's been 6 for 7 in like a decade.
Yeah, true. What is the best way to cook salmon? Is it me or is it Tim?
This is good because this could be either one of you guys. Tim, I know, works in the kitchen. I know Derek will get in the kitchen too.
Every now and then.
Yeah. I don't know that Derek is preparing fish, which is why it's something that I think he might look up. But I also think Tim is like, dude, I've been eating fish and I need to cook it better. Or is there another way to do it? Here's the thing, dude. They don't call him.
Give another nickname here?
Go ahead.
Tim Salmon Webb.
Yeah, dude, they don't call him Tim Salmon Webb like Tim Salmon, the former ball player.
Is that your final answer?
I'm going to go Tim on the salmon.
Mama's wrong.
What were you looking up salmon
I was
for?
making salmon the other day, and I was like, what's the best way to cook this? Simple as that.
And what did it say? Bake it?
He was like, just put it on the grill, you idiot.
Yeah. Google yelled at you?
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, so did you cook? You prepared the salmon. What'd you have it with?
I had it with some broccoli and some rice.
How'd you season it?
Season it with some cayenne pepper and some salt.
Nice. You bought your own cayenne. You didn't steal from a neighbor.
I didn't need my neighbor's cayenne
Stole
pepper.
from a housemaid before.
Yeah.
She was
didn't
not
steal
happy.
it. She told me I could steal or have some.
Yeah, but that was like a little bit. You overdid your allotment of
yeah,
cayenne.
you know what? I don't think so.
You're
All
right.
right.
It's like
Elma. Yeah, I'm calling you out by name now.
No, you don't live there, Elma.
No, she doesn't live there
dude,
anymore.
it makes me think of that scene in Curb Your Enthusiasm when Larry goes to the party
the caviar?
and Christian Slater's just piling caviar.
You're over your allotment.
Dude, he's like,
my allotment?
He goes, it's for free. It's here. He goes, yeah, but it's supposed to be for everybody. You've had your allotment of caviar.
Yeah.
You did the same with the cayenne.
Okay, so what are you right now? 6 for 8?
I'm 6 for 8, and I'm still better than any Giant.
Okay, here we go. Is Chonkers large for his size? Chonkers the sea lion.
Yeah, it's hanging
at
down.
Pier 39.
At Pier 39. Swam in the last month
Is
or
he
so, right?
large for his size? Is that Tim Webb or Derek Papa?
I think by the phrasing of the question, it has to be Derek. Is he large for his size?
Mama's wrong.
Why did you phrase it like that, Tim? Why did you? Is he large for a sea lion? Is the question.
I was trying to see what the maximum amount of weight was for a trivia question about chonkers.
What the maximum amount of weight was?
So he weighs about 2,000 pounds. They can actually get up to 2,500.
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying, why did you write it like the question was phrased so weird to Google?
Well, I wanted it to be vague for the segment. How
Is he
about that?
large for his
It
size?
may not be exactly the verbatim.
It's large for the sea lion.
Yeah.
Is the question. Anyway, there you go. There's I'm wrong again. So I'm 6 for 9. So we're gonna go one more.
You're tripping up here. Okay, last one.
Yeah.
Let me pick a good one here. Okay. Hold on here.
Oh, Susak was 6 for 7 since 209. Dude, now I'm off.
All right.
Now I'm off. I'm 6 for 9 now.
6 for 9. How long until chocolate goes bad? How long until chocolate goes bad? Is that Tim Webb or Derek Popper?
Anybody else imagine Derek like going to his cabinet, pulling out a Hershey bar, flipping it over, and he's like, it's been in here for a while. How long before it's really bad?
Exactly.
Since you asked the question about best way to cook salmon, I think this one's you too.
Final answer?
Yeah, correct. Final answer, dude.
Well, we got a lot of C's candy from Super Bowl. It's still around my apartment.
You
So
still see, dude.
there's every now and then when I'm drunk coming home and I'm like, should I eat this candy? So there you go, Copes. 7 for 10? 7 for 10's not bad.
That's pretty good. 7 for 10. As 209 says, you're literally Susak. He was 6 for 8 as well. So 7 for 10, I'll take the 700 average, and that is a little airing of Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry. We'll do that every couple of weeks. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It is Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. One of our favorite guys, Rich Aurelia, is going to join us next. Excuse me, at 4:50. He's coming up in about 20 minutes. Rich Aurelia for his weekly conversation. Who is more stuck, the Giants or the Warriors? Who's got less leeway to make a move or to make something happen? We'll talk about that next. Who's more stuck, the Giants or the Dubs? It's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
0-1 is swung on and hit in the air to deep right. It is high. It is far. It is gone. His first major league home run. Bye-bye birdie in the right field seats. Here he is, the Birdman of New York. And the Yankees take a 2-0 lead.
Greg Bird, former first baseman for the Yankees, D-Pop. Tim Webb, Adam Copeland with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll catch up with Rich Aureli in about 15 minutes at 4:50, talking more Giants baseball with him. Just real quick to wrap up the Dirty Words, Dirty Laundry. We didn't ever say the correct cheese for a Reuben.
Cheese.
It was Swiss cheese.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Swiss cheese. And then you looked up how long before chocolate goes bad?
Yeah, I guess a few weeks it does.
So in a few weeks. I let it last longer than that. You're good. You're better than that. I think that's like a sell by they got to put it. But
yeah,
did
probably.
you toss it?
No, I still have all the See's candy.
So you still ate it?
I didn't eat it that
You looked
night.
it up, saw the date, and you were like,
no, I
it's
probably
a suggestion.
I probably passed it. And I was like, I'm not getting this candy.
Derek,
right
you
now.
sell by dates of suggestions.
Yeah.
So the chocolate koala that I gave you.
There's half of it remaining in my fridge.
You
know all the cheeses?
What half? Did you do it down the middle like Two-Face?
Yes. There's a Two-Face koala in my fridge right now.
Drunk Derek sitting on his couch biting into the side of a chocolate koala.
And every now and then I open the fridge up and I see his face and he's like, you live, you die.
Half and half, dude. Yeah. Oh, man. We'll cut the baby in half and then you'll each get half of the baby.
Yeah.
No. Let it live. All right, so there you go. That wraps that up. Which team has it worse? Not worse. Which team is more stuck? The Warriors or the Giants? Now, we've talked, every time we talk Warriors, we get to a spot where I'm just like, but what are they going to do?
Yeah.
They don't have cap space, as Charles Barkley was pointing out.
And Draymond.
They're a year older and a year more banged up, with Jimmy Butler out for a big portion of the year and Moses Moody. So the thought that they'll get off to a hot start doesn't seem to be something that's, I don't want to say in the cards, but that you would expect, because they won't have their full allotment. We'll spend the first portion of the season
full allotment
of players. Yeah. We'll be spending the first portion of the season saying, well, when they get healthy, when they get Jimmy, when they get Moses, it's going to be a lot of that next year. So barring a move that is unforeseen, and what I mean is something that we can't project, like when Luka was traded or when the Giants traded for Rafael Devers, barring something that's out of the box. And I don't know that we're going that way because I don't think there's that much wiggle room. There's not a lot of players anybody else wants.
Right.
Your top trade asset was Kuminga, and you both tanked the value on that, both Kuminga and the organization. So who's more stuck? In my mind, the Warriors are, because they're pigeonholed into one bit of success in a fan's eyes. And it's not butts and seats, and it's not nationally televised games.
Mm-hmm.
It's a championship, because it's all anybody cares about. It's why Steph's here. It's why they'd want to bring Steve Kerr back. You want that thing to go one last push. And I told you a couple of years ago, I don't think it's there. I don't think that getting a year older is going to help them. I said I thought in the Jimmy Butler trade, when they signed him to a 2-year extension, it would have to happen in the first 2 years. Now we're entering year 3. And he's torn his ACL. So the Giants, although they're as bad as they are with these massive contracts, who's more stuck? I think they're less stuck, because you have a minor league system. You have the ability to add other pieces that can help you in other places. Even if the other guys never regain the form that you were hoping for, there's still more you can do with this team. There's more variance with this team. There's more players and positions that you can shift around. You've got more, basketball is just 5 guys on a court. Baseball, you can get bats in the lineup and sit other guys down. So who has more, who's more stuck? I think the Warriors are kind of stagnant in where they are, because this is the group. The Giants, Bryce Eldridge, might be something. Jesus Rodriguez might change the chemistry of the team in terms of how you go about building a lineup. So I personally think the Giants aren't as stuck as the Warriors. One, because the Warriors have a single goal, and it's not make the playoffs, it's win a championship.
Right.
2, there's not, unless they pull something off unforeseen in a Giannis or something like that, or a LeBron, whatever, they're not going to be any different than they were this year. Well, that's how I see it.
I would say that them being stuck could be temporary, just because you're stuck because you want to win for Steph Curry or Draymond Green, and then you could do the whole rebuild thing. That's when you get out of being stuck. But the truth is, there's no light at the end of the tunnel, though, for the Warriors. What is? It's the unknown of what life is going to be post Steph Curry. Yeah, you could go get a Giannis or LeBron or Kawhi, but that all seems like pipe dreams. So for me, it's more uncertainty in the future for the Warriors. So yes, they're definitely more stuck. And with the Giants, you're hoping that these guys can get out of their funk. And you're hoping that Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman can turn things around along with Logan Webb. You have more avenues to improve the team by calling up guys, and you have hope in Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. So there is hope for the Giants. It just doesn't feel that way right now because they've been terrible this season. They've been terrible for the last 5 years. It's been less of that for the Warriors, but it also feels bleak. And, what is there beyond Steph Curry? Like, yes, we talk about Giannis, but why would Giannis want to come here? It makes no sense. It's the same situation he would be right now with the Milwaukee Bucks. He needs to go to like Minnesota or the Boston Celtics where he knows he can win for a long time playing with Jason Tatum or Anthony Edwards. Makes no sense for him to play with Steph Curry when Steph Curry's going to be here for maximum 3 more years. So for me, absolutely, it's the Warriors that are more stuck. But with the Giants, yeah, the future doesn't look that great either. Yes, there's more optimism because they have youth on their side. But at the same time, what have we seen the last 5 years to make you feel like that's going to turn things around?
Those are two different debates, though. Who's more stuck, the Warriors? Who's more likely to turn it around? I don't know, because the Warriors don't have their next era of pieces, right?
Right.
And if you offer me Steph Curry, I'm like, well, he can still get you 37 and a play-in, right? And he was hurt for a lot of this year. A couple people checking in on the text line, and I was going to make a couple of these points. I agree with this. 925 says, baseball has no cap, and the Giants are one of the biggest single-market teams in the country, should have plenty of cash to make things happen. I agree. That's part of the frustration. They're the number 11 spending team in baseball,
right,
and valued by Forbes at number 5, right? Like, they're printing money. They just took in more money and told us as fans from that Kushner venture capitalist firm that they are not going to use that for the on-field product as much as they will for whatever real estate and stadium developments and whatever else they want to do to put more butts in seats, which is how they're gauging a bit of success. They're making money, right?
Yeah.
Paid off the stadium. So that's part of the most frustrating part of it from a fan standpoint. In the Warriors side of things, Joe Lacob said, I will spend out of pocket so that you can have Kelly Oubre and make sure we get enough other players. We can keep this going.
Oubre.
We'll pay the tax. Like, he was willing to do that.
Yeah.
So but you got to give them reason. And right now, there's not reason with the Warriors. The Giants just aren't going to do that.
No, they're not.
Decided they're not going to. And the other thing with the Giants having more wiggle room and leeway, or they're not as stuck, as 415 says, they have options where Arise, Molly, and Robbie Ray are potential tradable pieces at the deadline if, in fact, you're out of it and that's the route they go.
But I would say the Warriors are the team that's more willing to do a whole rebuild. And they're going to do that once Steph Curry retires. They have to. They weren't willing to do that a couple years ago when I thought they should have after they lost to the Lakers, trade away Klay Thompson, trade away Draymond Green. The Giants, I don't know if they'll ever do that. So I guess there's more opportunity for the Warriors to turn it around, but it's just like with who, though? Once Steph Curry retires, who's going to turn things around? Pods? Quinn Post? Guy Santos? All good players, but not like championship players, not guys that you build around. So, yes, the Giants have more opportunities to turn things around, but I think they're both pretty damn stuck right now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places to go.
No,
the Giants,
there's not.
And the Giants are in the infancy of some of these contracts, unfortunately.
Well, 925 says the answer is the Sharks. Sharks look the best. They're not stuck. They're growing.
Greer has done it again.
Yeah,
they are ascending, sir. There's going to be expectations next year.
Not stuck at all.
We're going to talk about what the Sharks can do this upcoming season.
Let's talk to Rich Aurelia about what the Giants can do this season. They start a 3-game series tomorrow with the Pirates at home, 7:15 first pitch, 6:15 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. And then they go to Dodger Town, dude. They got to go to L.A. for 4 straight at Dodger Stadium, all 7:10 first pitches. Monday to Thursday of next week, and then out to Sacramento to take on the A's, and then to Arizona. That blows, dude. They got to go Bay Area to L.A., back to Sac, then to Arizona. Like, that stinks. I'd rather just go to Arizona than stop back at Sac on the way home.
No, seriously. I think we need a update from our guy, the paraplegic.
It's not a paraplegic.
What is it?
He's a quad amputee. And by the way, he's a cornhole champion. So,
sorry, I got to put respect on his name, the murderer?
Alleged. You want to hang OJ in the Wall of Fame, but you're not going to crown.
Well, this guy seems a little more dicey to me.
He didn't even kill as many people as the Juice did.
Allegedly.
No,
Yeah.
the Juice was found guilty.
I think we need an update for Rich.
The Juice was found guilty in civil court, by the way.
I doubt Rich is going to want to talk Giants the entire time.
Reliable, I should say.
Yeah.
Well, you want an update. I don't have an update. That's the problem.
That's unfortunate.
You're like, we need one. There isn't one.
Ah, damn
we got to wait. He's been arraigned, and he said it was self-defense. We got to go. We got to go through the legal process.
Yeah, we do.
You got to,
and we'll wait.
Got to recognize the courts.
We'll wait.
When we get an update, we'll give it to Rich. But until then, we talk something more painful. Giants baseball next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time now for your Rich Aurelia Cornhole Amputee Update.
Another Bay Area team is starting their season on Netflix. According to The Athletic, the 49ers will face the Los Angeles Rams in Australia live on Netflix. It's the future, people. You better get used to it. But of course, you can listen to that game right here on the Sports Leader.
the original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
We talk to Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop, every week, and you can see him as part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. By the way, Richie is sponsored by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Richie's with us on the UMA guest line. What up, Rich? How you doing, man?
What up, Richie?
It's a great day. It's an off day.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Dude, from a player perspective, how golden is an off day at home?
It's way different now from when I played, because we always used to, we were going on the road. We would travel on the day off.
On the off day. Now they leave right after.
So they get an off day somewhere on the road. But when you get these at home, you really gotta value them and cherish them, because they don't come that often. And I think this one came at a really good time for this ball club.
Well, yesterday, Tony Vitello said after the game, with this off day at home, he said, I really want the guys to just not worry about baseball, kind of get away from the game, reset, which is, in regular life, we get weekends, the week goes tough, and you get a few days to yourself and you come back and kind of start fresh. Is that a hard thing to do, to remove yourself, especially when things are going poorly like this?
I think it is, because you hear what everybody else hears. I mean, listen, any player that tells you, I don't hear it, I don't listen to it, I don't hear it, you hear it. You have to hear it at some point. So to kind of try and just shut your mind out of it and shut your mind down and just try and get that day to yourself is kind of difficult. Especially, listen, it's easier to do when you're winning than when you're losing, right? Because you have the worries of, oh man, what am I hitting? And we've lost how many in a row? And, but when you're winning, it's like, oh, all right, cool, day off. I can't wait to get back to, on Friday. So there are different perspectives on that, I think.
So, Rich, it feels like we played so many games, a few months in the season. Really, it's only been 37 games. So when things are going this poorly early in a season, how does the clubhouse respond? Does, in your experience, does things get a little more tense? Or do guys need to get loose? Do guys need to hold each other accountable? What is the process when the season's not going well this early on?
I think it's probably a little stressed in there, I would say. And I think because your guys that you have expected to produce are the ones that, aren't producing yet. So I think there's a little bit of stress and anxiety probably in there, because you're just waiting for when it's going to happen. When they're going to turn it around. But, man, it's tough. I mean, you kind of almost, I want people to keep, players keep players accountable, but, sometimes you need something big to happen. Maybe you need an internal argument, or maybe you need something in the clubhouse to just get people fired up, because, for sure you can't have 26 guys in that clubhouse that are all, all going to be good guys and all get along. You know what I mean? You need some kind of, maybe turmoil a little bit that takes your mind off of what's going on the field and maybe fire some people up. And, to Tony's credit, I mean, maybe there was a move here or there that was kind of questionable, but his hands are tied in certain, circumstances, because they're not performing. And, there's a part of me that feels kind of bad for him, because not only that, but, I think Tony, and he'd probably be the first to tell you, he was a different personality when he was managing at Tennessee, right? You had young kids on the team. It was a college game, and you can, we've seen video of him, right? Run down the stands, high-fiving the fans. that doesn't happen in the big leagues. So, also to some extent, I feel bad for him because I don't know if he really can truly be himself in this situation right now.
Talking to Richard, really nice enough to join us on the Uma guest line. Giants are off today. They're back in action against the Pirates tomorrow, starting 7:15. And at least they don't see Skeens. You know what I mean? You don't want to have to see that. Yeah, it's a silver lining when you're going bad. One thing that stands out to everybody, we saw this note this morning. It's the fewest homers and walks by a team in those two stats since the White Sox in 1930, which of course you remember as the Herbert Hoover administration, Richie. When a team's not getting on base and they're not drawing walks, I always wonder, is a hitter's eye something that can be learned, or is it something that you have to have? Do these guys just not have it? Are they being too aggressive? When a team's not drawing walks or getting on base, is it the player himself or is it the approach?
That's a great question, and I was trying to put my finger on it yesterday doing the post game, and it's hard for me to put my finger on it, right? Because you got, we had a stat. I don't know if we put it on here, but the last team to I think be last in the league in homers, walks, and stolen bases was the 1903 Cleveland Bluebirds or something like that. And so it's hard to put your finger on because I know that they wanted a different kind of offensive approach with the hitters this year, as opposed to what we saw the last number of years. That where last number of years it's hey, don't swing at that pitch on the black because you're not going to do anything with it anyway. And if you strike out, you strike out. Let's get launch angle. Let's do this. Where now I think with Hunter Menson there, at least talking to him in spring training, he wants everybody to know what their capabilities are as individuals so that they can contribute their best attributes to the team to help them win. And I think that the philosophy is great. They want to go back to, putting the ball in play, make contact, play good defense. But for some reason, man, it's just it's a crazy amount of strikeouts and no walks. I don't think they walked since Monday. I think they had a couple walks on Monday.
Yeah. Wow.
And then they had no walks on Tuesday and no walks Wednesday. And yesterday they had 13 punch-outs. So it's kind of an enigma in a sense of okay, well, you got guys that hit the long ball. You got power in the lineup, but they're not hitting for power. But they're also striking out a lot, and nobody's walking. So, you're not even getting to a point where you could pop a 3-run homer because nobody's really getting on base. And especially when Arise is out of the lineup, I mean, then it really, kind of, rears its ugly head, at least in the last, at least since the beginning of this season. I mean, is there time to turn it around? Yeah, I don't want to say it's early anymore, but you've dug a pretty big hole that you got to dig out of. And, in my mind, I was just thinking about it driving home, listening to you guys yesterday. If you can try and claw your way back to 500, at the All-Star break and get hot for a month in the second half, then you put yourself right back in a position for a wild card. So, I think it's going to have to be baby steps right now with what we see.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the Uma guest line. Prior to yesterday, Patrick Bailey was not in the lineup for 3 games straight. And with the emergence of Jesus Rodriguez and Daniel Susac, we wonder about his spot going forward. How do you think that impacts Patrick Bailey once Susac is healthy and what we saw from Jesus Rodriguez this week?
I think a decision is going to have to be made, a really hard decision. And, the organization or the people that make those decisions are going to have to weigh the options, right? I mean, because, in all reality, this is the first year, I think, that because of Susac and now because of Rodriguez, it's the first year that Bailey's really kind of been pushed a little bit. I know he's a multiple Gold Glove winner and he's great at framing, but, I don't know if that framing thing means as much now with the ABS. It still matters, but it might not matter as much. So, if he's going to continue to, hang out around 150, 170, I mean, that's, it's kind of like it's been like an automatic out at the bottom of the lineup. And with lineups today, with DHs in it, pitchers aren't hitting anymore. I mean, you need every bit of offense that you could get from 1 through 9. So the organization is going to have a really tough decision to make here when that point comes.
Rich, how would you like to see them handle the closer spot going forward? Killian got the save the other night, his first career save. Did give up a home run to Laureano, but I'd rather you throw strikes and give up 2 solo homers than walk a guy and have to find the zone. So I was all right with that. But obviously Eric Miller's out right now. He'd probably be my top choice based on the strikeouts and the numbers he's putting up early in the year, but he's out for a little while. How do you want to see them approach that?
Well, my first thought is I kind of feel for Ryan Walker because I know even the other day, I mean, they brought him in that game in a low leverage and, they were down a couple run situation and, he ends up going out and giving up 2. And I've said this to you guys before, that the one thing that worries me is his, well, now it's probably got to be on the mental side too of, concern of is which Ryan Walker are we going to get going out there? But 2, again, the mechanics are those are hard to repeat when you step so far across your body. So that's number 1. And I feel for the guy because when he's on, he's on. But when he's off, he's off. I was saying a couple weeks ago, and I know he's on the IL now, but as soon as Miller popped off to the Reds dugout,
I was ready.
I was like, that guy needs to be my closer right there.
Yep.
That guy, I want that guy to be a closer because 1, he's got the stuff. Number 2, he showed that he's got the cojones to go out there and do it in the 9th inning and, tell people off. But then he goes on the IL with the back, I guess. So for now, I'd say, you kind of have Killian out there and, and listen, you guys know this as well as I do. Again, it's a thing I brought up before. Bullpens by committee, they never work.
Nope.
They never work.
Never.
I don't care what team you bring up at some point in time. Maybe the Reds that year where they had like Randy Myers and Dibble and some other guy. I don't know who it was, but otherwise they never work, and your guys really never know kind of when they may be called upon. So for now, I mean, until Miller's out, I'd say keep throwing Killian out there, man. He's got really good stuff. He throws strikes, and that's the thing I think now that would kill them more than anything is if they had a closer that they're going to use for the next few weeks, and it's like, walk the leadoff guy, base hit, walk the next, you kind of want a guy to throw strikes and is aggressive in the zone.
Rich, what do you think of the circumstance in which Bryce Eldridge was called up? Is it putting pressure on Bryce to be a savior in a desperate situation, or was it just the necessary move, and there's always going to be pressure when you get called up in this league?
I think there were multiple reasons. I think 1, he was hitting the ball pretty well down in Sacramento. He was hitting for power, hitting for average. Yeah, he was striking out, but I mean, he's always going to strike out, right? I mean, that's part of his game. 2, I think it was probably, maybe a little reaction. It's like, dude, we're 0-6 on the road trip. We need some kind of, fan support coming home, and everybody's been clamoring for him from day 1. So maybe we call him up, put him in a DH role, let him play for a few weeks, see what we get. And I think it's a combination of the 2 of those. I don't think it has anything to do with the way Devers is playing. And is there pressure on him? I'm sure he's had conversations with, whether it be with, Tony, Buster, Randy Wynn, whoever it may be, hey man, just go play. No pressure. This isn't make or break time for you. Just go learn and get better day by day. I mean, and I think that's sometimes what gets lost with young players in this league that get called up now. There's so much hype and there's so much press and so much media. And my advice to every player, like a Bryce Eldridge or his caliber player, even Rodriguez, hey man, learn something new every day and get better every day. And what I mean, I'm not even saying like, go 2 for 3 or 3 for 4. I'm like, learn the hitters on the other team where you need to position yourself. Learn your strike zone, learn the strike zone up here, figure it out, and just get a little bit better every day and contribute to this team to help them win.
Rich, I was asking, we had JT on, was that yesterday or 2 days ago? We talked to JT.
Tuesday, yeah.
And I was asking him that because he came up with the Yankees sort of about how you get better every day. And JT, I think, came up maybe in September the first time and then came up after that and was there for a while. But I remember you talking about Jose Vizcaíno helping you out a lot and being a vet. But when you finally got to the majors and stayed at the majors, what was different? Like, what did you learn from? Had you been called up a couple of times before? Like, what did you take in? What code did you crack? How did you figure out what you needed to do to stay there? And what is What is Bryce looking at? I wonder when that sort of clicks and a guy feels like, okay, I got it. I'm here. I've got a rhythm and routine.
Yeah, I think it's different for every player because, I had success at the minor league level, and I got called up, and I wasn't starting right away. I was kind of learning, play some other positions, but I had guys to lean on, and not only learn to be better on the field, but learn how to carry yourself and handle yourself off the field. So I was very fortunate to have guys the big names, Matt Williams, Robbie Thompson, those guys teaching you the right way. But then, once they were gone and I actually got to the big leagues and stayed for a while, like Jose Vizcaíno was great to me. I mean, he was a starter. They got him in the Williams trade, so he played short. And then after that, we got, another guy that helped me out a lot was Stan Javier.
Stan the man.
Fielder. Yeah, and Stan was very, very good with younger players, and it didn't matter, because sometimes the Latin guys revolve to the Latin players. Stan, he was great with everybody, and I learned a lot from him as far as the mental approach when you're struggling. And then to top it off, before I was kind of established, Sean Dunston. I can't say enough about how great he was to me and how much I felt like he respected me as a player, even though I wasn't playing every day yet. So his friendship and his, consistency with me really, really helped me probably become the player that I was. And it was great too, I had him early in my career, and then I had him, he came back.
Hit the home run in game 6, Richie. Hit the home run, dude,
World
down the
Series.
line. I thought, man, we got Sean Dunston one, dude. I thought I was so happy about that.
And it made me so happy so that he could come back and see kind of the player I turned into.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, man, when we made that World Series, I watched two grown men literally cry their eyes out in that clubhouse. And one of them was Sean Dunston, and one of them was Benito Santiago, because they had never been to a World Series. And I'll never forget that, because if you really have it in your heart to play this game and you're in it to win, that's the ultimate goal, is to win a World Series, right? So I hope Bryce has people like that he can lean on day to day and get better. And Rodriguez too, man. That guy's going to be all over the field, I think, in the next few weeks or so. And, if he can keep hitting the way he's hitting, good for him, man.
Dude, Benito Santiago also, Rich, I remember that story. Not a story, it happened. First, he was Rookie of the Year. I think he had the longest hitting streak. He may still have the record for longest hitting streak by a rookie. And he's a catcher, right? Throwing dudes out from his knees in San Diego. He was in a really terrible car accident. And they said he would never play again. And he came back and played for 10 or 12 more years after that. After they said he may not walk or may not play, and was still out there, won the pennant. So I remember how much that meant. He had the big home run off of Rick White in the LCS too. That Benny Santiago, one of the great short-term Giants, I think.
Yeah, he was great, man, and everybody just loved his personality. He just had a great personality. And a quick little story was we were on the mound in the World Series in Anaheim, and I forget what game it was, but Dusty came out to take a picture out of the game, and they put that monkey, that rally monkey, up on the screen. And Benito, we're all standing there, all the infield. It was me, JT, Jeff Kent,
David Bell,
and Benito and Dusty. And Benito looks up at the screen and he goes, "I hate that effing monkey." and then it was just quiet. And then about 4 seconds later, he goes, "Boy, he is pretty funny, though."
Dude, I love that. That's great.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
insight.
So he was a great guy to have on the team and a great teammate, man.
Good deal, man. Rich really joins us each and every week here, talking Giants baseball. Rich, enjoy the rest of the off day at home, and enjoy the weekend, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Richie.
I will, guys. I'll talk to you later, man.
Appreciate you, man. Dude, any extra insight I ever get about the 0-2 Giants, you know, is my favorite.
You love that too.
My favorite thing. But also, dude, that Sean Dunston home run when the Giants went up in that game 6. He had a home run down the line. They didn't really have a DH, and I think he was DH in that day.
Yeah.
And then Benito Santiago, probably, top 3 favorite player on that team, maybe 4 or 5.
Really?
Yeah, I love that dude, man. He was sick. Face built like a catcher's mitt. That's what they said. He also had the first ever. I think it was Barry Bonds' first game as a Giant. It was against the Marlins, 93 opening day. It might have been the first ever Marlins game. I think that's the deal.
Yeah, 93, yeah.
And Benito Santiago hit a home run, first ever home run in Marlins history. And whoever was sitting in the bleachers and talking to you threw the ball back on the field. Now it's sitting in a trophy case in Miami somewhere. Come on, man. Got to get something out of that.
You do.
You got to get some free parking, like our guy, McCovey Cove Dave.
Your guy?
Your guy, dude. Give him free parking. I'm like, dude, give Ramos his balls.
Seriously.
You jackhole. What are we doing?
Seriously.
What's your name? Oh, it's on your chest, so you don't forget. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. No, I got no time for Dave. You know what I mean? I got no time.
I hear you.
I'm in there spending money on beers. He's out there demanding things because he swam to a ball.
Well,
you know what I mean?
He's putting the dirty work.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not putting in anything.
Okay.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, plus a crap section coming your way. Perry Manazian shows up in the Sound Soiree.
Zach.
Should be Zach Manazian. I don't know why. I got Perry on the brain, dude.
We ain't listened to Perry.
No, I did confirm no Manazian has ever led a team to the playoffs.
Well, there you go.
Just confirming to this point.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani got hit by a breaking ball, and he let out a big yelp.
Yeah, even the broadcaster was like, come on, Ohtani.
All right, we'll talk about this in the Sound Soiree next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Thursday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Great convo with our guy Rich Aurelia. All part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of Giants baseball. Love talking to Rich. Love getting insight on the 0-2 Giants. One of my favorite things. And when it includes Benito Santiago, I hate that effing monkey. He is kind of funny, though.
He was.
Yeah, no, until he wasn't. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do it just about every day. We collect some of the best sounds from across the sports world that we think you haven't heard, or if you have, we haven't. We'll play them next in a segment we like to call the Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, May 7th. Siete de Mayo, 2026.
You're right on that.
I am right on that. That's how you say 7.
Yeah.
How's your Spanish?
That is correct.
How high can you count?
Want me to right now?
No, I'm just asking. What's the highest number you can say in Spanish?
I don't know. I wasn't really good with. I took Spanish in high school. I took Italiano in college. Wasn't great with either.
Yeah, your Italian accent might be better than your actual Italian.
Yeah, probably.
Such a disappointment.
Ah, such a disappointment, Derek. Come on, you're Italian. You can't learn a little Italiano?
It was like that guy who called the other day and said, "You guys got to stop saying Vitello or Vitello. It's Vitello." And we were like,
no, that's the proper way to say it, but he says Vitello.
I was like, no, he's from St. Louis. Yeah. He says Vitello. I said, "Aren't you from here?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you say San Rafael Bridge or San Rafael?"
Exactly, yeah.
And he just got a laugh. He's like, "Yeah, okay, I got it. It's the way it goes." Like I grew up on Estadillo Avenue. It's Estadillo.
Oh, dude. All the streets in Texas, you should say it like with the, Hispanic.
Like it's got a bad,
Yeah, inflection, but everybody's just like, Cesar Chavez, like the way they say it's like, dude.
I don't think you can say him anymore.
Yeah, apparently not.
I think they got him.
I know.
I don't think they're changing it in Texas though. I think they're changing it here.
Texas to keep it around.
We're tearing down. We don't have any more statues to tear down. But we're changing names.
Or Rio de Grande. It's like, all right.
Rio de Grande.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's get into the Sound Soiree, and it starts right here on the Sports Leader this morning. Zach Manazian, the general manager of the Giants, was on with Murph and Marcus, and they asked him about a potential extension for Luis Ariz. I'm excited to hear this. Hey, you guys have overpaid a bunch of guys who aren't succeeding. What about Ariz? Is he going to get an extension?
Yeah, no, we're not there at this point. I think the focus is just on just playing better baseball. He's been great. It's just been a joy to get to know him and see how he goes about his business off the field as well. He's got leadership ability. He is a super competitor. There is no fear out there on the field. He's just been awesome. So much credit to our coaching staff working with him on his defense, but the person who deserves the most credit is Luis himself, because he's getting out there, he's working at it, he wants to get better, and it's something that he takes very seriously. I think he took it somewhat personally. People don't think I can play defense, and he can. So really happy for him. Hope he can keep it going. And, because I think all of us, when we looked at the end of the season, if we had Luis Ariz playing this well with the expectation of what the rest of our group could do, it actually would be a pretty productive offense. So hopefully we get there, but Luis has been great.
There hasn't been many silver linings in the season so far with the Giants, but the overwhelming one has been Luis Ariz. His ability as a hitter right now and his ability as a defensive second baseman, like it's been surprising. It's been shocking with the way that we've been talking about him coming in the season. Can he play second base? Is he going to be able to handle this? Can Ron Washington get through to him? But the whole idea of giving him a long-term extension, this team has too many to begin with right now, and Luis Ariz just turned 29 years old. He's had a great season so far. I'm not going to want to lock him up right now. Let's see how the rest of the season goes.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no point in doing that now. You don't need to. Let's see how it goes. As you said, other guys could turn around and he could. I don't think he's going to not hit all of a sudden. Again, he's won 3 batting titles and a career low average last year was like 290 or something. Like, again, this is good. This is what you signed him to do. You don't have to go pay him for next year and the year after now. Also, you don't know how the rest of this plays out. Who knows what happens with Casey Schmidt? Are you looking for an everyday spot for him? What about Jesus Rodriguez? Is there a spot that he fits in? I'm not saying you wouldn't want to bring back Arise, but that roster crunch does become a thing based on other contracts and based on what happens with the young guys. It is far too early. 512 checks in from Texas.
Yeah.
And says, hey, Derek,
this is the one, yeah.
I'm listening in Austin, Guadalupe. Is the street pronunciation.
They don't say Guadalupe. They say Guadalupe. That used to bother me for years in Austin.
Guadalupe is the street pronunciation that gets me. Guadalupe.
Guadalupe. Right. Everybody. Like, I was like, we all have to sound like so white. It's Guadalupe. No, man, it's Guadalupe.
And you're so close, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Moving on here in the sound story. Foul Territory. Is it a show on MLB Network?
No, it's on YouTube, I believe. It's a podcast.
Well, Ken Rosenthal is talking about how much of a mess the Giants are. So if you didn't get enough of us saying it, here's somebody with more acumen telling you in a different way.
And this team is a mess right now, an absolute mess. The Giants are coming off an 0-6 trip to Philadelphia and Tampa Bay, as we mentioned. They were outscored 26-9 on that trip. They were shut out 3 times. They were walked off 3 times. They are a team that has right now a walk rate of 5.6%, lowest in the majors, historically low, in fact. They are a team also, not only do they not walk, they don't hit home runs. They don't really do much of anything. They're last in the majors with 19 homers. Keep in mind, Judge and Murakami have 13 each. And this is a team that is calling up 2 prospects for tonight's game, Jesus Rodriguez and, more importantly, Bryce Eldridge, a first base prospect, one of the better prospects in the game, a power guy. And yet even that is problematic because this will take Casey Schmidt out of seemingly a full-time role. Casey Schmidt has been a guy enjoying so far a breakout season. And yet now with Eldridge, a first base DH type coming up, there's not an obvious spot for him in that infield, an infield that includes the struggling Rafael Devers, the struggling Willy Adames. Those are the 2 guys with the most expensive contracts in San Francisco Giants history. Matt Chapman, also the big contract, hasn't been much better.
Well, obviously that's a little dated, but with Ken Rosenthal going through the struggles of this past week with the Giants, still applies. They still are a mess. Casey Schmidt, look, it's clear that he's going to be here every day. He should be. As Buster Posey said earlier this week, we're not going to punish him because, he's the odd man out. He doesn't make as much money as these other guys. But, yes, everything that Ken Rosenthal is saying there, yes, he hit the nail on the head. They're a mess.
Yeah, he said they're not good at anything. We've been saying that for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Again, anybody who thinks they'll turn it around, Papa C out in Vegas. If you think they're going to turn it around, what reason do you have to believe that? Because, as I keep saying,
I'm a seer, Coach.
It's got to be something. It's one of the best lines ever. It's got to be something that we haven't seen. You're a seer. We're going to have to start seeing more.
I wonder if Papa C saw them losing yesterday 10-5. Or whatever it was, 5-1.
Yeah, I didn't pay any attention to that. By the way, remember I told you the other teams that put up the same home run and walk numbers as the Giants did through the first 37 games, finished with like 62 and 63 wins, respectively?
Yeah.
And that was in 1930. They're not trending towards a team that is going to the playoffs. They're trending closer to a 90-loss team. Now, is everything they've done indicative of what they will do? Of course not. That said, going back to last season, what trends or traits of this collection of players, with the exception of like Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge, would lead you to believe that they'll be better going forward? I don't know why.
No, dude, we have a large sample size to tell us that this is trending in a very bad direction.
Yeah, it's not good. 530 checks in and says, the Giants not being a top payroll team has really hemmed them in. They're basically, basically from that quote from LBJ, I feel like a jackass caught in a Texas hailstorm. I can't run, I can't hide, and I can't make it stop.
LBJ said that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I guess so.
All right.
You ever heard that one of him talking about needing a better inseam for his pants? That phone call?
Yes. Yes, I think I have.
Apparently it was known that LBJ, a well-endowed man.
Oh, was he now?
And apparently, dude, this is like a thing, like massive cojones, dude.
Good for him.
And there's a whole call where, dude, there's some stuff that he says in this phone call that is laugh out loud hilarious.
How have we not played this?
You've never. We'll have to dig it up. Dude,
I've heard of it, but I don't know if I've ever heard him saying like, "Hey, can you help me out here? I got a quite a big hog.
I think he drops the word bunghole in the.
Oh, yes.
In the call.
I have heard this.
And he talks about his. Like, there's not much you'd have to censor, but he says some really funny stuff. It's while he's president.
No, this was a Caboose Pistol special back in the day.
He's talking about. Yeah, he's talking. I remember hearing this for the first time and thinking this was fake.
Right.
If it had dropped today, I'd be like, this isn't real. It's AI.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's 100% real. It's like a recorded call.
All right, LBJ.
LBJ's a dude, man.
Bet he is.
LBJ's the dude. All right, moving on here in the sound soiree. Fernando Mendoza. You know him. That's
Me?
the new Raider quarterback.
Yes. Well, we'll see when he starts.
Well, he's on the Raiders. Number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
His Indiana Hoosiers won the national championship.
Yes.
So
great season.
Which means first prize natty, your reward to go with the natty, you ain't going to Disney World.
Oh, no, sir.
You're going to eat fast food at the White House.
Yeah, dude, he always gives fast food out to the national champion.
We love to give him the fast food. I wonder if he's stressing, dude, because I don't know if you saw Diet Coke and aluminum. It's getting caught up in Hormuz, dude.
What do you mean?
There's an aluminum shortage now. Diet Coke is suffering.
Oh, really? That's going to be bad news for Dan Dunn. He wanted a Diet Coke the other day.
Dan Dunn will go gulp if he needs to, man. He'll stop at a 7-Eleven and grab himself a gulp. And if he can't get that, there's always packets of ketchup. Here's Fernando Mendoza on if he's going to skip the White House visit with the Hoosiers or go to practice with the Raiders. Here you go.
The Hoosiers are planning the trip to the White House. I think 11th, May 11th, later this month. Are you able to make that trip? Are you planning on going there?
I believe May 11th is the first day of OTAs. If I'm not mistaken, I have the calendar. However, I don't have the calendar. Sorry. Maybe I do. I'm sorry. I gotta check Teamworks. If it is on the first day of OTAs, like I said, I'm the bottom of the totem pole here. Yeah. I gotta prove myself. I can't miss practice. Yeah. I'm not anything official. I don't have a calendar, but I just wouldn't, as a rookie, I don't think that's a good look. And I want to, try to best serve my teammates. And I don't know if that'd be accomplishing that goal because it's, although it'd be,
It sounds like Mendoza needs the help of JD to know which day that actually is going down. JD knows his calendar.
Is John Dickinson here? Is John Dickinson? Can he let me know what the day is?
No, I mean, good for him. He's got his priorities, straight. Where he needs to be there for Raiders OTAs. Besides going to the president, that's good on Mendoza.
Yeah, I mean, what's the coach at Indiana? I'm looking at his name.
Kurt Cignetti.
What's Cignetti want him there? I mean, I'm sure he wanted there, but what would he tell you? Like, can't miss practice.
Yeah, it's a bad look. I mean, I get it. Like, that's a big opportunity.
If he got invited to the White House and he had practice at Indiana, how would Cignetti feel?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I think the Raiders would probably let him, but I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's something like, I'm sure Spytek and Clint Kubiak would totally understand that. Kirk Cousins is probably getting first-team reps right now, but that's good on him. He actually knows, he needs to be an adult here. So, yeah, props to Mendoza for doing that.
Mendoza's like, I'm not going to go. Just send me pictures of the ballroom, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I just want to see what that ballroom
is it going to be a
looks
repeat of who was the team, Copes? Was it who won the national championship where the woman came out? It wasn't Trump, and she was doing like the finger guns with them and dancing around. Did you see this video?
I don't remember this at all.
So there was a group. I want to say it was a national championship of the football team. They came through the White House. Trump didn't show up. It was just this woman, and she did like a TikTok with them where she danced around and did like finger guns. But it wasn't
woman.
Yeah, this woman.
It's going to be somebody that we should probably know, huh?
I don't know her name.
We kind of went down a route. I don't know what the reference. So somebody did a White House visit.
No, it was a team that won the national championship a couple years ago, and I don't think Trump can make it. They're surrounded by a bunch of fast food, and the woman is dancing with them. She's representing, the White House, so she's just with them, and she did like a TikTok video with them.
I can't find. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll have to look it up. We went down a path. I'm not really sure where we're going. Tim, get on that. All right, let's get into the next piece of sound here. Tiki Barber.
LSU is telling me on the text line here.
LSU is the school?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't see the finger guns.
Did not see it.
I can't make it.
Or you didn't, yeah.
I can't make it, but throw some guns for me. Here's a Tiki Barber, half of Rhonda and Tiki.
Yes.
A couple of
He's
twins.
half of that, yes.
He's half of that. He's on WFAN, and he's talking about how he doesn't like Joel Embiid, complaining about pain when he plays through an injury. So I guess he played through an injury, and then he was like, man, but I was hurt.
Yeah, like it was the whole thing of him being all sprawled out in Game 7 and complaining afterwards. But Tiki Barber, who had some strong words, we'll hear here, saying like, just shut up and play, bro.
There you go.
If it was that bad, then don't play. If it's going to hurt you.
Don't give him any ideas, Tiki.
To physically be hurt, and someone might run into you, accidentally or otherwise, don't play. Well, I remember when I had a broken arm when I played in 2000. I had to tape my other arm because they were like literally stepping on my arm.
Right.
Just because they knew I had a broken arm. Didn't complain about it. It's part of the risk of playing when you're hurt. So stop being a bitch. I would go seriously. That's surprising to me. That really is surprising.
You're surprised that Joel Embiid is, quote, a bitch? That's your words, not mine.
That he's complaining about that because you've been an elite athlete for a long time. You play hurt. You have to, especially when it means something to you.
Yeah.
You don't complain about it. You just don't. Because if you do, it's like, give me sympathy, right? The reason that I was not great is because your sympathy is making me feel better. That's just weak. I don't love that because I didn't think that about him. I thought he was a really, I don't know. That's just weird. That's like a crime against sports honor.
Wow. Strong words. I also say that, Joel Embiid's a tough dude. He is. And when he plays, he's a dominant force.
I do agree with, to an extent, like, if you're going to play and you're hurt, like, you don't complain about it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't say anything happened because of what you're, like, if somebody asks you about playing through something, that's
but
one
you know
thing.
what? Football mentality is way different than basketball mentality.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying you played hurt. Yeah, and it might be hurting, but you can't sit down after and be like, well, yeah, but then this hurt and this hurt. And you're either making yourself look like you didn't do something because you were hurt, or you make it seem like...
How many times has LeBron done that, honestly?
Well, yeah, but everybody knows LeBron's full of it all the time. That's
like,
kind of the
as
point.
soon as he lost to the Warriors and got swept, he comes out with a bandage on his fist and be like, yeah, my hand was broken this whole time.
I mean, he had the whole thing again. I got poked in the eye, just shot at the middle one. I was seeing 3 hoops. Like, come on. He always wants to make it... That's what I mean. It's either making it seem more dramatic than it is.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with Tiki pretty much with everything with that. I just want to call him a bitch. That's the one thing.
Yeah, well, when we do a segment like we did with Draymond, is Tiki out of line here? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's the one he was the pro athlete. I'm not calling anybody that, but I would call who was that guy? Dave McCaskill, I might call that.
Well, we did.
He's robbing home runs,
and then we had him on minutes after that.
And then we got somebody else taking Jaylen Brown on. Or excuse me, we had somebody else taking Joel Embiid on. It's Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown, yes.
Of the Boston Celtics.
This was on a live stream right after they lost Game 7.
They get eliminated. And he's like, well, I got some words for Joel Embiid.
I mean, this is my personal opinion on basketball. Some of y'all might disagree. You know what I mean? But argue with your grandma. Flopping has ruined our game. Joel Embiid is a great player, one of the best bigs in basketball history. Flops. He know it. This ain't breaking news. This ain't, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Y'all can clip it up. Like I said, y'all can post it on these paid accounts that these bot, whatever. That's just my opinion.
Well, good shit out to my podcast. But yeah, as far as Jaylen Brown.
It's just my opinion.
Just my opinion,
You have to
man.
use that in the open, dude. You should cut the eyes. It's just my opinion.
Yeah. Jaylen, look, I don't disagree with what he's saying. There's a lot of guys that flop in the NBA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flops. They all flop.
But you didn't lose a 3-1 lead because he was flopping.
Jokic, the reason you lost the game is because he got into the series and you don't have bigs to go up against Joel Embiid. I was surprised by that. Like, I think Vucevic is on the Celtics, but he might be injured. So they lack the size. So Jaylen Brown, yeah, okay, you could be frustrated. I can't stand... though pro athletes now going on social media or live Twitches after the game and just being like, well, this guy did this and this guy did that. Like, just stay off of social media after you lose.
You cough a 3-1, there's no real...
You lost, bro. You lost.
Got nothing. You cough a 3-1.
That's just my opinion.
You got nothing.
Just my opinion.
Just my opinion, man.
That's just my opinion.
By the way, I found that TikTok you were talking about.
Yeah.
That woman, I don't know who this woman is who's dancing with the LSU. It's the team that won the national championship with Joe Burrow.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And in this
that was
video,
a while ago, then.
In this video, Justin Jefferson is dancing in it too, dude. And they're not just doing guns. They're all doing like a specific dance. Like they're all doing like some trend, whatever was big at the time. But
this is like 2020 then.
It's as uncomfortable as you might think, yeah. It's an awkward-looking video.
Let's hope that doesn't happen with Indiana.
I don't think so. Here's Shohei Ohtani. And by the way, Trump was there. This is just a separate thing.
Okay, gotcha.
Trump was there because they only go if the president's there to do the thing. Here's the...
Never did that.
Never did the guns. Here's Shohei Ohtani. He gets hit by a breaking ball, which, as you know, is a softer pitch than a fastball.
Right.
Hence the name not being fastball. It's a breaking ball. He gets hit and he lets out a yelp, and the broadcasters make comment.
For their first one in almost a week. That was a little dramatic. The 75-mile-per-hour sweeper. And he knows it.
Even he's laughing. A breaking ball hits Ohtani in the back. And he's on his way to first. The Academy Award goes to... That's easy to say. We're sitting up here, but that wasn't exactly 99.
What is it, like a Nelson laugh from The Simpsons? Ha ha. Jesus. A little much, Ohtani, a little much.
Man, couldn't happen to a worse gambler. All right, that's going to do it for your Sound Soiree for Thursday, May 7th, 2026. We'll take exactly. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got a little Pat H crap section to get into, and then we'll hand it over to Larry Krueger for Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger's coming up at the top of the hour with a little Niners Nightly. Should remind everybody, the KNBR and Giants Community Fund auction is live right now through Sunday. So through May the 10th. You can bid on experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo, delivering the game ball, or throwing out a first pitch at a game. I also just saw, check this out, They're offering, I was looking at some of the other auction items. They're offering a day at the Shed, a weekend at the Shed in St. Louis with Kirk Reeder.
Oh, buried the lead there.
I just found this.
Yeah, that's incredible.
I don't know who wrote this.
I thought you were going to say like Greg Papa's Shed for a second. I was like, that's not a prize.
Dude, how about that? If we did an auction, it said weekend at the Shed. But
Come hang out with Shed Boy.
It's with Derek.
Yeah.
Make sure you wipe your
Never heard that one in a while.
Make sure you wipe your shoes before you come back in the house to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I'll cook you a bunch of salmon and some expired chocolate.
Derek cooks salmon, expired chocolate, banana bread.
Oh yeah, banana bread.
You get an actual cooking lesson with Derek on how to make banana bread.
And I'll teach you how to be a gray flag football player.
And then I'll give you some lines to drop on some MILFs or cougars.
You can bury a perished animal?
Oh, Jesus.
A few of them, the rabbits.
Yeah, that was the scene of the crime.
Anyway, check this out as part of the Giants and KNBR Community Fund auction. Join Forever Giant Rich Aurelia and Kirk Reeder. We got to talk to Rich about this next time. I just saw this at the Woody Shed for an exclusive. The Woody Shed, dude.
Heck, up with a better name than that.
Yeah, at Woody. It says at Woody's Shed. Not
Okay,
the
Woody Shed. Okay.
I added
it's Woody Shed.
I think we're going Franklin. For an exclusive evening featuring Red Stitch wine, amazing food, and Giants memories to last a lifetime. How cool is that?
That is awesome.
That's pretty sweet, dude.
Sounds like you want to go.
Special opportunity by invitational. I don't even really know what that is. Maybe that's not available. Maybe it's something different. Anyway, check it out. Giants.com /GCF to place your bids. I don't know. I'm looking at some people are posting this. So I'm like, is this an auction item? Check it out. You have to check out sfgiants.com /GCF.
All right. Woody Shed, potentially a
maybe,
prize.
or maybe we just stop saying it just in case. I don't know.
right.
I don't know, man. Let's get to some crap section.
Let's do it.
Pat H has got a big old pile of crap.
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You gotta have, a crap section. Yeah.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Let's get to some crap here.
Let's do it.
Big old steaming pile. First one here. You know Mr. Beast? You ever watch these Mr. Beast videos?
I'm aware of him on YouTube.
He's the biggest YouTuber in the world.
I learned about him last year when we had the Chiefs and Chargers, and the game was on YouTube. We had a halftime show with Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast does like all these challenges.
Okay.
YouTube. He's like the biggest streamer in the world, or YouTuber, I should say, in the world.
Good for him.
And he does a lot of good stuff too. They do a lot of like house building and things like that. He has tons and gives away tons and tons of money. Does a lot of cool, fun challenges. If you got like beef with him or a gripe with him, I don't know about it. I'm just telling you what I know about him. All right. I don't know if
he builds houses.
He's done projects where like he goes and builds like hundreds of houses in places that need help.
Nice.
He's done a lot of stuff, and he's got millions of YouTube followers.
Okay, good for him.
He does a lot of good stuff. He's 26 years old. He's built an entire brand. He's got a restaurant. It's like Beast Burgers. It's like a burger chain. He's got a Beast chocolate bar. Probably lasts a little longer than your chocolate.
Candy.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got all sorts of stuff. And I know there's backlash. There's always backlash. I don't think he's done anything that's bad. He was just actually on. He's featured on Survivor.
Okay.
They had him there as part of a challenge that they did a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, on Monday, his name is Jimmy Donaldson. He posted a mock-up image of his face over an AI image of a gorilla standing before a battlefield of men. And it made it look
debate.
It made it look like it's a Mr. Beast YouTube video. So he does challenges, like he did this one where he put a guy in a full grocery store.
Okay.
Nobody's wearing. They close it, right? They buy it. They fill it with like food and everything like that. They tell the guy, okay, every day they give him. I forget what the order of it is, but every day he makes like $10,000 or $100,000. Like every day that he stays there, he makes $10,000 or something. But he doesn't get to leave. And then at one point, they start taking things away from him because he makes it pretty easy. The guy then builds a bunch of stuff in there, gets all the water together. He has to survive there for as many days as he can. And eventually, he ends up, whatever he gives up, he gets whatever money. Like, it's a cool challenge.
Okay.
Ask people, can you live underground for this long? Can you?
Was it like David Blaine?
They do all this crazy, they're challenges more than they're like things like that. But so he posted a video acting like there was going to be a challenge that he's doing.
Oh.
It was titled 100 Men versus a Gorilla, and it was captioned, "Need 100 men to test this. Any volunteers?" The post was a play, of course, on the viral tweet that sparked the debate. Should I test this? They deleted it shortly after.
What, controversial or?
Yeah, well, I don't know. They don't want people thinking it's real. Thousands of users volunteered, more ironically, and some were really serious. Quote, "Every event in my entire life has led up to this. I'll be the real Mr. Beast by the time I'm done." Even Elon Musk checked in.
Oh, great.
Sure, what's the worst that could happen? Reactions ranged from bemused to concerned. Quote, "This is why men don't live long." One user wrote, while another said, it's a really bad team building exercise.
Yeah.
Others warned he should stay away from this entirely. It was a joke. He's tongue-in-cheek. He was never done anything, I don't think, that gets somebody seriously hurt. He did a real Squid Games where obviously you don't die, but it was for like a whole bunch of money, and they basically did all the challenges from Squid Game.
Yeah,
They've done a lot of crazy stuff that's fun. They give away a lot of money. Anyway, he's not really doing this one, but...
I would be intrigued. Like, I'm not going to do it myself, but if you're willing to sign a waiver and go out there and...
Nah, dude, no.
No?
You can't make somebody... No. Dude, the only way
if you have volunteers, why not?
No. The only way we ever find out that this happened, it's a bad precedent to set. And we're trying to have a society. We can't do it. You can't do that.
Okay, but
we can't really do
what
Squid
if you find out?
This is my point, is that can't happen. We can't actually do Squid Game. You can't actually put somebody in a challenge for their life to get out of debt. You know what I mean? Like,
no, you
can't make it like that. It's got to be something that's fun.
Okay, but what if we find out on Jackass 5 they attempt this?
In Jackass 5?
Yeah.
That they attempt this? I don't think MTV would let them.
This is like, they're way past MTV now, man.
Well, no, they would be like, they wouldn't allow, I don't think they would allow this to happen. You want to go do it on your time, that's, I guess, your prerogative.
I don't know, dude.
Who's turning over the gorilla?
Johnny Knoxville and gang have done a lot of crazy S on that.
He did get run. He did do the bull.
Yeah, the bull effed him up.
The bull got him bad.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I don't know, man. Again, I'm on Team Gorilla, where the gorilla would just power through guys.
It's weird now that, like, this is what I always say. Me and my buddy always had this bet. Like, we'd ask questions like, would you rather, things like that. We'd ask sports ones, how much money, I think I've said this before, was a common one. How much money would it take for you to stand in full pads at the goal line? And Ray Lewis, this is at the peak of his powers.
Yeah.
He's in full pads. He gets to run at you from the 40 and lay a hit on you. How much 40? Money? And my buddy'd be like $100,000. And I'd be like, dude, if I pulled like $10,000 out and Ray Lewis was right there with the pads, you might be like, it's in front of me. Maybe 10's probably light, but maybe like we'd have this discussion.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking about it realistically, like, I think I've been on the sides of the men. I'm like 100 men. Again, which men? Me, you, and Tim.
No, we're not doing that.
It can't be us.
If you get like 100 current football players, maybe.
100 Boses?
I'm still taking the gorilla. The gorilla's huge, man.
That's a gorilla Rooney, man.
Yeah. Now, what if it's like 100 Hulk Hogans? It's a whole riff here.
Would he be the rest? Yeah, dude.
Never mind. Never mind.
Wait till we go to break, man. You and me are going to have some fun. You and me are going to have some fun.
I've been watching the documentary, sorry.
Dude, you and me are going to have some fun. Have they gotten to that part yet?
I'm on episode 4, and that's when he's like, well, this is when things all turn, brother.
This is when things all turn, brother. This is when my daughter brought home a black man, brother. Yeah, that's when things get real rough for Hogan.
Funny enough,
as he would say, the darkest days of his life.
Yeah. Funny enough, the first 3 episodes, the daughter's not involved. Son, yes. Ex-wife, yes.
He called me brother. I wasn't feeling it, brother. Ironically, I'm not into brothers, brother. Oh, dude, Hogan. Could 100 Hogans be?
Could 100 Hogans take out one gorilla?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a lot of Hogans.
Now, if it's like 100 Steve Smiths,
senior?
Yeah. He's taking on just the leading of a marching band. But
well, we're talking Steve Smith with the Carolina Panthers or Steve Smith with the New York Giants? Yeah.
New York Giants. By the way, I saw this note a minute ago, just randomly on Twitter. Somebody put it out. The New York Jets, since 2020, have 28 wins.
Yikes.
That's 6 years. Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Since 2020 has 37 wins. He retired 3 years ago.
That's the Jets, man.
What are the Patriots going to do now that they got Hulk Hogan running with all of you? Thunder lips.
Dude, I'm telling you. The documentary on Netflix, not bad. But yes, the 4th episode, which I'm on now, that's when things will get a little interesting.
I can't wait. Do they talk Rocky 3 at all?
Yes, they brought up Rocky 3. They bring up his whole career.
I love when he's walking in and Rocky goes, "Why are they carrying him?" And Mick goes, "He's walking." And he goes, at one point he asks him, "Jesus, what do you think he eats?" And they go, "Weighing in at 185 pounds." He goes, "I'd say about 185 pounds." He's just ripping Rocky the whole time. Maybe after we get a Polaroid. That's pretty good, dude. That's going to do it for your crap section. You're still on the side of the gorilla?
Yeah, I'd say so. Even the Hogans.
You think he's beating 100 Hogans?
I think so.
Hogan's over there just like doing this.
I would say the only one that could probably take down the gorilla is 100 Andre the Giants.
Is he fast enough?
He's just massive.
You got a bunch of guys. What about the Giant?
What do you mean the Giant?
The guy who was
Andre the Giant.
Captain. What's his name? Captain Insano from.
From Blake Madison?
From Waterboy. The Big Show, the Giant. He was the Giant first.
Yeah,
then
he's
became the Big
huge.
Show.
Yeah, he's huge. Yeah.
I think he's 7 feet tall. Paul something or other.
How big was Andre the Giant?
I'm not sure actually, but I know he was he played basketball at Wichita State.
Yeah.
Captain Insano.
By the way, Hulk Hogan making Andre the Giant go heel. Yeah. Did not go over well.
A revolting blob might take
the revolting blob, yeah.
Who's supposed to pinch my leg if he was running short of air? It was a stunt, okay? That's your crap section for Thursday, May 7th. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed, hand it over to Kruger. I don't like brothers, brother, on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell